My name is Zhou Tai, and through this book, I shall recount the authentic experiences of my decade-long journey in the realm of the supernatural. Upon my birth, an inexplicable demise befell a multitude of serpents that filled the courtyard. At the tender age of 7, a mysterious woman obstructed my path and bestowed upon me a name. By 18, I had established my own spiritual hall. However, my establishment was unlike any other, as it was populated entirely by spirits. With the tablet bearing the name of my grandfather's sister, who had tragically perished in madness, there was a man who met his end beneath a falling coffin lid, as well as water ghosts seeking retribution and the exchange of lives orchestrated by the yellow weasel. Chapter 1. Why are there so many serpents? In September, the northeastern evenings had turned chilly. My grandfather, Zhou Tie, sat in the courtyard, a pipe clenched between his teeth, while his hands busily folded gold ingots intended for sale the following day. According to him, the underworld only acknowledged gold ingots and paper money, rendering those bills emblazoned with the insignia of the Celestial Bank utterly ineffective. Father, Xiao Xia is experiencing abdominal pain and cannot hold her urine. What should we do? My father, Zhou Jie, suddenly cried out, prompting my grandfather to scold him. What are you shouting about? However, he quickly grasped the situation, striding into the house only to realize that this was not merely an inability to hold her urine, she was on the verge of giving birth. Go, hasten to summon Granny Zhang, your wife is about to deliver. Granny Zhang was the village midwife. Upon her arrival, she shooed both men to the outer room. My grandfather settled himself on a stool in the outer room, taking long drags from his pipe, listening to the anguished cries emanating from within that moment. An unusual sound pierced the air from outside. My grandfather, growing increasingly vexed by my father's incessant pacing, delivered a swift kick to his backside. Yexi. Liming, go and see what that noise is, and while you're at it, bring in the Jean Kezi. We can't let it be blown away by the wind. Rubbing his rear, my father expressed his reluctance, but nonetheless pushed open the door to the outer room. Almost immediately, a panicked cry escaped him. Father! Father! He obstructed my grandfather's view, prompting my grandfather to rise and shove him aside. What are you shouting for? Did the Jean Kezi fly away? Before he could finish speaking, my grandfather's voice faltered, the hand-rolled tobacco slipping from his grasp. Before him, the courtyard was teeming with snakes, so numerous that some were coiled upon one another. This shocking scene sent beads of cold sweat trickling down my grandfather's back, dampening his clothing, while my father trembled, retracting his neck as he queried, Father, what is happening? Why are there so many long worms appearing all of a sudden? My grandfather's countenance darkened as he spat on the ground. Go and fetch my scissors. I'll slay whichever one dares approach me. The scissors he referred to were used for crafting paper effigies, and according to his words, they were exceedingly sharp, imbued with countless malevolent energies that would send even the most fearsome spirits fleeing. My father hesitated for a few seconds before clutching my grandfather's leg. No, father, we cannot. Let us retreat and close the door, or I shall seek help from the villagers. Help? Do you see any place in this courtyard where you can even stand? Stop with the nonsense. Faced with my grandfather's fierce demeanor, my father felt a chill of dread and could only retrieve the scissors. As he grasped the cold metal, a sense of calm washed over my grandfather. Without uttering a word, he forcefully kicked my father out into the outer room and locked the door from the outside, standing guard with a mere pair of scissors. Fortunately, the horde of serpents remained undisturbed, coexisting peacefully until the stroke of midnight. Just past midnight, a sudden wail erupted from within, followed by the voice of Granny Zhang, proclaiming, It's a boy, mother and child are safe. My grandfather exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he dared not act impulsively, instead hoping fervently for the serpents to disperse quickly. From the outer room, Granny Zhang's voice echoed, Xiao Jie, take the child inside to see your wife. I must be on my way. My father stammered, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. With a heavy sigh, my grandfather took over the conversation from outside. Elder sister, given that there isn't a woman in the household, it's rather inconvenient for us two old men to care for Xiao Xia. Might I request you to look after her for one night? I would gladly offer you a bit more money. Seeing the prospect of additional payment, Granny Zhang did not decline and took the child back with her. As a paper artisan, one of the four little lean men, my grandfather often faced whispers behind his back should this incident become public knowledge. He shuddered to think of what others might say. Meanwhile, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, lifting some of the serpents from the ground, and the swirling dust compelled him to squint instinctively. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he beheld two ethereal figures at the gate, one black and one white. This sight instinctively reminded my grandfather of the two beings from the underworld. He turned to glance at the brightly lit inner room and murmured to himself, could this be the summons of the impermanent? The ethereal shadow gradually advanced into the courtyard, halting just a meter away from a writhing mass of serpents. Just when he believed the shadow would not proceed any further, it stepped directly onto the snake's swarm, the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air and infiltrating my grandfather's nostrils. Simultaneously, the serpents began to thrash violently, entwining with the two shadows, whose movements slowed in response. As dawn broke, my grandfather beheld the vanishing specter at such proximity, while the carcasses of the snakes accumulated into a small mound within the courtyard. A few remaining serpents, still alive, did not linger instead. They slithered away through a small crevice in the wall. It dawned on him that the sudden congregation of these snakes was to intercept the two spectral figures. He exhaled a sigh of relief, massaging his aching waist from prolonged standing, and turned to remove the lock hanging from the wooden door. Hearing the commotion, my father rushed out from the inner room, extending a hand to steady my unbalanced grandfather, before casting a glance at the snake corpses in the courtyard. His voice trembling slightly, "Father, did you do all this?" Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly fetch some woven bags to clean up the courtyard. We must not frighten Granny Zhang. As if summoned by the mention of her name, Granny Zhang emerged from the inner room. That my grandfather instinctively attempted to shield her view. But witnessing her once rosy complexion drain to pallor, he could only manage a wry smile. Without a backward glance, Granny Zhang departed, prompting my grandfather to glare at my father before shoving him into the courtyard to tend to the snake remains. Before long, my grandfather heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from the courtyard, and with mounting irritation, he shouted, "What now?" After waiting for a few minutes without receiving a response, my grandfather stood up and made his way to the front door of the outer room, only to find my father collapsed on the ground, his complexion pale and his fingers trembling in the air as if reaching for something unseen. Chapter 2. A fragile life. My grandfather hurried over and beheld a massive black python, as thick as a man, coiled before my father. The serpent raised its head, gazing mournfully upon the scattered corpses of snakes. Its eyes, brimming with compassion, eventually shifted to my grandfather. In that moment of mutual understanding, he comprehended that the fallen snakes were gathered there due to this very python. Kneeling on the ground, my grandfather clasped his hands in reverence and spoke earnestly. I express my gratitude to the celestial beings for their assistance, beseeching them to spare my grandson's life. I shall ensure these creatures are buried with care. Should the divine require anything further, may they convey it through my dreams. The python lowered its head momentarily before lifting it again, as if in acknowledgement. Without lingering, it departed, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, uncertain whether it was its own or that of the slain snakes. As my father carried a woven bag to bury the remains, my grandfather remained rooted in place, staring at the bloodstains in a daze. "Father, something is amiss." The call of my mother, Xia, snapped my grandfather back to reality. Stepping onto the slick, bloodied ground without a thought for caution, he hurried into the inner room. He lifted me, still swaddled in my infancy, and felt my brow. I was burning with fever. Without delay, he rushed out of our home, seeking the barefoot doctor. When the physician found that my temperature remained stubbornly high, we took a carriage to the county town. After assessing the situation, the town doctor prescribed some medication, and my grandfather waited in the hospital until my fever subsided before boarding the last bus back to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted a few women gathered beneath a large tree, casually chatting while cracking sunflower seeds. As my grandfather approached, his words abruptly ceased. He understood that the events unfolding in the courtyard had spread far and wide. Upon returning home, the sounds of a heated argument filled the air. Li Fengxia, Did you allow our son to fall ill right after birth? Did I raise you merely to squander my efforts? The child was supposed to arrive in November, yet you delivered him in September? And now, there is no milk. What shall my son eat? My grandfather, already simmering with anger, could no longer contain himself upon hearing this. He forcefully kicked open the door to the inner room and dragged my father by the nape of his neck into the courtyard, seizing a wooden stick from the ground to unleash a flurry of blows, all the while berating him. From that moment onward, my grandfather consistently accompanied me to the hospital, while the rumors in the village proliferated. Have you heard? The grandson of the old Zhou family is causing trouble every few days. Indeed, I suspect this incident is somehow linked to old Zhou's persistent pursuit of ill-gotten gains. A turning point occurred one midday when my grandfather, cradling me after receiving a fever-reducing injection, boarded a return bus. The bus was sparsely populated, and he chose a seat by the window. After the bus traveled a short distance, it came to a halt, and a woman boarded, taking the seat beside my grandfather. She initiated the conversation. "Old brother, what is wrong with the child?" My grandfather, who was about to doze off, was interrupted. With a hoarse voice tinged with impatience, he replied, "He has a fever. He just received a fever-reducing injection." The woman reached out to pull aside the cloth that enveloped me, and my grandfather instinctively attempted to stop her, his hand hovering in midair. Unpredictable fate calls for a reckoning. Celestial beings assist, frail and ailing, with a light destiny. Upon hearing this, my grandfather grasped the complexity of the woman before him. "My dear, could you assist the child in breaking free from this plight? I am willing to offer any sum, for the child has suffered immensely." The woman pinched my cheek gently and inquired, "Has the child been named yet?" My grandfather, perplexed by her question, nonetheless replied, "Yes. The name is Zhou Tie. "Let's change it," she advised. A single character, Tai, represents iron, which is associated with the yang element of gold. The child's destiny is light, coupled with an exceedingly yin character. This alteration could serve to balance the energies. This child has the potential to inherit your legacy. Just as my grandfather was about to express his gratitude, the woman's presence vanished without a trace. The bus continued its journey, and she seemed to have evaporated into thin air. At that moment, my grandfather glanced down at me and noticed a red mark on my cheek, a testament to the woman's existence. No longer hesitating, my grandfather promptly changed my name to Zhou Tai. After the renaming, although I remained somewhat frail, I did not fall ill as frequently as before. This brought relief to my grandfather, who resumed his paper-making business. On my 7th birthday, he prepared to travel to the county to deliver paper figures and horses, promising to bring back a toy for me. However, as soon as he departed, I overheard my parents arguing in the next room. "What trouble are you causing now?" My mother exclaimed, "I'm going to the county to seek work, not lying around as you always claim." "Zhou Jia, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. If you're going to the county, why do you not go with your father?" Amid the sounds of breaking dishes and my mother's cries, I watched through the window as my father stormed away, cursing under his breath. The door to the outer room opened and closed again. I turned my gaze toward the yard outside the window and saw my mother taking something to engage in farm work. I wiped the tears from my face and attempted to reach for the remote control beside the Kong. However, with that single movement, a wave of intense pain surged through my heart. It felt as if a pair of enormous hands were squeezing my heart, rendering me unable to lift my torso and forcing me to half lean on the Kong. The excruciating pain was accompanied by difficulty in breathing as I struggled on the Kong, gasping for air, tears streaming from my eyes, and the scene before me became increasingly blurred. Just as my face turned a shade of blue from constriction, a figure appeared before me. I initially believed it to be my mother returning, yet when I reached out to grasp her, my hand passed right through. I was paralyzed with fear, hesitant to move, as my already aching heart seemed to halt altogether. I struggled to retreat, wishing to distance myself from the ethereal figure. But no matter how I tried to escape, it remained just a step away. Eventually, I had retreated into the confines of the Kong, unable to move further back, forced to watch as the apparition drew ever closer. Chapter 3. The uncorked wine. I gazed at the figure before me, instinctively shutting my eyes. A chilling sensation enveloped my forehead, and the feeling of suffocation vanished in an instant. The pain in my heart subsided, and my fear diminished somewhat, yet for reasons unknown. I sensed that this phantom appeared to be looking down upon me. It bore no malicious intent. Following the disappearance of pain came an overwhelming sense of fatigue and weakness throughout my body. My eyelids fluttered shut, and just as I was on the brink of slumber, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. I had a dream in which I found myself standing in the courtyard, shrouded in darkness. From the mist emerged a figure, his face obscured, though his attire suggested he was a man. Water dripped from his garments, and in his hands he held an uncorked bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He filled both glasses to the brim and offered one to me. Though I wished to decline, my body seemed to act of its own volition, accepting the glass and settling on the ground. Just as I was about to take a sip, a voice like thunder echoed in my ears. "You wretched creature!" My body trembled, and I spilled the wine as the man stepped closer, bottle in hand, intent on forcing me to drink. In that moment, a thought flickered through my mind. I must not drink. If I do, there will be no return. With this realization, I felt an odd tugging sensation emanating from within. When I awoke, dusk was upon me, and the sky had darkened. My mother had returned home and sat on the edge of the bed, her body trembling slightly. Surrounding her were several people. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, I approached her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and upon seeing me, she enveloped me in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I tilted my head slightly, my gaze drifting through the window toward the courtyard. A wooden frame had appeared, draped in a white cloth that billowed with the wind, exuding an eerie aura in the dim light. As I attempted to turn away, the wind lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a dark mass beneath it. My curiosity piqued. I yearned to uncover what lay hidden within. At that very moment, a pallid, ashen hand slipped from beneath the white cloth, still clutching a vacant bottle of wine. This bottle bore an uncanny resemblance to one I had encountered in a dream. A scream escaped my lips, startling the adults who had been sighing in discontent. They followed my gaze and noticed the anomaly. My mother, realizing the situation, swiftly covered my eyes. Though my vision was obscured, my hearing sharpened considerably, and I discerned the cacophony of hurried footsteps and frantic shouts. "Where's old Joe? We must tidy the white cloth. How can we frighten the child like this? Goodness, why are the eyes still open? It is truly eerie to perish in a puddle no deeper than the instep. Surely one ought to rest in peace. My father is dead?" Upon realizing that the figure lying on the wooden platform was indeed my father, that singular thought consumed my mind. My grandfather hurried over, his gaze immediately drawn to the white cloth at the center. Approaching it, he extended his gnarled hand, trembling and slow, to lift the cloth. Through the window, I beheld my father's lifeless form. His complexion was pale and swollen, his hair damp and disheveled, and his eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. My grandfather crouched down, attempting to close those unyielding eyes, but despite numerous attempts, they remained stubbornly open. Witnessing this scene, murmurs of speculation arose once more. My grandfather ceased his efforts, recovering the body with the cloth. He straightened up, meeting the peculiar gazes of those around him, offering neither explanation nor expression. He first expressed gratitude to the villagers for their assistance, and ultimately requested that they visit the paper shop to help retrieve the coffin from the innermost room. The coffin was a bequest he left for himself, and little did he anticipate that he would ultimately be mourned by his own progeny. Soon enough, the coffin was brought forth, and the villagers, suppressing their trepidation, laid my father to rest within it without needing further persuasion. Once these solemn duties were fulfilled, the night had deepened, and the villagers dispersed. My grandfather remarked that my father had met an untimely demise, compounded by the peculiar circumstance of drowning in a waterhole. Thus, he resolved to keep the body at home for just one night, with the intention of interring it at noon the following day, when the sun's vitality would be at its peak, effectively suppressing any lingering resentment. As the hours crept towards midnight, my grandfather placed a brazier and an incense burner before the coffin. It was customary to burn incense during the vigil, and the supply must remain uninterrupted should it dwindle. it would require replacement. Hence, my grandfather procured some long incense sticks, which were less susceptible to being extinguished by a gust of wind. From my vantage point through the window, I observed my grandfather and mother, each tossing handfuls of paper offerings into the brazier. The acrid smoke wafted through the cracks of the window, casting a somber pallor on their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The three great tragedies of life: the loss of a child in old age, the loss of a spouse in middle age, and the loss of a father in youth. I drifted into slumber, yet my sleep was restless, oscillating between wakefulness and dreams. Somehow, I found myself sitting upright, my heart racing. I rubbed my eyes, and my vision blurred. Glancing outside, the flames remained glaring, but amidst the haze, I discerned countless phantoms congregating by the brazier, as if they were fishing for something. Other apparitions lingered near the incense burner, and I observed the smoke generated by the burning incense spiraling into their forms, visibly enlarging them. Beside the coffin stood a shadowy figure, gradually inching closer to my grandfather and mother, as if intending to invade their very beings. Instinctively, I cried out in protest, no. Upon hearing my voice, the phantoms halted in their tracks, and in an instant, they congregated outside the window, fixated upon me. Chapter 4. A good dog does not block the way. My grandfather, alerted by the piercing scream echoing from the house, swiftly grasped a pair of scissors and hurried inside. He found me trembling in terror, my face a mask of fright. Approaching me, he gently offered his reassurance. In a choked voice, I recounted the harrowing sights I had just witnessed. He placed the scissors beneath my pillow and guided me to lie down, rhythmically patting my shoulder to lull me into slumber. Time slipped away, and I succumbed to a deep sleep while he remained vigilantly watching my closed eyelids. Silently pondering, another member of the Zhou family is about to emerge. I felt my consciousness sink, a peculiar force drawing at my body, as if I were ensnared in a quagmire. Struggling against this strange pull, it vanished, and I abruptly opened my eyes, only to find myself in an unfamiliar setting. The phantoms I'd seen earlier surged toward me, and I flailed my arms in a panic. Suddenly, I felt a chilling sensation in my grasp. To my astonishment, it was my grandfather's dark scissors. I glanced between the scissors and the specters, a hypothesis forming in my mind. Tentatively, I extended the scissors forward, and, as anticipated, the phantoms recoiled a step back. I slept soundly until dawn, awakening to the warm embrace of sunlight. Upon rising from bed, I discovered the house devoid of life. Neither my grandfather nor mother was present, and the coffin in the yard had vanished. They must have gone to bury my father, until my grandfather returned. I did not see my mother behind him. I inquired, "Grandfather, where's my mother? Is she not at home?" In the evening, my grandfather gazed at me, still seated in the yard awaiting my mother's return. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart as he gently squeezed the note in his hand and sighed deeply. It was only much later that I learned my mother had not gone away for work, but had instead abandoned us. Iron Brother, the teacher mentioned there will be an exam in next class. Is it wise for us to skip now? I remarked, if you are afraid, you can go back. There is an event at the front line today. If we delay, we may miss our spot. That year I was 15, a half-eaten Taschen cigarette dangling from my lips as I glanced sideways at the chubby Deng Xing in front of me. Upon arriving at the Internet CAF, the rotund figure managed to secure a position due to his size. We played until 11 o'clock, at which point I stifled a yawn and noticed the now slumbering Deng Xing beside me. I chuckled softly and draped my school uniform over him. Rising from my seat, I thought it still early enough to use the restroom, intending to return and rest my head on Deng Xing's shoulder for a while. The CAF's restroom was quite cramped, featuring only a small sink and a single stall. Even before entering, I was greeted by a pungent odor of urine. Pushing open the stall door, I discovered a figure standing inside, clad in a gray long-sleeve shirt, their bulky frame completely blocking the entrance. My apologies, mate. I was unaware someone was inside. I closed the stall door behind me and waited for the person to exit. Unsure of how long I had been waiting, a sharp cramp struck my abdomen, prompting me to knock on the stall door. "Hey, how much longer will you be?" There was no response, and just as I contemplated pulling open the stall door, I heard footsteps approaching from outside. A man with yellow hair abruptly pushed me aside from behind and forcefully opened the stall door. I intended to intervene, but before I could utter a word, I saw the yellow-haired man slip into the stall, and the individual in gray attire had vanished. I swallowed hard, my gaze fixated on the stall door, recalling a disquieting experience from when I was 7, an inexplicable sense of panic gripping my heart. I took 2 steps back and turned to flee. To my horror, the very man in gray, who had mysteriously disappeared from the stall, was now standing at the sink in the restroom. My heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat as the lights flickered ominously. I noticed that the man in gray had no legs. He was entirely suspended in midair. "Hey, move aside. Good dogs don't block the way." Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension, and in a state of sheer panic, I bolted from the restroom. The yellow-haired man, just finishing his business, shook his hands and approached the sink to wash his hands and face to shake off his drowsiness. As he bowed his head, the reflection in the mirror revealed the figure of the man in gray. I shook awake my still sleeping friend, Deng Xing, my voice laced with urgency. Fatty, hurry up and let us go." Deng Xing rubbed his face, still numb from sleep. "What is wrong, Taigo? Where are we going?" "The dorm is locked now." I trembled uncontrollably from fright, and Deng Xing noticed something was amiss. He stood up, raising his voice. "Who bullied you, Taigo? Tell me, and I'll take care of him." I hushed him, saying, "Keep it down. I know Lao Lu from the dorm. We can get in." "So, are we going or not?" Once outside the internet CAF, I recounted the unsettling events that had transpired in the restroom. As soon as those words escaped his lips, Deng Xing's face instantly turned pale. Taigo, please don't scare me. Ghosts do not exist." At that moment, I fell silent, my eyes fixated intently on something behind Deng Xing, feigning shock with my mouth agape. Just moments ago, Deng Xing had declared that ghosts were mere figments of imagination. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he let out a startled exclamation and dashed forward, leaving me in his wake, laughing as I chased after him. We scaled the wall into the school, and, as expected, the dormitory door was locked from the inside. I approached the window of the dormitory supervisor and gently tapped 3 times. Inside, a voice filled with annoyance barked, "Who the hell is knocking on the window?" Recognizing the voice belonged to Supervisor Liu, I chuckled softly, "Uncle Liu, it's me, Zhou Tai." The window slid open to reveal Uncle Liu, bare-chested and draped in a garment, wielding a flashlight that momentarily illuminated my face. "Zhou Tai, you rascal, you've been out surfing the internet again, haven't you? And you, Deng Xing, why aren't you setting a better example?" I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the beam of light, grinning playfully. "Uncle Liu, look, we returned. So let us in, will you? It's quite chilly out here at this late hour." Deng Xing and I shielded our eyes, oblivious to the shift in Uncle Liu's demeanor from playful to serious. He spoke in a low voice. "You two can come in, but he cannot." Chapter 5. What waist does a child have? Who is he that cannot come in? I inquired with a hint of confusion, glancing back only to find Deng Xing standing beside me. Feeling as though I had been the subject of a jest, I turned back to Uncle Liu, my tone slightly irritated. "Uncle Liu, don't scare us in the dead of night. It's just the 2 of us here." "Who are you referring to?" Old Liu remained silent, fixing me with a piercing gaze before closing the window. Observing the scene, Deng Xing tugged at my sleeve, asking, "Taiga, is he not going to let us in?" Before I could respond, a voice emerged from the door. Old Liu stepped out of the dormitory, waving a flashlight in our direction. A wave of relief washed over me, and I quickly pulled Deng Xing along as we rushed towards the entrance. Just as we were about to step inside, I felt a firm grip on the back of my collar. "Old Liu, I won't cause any trouble next time. Please let go. We have classes tomorrow." Old Liu remained silent and motioned for Deng Xing to enter first. "Uncle Liu, I promise that Zhou Tai and I won't act like this again. Just allow him to come in with me." Sensing old Liu's reluctance to release me, I patted Deng Xing on the shoulder, signaling him to go ahead. Once Deng Xing had departed, old Liu finally loosened his grip on my collar, remarking, "Did you not notice a heaviness in your back and a tightness in your waist?" I adjusted my disheveled clothing, momentarily pausing at his words. Indeed, since leaving the internet CAF, I had felt an unusual weight on my back, but I attributed it to sitting for too long. After all, my grandfather, Zhou Jinjia, often remarked that children have no waist. Noticing my silence, Old Lu sighed and continued, "Let me ask you, when you were at the internet CAF, did you happen to see a man in a gray long-sleeve shirt with a rather portly figure?" Upon hearing this, I abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Old Lu. "How do you know?" "How do I know? I also know where he is right now. Do you believe me?" I shook my head in disbelief, and Old Lu chuckled. Pointing behind me, "Yes, right there, lurking on your back." Seeing my pale face, Old Lu spoke with a grave tone. "The restroom is inherently a place of filth, and coupled with your late-night vigils, it is hardly surprising that you might encounter a ghost. However, if it has returned with you, resolving the matter may prove somewhat complicated. Come, step inside with me. I shall assist you in unraveling this mystery." Though I harbored doubts, I nonetheless followed Old Lu into his modest single-room dormitory, which contained but a single bed and a metal table. Old Lu pulled a chair for me and settled himself on the bed, puffing on a dry cigarette. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy. "Quickly, dismount from the child. Otherwise, do not blame this old man for resorting to force." His voice transformed. Although I referred to him as Old Lu, he was only in his 40s, yet at that moment, his tone resonated with the weight of a septuagenarian. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over me, and I felt a release in my back, as if, indeed, what Old Lu had suggested was true, that presence had lingered behind me. Old Lu glanced at my side, his tone softening. "What business do you have with him? This child is already frail." I dared not move, for from the corner of my eye, I perceived the figure in gray. I saw its mouth moving as if engaged in conversation. "What do you want? Would you like me to burn a paper temple for you? Spare me the pleasantries. What connection do you have with this child?" Were there bystanders to witness this scene, they might assume Old Lu was addressing me. Yet I understood he was conversing with the specter in gray. "Very well, depart for now. I will call for you when I am ready to burn offerings. If I finish the joss paper and you return, do not blame me for any repercussions." Upon uttering those words, I felt the chilling presence beside me dissipate, and the figure in gray vanished from my sight. Only then did I dare to exhale audibly, my voice trembling as I queried, "What on earth is happening? Old Lu, how is it that you can converse with him?" Old Lu cast a sidelong glance at me, shook his head, and chose to remain silent, gesturing with his hand for me to depart. Observing the retreating silhouette of Zhou Tai, Old Lu's gaze darkened as he mused inwardly. "This child has only half his senses awakened. With this vengeful spirit's sudden assault, his senses are now fully opened, and he is likely to fall ill." As I opened the door to my dormitory, I heard Deng Xing whispering, "Taiga, you're back? Old Lu didn't he do anything to you, did he?" "Nothing happened. Just get some rest. We have class tomorrow," I replied, dismissing him with a few words. Without changing my clothes, I lay down on the bed, my mind replaying the events that had just transpired like a tape on loop. My slumber was particularly restless. I felt a dryness in my nostrils, and a fiery sensation coursed through my throat and stomach. In my hazy state, I sensed someone shaking me gently. With half-open eyes, I beheld Deng Xing's worried countenance. "Taiga, Taiga, wake up! Why are you so hot? Have you come down with a fever?" His words were muffled, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton, and his face swayed in and out of focus before me. When I finally opened my eyes fully, Deng Xing had vanished, replaced by my grandfather's weathered face, etched with concern. He helped me to sit up and then lifted me onto his back. My grandfather was quite frail, his spine clearly defined, yet he bore me with surprising steadiness. The rhythmic sway of his movements only deepened my drowsiness. As I approached the entrance of the dormitory building, Old Lu intercepted my grandfather. Upon seeing my condition, he sighed and uttered some incomprehensible words. "Find someone to sort this out. It's time. And even if you wish to avoid it, you cannot." My grandfather remained silent, but I noticed him clenching his jaw tightly. Old Lu sighed again and pressed something into my grandfather's hand. My grandfather glanced down, intending to discard it immediately. However, upon sensing my gaze, he swiftly tucked the item into his pocket, too quickly for me to discern its nature. Upon leaving the school, I assumed my grandfather would take me to a clinic for an injection, but to my surprise, he led me directly home on the bus. He laid me flat on the Kong and administered 2 fever-reducing pills before departing. As the night deepened and I drifted between dreams and wakefulness, an acrid fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of inferior incense. I opened my eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, to see my grandfather holding 3 lit sticks of incense, swaying them back and forth over me, occasionally pausing at certain points. Due to the prolonged fever, my throat felt hoarse and dry. I coughed lightly and asked Grandpa, "What are you doing?" His expression remained grave, and he did not respond. I continued to watch the smoke rising from the incense, soon succumbing to sleep once more. When I awoke again, the acrid scent had dissipated, and the discomfort in my body had lessened considerably, leaving only a slight itch in my throat. My grandfather was no longer by my side, but I could hear the clattering of utensils from the kitchen, accompanied by the enticing aroma of cooking. Soon, my grandfather entered with a tray of food, and only then did I realize my hunger. As I dined, he observed me intently, and after a moment's pause, he slowly spoke. "Do you know that you have a second great-aunt?" Chapter 6, A Life Without Hope. A second great-aunt? I was aware of my first great-aunt, who had passed away a few years ago. How could another one suddenly appear? Noticing my perplexed expression, my grandfather gently patted my head, his demeanor strangely somber. My second sister was quite remarkable. When she was 18, many suitors came from far and wide to seek her hand, yet your great-grandfather, my father, found none of them suitable. Eventually, they settled on a very honest man, and I constantly lamented that I did not want my second sister to marry, and in the end, she indeed did not. My grandfather's expression turned profoundly melancholic, and I instinctively inquired, "Did that man call off the engagement?" "No," he replied. "That man loved your second sister until the end of his days." My grandfather let out a bitter laugh, as if recalling a painful memory, his hands trembling slightly as he rolled a cigarette and lit it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and continued, "Your great-grandfather cherished your second great-aunt the most. Before her wedding, he gave her some money to buy new clothes for her marriage with her elder sister in the county town. They returned home rather late that day. In the countryside, there were no lights. Your second sister, eager to get home, chose a shortcut with her elder sister. Halfway through, as her sister recounted, your second sister suddenly stopped and asked if she had heard someone speaking. The elder sister shook her head, yet as they continued on, the second sister's pace quickened, eventually leading her to break into a run, leaving the elder sister trailing behind, bewildered by the turn of events. The elder sister could only chase after her with uneven strides. Upon returning home that evening, the second sister developed a fever. They summoned the village's barefoot doctor, who prescribed a few fever-reducing pills, yet her condition did not improve. The fever persisted. In desperation, they sought the renowned spirit medium in the village. Upon arrival, the medium declared that the second sister was destined for a spiritual encounter, indicating that a spirit was causing her affliction. However, the elder sister's great-grandfather opposed this notion and instructed the medium to expel the spirit from the second sister. The grandfather finished his pipe tobacco in a few puffs, the last one particularly vigorous and parched. I patted his back and inquired, "What happened next? Was the spirit expelled?" After regaining his breath, he replied, "No." The medium did not dare to employ forceful measures against the spirit, primarily due to his belief in karma, and secondly, because the spirit resided within the second sister. Any harm inflicted upon it could inadvertently affect her well-being. The only option was to summon the spirit, allowing it to attach to her and attempt to communicate whether it would depart. Yet all attempts at communication proved futile. Frustrated, your great-grandfather glanced around, torn between the desire to protect the second sister and to intimidate the spirit. In a moment of impulsivity, he seized the set of silver needles the medium carried and declared, "If you do not emerge, I shall pierce you with these." This startled the medium, who instinctively reached to reclaim the silver needles. However, in that moment of desperation, misfortune struck. The silver needle pierced my second aunt, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. From that point onward, she descended into madness. Why don't you go mad? Just from that little silver needle, a mere prick. How could it lead to such insanity? My tone was filled with confusion. Grandfather let out a bitter laugh, his eyes instantly reddening, and his voice grew hoarse as he lowered his head in concealment. After my second aunt became deranged, I sought out the shaman multiple times, even resorting to throwing stones at his windows. On one occasion, I was caught, and he recognized me. He claimed that my aunt's madness had nothing to do with him. The needle had not struck the right place, but rather had pierced the shaman's essence, sealing it within my aunt's body. They became one, and while not dead, she would inevitably go mad. Yet, I had heard from village women that a shaman was merely a vessel for the spirits to resolve issues. How could my second aunt's condition be so dire? I posed this question to the shaman, who explained that the spirits residing within him could freely exhibit their powers and leave his body at will. However, the spirit within my second aunt was akin to being imprisoned, with centuries of cultivation obliterated, leaving her with no hope for redemption. I pressed further, asking what happened next. What became of my second aunt? You mentioned that the man who pledged his life to her loved her until death. Did their marriage ever take place after she lost her mind? He passed away, succumbing to poison on the very day his parents came to my home to annul our engagement, dying right before my eyes. My great-aunt also departed this world at the age of 30. Before her demise, she regained consciousness for a brief moment, preparing a meal for us as we dined. She slipped away, ultimately found lifeless before that man's grave. I remained baffled as to how she discovered his resting place. My grandfather chuckled softly, ruffling my hair and uttering words that eluded my comprehension. Thus, in my perception, those celestial beings bear no sense of responsibility. They have indirectly caused harm to my second sister, and I cannot allow such occurrences to transpire again. Just as my grandfather was departing, a thought surged within me, and my lips echoed it. It is fate. This is my great-aunt's destiny, as well as the calamity of those celestial beings. Upon uttering this, my grandfather paused, and I noticed the veins in his clenched fist bulging. Hastily, I diverted the conversation. Grandfather, I am ready. When may I return to school? I observed the rise and fall of his back, akin to labored breaths, and after a moment of silence, he spoke with an icy tone. You may go tomorrow, but if I hear from your teacher that you have been skipping classes to frequent internet CAFS, do not hold me accountable for my reprimands. His tone sent a shiver down my spine. After a night devoid of incidents, the following day, under my grandfather's watchful gaze, I boarded the bus back to school alone. Arriving at school coincided with class time, and the playground was eerily quiet. I first headed to the dormitory, hoping to find old Lou and inquire about what he had given my grandfather on that fateful day. However, as I entered the building, a strange voice interrupted me. Why aren't you in class? Turning around, I encountered an elderly man with a hunched back, clad in the uniform of a dormitory supervisor. I replied, I took a leave due to a fever a couple of days ago, sir. In my haste to leave, I forgot my backpack. The old man nodded. You're Zhou Tie from class 1, correct? Hurry along to your class. Just as he was about to turn away, I called out to him, my voice tinged with curiosity. Sir, why are you wearing the dorm's supervisor's uniform? What happened to Uncle Lou? He resigned, he replied. It seems there are matters at home. From now on, I will oversee this building. Observing his retreating figure, I clicked my tongue in frustration, realizing I would not uncover what old Lou had entrusted to him. However, I quickly dismissed the thought from my mind. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed my classmates regarding me with peculiar expressions, a mixture of fear and disdain evident in their gazes. Chapter 7. The midday execution of the murderer. As the bell rang, I clambered from my desk, the imprint of the surface visible on my cheek. Shaking out my numb arms, I approached Deng Xing's desk and lightly tapped. Shall we go play basketball? Deng Xing wore a strange expression. He neither responded nor rose from his seat. Instead, his desk mate smirked lewdly. Tai, it seems you've had quite the experiences. You saw a ghost at your father's funeral as a child, and recently encountered a male ghost. But have you ever seen a female ghost? One of striking beauty, perhaps? I detected the mockery in his tone and glanced at Deng Xing's expression. It was evident that he had spread the tale of my ghostly encounters. While I was not particularly concerned about the gossip, I felt a pang of betrayal in my heart. I scoffed with disdain. Oh, I've seen her. She's right behind you. Lurking. Don't you feel the weight on your back? As his expression shifted from lewdness to terror, I let out a cold snort and cast a penetrating glance at Deng Xing before exiting the classroom. Before I could reach the playground, footsteps echoed behind me. Without turning around, I knew it was Deng Xing. As expected, his familiar voice called out, Tai Gu, wait for me. I continued my stride without pause. while Deng Xing trailed behind, attempting to explain himself. They kept asking why you suddenly left school, so I recounted everything. You never told me not to share it. Frustration tinged his tone as he added, Zhou Tai, are you being a bit unreasonable? Upon hearing this, I halted and turned to face him. When we first entered school, they bullied you for your weight, and I chased them away so you could play. The ones who were ostracized and ridiculed became us, and now, what has changed? Just because they gather around you, you think you are popular? You know I left school due to a sudden fever. Why bring up the haunting? Is it to justify my departure, or to satisfy your vanity? Now that you pursue me, do you not realize your mistake? What are you playing at with this facade of grievance? Perhaps my words struck a nerve, for Deng Xing's face flushed crimson. Zhou Tai, you are an outlier. When you were born, snakes crawled throughout the yard, an omen of misfortune. Perhaps your father met his demise because of you. As I gazed upon his visage, an inexplicable calm enveloped my inner fury, as if engaging in a quarrel with the individual before me was an utter waste of time. I let out a soft chuckle and remarked, Deng Xing, I suddenly find it amusing not because of you, but rather because of myself, for I have foolishly mistaken a dog for a human. Days passed, and my interactions with Deng Xing dwindled to nothingness. On the eve of the program's break, my grandfather called my teacher to inform them that he would be away on a trip for 2 days, requesting that I return home a day later, as there would be no one to prepare meals for me. My dormitory was situated on the 3rd floor, with 6 rooms per corridor, and I was the sole occupant. I welcomed the solitude, and that evening, I purchased some snacks and instant noodles before returning to my quarters, where I retrieved a paperback novel I had bought long ago, planning to read through the night. As midnight approached, my stomach began to churn, perhaps due to my indiscriminate snacking. I hastily grabbed some tissue and opened the door to the dormitory. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered erratically, reminiscent of my prior experiences in an internet CAF. Yet, in that moment of discomfort, I could not afford to dwell on fear and hurried toward the restroom at the far end. Just as I finished and was pulling up my pants, an eerie sound reached my ears, its nature indistinct at the time. Frowning, I pushed open the stall door and tilted my head to peer into the dimly lit corridor. The darkness enveloped the space, and the sound originated from the depths of the hallway. I called out, "Who is there? What are you doing awake at this hour?" The noise abruptly ceased, and as I turned to wash my hands, I inadvertently caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. In that instant, a chill coursed through me, freezing my body in place. In the mirror, a shadowy figure emerged, clad in tattered black garments, bound with thin ropes. And a pole-like object protruded from the back of its head, inscribed with the words, "Executed at noon, the robber and murderer Wang Zhun." My body, seemingly devoid of control, slowly turned my head. Its eyes, half open, bore into me with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. As I swallowed hard and glanced downward, I noticed iron chains securing its feet. The ominous sound I had just heard was indeed the chains scraping against the ground. With a scream, I fled the restroom. But fear rendered my legs weak, and I stumbled to the floor before I had gone far. The clanking of chains echoed behind me once more. Ignoring the filth beneath me, I crawled with hands and knees toward the staircase. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After ascending what felt like 100 stairs, a realization struck me. There were only 3 floors, yet I had not reached the ground floor. The clanking chains grew ever closer, and I glanced at the numbers marked at the stairway's entrance. 3. I was still on the 3rd floor, forcing myself to remain calm. I recalled the tale my grandfather had told me about the ghostly wall, understanding that I was trapped on this 3rd floor. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and sprint back to my dormitory, locking the door immediately upon entry. Listening as the sound of chains halted outside, I raised a stool in my hands, paralyzed with fear. Hut, hut, hut. A knocking sound resonated from the door, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse. I shut my eyes tightly and began to curse loudly, remembering my grandfather's words that ghosts fear wickedness, and the more wicked, the better. I continued to curse until my throat grew hoarse, when suddenly, a bright light illuminated the window, and the knocking ceased. It was then that I, like a deflated balloon, dropped the stool to the ground and collapsed, weeping in despair. Until the dawn broke, I dared not rise and cautiously opened the door. only to be confronted by the overlapping footprints of those who had forcefully knocked. I could no longer bear to remain at school. Summoning my last ounce of strength, I packed my bag and fled the premises, boarding the bus homeward. The house was empty. My grandfather had presumably not yet returned. The silence of the spacious home weighed heavily upon me, prompting me to turn on the television and crank the volume to its peak, curling up on the heated bed. After a couple program changes, a sound finally echoed from the yard. Peeking out, I saw my grandfather returning with the discarded backpack I had left behind. Overwhelmed by emotion, I could no longer contain my tears and leaped from the bed to embrace him. With a voice thick with sobs, I recounted the events of the previous day, declaring my intent never to return to school and expressing my desire to remain by his side. My grandfather sighed, gently patting my shoulder. "Do not be afraid. It will soon be well. I shall handle these matters." From that moment forth, I ceased attending school and assisted my grandfather at his paper crafting shop. Those years became the happiest of my life, just as I believed this bliss would endure. Dreadful news once again arrived. Chapter 8. Why don't you just die? Little Iron. Upon hearing his call, I set down the paper figure in my hand and approached him. My grandfather sat in a chair outside the shop, his backpack leaning against it, bulging as though filled with numerous items. Upon my arrival, he extended his hand, retrieving a plastic bag from his pocket, and counted out several crumpled banknotes, handing them to me. "I must step out. When you turn 18, I will return with a special birthday gift for you." I received a banknote, furrowing my brow as I gazed at his frail figure. "Grandfather, you have been traveling far too often lately. Where exactly are you going? Can't I accompany you?" "No, you must stay home to look after the house." We both replied in unison. I pouted. "I knew you would say that. Just remember to return for my birthday. I will be waiting for you." Grandfather chuckled softly, steadying himself on the chair as he rose, slinging his backpack over his shoulders. He playfully ruffled my hair before heading towards the door. Just as he was about to step out, he turned back, opening his mouth to speak. I smiled and assured him, "I understand. Once you leave, I will go home. Refrain from visiting the paper shop, avoid taking on any private jobs, and not wander far." As I watched his silhouette fade into the distance, the smile on my face gradually vanished. I clenched the money in my hand, feeling an inexplicable unease. On the day of my 18th birthday, I awoke early and prepared a bowl of noodles for myself. After finishing my meal, I fiddled with the new phone grandfather had bought for me, calculating the time of his return. As noon approached, I called him, but the line was persistently busy. I wondered what the old man could possibly be occupied with. In the evening, I prepared a feast with the leftover ingredients from our home, waiting patiently as I gazed at the courtyard gate. Midnight struck, and I reheated the dishes time and again, listening to the busy signal on the phone repeatedly, yet the gate remained unopened. Initially, I felt anger, but soon it transformed into worry, for grandfather had never gone silent on me before. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, I succumbed to sleep, resting my head on the table. "Little Iron, Little Iron?" A voice called out to me, stirring me from my reverie. I rose from the table, and before me stood my grandfather. I feigned anger, turning my head away in silence. "Zhou Tai, it was wrong of me, but I can no longer be by your side. You must grow up healthy," he said, his tone tinged with regret and a hint of relief. At his words, I turned to gaze upon his face, noticing that his clothes were gradually becoming damp under my scrutiny, eventually dripping with water. His complexion shifted from rosy to pale, then to a deep, dark hue. This visage mirrored that of my father's when he passed away. The only difference being that my father had left this world with his eyes wide open, while my grandfather's expression bore a semblance of liberation. Sensing something amiss, I spoke in a panic. "Grandfather, please don't frighten me. What is wrong? Don't scare me." The last words trembled with suppressed tears. My grandfather's figure receded further away. I reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp him, but my hand met only emptiness. I jolted awake from the dream, tears still staining my cheeks. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and the meal before me had long grown cold and congealed with grease. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, believing it to be merely a dream, yet its realism left my heart unsettled and aching. Sleep eluded me, and I sat there waiting for my grandfather's return. It was not until the following morning that the sound of knocking echoed at the courtyard gate. Initially, I thought it was a figment of my imagination. But when a second knock resounded, I sprang to my feet. However, my legs, numbed from prolonged sitting, betrayed me, and the world before me faded to black. Instinctively, I reached out for the table, only to miss my mark and tumble to the ground, bringing down the dishes from the table, which shattered upon impact. As I gazed at the shards scattered upon the ground, a wave of unease surged within me once more. Paying no heed to the fragments, I braced myself with both hands against the earth and rose to my feet. The broken porcelain sliced in my palms, yet fortunately, the wounds were shallow, merely oozing a trickle of blood. I dashed to the gate, flinging it open with fervor, anticipating to see my grandfather's aged yet kindly visage. Instead, I was met with a throng of strangers and an ambulance. "Is this the residence of Zhou Tie?" inquired a uniformed individual with a formal and courteous tone. I numbly nodded. "Yes, I am his grandson. May I ask what the matter is? Where are the adults in your family? Please summon them. I am the only one left at home." The man opened his mouth, his expression gradually shifting to one of pity. After a moment, he produced a sealed plastic bag and handed it to me. I took it, recognizing the contents within as my grandfather's mobile phone. Before I could utter a word, he sighed and said, "Please accept my condolences. Your grandfather witnessed a child drowning yesterday and courageously entered the water to rescue the child. However, he succumbed to exhaustion and drowned." Emerging from behind the man were a man and a woman. The woman's eyes were swollen from tears, while the man's eyes were red-rimmed. They knelt before me, repeating their apologies with heartfelt sorrow. Yet at that moment my ears rang, and the world seemed to freeze around me, everything blurring into obscurity as I stood motionless, observing the movement of their lips. My legs weakened, and with the assistance of the uniformed man, I finally beheld my grandfather. His complexion was a deep shade of blue-black, lying on a stretcher, his clothes still damp, and his body cold to the touch. As I touched the hand devoid of warmth, the world resumed its motion. My ears were filled with a cacophony of voices, and I turned to glance at the couple, my eyes brimming with tears. Why did their faces wear such a mask of hypocrisy? Why did my grandfather have to perish because of their child? I knelt before them, gripping the man's collar tightly. "What are you weeping for? What pretense is this? Are you particularly delighted at this moment? It is not your child who has died. It is my grandfather, the one who has been my steadfast companion for 18 years. Return my grandfather to me. Why don't you go die instead?" My voice crescendoed into a roar, and I fiercely tightened my grip around his neck. The onlookers swiftly intervened, pulling us apart. As I was forcibly separated, he gasped for breath. When clarity returned to my mind, those people had already dispersed, leaving me alone with my grandfather's lifeless body, his hand clutching a stack of pristine banknotes. I carelessly tossed the money aside and left the house for the paper shop. The news of my grandfather's drowning had already spread throughout the village. Along my path, every villager I encountered whispered amongst themselves, "Look at the Zhou family. Both the young and the old have drowned, all seemingly after Zhou Tie's birth. Perhaps it is Zhou Tai who brings misfortune." I paid them no heed, proceeding to the paper shop to select an appropriate burial garment for my grandfather. Upon returning home to change him, as I removed his clothing, I felt something in his pocket. I rummaged through and discovered a black plastic bag. Inside the bag was a note, but alas, the bag had leaked, rendering the paper soaked and illegible. I could only faintly discern a character that resembled change. Chapter 9. The eerie black cloth. I was disinterested in deciphering the contents of the note. After donning my grandfather's burial attire, I stood there in a daze, uncertain of what to do next. While I was lost in thought, a knock resounded at the courtyard gate, and upon opening it, I was met by the unkind relatives who had accused me of bringing misfortune to my father and grandfather. Was this an attempt to drive me away? Frowning, I was about to unleash my frustration. However, they disregarded me entirely and entered the courtyard, two of them hoisting a wooden stretcher to lay my grandfather upon it. The aunts, clutching vegetables and meat, hurried into the house, and soon the aroma of a meal wafted through the air. The village chief picked up the money that had been discarded on the ground and approached me, stuffing it into my pocket while patting my shoulder. I stood at the gate, observing their bustling figures, my heart swelling with emotion. "Zhou Tai, come and eat." My grandfather's funeral, cremation, and burial was executed seamlessly with the assistance of the villagers. After they departed, I gazed at the empty courtyard, finally comprehending the harsh reality that my grandfather was truly gone. I picked up the leftover liquor he had once sipped, twisted off the cap, and the pungent aroma surged upwards, overwhelming me. After downing a generous gulp, I realized nearly half the bottle was now empty, and the fiery liquid reddened my face. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in my grandfather's paper-making workshop, the bottle of liquor now drained. My face felt sticky, and the paper figures and horses he had meticulously crafted lay in tatters around me. As I sat up, a throbbing pain pulsed through my head, as if it might split open. I intended to leave immediately, but a flicker of movement caught my eye. The door at the far side had opened a crack. There was a small room beyond, perpetually locked, a place my grandfather had always forbidden me to approach. At that moment, the lock of the small room fell to the ground, alongside a cracked brick. I glanced down at my palm and could faintly discern red marks, likely the result of my drunken antics from the previous night. With a sigh, I approached the door. The dimness within allowed only a vague glimpse of something hanging on the wall. I intended to simply close the door and depart, yet a putrid smell wafted through, compelling me to push the door open and fumble along the wall in search of the light switch. Click! The light illuminated the interior, revealing the arrangement before me. A table adorned with an incense burner, an offering plate, and my grandfather's ebony scissors. The bananas on the offering plate had turned entirely black, emanating a foul odor. On the wall hung a piece of black cloth inscribed with golden characters. At the top read, Yin Yang Crossing the World, with smaller golden letters in the center stating the names of deities: Empress of the Earth, Emperor of Fengdu, Emperor of the East, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Below these were names of various ghostly emperors and kings, culminating with the figures of the black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface, along with Meng Po and Zhou Tie, among others. Frowning at the black cloth, I felt a pang of confusion. Why did my grandfather venerate so many spirits? After placing the decayed bananas into a plastic bag, I retreated from the room. This too would serve as a memory left by my grandfather. In the subsequent days, each evening I drank to the point of oblivion, only to awaken the next day in the paper offering shop. Initially, I paid little mind to it, until the last instance when I found myself waking in that small room, my cervical spine aching, grasping 3 incense sticks that I had unearthed from who knows where. With a lighter in my right hand, while the incense burner on the table was filled with the remnants of countless incense sticks. My posture was not one of reclining, but rather kneeling upon the ground. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld the ominous black cloth, which inexplicably instilled a sense of dread within me. The incense in my hand felt like a burning hot potato, and in a moment of panic, I flung it to the ground. I fled the paper-making shop in a state of disarray and returned home, securing the door behind me. That evening, I abstained from alcohol, opting instead for a light meal before retiring early to bed. In my dreams, a dense fog enveloped me, and before my eyes lay a solitary dirt path. Following this road led me to the dilapidated door of the paper shop, yet the events of the morning instilled a lingering unease within me. Just as I was about to turn away, I heard a familiar voice emanating from within. My grandfather's voice? Instinctively, I pushed the door open, revealing his frail silhouette. My voice trembled as I called out, "Grandfather, is that you?" He turned, furrowing his brow with an unusually grave expression, his voice heavy with authority. "Zhou Tai, come with me." I trailed behind him to the threshold of a small room, where an old, rusted lock hung. My grandfather produced a set of keys from his person, and, after unlocking the padlock, he did not immediately open the door, but instead turned to me and said, "Zhou Tai, you open the door." His tone brooked no refusal. Stepping forward, I pushed the door ajar, but just as I did, a powerful force from behind propelled me into the dimly lit room. Upon entering, I suddenly found a stick of incense in my hand, and my grandfather's voice resonated behind me. "Kneel." "Why should I kneel?" I protested. "Kneel," he insisted once more. His repetition of those 2 words was unyielding. A firm pressure pressed upon my shoulder, causing me to instinctively turn back. As I shrugged my shoulder, the scene before me shifted dramatically. It has transformed into the modest dwelling where my grandfather and I reside. He lies on the Kong, gasping for breath, while I kneel beside him, a stick of incense clutched in my hand. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Zhou Tai, if you receive it, you will be safe and grandfather will be well again. Receive? What should I receive? What must I take, grandfather? I shake his frail body, but in the next moment, it turns cold and damp, jolting me awake from what felt like a dream. Upon waking, the ominous black cloth looms before me, and a cold sweat breaks out on my back. The repeated sight of this dark shroud fills me with dread. I cast the incense to the ground and flee without a backward glance. However, this time, I do not return home directly. Instead, I make my way to the village chief's house. Knocking 3 times on the courtyard door, I hear the chief's voice and footsteps from within. Upon opening the door and seeing me, a look of confusion crosses his face. What brings you here so early? Zhou Tai. Gasping for breath, I recount the events that have just transpired. Uncle, what should I do now? I am afraid. The chief's expression darkens as he scans me from head to toe before speaking. Zhou Tai, is it possible that your grandfather is unwilling to depart this world, lingering with his eyes unclosed? I know of a spirit medium. I can take you to see him. However, he does not offer his services for free. There is a fee of 100 for the consultation and additional charges for the services rendered. Do you still have any money? I nod eagerly, and the village chief, without hesitation, instructs me to wait at the door. He brings out an electric scooter from the courtyard, and together we set off to visit the esteemed medium. Chapter 10, The Remarkable Wang Daxian. After riding for half an hour, we arrived at Wangjia village. The village chief halted the electric scooter, revealing a quaint single-story house adorned with red tiles and white walls. Outside, a line had formed, with 2 or 3 individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves. Several vendors selling snacks were also stationed nearby. The village chief instructed me to dismount and gestured towards the queue. Zhou Tai, you should stand in line first. I will fetch you some steam buns. You seem quite flustered. I suspect you haven't had breakfast yet. I nodded in agreement and joined the line, where 2 elderly ladies were engaged in conversation. Have you heard? A few days ago, a man with a cane came looking for Wang Daxian. And guess what happened next? What happened? When he emerged, he was no longer limping and had discarded his cane. Oh my goodness, Wang Daxian possesses such extraordinary abilities? What do you expect? Look at this line. Everyone is here seeking Wang Daxian's healing touch, whether for real ailments or imagined ones. When Daxian intervenes, it's like having 2 healers in one. As I listen intently, the village chief's voice cut through my thoughts. Zhou Tai, come quickly and take this. The buns are freshly steamed and piping hot. The bag of buns emitted steam as I accepted it, but I did not rush to eat. Instead, I retrieved 20 yuan from my pocket and handed it to the village chief. What is this for? He asked, his tone serious, while his hands continued to accept the money and tuck it into his pocket. As I savored the bun in my hand, I mumbled through my mouth full. Uncle, what is the difference between a real ailment and an imagined one? A real ailment is a physical condition that can be diagnosed at a hospital, while an imagined ailment is something akin to being haunted by a ghost. Haunted by a ghost? Is that ghost my grandfather? Upon contemplating this, a heaviness enveloped my heart as I followed the procession. From 7 to 10 o'clock, I finally stepped into that courtyard and entered the dwelling. To describe the interior as a paradise would be no exaggeration. The air was thick with swirling mist that made me cough uncontrollably upon entry. The village chief, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided me into the inner room. There sat a middle-aged man on the Kong, appearing to be around 40, with small eyes, a flat nose, and 2 tufts of beard. Along the wall stood a long table adorned with various Buddhist statues. A total of 10 incense burners were lit upon it, suggesting that the smoke emanated from there. A piece of red paper, densely inscribed with characters, was affixed to the white wall, flanked by an array of colorful banners. Master Wang, this is my nephew Zhou Tai. He has encountered some troubles and seeks your assistance in resolving them. Master Wang squinted, letting out a low grunt from his throat. Noticing that I remained standing, he half lifted his gaze, revealing a hint of impatience. The village chief, quick to respond, pulled me to a lower stool beside him, forcing me to look up at Master Wang, which inexplicably stirred a sense of discomfort within me. Your birth date and time, he demanded. I cleared my throat, suppressing my emotions, and recited my birth details. Master Wong sat cross-legged on the Kong, his body beginning to sway as he murmured indistinctly. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Pointing at me, he bellowed, "Get out." Startled, I sprang up from the stool, exclaiming, "What for? You want me to leave, just as I arrive?" Wong Daxian set his hands down, his tone returning to neutrality. "I am not speaking of you, but rather the one behind you. Please sit down, child." I turned to glance at the village chief, who winked at me and gave me a gentle nudge on the back. Taking a deep breath, I resumed my seat on the stool. Before me, Wong Daxian lit a cigarette and took 3 consecutive puffs. "Now, tell me about your situation. Why is there a ghost accompanying you?" I recounted the events of the past couple of days. Upon hearing about the black cloth, Wong Daxian interrupted me. Was there writing on the black cloth? Perhaps mentioning Hutin Yangyang or Fengdu Dadi? I nodded. Wong Daxian yawned and took another drag from his cigarette. "You carry a connection. The ghost I just expelled should be from the threshold." Noticing my confusion, the village chief whispered beside me. "The one from the threshold is a family ghost. Someone who has passed from your household. What does it look like?" I gazed at Wong Daxian, hope gleaming in my eyes, wishing that he might speak of my grandfather. Wong Daxian cast a sidelong glance at me, but chose not to answer that question. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and fell silent. The village chief nudged my back once more, and I turned to see him rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Realizing what he meant, I retrieved 200 from my pocket, ready to hand it to Wong Daxian, only to see the village chief clear his throat and gesture towards the table beside me. I placed the money beneath the incense burner, and just as I finished, Wong Daxian spoke. "Do not concern yourself with the appearance of that ghost. What you must understand is that you possess a connection, and it is not a typical one." "How is it not typical?" Master Wong pointed to the red paper affixed to the wall. "Do you see that? A typical spirit medium's altar is adorned with red paper, inscribed with the names of the Hu and Huang long serpents, and the Qing Feng tablet, alongside a few other elemental symbols. However, what you observe here is black, dedicated to those ghostly emperors and kings. In colloquial terms, is a ghost hall. This is what your grandfather once honored. Unfortunately, he has passed, and now this connection has fallen upon you. They are seeking your acceptance. Will you embrace it or not?" Master Wong's words evoked memories of a dream, when my grandfather assured me that accepting this would bring safety and well-being. Did his mention of acceptance refer to assuming this altar? I gritted my teeth and declared I accept. "Very well," Master Wong replied. "I shall summon the old sage once more, so he may discern how you should establish this altar." He lit another cigarette, and as it burned halfway, he kept his eyes closed, his voice steady as he said, "Child, this altar is not easy to establish. The hall is filled with spirits, and given your tender age, you lack the strength to control them. What shall we do?" I inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Master Wong said, "Very well. I feel a connection with you from our previous life. I happen to have several yellow immortals and a few serpent immortals at my disposal. I shall send them to assist you with your altar." At this point, Master Wong shivered, his eyes opening to reveal a glimmer of resignation. "Since my sage has decreed this, so be it. However, once those few immortals depart, I shall likely feel weakened for quite some time. They possess considerable prowess." At this moment, I did not require the village chief to confront me. From my pocket, I retrieved a bundle of cash, a token of gratitude from the family of a child rescued on the day my grandfather met with misfortune. Gritting my teeth, I counted out 20 bills and offered them to Master Wong. However, he did not accept, instead lighting another cigarette, his body quivering slightly as his voice deepened. "You, my child, harbor insincerity. If you do not trust me, then you ought to leave." I glanced back at the village chief, then at Master Wong's tightly closed eyes. With a resolute stomp, I counted out an additional 30 bills and presented them respectfully before him. Master Wong nodded. "Ah, we share a connection. My esteemed elder shall undoubtedly assist you well, my child." Chapter 11. I shall perish here at 11 o'clock at night. You come to me, and I shall establish a hall for you. Upon exiting Master Wong's abode, I anticipated returning home directly. However, the village chief instructed me, "Zhou Tie, Wait for me at the entrance for a moment. I have inquiries from Master Wang. I nodded and stood at the door for 10 minutes until I saw the village chief emerging, his face alight with joy. What could he have asked that would elicit such happiness? Noticing my gaze fixed on him, he coughed discreetly, covering his mouth, and his smile diminished significantly. We rode back home on the electric bike the village chief had lent me. He remarked, "Zhou Tai, I shall not accompany you tonight. Be cautious while riding alone. I do not know when you will return, as I intend to handle some matters in the county tomorrow morning." I discerned the underlying implication in his words and retrieved 200 yuan from my pocket, handing it to him. At 10:30 that evening, I mounted the village chief's electric bike and set off towards Master Wang's residence. The road was shrouded in darkness that evening, and I could only rely on the faint glow of my electric bicycle's headlight to discern the path ahead. It wasn't until I spotted the familiar single-story house that I felt a sense of relief. The gate to Master Wang's courtyard stood ajar, and I pushed my bicycle inside, securing it against the wall. As I gazed at the illuminated interior, an inexplicable reluctance welled up within me. Master Wang, noticing my arrival through the window, waved at me. Dismissing the odd sensation in my heart, I hurried inside. The room was no longer enveloped in smoke upon my entry. He beckoned me to sit on the heated bed and draped a piece of red cloth over my head. My view was obstructed, and I could only faintly make out a figure before me, engaged in a ritual of bowing and lighting incense. "Do not speak for now. Others will speak on your behalf." "Who will speak for me? Am I not the one at the center of this gathering?" His words left me bewildered, yet I nodded in compliance. I was unsure where he had procured a drum, but he began to strike it rhythmically, and soon his voice rose in song. "Oh, look at the grand drum of Wen Wang, how it reverberates." In the hall, 3 altars turn. I am conscripted to serve, aware of the despair lurking here. Old Master has raised his soldiers, descending from the mountain. Oh, immortal! As I meditate, my eyelids twitch and my ears burn. His singing was filled with rhythm, and as I stifled a yawn, I noticed that my movement only seemed to invigorate him further. His pace quickened. After a while, I felt my body being shaken, and Master Wang's voice turned slightly impatient. "Why are you snoring?" I lifted the red cloth from my head, feeling a bit aggrieved. "Did you not instruct me to remain silent?" Wang Daxian inhaled deeply and said, "The celestial beings from my household have already arrived at your family's altar, and they have conveyed their names and abilities to me. Henceforth, we shall bypass the customary procedures. I shall compose the altar list for you directly, and you may begin your offerings at home. Gradually, you will begin to experience sensations." Were these sensations? Every word uttered by Wang Daxian was familiar to me, yet when strung together, they eluded my comprehension. Sensation refers to the experiences one feels when a celestial being manifests. The nature of the being will elicit corresponding physical responses. Wang Daxian ceased his discourse and pulled a piece of red paper from his side, inscribing names upon it. Names like Huang Dafeng, Huang Xiaohua, and the great python god filled the sheet with a flurry of ink. Upon receiving the red paper, a sense of bewilderment washed over me. Was that all there was to it? This cannot be right. My family's previous altar was black, and now it is red? Wang Daxian's expression shifted slightly. Your previous altar was black because it was filled with spirits. Did I not provide you with my household's celestial beings? With all 4 pillars established, it is now red. At this point, he cast a sidelong glance at me. Are you doubting me? I stood there, gazing at the red paper, my mind swirling in confusion. What are these 4 pillars? Wang Daxian's body quivered slightly. You truly possess no experience in this matter at all. I am merely your altar master, responsible for establishing your altar. I am not your teacher in the arts. With that, his small eyes gleamed as he added, of course, if you wish for me to impart skills, that can be arranged. The initiation fee is 8,888, accompanied by 3 prostrations and 9 bows as a formal rite of apprenticeship. During festive occasions, you must come to visit me. And on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, you should come to pay homage to my esteemed elder. Of course, I have much to teach you, from drawing talismans to gathering souls. And if you choose to become my disciple, you shall be my sole apprentice. 8,888? A single red paper cost me 5,000, and I must lend 200 to the village chief for an electric bike, leaving me with just over 10,000, of which I must give him more than half. Contemplating this, I shook my head and forced a couple of dry laughs. No need, Master Wong. I don't read divinations and do not require such great powers. I shall take my leave for now, and we can reconnect regarding any matters. As I noticed his expression darkening, I hastily excused myself and departed. On my way home, while traversing a narrow path, the bike's lights suddenly extinguished. Instinctively, I squeezed the front brake, bringing the electric bike to a halt. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness. The abruptness of this incident sent my heart racing. Glancing down at the bike's display, I realized it had run out of power. With no other choice, I trudged homeward, alternating between deep and shallow steps, until my clothes were drenched in sweat, at which point I finally spotted the familiar gate of my courtyard. Upon entering, I removed my damp clothes and took out the red paper from my pocket. It was soaked with sweat, rendering the characters illegible. With a sigh, I tossed the paper aside, resolving to pay another visit to Master Wong tomorrow for a replacement. Lying on the cool bed, the heat within my body subsided considerably, and my breathing gradually steadied, leading me swiftly into the realm of dreams. In my slumber, a thick black mist enveloped me, accompanied by the buzzing of horns and distant shouts. I walked toward the source of the sounds, stepping into the depths of that shadowy haze. Uncertain of how long I had been wandering, the oppressive darkness before me began to dissipate, revealing shadowy figures and a black flag. Behind this dark banner stood a majestic steed, upon which sat a figure clad in resplendent silver armor, brandishing a lance with a fluttering crimson tassel. Her face remained obscured, save for a high ponytail that elegantly swayed. Arrayed behind her was a battalion of soldiers adorned in ancient armor, each wielding a long sword at their waist and a round shield in hand. Drawn to her presence, I instinctively advanced a couple of steps, at which moment she positioned the lance across her chest. The multitude of warriors behind her roared in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The palpable aura of impending doom jolted me awake. Yet the scene before me had shifted from home to a paper-making shop. Lying on the ground, I noticed that the red talisman written by Master Wong yesterday had disintegrated into fragments scattered around me. Rising to my feet, I gazed at the black cloth before me, and a surge of fear enveloped my heart. I could not linger here. I must escape, or I would surely perish. Stumbling back home, I retrieved a woven bag from the cupboard and hastily stuffed in a few articles of clothing. I then made my way to my grandfather's room, intending to take a few of his garments for comfort. Upon opening his wardrobe, I discovered only a handful of tattered coats. I carelessly grabbed a few, creating a disarray, when suddenly I stumbled upon a rusted iron box. Chapter 12. The 18th birthday gift. I held the iron box in my hands and shook it gently, a faint jingling sound emerging from within. Opening the box revealed only an old notebook and a slip of paper. There lies an old, faded photograph, rendered in black and white. At its center sits my grandfather, with my father standing to the left and my mother, who abandoned me, standing to the right, her abdomen faintly discernible in its slight protrusion. Behind them stands what appears to be a newly constructed bungalow, with red bricks casually piled nearby, their faces radiating warmth and joy, exuding an aura of coziness. This must have been a family portrait taken before my birth. I ponder, if I had never been born, would their lives have remained so blissful? Shaking off such thoughts, I folded the photograph twice, burying the memories of my father who sought to harm me and my mother who forsook me behind, carefully tucking away only my grandfather into the inner pocket. Seated on the ground, I placed a metal box before me and first picked up a crumpled piece of paper, as if it had been tightly clenched in someone's hand. It bore a string of numbers alongside name, Lu Shan. Lu Shan? Old Lu. This must be the phone number of the dormitory supervisor, Old Lu. Why would it be in my grandfather's possession? I recalled that after my encounter with the supernatural, when I was running a high fever, Old Lu had stopped my grandfather as he came to fetch me, presumably handing him this piece of paper at that moment. What prompted Old Lu to leave his phone number with my grandfather? After saving the number into my phone, I set the paper aside and opened the tattered notebook. There, in my grandfather's handwriting, were recorded the events that transpired after my birth, each stroke imbued with a sense of helplessness, until I turned to the final page, where only a few words were inscribed. The ghostly hall intertwined the lives of my second sister and me. I wished to shield Zhou Tai from its grasp, yearning for him to grow up healthy and safe. Yet Lu Shan declared that should Zhou Tai refuse to engage with this ghostly haul, he would perish. Thus, I resolved to alter his fate, to transform this accursed destiny. The ink upon the pages was blurred by 2 drops of water. I attempted to wipe it away with my sleeve, but the stains only multiplied. I closed the book and dried the tears that cascaded down my face. It dawned on me that when I changed my grandfather's funeral garments, the illegible note concealed a method to alter my fate. The special birthday gift my grandfather mentioned was this very thing. Had it not been for the desire to change my fate, he would not have embarked on that distant journey, and thus he would not have met his demise. Therefore, my grandfather's death was a consequence of my actions. It was indeed as they said. Both my grandfather and father were vanquished by me, and that wretched haul. Rising to my feet, my heart swelled not with fear, but with a tempest of rage. I tucked the book into my bosom and stormed out of the room, arriving at the paper effigy shop. I forcefully kicked open the door and strode into the small inner chamber. Upon entering, I fixed a fierce gaze upon the black cloth. Grasping my grandfather's scissors from the altar, the ebony blades glinted with a cold sheen. I overturned the incense burner on the altar, placing my foot atop it, elevating myself to level with the black fabric. Without hesitation, I snipped away, severing the cloth into strips. Still unsatisfied, I vented my fury by stomping upon the remnants. I proclaimed, I refuse to submit. If you possess the power, then come and end my life. As I departed, my gaze fell upon the incense burner inverted upon the table, a surge of agitation coursing through me, compelling me to hurl it to the ground. The table toppled, and in my exit, I forcefully shattered the small room's door with a kick. Stepping out of the paper shop, the flames of my fury began to subside, and I resolved to return home to collect my belongings and leave without delay. Yet, midway through my journey, an extraordinary sight unfolded before me. A python, the thickness of a man, coiled upon a slender tree, its head resting on a branch, flicking its tongue, with vertically slit pupils fixed unwaveringly upon me. The weight of the serpent bore down upon the tree, which remained utterly undisturbed, without the slightest indication of the branch yielding. Gazing at the snake, I was suddenly reminded of the creature recorded on the first page of that book, the one that aided my grandfather in thwarting the Grim Reaper's claim. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an overwhelming sensation enveloped me. It felt as though the serpent could swallow me whole at any instant, paralyzing me with fear, rendering me immobile. For a while, the python lingered upon the branch, and, as I tentatively shifted my feet, its gaze followed my every movement. At last, unable to withstand such torment, I broke into a run, dashing home. Upon entering the courtyard, I seized a padlock from the side and secured the door. Pressing my ear against the door, I discerned no sound of the serpent slithering. Once back in the inner room, I reclined upon the bed, raising my hand, still clutching my grandfather's scissors. At midnight, when I should have been in a deep slumber, the howling wind outside roused me. Glancing up, I noticed the window had swung open, the icy breeze infiltrating the room, causing my body to shiver. I intended to rise and close the window, but I found myself unable to move, my drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Although my body lay immobile, my vision remained unimpeded. I could distinctly see the window, swinging open and closed in the wind, accompanied by the creaking sound that filled the air. I recognized it as the noise of the window's friction, but the pitch blackness outside, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of one's face, combined with such sounds, quickened my breath. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed in my ears, drawing nearer with each moment. Overwhelmed by fear, I dared not look and shut my eyes tightly. The footsteps vanished at the edge of the bed, and I cracked open my eyelids, only to be met by a large, menacing face. Its breath was palpable, yet the air it exhaled was chillingly cold. The dark circles around its eyes were unsettling, and as it grinned widely, revealing yellowed teeth, I could even catch a whiff of its foul odor from such proximity. In a sudden jolt, I fully opened my eyes, greeted by the morning sun. The window, once flung open by the wind, had been securely closed. As I rose, a wave of pain coursed through my body, as if I had been crushed by a colossal weight. Glancing at my phone, I noted it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The events of the previous night blurred the lines between dream and reality. I tugged at the window, which was locked tight, rendering it impossible for it to have been blown open. I dismissed the entirety of that night as merely a dream. Just as I was about to step off the bed, however, I noticed two distinct footprints on the floor. My shoes lay beside them, a full size smaller, making it impossible for them to belong to me. Recalling how I had cut a piece of black cloth into strips the day before, I couldn't shake the notion that they were exacting revenge upon me. If you have the power, then frighten me to death. Finish me off. If you can't, then you are all nothing but worthless. With this defiance, I endured the ordeal for a week, and as my reflection revealed a gaunt visage, I was struck by the pallor of my own face. I opened my phone and dialed old Lou's number. After 3 rings, the call connected. Who is this? Old Lou's indifferent voice was my lifeline. Uncle Lou, please help me. I feel like I'm dying. Chapter 13. A temporary fix, not a cure, is that you, little Tie? Unable to contain my tears any longer, I replied, Yes, it's me, Uncle Lou. Please come save me. I can't hold on any longer. After hanging up, I sent old Lou my address and waited from day until dusk. Finally, the roar of a car echoed outside. Without pausing to put on my shoes, I dashed out. As I opened the gate, I saw old Lou's face, unchanged from the past. However, upon seeing me, his expression darkened and his tone turned serious. What have you done? Why are you haunted by vengeful spirits? I remained silent. Noticing I was barefoot, old Lou softened his tone. Where's your grandfather? Call him out. I need to speak with him. My grandfather has passed away, I confessed. He saved a drowning child, but succumbed to exhaustion and couldn't climb back up. Old Lou hesitated for a moment while retrieving something from the trunk of his car, but soon regained his composure, merely sighing, such is fate. Come inside. It's cold out here. He held a black package in his hand, its contents obscured. Following me inside, he surveyed the room before settling on the Kong. Placing the bag beside him, I heard the sound of metal clinking within. Your grandfather sought me out before he passed, wanting me to alter your destiny, but I declined. I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, which were unflinchingly honest. Why? Due to the profound relationship between cause and effect in the realm of mystical practices, I find myself overwhelmed by the weight of altering one's destiny. I am reminded of the note inscribed with the character for change that my grandfather held in his embrace when I exchanged his burial garments. I discovered a note in his inner pocket, though it was rendered illegible by water damage, leaving only the character visible. If this is not your writing, then whose could it be? Old Lou shook his head, indicating his ignorance, and then, with a piercing gaze, he urged, Now, tell me what you have been up to these past few days. Under normal circumstances, no vengeful spirits should be able to approach you. I recounted the events of the past few days, including the red talisman that Wang Daxian had inscribed for me, sharing everything with old Lou. Upon hearing my account, he chuckled, yet his laughter was devoid of warmth. Zhou Tai, you are as pure as a tiger, indeed a true-bred Northeast tiger. I was taken aback by his rebuke. What do you mean, uncle? Old Lou tapped his finger on my forehead. Is your mind filled with nothing but water? You possess a unique fate, your birth chart exceedingly keen. Such a destiny attracts spirits, and for over a decade, the ghostly realm has shielded you. Yet, you foolishly sever that talisman with such ease. Now they are enraged and no longer protect you. Had I not intervened, you might have faced a frightful demise in a matter of days. Furthermore, that great black serpent sought to claim your life at your birth, but gathered its kin to safeguard you. How could you turn against them like a treacherous wolf? Seeing my pallid complexion, he softened his tone and rose, inquiring, Do you have any rice, millet, sorghum, mung beans, or black beans at home? I shook my head. No rice? I nodded. Then what have you been eating during this time? I pointed to the noodles hanging beside the stove. Recently, I have been eating only noodles. You haven't had any proper meals, have you? I noticed the stove was cold. Seeing me nod, old Lou sighed and beckoned me. Come, let me take you out for a meal and buy some rice along the way. While we were dining, I felt old Lou's gaze fixed on me. As I looked up, our eyes met. My mouth was full of food, making my speech somewhat unclear. What is it, uncle? You need to seriously consider this matter. If you do not, I can tell you quite plainly, you will perish. No one is protecting you. You will be tormented by malevolent spirits and suffer in pain until death. At this, old Lu lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. If you die, your grandfather's efforts will have been in vain. Mentioning my grandfather made me swallow my food, my eyes slightly reddening. My grandfather's dying wish was for me not to go out, not to engage in such matters. Whether you go or not has nothing to do with me. You need not seek me for assistance, but you absolutely must not seek out that Wang Daxian again. He is a complete charlatan. I suspect the village chief who took you there is in cahoots with him as well. I frowned, instinctively wanting to argue. But old Lu spoke first. There is no need to rush to refute me. Once we resolve your issues, we can go and see for ourselves, can't we? Upon returning home, old Lu mixed the grains he had just purchased together, instructing me to wait in the courtyard. He placed his black cloth bag at my feet and carried the sack of rice into the house, first opening the doors and windows. Finally, he took a handful of rice from the bag and scattered it on the ground, murmuring something that I could not discern from a distance. He continued to sprinkle the rice until he reached the doorway, where he paused at the stove and beckoned me to bring the black cloth bag over. I lifted the heavy bag, which weighed around 5 pounds, and handed it to old Lu. I watched as he rummaged through the bag, retrieving a piece of red cloth, an incense burner, and a box of incense sticks. Old Lu spread the red cloth on the stove, placed the incense burner atop it, and poured all the remaining grains into the burner. He then took out 3 incense sticks from the box. After lighting them, he held them aloft above his head and proclaimed loudly, "God of the stove, return to your position. Evil spirits, retreat." He inserted the incense sticks into the burner, and as I gazed at the curling smoke, I felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Old Lu then took the black cloth bag and led me outside. "Uncle Lu, is that all there is to it?" I inquired. Old Lu nodded, saying, "This is merely a temporary remedy. Your constitution remains unchanged, and this will not sustain you for long." He continued walking out of the courtyard, placing the black bag in the trunk before getting into the car. I stood there watching him, and old Lu frowned slightly. "Get in the car, what are you pondering? I thought you were leaving." "Leaving? Nonsense. I'm taking you to confront that swindler for your money." At this point, old Lu glanced at me, his gaze imbued with profound significance. "We are fated to cross paths." At the entrance of Wang Daxian's temple, old Lu parked the car steadily and pointed to 2 individuals standing at the door. If I'm not mistaken, one must be that swindler, and the other the village chief, correct? Through the glass, I gazed at the 2 individuals and nodded in recognition. It was indeed them. They were engaged in lively conversation, laughter punctuating their words. Just as I was about to exit the vehicle, old Lu grasped my arm, urging me to remain composed. He lowered the car window, allowing their voices to drift inside. I observed as Wang Daxian expelled a plume of smoke from his lips, retrieving a thick wad of cash from his coat and handing it to the village chief. Though it appeared to be less than 10,000, it surely amounted to 5,000. "You've introduced me to 15 patrons during this period, yet only that little brat has established a place with me. The others merely purchased a few charms. It hasn't yielded much profit, so take this money." The village chief accepted the cash, sifting through the notes with his fingers. "All right, there are 3 more scheduled for this afternoon. Ensure you gather the crowd in front. Otherwise, if too few show up, they will be skeptical." Had the lengthy queue I endured previously been a mere illusion? With this thought, I flung open the car door and rushed forward. Chapter 14. 5,000 for apprenticeship. Upon my arrival, the expressions on the village chief and Wang Daxian's faces turned decidedly awkward. The village chief attempted to tuck the money into his pocket, but I swiftly snatched it from his grasp. As I counted, it amounted to exactly 5,000. The village chief, seeing the money in my possession, grew agitated. "Zhou Tai, what are you doing? Get back to me." "What am I doing? Do you think I remain oblivious to the fact that you and this charlatan are in cahoots?" "Who are you calling a charlatan, you little brat?" Wang Daxian retorted angrily, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront me. Just as I prepared to engage in a scuffle, a powerful force pulled me back, and I staggered 2 steps, noticing old Lu standing protectively in front of me. Lao Lu, at the age of 47, is in the prime of his life. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, his physique is muscular and robust, giving him a formidable presence. He remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Wang Daxian. The latter, feeling the weight of that stare, faltered, his earlier bravado dissipating. What are you staring at? Do you want to fight? Go ahead, try it, and I will make sure you regret it. Have you been experiencing restless nights lately, plagued by nightmares filled with corpses and paper offerings? Lao Lu queried, observing the visible pallor that spread across Wang Daxian's face. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, I fear no ghosts. For I have nothing to feel guilty about. What nightmares could I possibly have? Do you not feel discomfort in your lower back? A chill that is not merely a common cold, but a penetrating cold that seeps into your very bones? Upon hearing this, I noticed Wang Daxian's lips turning pale, and Lao Lu scoffed, You truly lack integrity. Zhou Tai can only establish a spirit altar, yet you insist on offering your own ancestral deity to him, claiming to have written a ceremonial list and read. Your family has but one Huang family lineage. From where do you conjure additional ancestral spirits? Moreover, who informed you that ancestral spirits can be transferred or borrowed? Surely, you must know the fundamental knowledge of spirit mediums without my instruction. I wish to say no more. Consider this money as a refund to Zhou Tai. Be wise in your choices, for those who engage in wrongful deeds shall inevitably meet their demise. With that, Lao Lu took my arm and led me away. Just as we were about to get into the car, footsteps and shouts echoed behind us. Zhou Tai, Zhou Tai. Wait for me. It was the village chief hastening to catch up. I paused, casting a cold glance at him, while Lao Lu gently urged me to enter the vehicle first. The village chief stood nearby, a smile plastered across his face, the wrinkles on his visage nearly converging. Zhou Tai, who is this? I refrained from answering and instead retorted, Village chief, do you intend to lead me to yet another charlatan? Zhou Tai, that is not quite fair, he replied. After all, I am your elder. It was I who organized your grandfather's funeral with the help of the villagers. I chuckled softly. Village chief, I am eternally grateful for that. I heard you even encouraged the villagers to contribute. At this, I paused for a few seconds, locking my gaze onto the village chief's eyes. Noticing him avert his gaze, I continued, I am unaware of where that money ended up, but if pressed, I could certainly discuss it with the villagers. I then entered the car, and old Lu drove me away from that place. While in the vehicle, I inquired of old Lu why the swindler was plagued by nightmares. He replied, because of you. I furrowed my brow in confusion, and old Lu explained, it is because he has wronged you, and thus they have sought retribution. Do not worry. It is merely to discomfort him for a few days. If he can be deterred from his deceitful ways out of fear, you will have performed a good deed. The entities old Lu referred to must be those from the ghostly realm, and an inexplicable pang of guilt surged within me. I remained silent in the car, prompting old Lu to glance at me and jest, What troubles you? Feeling guilty? He offered you his heart, and you trampled on it. By the way, where is the altar your grandfather established? I wish to pay a visit. I directed him, and soon the car halted outside the paper offering shop. I led old Lu inside, and as we entered the inner room, he immediately beheld the splintered wooden door that I'd kicked down. You possess quite a spirit, do you not? Sensing the sarcasm in his words, I turned my head away in silence. Lao Lu strode in, casting a sweeping glance around the room. He picked up a black cloth strip, smeared with footprints, and lifted the incense burner from the ground. The brass incense burner had been flattened by my hand, and Lao Lu, with a touch of regret, traced the lotus pattern on its surface. He wiped away the footprints on the table with his sleeve, casually placing the incense burner atop it before turning to me and asking, Have you made up your mind? I nodded and approached him, saying, I have decided. I shall go. Without hesitation, Lao Lu delivered a powerful kick to my knee pit, causing me to collapse to the ground. I bowed my head in apology. How many should I bow? Lao Lu looked down at me, his expression grave and serious. You may rise only when they forgive you. I had just bowed 3 times and was about to bow a 4th when Lao Lu nudged my rear. Get up. I scrambled to my feet and brushed the dust off my knees. So, have they forgiven me? Lao Lu shook his head, then nodded. Forgiveness has been granted, but with conditions. You must immediately hold court. In a few months, you will turn 19. There can be no further delay. Then, will you write me a black court document? Lao Lu regarded me as if I were a fool. Go purchase some fruits and melons. and select an incense burner that resonates with you. This incense burner must be carried with you at all times. Do not skimp on cost, nor should you choose one too large. Additionally, acquire a piece of black cloth, along with writing materials. The cloth should measure 3 feet 3 inches and be of superior quality. I nodded slightly, turned, and walked away, but soon returned, retrieving the 5,000 I had just reclaimed from the swindler Wong and placing it into old Lu's embrace. Staring at the 5,000 in his hands, old Lu remarked, "I do not require such a sum for establishing the hall, but since you have generously offered this amount, let it be considered your initiation as my disciple." Noticing my gaze upon him, a subtle flush crept across old Lu's face. "You rascal, do not take advantage of me. I have not accepted a disciple in over 40 years. If you wish to withdraw, so be it." I stepped outside, master. After wandering through the county town, I finally found a lovely incense burner, likely made of brass, with soaring ears, which felt remarkably substantial in my hands. After purchasing it, I gingerly tucked the incense burner into my bag, a delightful sensation blossoming within me, as if a great weight had been lifted from my heart. Returning to the joss paper shop, I noticed everything was spotless. Even the door I had kicked in had been mended by old Lu. "I'm back." Old Lu set aside his tools and naturally came to take the items from my hands. "Old Lu, did you do all of this?" Old Lu chuckled reproachfully. "You're being rather impudent. You're still quite young. Not knowing how to replace a broken lock and kicking down a wooden door. Your temper is quite formidable for one so young." He glanced at the fruits in the bag and smacked his forehead. "I forgot to ask you to buy a tribute plate. Fortunately, there are a few plastic trays in the trunk. Go fetch them to make do for now." With everything prepared, I settled onto a stool while old Lu sat across from me, a table separating us. A black cloth lay across the table, with brushes and ink arranged nearby. Lao Lu's expression was serious. "The spirit hall is unlike the ordinary hall of offerings, Zhou Tai. Are you prepared?" Chapter 15. The Yellow Weasels bargain for life now. Close your eyes and empty your mind. Do not attempt to control yourself. Although half of your orifices are closed, the other half remains open. Soon, a celestial being or a ghostly spirit will possess you, and the reactions will vary. There is no need for fear. I nodded and shut my eyes. Though they were closed, some light from the outside still seeped through until Lao Lu's voice rang out. "Why doesn't the venerable old sage of the Zhou family come down for a conversation?" With Lao Lu's call, the light before me vanished, plunging me into darkness, as if I had fallen into a dense fog. From within the murk emerged a black python, the very one that had previously barred my path. The instant I laid eyes on the serpent, a chill coursed through my body, not a bone-chilling cold, but rather a penetrating discomfort. I sensed a weight pressing down on my left shoulder, both aching and sore. Since the old sage had descended, why did he not speak? Lao Lu's authoritative voice echoed in my ears, and the black python faded away, replaced by a woman clad in armor, wielding a long sword. She possessed crimson eyes, flowing hair, and a red mark between her brows. Seated atop a magnificent steed, her sword radiated a frigid light. The moment I beheld her, a wave of chill surged to the back of my head, as if an inexplicable, formidable force swiftly seized and enveloped my being. Python Suehua. Python Suehua. The name seemed rather down to earth. It felt as though my unspoken thoughts were heard by the woman before me. She looked down at me and then rolled her eyes. The old immortal harbors such profound resentment. Why not express it freely? Upon hearing old Lu's voice, Mang Tsuawa let out a cold snort, dismounted, and approached me. With her sword poised at my throat, she coldly declared, "What do I have to say? To ensure his safe birth, thousands of my kin have perished or suffered. And what has he done? He tore apart my ancestral scroll and destroyed my incense burner. There is nothing left to discuss with him. Indeed, his actions were indisputable wrongs." After approximately 10 minutes of mediation, I could discern old Lu's voice growing hoarse. Only then did Meng Tsuawa lower her sword from my neck, snorting, "Fine, let be as you say. On the 1st and 15th of each month, I shall offer tribute. Remember, I will only consume eggs and fruits, abstaining from meat and wine." I departed. As Mang Tsuawa rode away, just when I thought all had concluded, the black mist before me coalesced once more, revealing a weasel. It stood nearly at my height, its form larger than mine. A ring of white fur adorned its jaws, and the black fur around its eyes resembled a mask. It did not transform into a human, but spoke directly, Huang Dachui, just bring me a roasted chicken during the tribute. With that, it scampered off, leaving me bewildered in the black mist. The Monument King should be making an appearance soon. The black mist solidified, resembling a curtain being drawn aside, from which emerged a woman. She donned a floral dress, her long hair styled high, yet her features remained obscured, as if veiled by a shroud of mist. Upon her arrival, a chill enveloped me, distinct from the cold that accompanied the presence of the serpent-like figure. My hands and feet grew icy, as if a frigid breeze coursed through my very bones. She approached me with measured steps, her cold hand brushing against my face before drifting towards my ear. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tug on my ear, causing my features to contort in pain. You ungrateful descendant of the Monument King, Zhou Xiofan. If I had my long spear today, I would surely pierce you through. Do you comprehend the effort I expended to summon Meng Suihua? You are destined to face calamity. Had it not been for your connection with her, do you think I could have brought her here? At that moment, Lao Lu's voice interjected. Might I inquire about the relationship between the Monument King and Zhou Tai? I am his second aunt, Zhou Xiofan declared, and I could visibly see the fog surrounding her visage dissipate, revealing her true beauty. To speak candidly, my second aunt is indeed striking. No wonder grandfather remarked on the allure of his second sister. With willow-like brows, apricot-shaped eyes, and cherry lips atop a delicate nose, she would have been all the more enchanting had those fierce eyes not blazed with anger. At present, my thoughts were clouded, rendering me speechless, and I could only muster a forced smile. My second aunt sighed deeply, and in that instant, an overwhelming sorrow washed over me. Why must Jian she cling to such delusions? To defy fate is inherently misguided, especially considering at this point she fell silent, casting a profound gaze upon me. Especially considering what? Did she intend to imply? Especially considering this little rascal? Upon hearing my unspoken thoughts, my second aunt cast me a sidelong glance and remarked, if I wish to chastise you, I would do so outright, without leaving anything unsaid. The time has not yet come. What you ought not to know shall remain hidden from you. With that, she slightly tilted her head back. Though I comprehended her words, I was acutely aware they were directed at old Lu. Your esteemed elder also possesses considerable capability. I entrust this young lad to your care. He is still quite young and lacks understanding in certain matters, so I would appreciate your guidance. I responded respectfully. As your junior, it is not a burden for me. I shall devote myself to instructing Zhou Tai, so you need not worry. However, I couldn't help but inquire. But why is it that Zhou Tai's entire being seems partially sealed? My second aunt sighed. It is because my foolish brother, wishing to prevent this child from emerging, took it upon himself to seal a portion of his essence. Do not fret. Once the altar is established, we shall unseal everything. Very well. Then I humbly invite the Ghost King to return to his abode. Old Lu proclaimed with vigor. My second aunt nodded in acknowledgement, and, as she turned to depart, playfully delivered a light slap to my head. After her departure, the black mist before me swirled and coalesced, revealing a multitude of ethereal figures, some corpulent, others slender. The only one I could distinctly make out was a woman clad in a red floral cotton coat, her trademark elongated tongue protruding prominently. Names began to surface in my mind, and I realized these must be the ghostly generals of the altar. After a moment, the black mist dissipated, and upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the visage of old Lu. I nearly jumped back in surprise, instinctively leaning against the chair. You startled me, I exclaimed. Old Lu chuckled, shifting back as he presented the completed black altar list for my perusal. Gazing at the rows of golden characters above, an inexplicable sense of belonging enveloped me, a feeling that instilled a tranquil reassurance within my heart. I picked up the black tablet, intending to hang it on the wall. At that moment, I felt as though I had plunged into a frigid abyss, my steps faltering as I knelt unsteadily upon the ground. Fortunately, this disconcerting state did not last long, for old Lu came to my aid, stating, "Just now, Your second aunt has cleared all the channels within you. From this day forth, you shall officially become the heir of the ghost hall. After assisting me to a chair, old Lou retrieved the fallen black tablet from the floor and placed it upon the table. He then inquired, Zhou Tai, I must take my leave now. Will you accompany me? Where to? My voice was still somewhat feeble, my body trembling from the cold, and my face was painted with confusion. To Ling County. I have long resided there, and a devotee has summoned me to address a matter. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to broaden your horizons now that you have been initiated. I nodded, casting a glance at the black tablet resting on the table. Old Lou seemed to perceive my thoughts and continued, Let us stow the tablet in the trunk for now. Once we return to Ling County, I shall find a proper place for the offering. Having packed a few articles of clothing and tucked my grandfather's diary into my belongings, I climbed into old Lou's vehicle. Before departing, I cast a final glance at the village that had been my home for 18 years. To claim that I felt no reluctance would be disingenuous, for it harbored all the memories shared with my grandfather. As we passed by the paper offering shop, an undeniable feeling lingered in my heart that I would return to this place in the not-so-distant future. On the road, I recalled the renowned deities and the second deity I had seen on my phone previously. I observed that they required the second deity to summon the old immortal for their rituals. Why was it that I was not afforded the same? In accordance with customary practices, one ought to respectfully summon them, especially since you have already desecrated their domain. Thus, a profound act of reverence would be warranted to invite them back. However, given the pressing circumstances and your elders' leniency, the elaborate formalities were bypassed. At this juncture, Lao Lu handed me his phone, urging me to unlock it and access the first chat window within the application. Upon opening it, I was met with a photograph of a man, seemingly in his 30s, yet his eyes bore a darkened hue, and there were scratches upon his neck, with patches of flesh missing and blood seeping forth. Gazing upon this image, an inner voice echoed within me. The weasel exchanges lives. Chapter 16. The debt collector's son. This chilling voice carried no trace of warmth, sending a shiver through the area just above my lower back, which dissipated after a few moments. Instinctively, I turned my gaze towards Lao Lu, who was intently focused on driving. He glanced back at me, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Indeed, the notion of the weasel exchanging lives was evident, particularly for one newly initiated into this world. Your perceptiveness is commendable. Do you understand why he encountered the fate of the weasel's life exchange? Just as I was about to shake my head, the chill returned, and the voice reverberated once more. He struck and killed a weasel. Verbalizing my thoughts, Lao Lu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he did kill a weasel. Moreover, he ran over its corpse repeatedly, provoking the ire of the weasel's kin, who demanded a life for a life. The voice within me has vanished, yet my confusion remains unabated. Why does an unfamiliar voice reside in my heart? There's a saying in Buddhism that goes form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma, referring to the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, with dharma denoting the judgments and distinctions formed in the mind from these perceptions, which is the essence of the spirit. This, however, describes ordinary individuals. For those like us, with all our channels fully open, these ethereal beings occupy our faculties. If they desire to communicate, such occurrences will manifest. This phenomenon is termed heart communication, as well as eye communication and ear communication. Literally, heart communication allows one to converse internally with them. Eye communication pertains to the third eye, and ear communication signifies the ability to hear their words. Of course, the ultimate authority rests with your mentors, what they wish for you to see, hear, and understand. You shall indeed perceive. Should you wish to engage with them, a mere silent invocation in your heart suffices, for the initial thought that arises will be their message. It is imperative to set aside your own thoughts. Otherwise, the weight of personal contemplation may skew interpretations during future divinations. Patience is essential as you practice. There is no need for haste. At that moment, another voice echoed within me. The weasel that was crushed must belong to the child of my grandfather's sister's husband's brother's cousin. When this voice emerged, it felt as if my heart had paused for a brief second. Upon resuming its rhythm, I conveyed this message to Lao Lu. Old Lu stroked the stubble on his chin and remarked, "This time, it should be your acquaintance, Huang Dachui, speaking. In that case, they must be considered distant cousins. By the way, when the Python Immortal, Huang Immortal, and Ghost Immortal manifest, the sensations they evoke differ markedly. Once you become familiar with them, you'll be able to discern who is who." I adjusted my chair slightly, adopting a more comfortable posture as I gazed out at the rapidly retreating trees, and inquired, "Is it true that merely crushing a weasel will result in a demand for retribution? The essence of this matter lies in whether the act was deliberate or accidental. If it was unintentional, one ought to offer some form of compensation or apology, for it constitutes their fate, an unavoidable circumstance. However, one must possess a contrite heart, otherwise, even an accidental transgression may not be forgiven. Should the act be intentional, particularly if the body is repeatedly crushed, then a life must be exchanged for a life." I rested my hand behind my head, feeling a tad perplexed. Why would this man repeatedly crush the body? A subtle smirk graced Old Lu's lips. The man in question is named El Yunyang. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a local thug. Approaching 40, he still roams aimlessly. Nonetheless, his father is affluent, owning numerous enterprises in Ling County. He is considered wealthy locally and has never committed any heinous deeds. Yet he is burdened with a son who is a relentless debt collector. Following this, Old Lu recounted the entire sequence of events. Just a couple of nights ago, El Yunyang visited a bar to meet friends. While traversing a secluded path, he received a message on his phone. In the brief moment he looked down and then back up, he was startled to see a phantom figure appear not far in front of his vehicle. The shadow, resembling a human, yet distinctly not, prompted El Yunyang to instinctively jerk the steering wheel. However, he failed to evade the oncoming obstacle, feeling the wheels roll over something. The vehicle collided with a nearby tree, shattering the headlights. Though El Yunyang was a rogue, he hesitated to engage in illegal acts. He hastily exited the car, apprehensive that he might have struck a person. To his dismay, upon stepping out, he discovered the lifeless body of a weasel behind him. This revelation incited his fury. He fumed at the thought that he had broken the headlight merely to dodge this creature. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, he reversed the car and mercilessly crushed the weasel's corpse. Once his anger subsided, he departed, deeming the broken headlight inconsequential. Yet, upon returning home, he suddenly spiraled into madness, insisting that a blood-soaked weasel stood before him, claiming that the creature was continuously shedding its flesh. Soon after, he complained of breathlessness, as if something were constricting his throat, and began to claw at his neck in desperation. His father, El Xing, sensed something was amiss and sought the help of several shamans, but El Yunyang's condition only worsened. It wasn't until today that El Xing managed to contact Old Lu through acquaintances. As we spoke, we arrived in the territory of Ling County, first traversing a bumpy road, which eventually smoothed out. Instead of residential buildings, we found villas nearby, and soon the navigation system's mechanical voice chimed in. "You have arrived at your destination in 30 meters. This navigation session has concluded." Old Lu parked the car outside, and each of us carried a cloth bag as we approached the villa area. The security guard at the villa complex halted us, and Old Lu provided a name, while the guard pointed to the registration sheet in his hand. After a while, the security guard allowed us to enter, and Old Lu and I stepped into the villa district. The greenery in the area was splendid, and in Old Lu's words, the proximity to mountains and water was exceptionally favorable in terms of feng shui. As we walked, I inquired of Old Lu how we should handle the situation. Ahead of me, Old Lu's expression was obscured, yet his tone was laced with a palpable sense of menace. "We must seek the weasel that demand a life. If we cannot find it, then we have no choice but to let him die." I found it difficult to discern whether he referred to El Yunyang or the weasel. Soon, Old Lu tempered his ominous tone, reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. "Observe and learn. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." El Yunyang's residence was situated in the heart of the villa district, the largest in design and most imposing in appearance. At the entrance stood an elderly gentleman clad in a Chinese tunic suit, his silver hair meticulously styled. It was Mr. L. This elder turned out to be El Xing. who nodded and shook hands with old Lu before leading us into the villa. We ascended directly to El Yunyang's room, where the curtains were drawn tight, enveloping the space in darkness. We cannot turn on the lights otherwise. As he uttered the word lights, my hand instinctively pressed the switch beside me. I did not mean to. Before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted from within, and El Xing's expression shifted. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and El Yunyang jolted awake, springing up from his bed. Chapter 17. Offering a beast, old Lu reacted swiftly, dashing to El Yunyang's side and delivering a swift chop to his neck. In an instant, El Yunyang's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Lao Lu waved at me, and I picked up the cloth bag he had dropped and handed it to him. He rummaged through the bag and retrieved a piece of yellow paper, a small vial of vermilion, and a brush. Lao Lu spread the yellow paper on the bedside table, opened the vial, and carefully dipped the brush into it. He then began to inscribe incomprehensible characters on the yellow paper with an elegant flourish. This was not the end. Lao Lu folded the now adorned yellow paper into a triangular shape and placed it in Lu Yunyang's hand. At last, he could take a moment of respite. Lao Lu exhaled deeply and neatly put away his items. I leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Lao Lu, is a mere dab of vermilion sufficient? Why not apply more? It's not particularly expensive. Vermilion is indeed inexpensive, but do you know what is mixed in? That is the blood of a rooster, a substance of utmost yang. To extract the blood, one must do so precisely at noon when the yang energy is at its peak. Piercing the comb with a fine needle, a single rooster yields but a single drop of blood. I estimate there are at least 99 roosters' worth in this small vial. Lao Lu's voice rose unconsciously, and his words were entirely overheard by the outside Lu Xing. Lu Xing stepped forward, standing at the bedside, gazing at the unconscious Lu Yunyang. As long as my son recovers, I shall double the agreed remuneration, along with a bonus for this young brother's efforts. The young brother Lu Xing referred to must be me. Upon hearing this, I lowered my head, not out of disdain for the compensation, but because my lips were too difficult to restrain. The Lu family is illustrious and prosperous. The compensation should indeed be substantial. Lao Lu glanced my way, cleared his throat to remind me to maintain my composure, and then walked around the bed to stand by Lu Yunyang's left side. He sat on the bed, pulling out Lu Yunyang's left hand and placing 3 fingers upon his wrist. In that fleeting moment, his expression turned serious, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow. It was as though he momentarily transcended his identity as Lu Shan, the dormitory supervisor, and transformed into a venerable, traditional Chinese physician with decades of experience. Old Lu's fingers glided over Lu Yunyang's wrist, his expression intermittently furrowing and relaxing. After a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He was currently in fair condition, albeit somewhat weak, with signs of kidney deficiency and minor prostate issues. Did he experience frequent urination, sometimes with a light pink hue? Lu Xing shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge, before stepping out of the room to retrieve his phone, dialing a number with swift precision. I watched his retreating figure and leaned closer to old Lu. Can I learn this technique? It would allow me to treat myself in the future. Old Lu shot me a disdainful glance. A healer must not heal oneself. In simple terms, one cannot wield their own knife. The practice of pulse diagnosis heavily relies on the teachings of one's master, who may possess varying specialties, some in traditional medicine, others in herbalism, and some in bone setting. It all depends on whether there are skilled practitioners within your circle. I found myself perplexed. How can one discern if there are skilled practitioners among us? Old Lu feigned profundity with a knowing smile. You shall find out in your dreams tonight. Before I could respond further, Lu Xing re-entered the room, clutching the phone in his hand. He approached and tucked the phone into his pocket. I just inquired, and Yunyang indeed visited the urology hospital. The medical records align perfectly with what you mentioned. Indeed, Lu Daxian possesses remarkable abilities. What do you think Yunyang should do now? Lao Lu remained silent, bending down to retrieve an incense burner and a stick of incense from his bag. He placed the burner on the bedside table, lit the incense, and stood reverently, inserting the stick into the burner. Following this, he joined his hands in prayer, bowing before the incense burner. After completing his reverence, Lao Lu resumed his seat. his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the unconscious Liu Yunyang, whose eyes were tightly shut. Lao Lu, why only one stick of incense? I inquired, crouching beside him, observing the smoke wafting towards the bedside, even though the room was devoid of any breeze. One stick is for invoking assistance. Once lit, the old immortal will sense it and come to aid me. 3 sticks, however, are the customary tribute to nourish the spirit. What shall we do next? I asked. Lao Lu glanced at the dwindling incense, his voice heavy with foreboding. We wait. When the incense extinguishes, we shall learn whether the weasel will negotiate and whether Liu Yunyang lives or dies. Upon hearing this, Liu Xing hurried forward, his voice trembling. Lu Daxian, my son cannot die. Lao Lu remained silent, and the 3 of us focused intently on the incense. Just as the last ash fell into the burner, Liu Yunyang, previously in a state of unconsciousness, stirred. He opened his eyes, void of the whites, revealing only dark pupils, reminiscent of a weasel's gaze. Liu Yunyang sat upright, his eyes locking onto Lao Lu, and I could sense an overwhelming aura of hostility directed at Liu Xing, filled with animosity. As he turned his gaze towards me, I sensed a moment of surprise in his eyes, yet they were filled with nostalgia and tenderness. In that instant, my heart fluttered with delight. You're truly here. It has been such a long time since we last met. El Yunyang's voice was sharp and jarring, his brow etched with a hint of age. I recognized he was addressing me, just as I was about to respond. Old Lu raised his hand to stop me, interjecting, Your venerable self possesses profound wisdom. I am aware of your grandson's tragic demise, which stirs your heart with a desire for vengeance. However, such centuries of cultivation could be obliterated in the pursuit of revenge. Why not allow his family to honor you properly, receiving the offerings of the mortal realm? El Xing chimed in, Indeed, as long as you agree, venerable immortal. On the 1st and 15th of each month, there shall be continuous offerings of fine incense and exquisite wine. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. El Yunyang let out a peculiar laugh. Honor? To treat us, mere beings, as if we were mere insects to be crushed at will? You too would be included in that. At this, El Yunyang turned his gaze towards El Xing. You deem it acceptable to crush a mere weasel, a lowly creature. And now you wish to speak of offerings? You propose to honor this lowly beast with fine wine and incense? His tone dripped with mockery, and it was evident that El Xing's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, but could utter not a single word. For El Yunyang had articulated the very thoughts that had previously occupied his mind. At that moment, El Yunyang shifted his stance. If you wish for me to spare your son, there are conditions I must impose. El Xing abruptly raised his head. Speak. I demand that your family be left destitute, abandoned in their old age, plagued by illness. Will you comply or not? Upon hearing this, Liu Xing appeared as if he were nailed to the spot, his facial muscles twitching erratically. Just as old Liu was about to speak, I felt my heart racing and my body temperature beginning to rise. Chapter 18, The Enforcer. My lips also underwent a transformation, the entire area becoming numb and tightly drawn together. Old Liu noticed my peculiar condition. He immediately discerned the issue and admonished gently, Do not resist. Relax your spirit, for the Huang family's essence is about to communicate through you. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and without exaggeration, in that moment of relaxation, I felt my soul being drawn in by an invisible force. The dark mist reappeared before me, and there stood Huang Dezhu, his fur gleaming even amidst the shadows, his black pupils emanating a dim light. He sat cross-legged before me, hands resting between his legs. When I spoke again, my voice had changed. Granduncle, it's me, Dezhu. Liu Yunyang turned to me, his tone softening. Dezhu, why have you taken so long to converse with Granduncle? My voice turned sorrowful. Granduncle, you can lodge a complaint, seek the great seal from above, but you must not act unlawfully. Lodge a complaint? A complaint would not alleviate the resentment in my heart. I would rather sacrifice centuries of cultivation than not exact a life for a life. Granduncle, cultivation is arduous. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, one will inevitably encounter various tribulations and hardships. This is the life and death tribulation of a young runner. Young runner? That must refer to the weasel that was crushed to death. In my mind, I contemplated while my lips spoke uncontrollably. Though the corporeal form of my little runner has perished, the essence remains, allowing for continued cultivation. Uncle, you have already tormented him to the brink of death, and retribution shall undoubtedly come to him in due course. Lu Yunyang ceased his discourse, his obsidian eyes darting left and right. While death may be evaded, the living shall not escape their transgressions. Within 5 years, he shall suffer relentless headaches, impervious to any analgesic. During each full moon, or when the yin energy peaks, his entire being will endure agony akin to being crushed by a colossal weight. This is merely the first condition. The second demands that he enshrine my grandson in his home, and on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, I require Lu Yunyang to kneel thrice and bow 9 times, lighting incense to repent. As for the third, I demand a cart full of gold ingots and the construction of a temple in my honor. All of these provisions must be fulfilled tonight, without delay. Do you comply or not? Upon hearing the first stipulation from Huang Gaoshan, Lu Xing's face flushed crimson, and by the time the second condition was uttered, his complexion approached that of a liver. His breathing became erratic, his chest heaving tumultuously, the veins in his neck subtly visible. I comply. Huang Gaoshan bent down, and I emerged from the black mist, only to find Lu Xing's sullen countenance upon opening my eyes. Before I could utter a word, old Lu winked at me, signaling me to remain silent. He cleared his throat gently. Mr. Lu, will you be able to procure this cart of gold ingots? Lu Xing, recovering from the previous scene, glanced at the unconscious Lu Yunyang and shook his head slightly. I know someone who can assist you in obtaining a cart of gold ingots, though I must caution that if expedited, the cost may be a tad elevated. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. No matter the cost, as long as my son recovers, I will do whatever it takes. When the time comes, I shall transfer the money to you. His gaze lingered on Lu Yunyang's face, yet it bore no trace of warmth or compassion. In my mind, the voice of Huang Dachui echoed. He believes his son is unworthy, tormented by a beast like this. Moreover, he thinks you and Lu Shan are utterly useless. Why not simply eliminate that beast? In the shrouded darkness, I perceived all the exchanges between Huang Dachui and Huang Gaoshan. I had expected Lu Xing to exhibit at least a hint of remorse. Yet his thoughts diverged significantly from my expectations. As I stepped out of the villa alongside old Lu, he noticed my troubled expression and inquired, "What is the matter?" My voice emerged somewhat muffled. Why did Huang Gaoshan leave so abruptly? Could he not have just killed Lu Yunyang? Old Lu chuckled softly. Did your esteemed Huang Dachui reveal what Lu Xing is truly contemplating? If Lu Yunyang were to be killed, Huang Gaoshan's centuries of cultivation would be obliterated in an instant, subjecting him to judgment from the enforcers of that realm, and he would face severe repercussions, potentially damaging his very essence. The arduous journey these creatures must undertake to achieve their true form is beyond our comprehension. It spans not mere hours or days, but centuries of perseverance. While those who err and take life will ultimately face consequences, such penalties should not be meted out by Huang Gaoshan. And do you truly believe that Lu Yunyang's last 5 years have been any easier? As he spoke, old Lu raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky, devoid of clouds. His mood seemingly buoyant, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Are there judges in that world as well? He mused. Old Lu nodded affirmatively. Certainly, it is much like the human realm, with houses and spirits. Some spirits, lacking descendants to burn money for them, must still toil. There are rules, and there are enforcers. I pondered old Lu's words, unknowingly arriving at the car. He did not hasten to start the engine, but instead inquired, "Where did you procure those gold ingots? Do you have any connections with suppliers?" I pulled myself from my reverie. The ingots from the paper shop are primarily folded by my grandfather, who claimed that those crafted by hand differ in value from those produced by machines. However, it seems someone had approached my grandfather about a collaboration. Upon hearing this, old Lu's eyes brightened. Do you have that person's number? I exited the vehicle and rummaged through my bag until I found my grandfather's phone book. Old Lu also stepped out, watching as I flipped through the pages one by one until I reached the last, where I discovered the contact's number tucked in the corner. The individual's surname was Zhao, his full name Zhou Tie, with a factory situated near my grandfather's home. Old Lu dialed the number. And upon learning the purpose of the call, Zhao Daju's voice suddenly sharpened, and after a pause, he slowly responded, "Let us do this. The standard price is 20. But since you require a large quantity and wish for a long-term partnership, I can reduce the price to 15. Old Lu continued to negotiate for several more rounds. And seeing that Zhao Daiju remained steadfast, he contentedly agreed to order a truckload of gold ingots. A cart laden with 500 bags of gold ingots. Old Lu initially provided a portion of the deposit. Zhao Daiju, without hesitation, accepted the deposit and promptly arranged for a driver to load the goods and set off toward Ling County, our current location. Once the matter was settled, Old Lu's eyes squinted into mere slits as he smoothed the corners of his upward curving mouth with his hand and placed a call to El Xing. El Xing had entrusted Old Lu with the task of finding a place to smelt the gold ingots, and after hanging up, he transferred the funds. Old Lu requested my account number and promptly sent half the amount over. I gazed at the 4 zeros displayed, my eyes widening in astonishment. Take this money. Without your family's Huang Dachui, I reckon this Huang Gaoshan would be quite challenging to handle. Old Lu, are we perhaps charging a bit too much? Not all. My life philosophy is to seize the opportunity when there's wealth to be gained. If they don't pay me, they pay someone else. For those without money, I don't even accept a dime. Old Lu gazed into my eyes, devoid of any distractions, and by the time everything was finalized, it was nearing midnight. On the return journey, fatigue overcame Old Lu, prompting him to pull over to the roadside. Zhou Tai, do you have a driver's license? I yawned and shook my head, leaving him with no choice but to turn off the engine, lock the doors, and crack the window open slightly. I'll take a quick nap. Driving while fatigued is dangerous. I nodded and leaned back, succumbing to sleep, but when I opened my eyes again, Old Lu had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 19. The ghost with a tragic cause of death. When I opened my eyes once more, I found myself enveloped in a thick fog, unable to discern my surroundings. Nor was there any sign of Old Lu or his vehicle. Old Lu! Old Lu! I called out, but the only response was silence and an eerie stillness. The thick fog before me underwent a transformation, and from within emerged 4 or 5 specters. Some bore faces grotesquely disfigured, while others were headless, cradling their own severed heads in their arms. Some appeared bloated, their legs entwined with aquatic plants. Their forms were varied, and their causes of death distinct. The moment I caught sight of them, a flood of childhood memories of encounters with ghosts surged into my mind, prompting me to instinctively retreat. Yet, as I moved backward, the fog behind me shifted as well. Fear not, your brother Huang has arrived. The voice of Huang de Che resonated behind me, and in that instant, my previously anxious heart began to regain its composure. However, when I turned to face him, I found him seated cross-legged on the ground, a handful of sunflower seeds in his grasp, his eyes blinking at me curiously. Where's your weapon? What weapon? You have no weapon. How do you intend to fight? Who said I came here to fight? Then what is your purpose for being here? To watch the spectacle. Seeing my serious demeanor, Huang de Chue chuckled softly. Do not worry. Soon your sister Mang will arrive. These mere ghosts are hardly a challenge for her. As the saying goes, one's savior will someday ride in on a high steed to rescue them from peril. Before he could finish his thought, the sound of hooves echoed in my ears, and from the depths of the fog burst forth a horse, upon which sat Meng Suehua, poised with a gleaming long sword in her hand. Huang de Chue, with quick reflexes, pulled me aside, and I found myself seated next to him, snatching a handful of sunflower seeds from his grasp. As Meng Suehua pulled on the reins, the horse spun in place a few times before coming to a halt. She dismounted gracefully, standing before the horse with her sword in hand, the tail of the horse swaying with her movements. Meng Suehua stepped forward, and the several apparitions retreated a step. With a cold snort, she advanced, and in the blink of an eye, her long sword severed one ghost's head. She swung her right arm, casting the sword into the air, where it sliced through the atmosphere and completely embedded itself within the ghost's body. The ghost, clutching its severed head, hurled it towards Meng Suehua. She deftly sidestepped, her right fist clenched, and closed the distance to deliver a powerful strike to the face of the nearest ghost. Witnessing this spectacle, the sunflower seeds in my hand paused at the corner of my mouth, utterly astonished. Huang Dachui chuckled, reclaiming the seeds from my grasp. How about that? Quite fierce, isn't it? I swallowed hard, my throat moving as I struggled to find my voice, ultimately nodding rapidly. After dispatching the remaining ghosts, Meng Tsuehua did not linger. She stepped back into stirrups and sheathed her sword. As she passed by Huang Dachui and me, she cast a cold glance in my direction, causing an involuntary shiver to run down my spine. Zhou Tai, Zhou Tai, wake up, we're home. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with old Lu's bloodshot gaze, and the familiar interior around me jolted me upright. Old Lu, I just had a dream. I recounted the scenes and events from my dream to old Lu without missing a word. This is the Ghost Grinding Pass. Meng Tsuehua and Huang Dachui are here to protect you. Your destiny is marked by an exceptional fate, characterized by an extreme yin energy, which may attract spirits and absorb their essence. Furthermore, with the establishment of a spirit altar, many apparitions might come forth to obstruct your path, or they may wish to approach the altar themselves. However, there is no need for concern, as long as Meng Tsuehua and your second aunt remain by your side. No spirit can inflict harm upon you, for your second aunt holds a significant position in the underworld. At this point, Lao Lu winked at me and then exited the vehicle. I gathered my luggage and followed him up the stairs. The building was quite old, with dimly lit sensor lights in the corridor, worn stairs, and rusty handrails. A delightful aroma of chive boxes wafted through the hallway, causing my stomach to rumble. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the highest level of the building, Lao Lu halted before an iron door plastered with advertisements for locksmiths. He retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and unlocked the door, the sound echoing through the corridor. Before stepping inside, he fumbled along the wall, searching for the switch. With a click, the lights illuminated the interior, revealing the decor. This was a standard 3-bedroom apartment. Prominently displayed on the wall was a large painting of golden landscapes, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Under the warm glow of the lights, I felt as if I were transported into the scene itself. Below the painting stood a black offering table, which held but a single offering tray. Lao Lu took an incense burner from a black cloth bag, holding it reverently with both hands as he placed it on the offering table. Lao Lu, where's the altar list? I inquired. He gestured toward the landscape painting, saying, "It is behind this. Come in quickly and shut the door, as the cold wind is blowing into the house." I set my luggage down and closed the door, feeling a sense of confusion. Why is that? Shouldn't the altar list be displayed? There exist distinct realms known as the Bright Hall and the Dark Hall. The former allows for the direct observation of the hall list, whereas the latter, akin to my situation, necessitates the concealment of the list behind a landscape painting. Lao Lu assisted in transferring my luggage to my room, and as he departed, he remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the offering table to be placed here." I experienced a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, after breakfast, I sat beside Lao Lu at the table. "So, am I in the Dark Hall or the Bright Hall?" I inquired. "Yours is a ghostly hall," he replied. I shot him a glance of exasperation, to which Lao Lu chuckled softly, discarding the cigarette but into the ashtray. "You will come to know the specifics in your dreams tonight." I had arranged for the offering table through an acquaintance, and it was to arrive urgently by afternoon. But what if I failed to remember the dream? I questioned. Lao Lu cast me a sidelong glance. "Rest assured, you could forget your own name, yet you shall not forget the dreams they impart to you." That night, I lay in bed and soon succumbed to slumber. In my dream, I found myself in a setting reminiscent of an ancient military encampment. Before me stood a row of tents, with a flag prominently displayed at the center. This flag was familiar to me. Behind it loomed a high platform, akin to a martial training stage, accompanied by a drum of considerable height. As I wandered aimlessly through the encampment, I heard the voice of my second aunt, Zhou Xiaofan, beckoning from within a tent. "Come in." I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. My second aunt was clad in resplendent silver armor, her beautiful visage betraying no emotion. Flanking her were 2 ghostly generals, each towering at 8 feet, exuding an air of authority with every movement. "Second aunt, it has indeed been a long time," I remarked. "Today, I have several matters to convey to you. Firstly, we are not operating in secrecy. Our dealings are transparent, hence there is no need for landscape paintings. Secondly, in the future, when offering incense, you will follow the same practice as your master, Lu Shan. 1 stick for official matters and 3 sticks for regular offerings. Furthermore, I have something for you. Do not linger idly, awaiting rescue. With that, she placed 2 items on the table. Chapter 20. Invoking the spirit, the 2 items laid before me piqued my curiosity, prompting me to step closer. One appeared to be crafted from jade, square in shape and measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length and width. As I picked it up, its weight was substantial. Engraved upon it were the 3 characters, Ghost King S Order. Glancing again, I reached for the other object on the table. This was a rigid whip, resembling bamboo, with evenly distributed protrusions akin to bamboo nodes, measuring about 1 meter in length. The handle was gilded, adorned with faint engravings of a dragon, while the black whip body bore a line of small characters, exclusive to the Ghost Inspection Bureau. The moment I discerned these words, they dissipated from view. I was aware of the Ghost Inspection Bureau. Judge Lu Zhidao is known for his integrity and righteousness, advocating for virtuous deeds and delivering justice for the wronged, meting out punishment to the wicked. This seal allows me to command thousands of ghostly generals and soldiers. I share a certain rapport with Judge Lu, and I have secured a ghost-busting whip for you. With 3 strikes, malevolent spirits shall surely face judgment. With 5 strikes, they will inevitably dissipate. However, you must be certain that what you confront is indeed an evil spirit. Should you mistakenly strike down an innocent, the whip shall be reclaimed. In the future, we shall not readily possess others. Yet, should we encounter vengeful spirits, I will impart certain sensations to you. As I surveyed the whip in my hand, poised to inquire further, a sudden voice pierced the air. Time to rise. Today, there are visitors seeking blessings. In an instant, an inexplicable force enveloped me, sending a shiver through my very soul. I opened my eyes and sat up, sensing something in the palms of my hands. Raising my hands, I discovered a red birthmark in the center of my left palm and a dark line etched in my right. I clenched my fists. The sensation was peculiar. Although my hands were empty, it felt as if I grasped something intangible. My gaze shifted to the black offerings on the altar beside me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the whip and the seal I had received were shrouded in mystery. If it were merely my great aunt's concern for my well-being, a simple ghost-repelling whip would suffice. Why bestow upon me a seal capable of commanding troops? Once more, the call of old Lu echoed in my ears, prompting me to shake my head and cast aside my tumultuous thoughts as I stepped out the door. Knock, knock, knock. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell chimed. Lu, standing before the altar, was offering incense and glanced my way. I approached the door, which creaked open. Outside stood a man and a woman, both in their 40s. The man appeared pale, leaning heavily against the woman, whose expression was fraught with urgency. Upon entering, she quickly pulled the man inside. I noticed the man's right leg was slightly lame, and upon my first glimpse of him, a chill crept down my spine. It dawned on me that he must be harboring a malevolent spirit. My gaze sharpened on the man, and I beheld 2 ghostly apparitions hovering behind him. The male specter was disfigured, clad in tattered garments, blood seeping from his wounds, with his right leg grotesquely twisted. Behind the male spirit stood a female specter, clad in a flowing red garment, her hair cascading to her shoulders, her head bowed in a somber demeanor. I stepped aside, allowing space at the entrance. As old Lu finished his incense offering and settled onto the sofa, I procured chairs for the 2 of them, who then took their seats opposite old Lu, while I stood beside them. The man's name was Gao Jun, and the woman's was Li Fengmei. Li Fengmei assisted Gao Jun onto the chair, her voice tinged with urgency. Master, please help me see what is wrong with my husband's leg. Old Lu's expression was impassive, and I noticed a spectral python looming behind him. You've sought the Master's assistance for ailments before, he replied, and besides, your husband has no faith in such matters. How can I assist? Li Fengmei rubbed her hands together, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face, yet she maintained a smile. It's not a matter of disbelief in you, Master. It's just that he has been examined so many times. His leg is in a dire state, and he may be harboring some doubts within. With that, she nudged the silent Gao Jun with her elbow. Before Gao Jun could respond, old Lu spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon him. A month ago, there was a death in your family. It was your wife's elder brother. He met his end in a collision, which injured his right leg. He succumbed to excessive blood loss despite attempts at resuscitation. Moreover, your ailment extends beyond your leg. You are unable to urinate. And when you do, it is blood-tinged. Even medical examinations have yielded no answers. Old Lu spoke with unwavering certainty, and Gao Jun's complexion shifted dramatically. Master, please help me. My leg is on the brink of failure. Old Lu fell silent, and Li Fengmei, realizing the gravity of the situation, retrieved 200 yuan from her pocket, approached the offering table, and pressed the money beneath the incense burner. He retrieved 3 incense sticks from the fragrant box beside him, lit them, and reverently offered 3 bows. Once seated on the bench, Li Fengmei inquired, Master, in such circumstances, should we purify the dwelling? Purify the dwelling? What is there to purify? Purification is futile. Your Lord carries not only a household spirit, but also an external one. His inability to urinate stems entirely from his indiscriminate actions, as he has desecrated others' graves. Should he not follow himself? Must he follow me? Gao Jun smacked his lips, his expression somewhat awkward, and slowly replied, What should we do then? Lao Lu ignored him and turned his gaze towards the female ghost behind him, asking, How can we proceed? Initially, only a shadow of a python loomed behind Lao Lu, but upon posing this question, the spectral presence had expanded to 4 figures. 2 python deities flanked Lao Lu for protection, while the other 2 approached the female ghost, their weapons gleaming with a cold light. Gao Jun and Li Fengmei understood that Lao Lu was not addressing them, yet anyone else present might mistakenly perceive him as conversing with the air. He bowed and burned incense, offering 5 bags of gold ingots. Lao Lu conveyed the female ghost's words, prompting Gao Jun to nod vigorously. All right, where shall I burn it? Burn it where you urinated. Bow 3 times and light 3 sticks of incense, muttering that you were in the wrong. After Gao Jun agreed, the female ghost behind him transformed into a wisp of smoke and departed. Lao Lu then directed his attention to the male ghost behind Gao Jun, asking, What do you desire? The male ghost remained silent, his eyes bulging as he met Lao Lu's gaze. The python deity beside him stepped forward, and sensing the pressure, the male ghost's soul involuntarily trembled. Speak your mind. What are you afraid of? Old Lu's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring. Zhou Tai, bring me that cloth bag. After retrieving the bag, old Lu extracted several silver needles. Expose your right leg. I frowned as I gazed at Gao Jun's right leg, which was grotesquely swollen, with areas that appeared to be rotting, emanating a foul odor. Old Lu held the silver needles close to Gao Jun's leg while his eyes locked onto the male spirit. If you remain silent, I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds. I will count to 3. 1, 2, before he could utter 3. The male spirit transformed into a wisp of smoke, attempting to infiltrate Gao Jun's body. The 2 celestial beings beside him reacted swiftly, capturing the smoke in their hands. Witnessing this, old Lu sighed and turned to Li Fengmei, saying, Since your brother refuses to speak, I shall compel him to possess Gao Jun, allowing him to express his grievances. Chapter 21. Mediator. The serpent immortal. Upon hearing this, Li Fengmei instinctively rejected the idea, shaking her head vehemently. Yet, upon observing Gao Jun's swollen leg, she hesitated before ultimately acquiescing. Old Lu rose to the side to prepare the necessary items. He had previously informed me that the spirit mediums are deeply intertwined with karma, that all things possess a spirit, and that unresolved karma must be addressed. Otherwise, it results in endless turmoil. In front of us, Li Fengmei's brother, Li Ming, was ensnared by resentment, solely seeking Gao Jun, indicating there must be unresolved animosity between the 2. Old Lu positioned the incense burner before Gao Jun and retrieved a plastic plate from beneath the offering table, casually arranging a selection of fruits upon it. After a moment, your brother Li Ming will directly possess Gao Jun. Remember to refrain from shouting, lest the yang energy disturb the spirits. Li Fengmei nodded fervently, even grasping the chair and shifting aside. Old Lu lit an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner, sitting steadily beside it with his hands resting on his knees. I distinctly observed one of the two serpent immortals behind him entering old Lu's body, merging with him. Without opening his eyes, old Lu slowly spoke. Yet his voice had transformed. "Release him." The tone was commanding and deep, sending shivers across my skin. One of the incense sticks in the burner extinguished instantly, despite the absence of wind, and at that moment, Li Ming had already possessed Gao Jun. "Today, I permit you to speak, share your grievances and sorrows." Gao Jun abruptly opened his eyes, gritting his teeth, yet remained silent, directly clutching his own throat with both hands. The speed and force so intense that his face turned an alarming shade of purple. Old Lu barked, "You seek death." Simultaneously, I dashed forward and forcefully pried Gao Jun's hands away. However, his grip was too strong, and suddenly a phrase echoed in my mind. The ghost-repelling whip. I vividly recalled the whip that my great-aunt had given me. I felt its icy touch as I pretended to grasp it in midair and gave it a fierce tug. In Li Fengmei's eyes, it seemed my hand merely sliced through the air without making contact with Gao Jun. Yet the next moment he let out a scream, releasing his grip and collapsing from the chair. Just as Li Fengmei was about to approach, I extended my hand to block her, still tightly clutching the ghost-repelling whip, silently marveling at its remarkable power. The two serpent spirits from old Lu's establishment approached Gao Jun, forcibly extracting Li Ming from his host. Li Ming's ethereal form appeared feeble, and though his gaze was fierce as he glared at me, he quickly averted his eyes, wary of the ghost-slaying whip in my hand. Even if my soul were to shatter, I would demand that Gao Jun accompany me to the grave. Li Ming's anguished proclamation intensified the malevolence surrounding his spirit. "What folly is this? If he truly owes you a debt, you could simply inform me, and I would draft a formal document to be sent to the underworld. This matter would surely be adjudicated fairly. However, if you conspire to take a life at this moment, do you truly believe we would let you escape unscathed?" Old Lu's words were a blend of firmness and persuasion, and I found myself intrigued, staring at Gao Jun, who lay momentarily unconscious from asphyxiation. What could he have possibly done to incite such wrath from Li Ming? My very existence hangs in the balance. Because of him, Li Ming was a truck driver. A month prior, he had accepted a job via his mobile device, traveling from Ling County to a town under Jiang City, a journey that typically required 7 days for a round trip. Yet, with his wedding anniversary with his wife, Wu Aishu, approaching, he was determined to return home on that special day. On the 7th day, just as he was nearing home, his phone rang. It was Wu Aishu calling. Expecting her inquiry about his arrival time, he answered the call with joy, only to be met with the most despicable of sounds. The man who had betrayed him was none other than his own brother-in-law, Gao Jun. His blood surged with fury, disregarding any speed limits as he pressed down hard on the accelerator. Yet, his focus was utterly elusive. The mere thought of Gao Jun frolicking with Wu Aishu ignited a desire within him to rend the two of them into pieces. Alas, fate was unkind. In his moment of distraction, a car ahead came to an abrupt halt. Startled, Li Ming instinctively swerved the steering wheel to avoid a collision, but it was too late. He met his demise, crushed within the confines of the vehicle, his right leg grotesquely twisted. After transforming into a ghost, resentment brewed within Li Ming. Why was it him who had to die and not those two scoundrels? This bitterness gradually morphed into an obsession. He yearned for Gao Jun's demise. His spirit drifted back home, witnessing Gao Jun and Wu Aishu exchanging glances filled with intimacy at his own funeral. A profound sense of injustice enveloped him. Only I and old Lu could hear Li Ming's lamentations, while Li Fengmei could only gaze sorrowfully at her husband lying on the ground. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and spoke. "Great Spirit, why does my brother treat Gao Jun so well? Gao Jun has always been kind to him, gifting him items during the holidays and introducing him to opportunities. What could possibly be the reason?" I sighed deeply and turned to old Lu, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to this unfortunate woman. Before I could voice my thoughts, I noticed old Lu nodding slowly. I relayed every word Li Ming had spoken to Li Fengmei. Her expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally to a pallid despair. Ignoring my attempts to dissuade her, She approached Gao Jun, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and unlocked it with his hand. Upon glimpsing the sordid exchanges between him and Wu Aishue, she trembled with rage before ultimately slapping Gao Jun awake. Upon awakening, Gao Jun found his phone in Li Fengmei's hands, and just as he was about to explode with anger, Li Fengmei struck him twice across the face. Holding the phone aloft, she confronted him fiercely, asking, "Is this truly how you feel? That a delicious meal pales in comparison to dumplings, and that amusement is secondary to a sister-in-law?" Just as the tension between them escalated, old Lu cleared his throat, interjecting enough. "Li Fengmei, you are the one who is invested in this matter. You are the head of the household. Do you wish to continue addressing this issue?" Wiping away her tears, Li Fengmei replied, "If this matter is not resolved, how can my brother ascend to the afterlife?" Old Lu shook his head in response, stating he cannot. Even if this issue is settled, it remains impossible, for he met an untimely death. His lifespan was not yet fulfilled. He must linger in this realm until the moment of his natural demise before he can descend to the underworld. However, if we do not resolve this matter, with such immense resentment, he is destined to lose his sanity and become a restless spirit. Then let us resolve it, Li Fengmei declared, lowering her gaze to the marks of her slap on Gao Jun's face. "As husband and wife, I have devoted myself to raising our children and managing our home over the years, yet you treat me in this manner. Upon our return, I shall file for divorce." Turning her back to us, her shoulders trembled, accompanied by the sound of her suppressed sobs. I had already grasped the entirety of the situation and would duly document it to report to the underworld. When Gao Jun's time comes, he shall undoubtedly face the consequences. Li Ming, why sacrifice yourself? If you have any other demands, feel free to voice them. I will ensure that Gao Jun compensates you. Revenge begets revenge. It is wiser to release our grievances. Old Lu now resembled a mediator. Although both of us recognized the significant issues posed by Gao Jun, there was little we could do. The world had its own rules, just as the underworld had its own laws. Compensation? Li Ming scoffed. How could Gao Jun possibly compensate me? He has adorned me with a green hat and caused my untimely demise. Perhaps I might consider exchanging a life for a life. Chapter 22. A neuroscience consultation, brother. This matter is indeed Gao Jun's fault. Rest assured, from now on, I shall visit you during every festival. If that proves insufficient, I will set up a shrine for you at home and offer sacrifices on the 1st and 15th of each month to ensure your spirit is well cared for. Li Fengmei knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to the void, her voice quavering with emotion as she spoke. Observing his sister in such a state, Li Ming's stern demeanor softened, his throat tightened, and his eyes reddened. "Li Ming, if you can place your trust in me, I shall see that you receive justice in this matter. As for Gao Jun's life, let it fade away. You have already inflicted upon him a lasting injury, and he will suffer for it in time." Li Ming wept, his cries echoing the anguish of a tormented soul. Old Lu sighed. "You must take your leave now. I have one final request. I desire a home, for I have nowhere to dwell in this world." Old Lu conveyed Li Ming's words to Li Fengmei, who readily agreed. As Li Ming departed, Gao Jun suddenly found strength returning to his right leg. He stood up and moved it side to side, although discomfort lingered. He was no longer incapacitated. I observed their retreating figures. Upon entering the house, Li Fengmei had supported Gao Jun, yet as they left, she took the lead. As if perceiving my innermost thoughts, old Lu, or perhaps the serpent spirit residing within him, reassured me, "Fear not. Li Fengmei is not one to drink from the same well as her predecessors. Her next partner will surpass Gao Junxiang by 100-fold. Upon uttering these words, old Lu shuddered, his eyes gradually opening as he stretched his arms wide, cracking the bones in his body. He had reacted swiftly moments ago, darting out in an instant. His teasing remark echoed in the air, and seeing my silence, a look of bemusement crossed his face. He rose to stretch his limbs, saying, "Zhou Tai, once you've seen enough, you'll grow desensitized. They say ghosts are terrifying, but what is far more fearsome is the human heart." During dinner that evening, old Lu's phone rang twice. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning peculiar. After much hesitation, he answered the call, and the voice on the other end resonated loudly enough for me to hear clearly through the receiver. Master Lu, didn't you mention some nodules and cysts a while back? I finally found the time to visit the hospital, and indeed, what you said was correct. However, I now have a question. Did I have these conditions because you said so, or did you say so because I had them? Upon hearing the second statement, I was in the midst of drinking water and nearly choked, spraying it out instead. Old Lu handed me a tissue, his expression tinged with exasperation. I recall your ancestral grave was moved once, correct? Yes, I replied. Does the fact that I have a cyst relate to my ancestral grave? It does not, he responded, but your intellect certainly has a connection to it. If all else fails, perhaps you should schedule an appointment with a neurologist next time. After old Lu finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. I couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, while old Lu sighed in resignation, saying, if she weren't ill, where would I look? Am I some sort of sorcerer, conjuring whatever I desire? Should I simply declare myself a billionaire? For this particular task, old Lu earned 200, and though he intended to give me 100, I declined, as I was already relying on his generosity for sustenance. As the days passed without incident and no visitors seeking blessings, old Lu began to teach me the art of drawing talismans and invoking spirits. However, he explained that in my case, this was a ghost hall, and spirits typically would not possess a person but would linger in the surroundings. Thus, the majority I was likely to summon would be the likes of Meng, Sui Hua, and Huang Dachui. Days rolled on. After all, reality diverges from fiction, where one does not encounter ghosts or demons daily. Were that the case, the world would surely descend into chaos. During this time, old Lu also helped me enroll in a driving school, recognizing the inconvenience of lacking a driver's license. Each day, I carried my bag back and forth between the driving school and old Lu's home. At the driving school, I met a portly fellow named Zhang Xiao, who, by the time we attended, was clad in a thin cotton jacket as winter approached. His dark complexion made him resemble a standing bear. Zhang Xiao was not originally from Ling County. After completing university, he was assigned to work here, making him only a few years my senior. At that time, Ling County's driving school allowed for consecutive testing, and by the end of the month I had obtained my license, while Zheng Qiu remained stuck on the second subject due to his demanding job. When we departed the driving school, we exchanged contact information, promising to dine together and share a few drinks in the future. Upon returning home, I found old Lu conversing on the phone. He switched it to speaker mode as soon as he noticed my arrival. A woman's sorrowful voice resonated from the other end of the line. Brother, please help me once more. I refuse to believe he no longer loves me. I've reached out to him countless times, yet he remains utterly indifferent. Is he unwell? Or perhaps there is trouble at home, and he fears burdening me? What should I do? I raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring how to advise her. Lao Lu smiled faintly, his expression reflecting a sense of control, and with a single remark, he prompted the woman to hastily terminate the call. He curses you. Not only that, but the two of you are also incompatible. If you were to marry, life would be a silent struggle. After the call ended, I questioned, so, is everything all right? What if they are meant for each other? I have never believed in the institution of marriage, for to me, the distinction between fate and misfortune is negligible. If a woman approaches me seeking clarity about her marriage, enduring both physical and verbal abuse from her husband, yet I perceive it as a destined union, would that be just? Conversely, if the same woman divorces and remarries a man who treats her exceptionally well, and I label that as a misfortune, would that be fair? I maintain that as long as one finds joy, happiness, and hope in their relationship, it constitutes a good fate. Moreover, I assert that my insight is indeed accurate. Their compatibility is lacking, their destinies mismatched, and they are unlikely to thrive together. Besides, her feelings for this man are not profound. It is merely a matter of pride. Life continues in its unremarkable cadence. Lao Lu consults several divinations daily, and I assist him. When our earnings are plentiful, we indulge in dining out. When modest, we dine at home. 3 days later, I received a call from Zheng Xiao. Brother, are you available? Could you bring me some food? I'm hooked up to N4 at the hospital and can't go out. I'm worried about the infusion reaction. I called all my colleagues, but none of them answered. I glanced at the clock. It was 11 o'clock at night, precisely the witching hour, and his voice sounded frail and weak. Just as I hesitated, a voice echoed in my mind, Go. Which hospital are you in? Tell me what you would like to eat, and I will bring it to you. After confirming the hospital and the ward, I walked to Lao Lu's room and heard the sound of the television coming from inside. I knocked lightly 3 times and informed him that I was stepping out. I casually picked up some bread and milk from the supermarket before driving toward the county hospital where Zheng Xiao was located. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, I checked each ward until I finally found Zheng Xiao in the innermost room. He looked pale and weak, sitting on a stool, while an ominous elderly woman occupied the seat in front of him. Chapter 23. A Dog's Eye Sees No Gentleman. Zheng Xiao's ward was spacious, furnished with 4 rows of stools, and contained only him and the elderly woman. The old lady wore an expression of resentment, glaring at Zheng Xiao with palpable animosity, while he seemed oblivious, engrossed in his phone. Dressed entirely in black, I instantly recognized her attire as that of a funeral shroud, and it dawned on me that she was a ghost. Hearing my footsteps, Zheng Xiao looked up and, upon recognizing me, smiled sheepishly. "Thank you for coming, Zhou Tai. The anti-inflammatory medication is quite harsh on my stomach." As I exchanged pleasantries with him, I caught a glimpse of the elderly woman out of the corner of my eye and noticed that the color of her funeral garment appeared somewhat off, as if it were damp. "What is the matter with you, Qiao?" I inquired. I tore open a bag of bread for Zheng Xiao, who was devouring it ravenously, and then I opened a bottle of milk for him. After swallowing a mouthful, Zheng Xiao choked a little due to his hurried eating and took a couple of sips of milk before exclaiming, "You can't blame anyone but that unscrupulous boss." He continued. Chundong insisted on experiencing the winter atmosphere and organized a team-building activity, taking us hiking. As soon as I returned, I came down with a fever that has lingered for 2 or 3 days. The first couple of days were manageable. I got off work early and received treatment. At that time, I could still return home for meals and rest. Today, however, he insisted that I meet a project deadline. I had to work while sick, and he even made me stay late. Can you believe that? I nodded in agreement, and then cut to the chase. "Have you dreamed of the old lady recently?" I briefly described her appearance, and upon hearing my words, Zheng Xiao shifted the bread away from his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise. "How did you know?" "That was my grandmother, who passed away many years ago. I dream about her often, and she always seems to be watching me from a distance." He pointed to his dark circles under his eyes. I observed them closely. They were a deep shade of black, clearly indicative of a haunting presence. I raised my hand and pointed in the direction of the old lady. "She's right there, glaring at you fiercely." Zheng Xiao could not perceive the elderly woman. He could only see me gesturing at the void. Yet, in light of my previous remarks, he began to fidget uneasily. Had it not been for the intravenous drip tethered to his hand, I surmised he would have fled at once. I had not provoked her. Besides, how many years had it been since her passing? My mother had burned offerings for her during the festivals. What was her purpose in haunting me? Zheng Qiao's voice trembled, and his hands quivered slightly. However, I had no time to attend to him, for the old woman fixed her fierce gaze upon me and rose from her seat. I scoffed lightly and summoned the ghost whip, a manifestation visible only to her and me. The moment the whip appeared, her expression shifted, and she retreated back to her chair. "Speak quickly, and then depart," I commanded. Zheng Xiao stood bewildered, witnessing my conversation with the void and my hands gesticulating. Had I not accurately described the old woman's appearance moments prior, he might have deemed me mad. "The grave is leaking," she lamented, her voice thick with resentment, as she lifted her sleeve to reveal the water stains. I relayed her words to Zheng Qiao, who, disregarding the late hour, immediately called his father. "Indeed, the grave is leaking. Not only your grandmother's, but also your great-grandfather's. The recent heavy rains in our area have caused this, and we were just planning to repair it tomorrow." Zheng Qiao's grandmother overheard this, and, with a cold huff, departed. As soon as she left, Zheng Qiao felt a sudden relief from the heat enveloping him. I requested a thermometer from the nurse. His temperature registered at 36.5 degrees Celsius, returning to a normal state. Zheng Qiao found it somewhat incredulous. "So my recent fever is related to my grandmother? Yet when she was alive, she cared for me dearly, providing me with treats. Why now does it feel as though she is tormenting me?" I sat back down on the stool. If a ghost becomes too enmeshed in the mortal realm, Over time, it will gradually lose its emotions, its desires. A spirit like your grandmother, who has been deceased for several years and has yet to be reincarnated, has long since shed her feelings. Although she recognizes you as her grandson, her emotional ties to you have faded. Only those who have cultivated themselves in the afterlife and possess a certain spirituality retain their emotions akin to the living. What if she comes to find me again? Must I endure this once more? Ideally, you should be full of vitality, and she shouldn't be able to approach you. However, given that you recently participated in a team-building mountain climb, experiencing fluctuations between cold and heat, you may have caught a slight cold and become somewhat weakened, which is why she could reach out to you. There is no need for fear. Maintain a regular exercise regimen to bolster your immunity, and the spirits will steer clear of you. When Zheng Xiu finished his 4-drip and we parted ways at the hospital entrance, he pulled out 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me. I was aware of the customary practice. Since you assisted me in resolving this matter, I should typically offer more. Yet, I found myself with little left. His tone carried a hint of embarrassment. I took 2 bills from his hand and gestured for him to get into the car. 200 will suffice. It's merely a helping hand between friends. Nothing too formal. Get in. I'll drive you home. By the time I returned home after dropping Zheng Xiu off, it was already 3 in the morning. Just as I had begun to drift into slumber, my phone rang once more. I blinked my bleary eyes open, and to my surprise, the caller ID displayed Zheng Xiu's name. Upon answering the phone, I heard the frail voice of Zheng Xiu. Zhou Tai, why am I feverish again? At that moment, a vivid image surfaced in my mind. Zheng Xiu lay upon his bed, with his grandmother standing beside him, and next to her stood a red fox, approximately a meter tall. Their expressions bore no resentment. Rather, they appeared remarkably calm, standing by the bedside. Suddenly, I felt that this fox and spirit were approaching me. After inquiring about Zheng Xiu's residence, I seized the car keys and descended the stairs. 30 minutes later, I arrived at Zheng Xiu's doorstep. I knocked gently on the door, and from within, Zheng Xiu weakly replied, opening the door. Instantly, I spotted the elderly lady and the red fox seated beside the sofa. Upon noticing my arrival, the fox lowered its head for a moment before promptly lifting it again, as if greeting me. What do you seek from me? I inquired. Perhaps taken aback by my directness, the elderly lady paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure to respond. This esteemed being, and I wish to come to your hall for cultivation. I maintained a stern demeanor, shielding Zheng Xiu behind me, believing my presence could alleviate some of his discomfort. If that is your intention, why not approach me directly? Why put your grandson through this ordeal? Furthermore, not just anyone can enter the hall. Having been roused from a pleasant dream, my tone was somewhat brusque, causing the elderly lady to feel a bit embarrassed. I possess spiritual prowess, she asserted. You have only just passed away a few years ago. What prowess do you possess? Before the elderly lady could retort, the fox beside her turned, and a wisp of white smoke began to rise. As the smoke dissipated, the fox vanished, transforming into a human form. This fox appeared strikingly handsome, with red hair cascading over his shoulders. The only incongruous aspect was the axe he held in his hand. The axe's handle gleamed with gold, and the weapon emitted a chilling light, pointing directly at me. How dare you speak? It continued, you've only just arrived, and already you look down upon others. You're truly overstepping your bounds. I shall teach you a lesson. I scoffed, summoning the ghost-repelling whip from my hand, a chill emanating from the depths of my bones. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld a ghostly general emerging from the void before me. Chapter 24. I never speak nonsense. The ghostly general radiated a dark aura, with a broadsword sheathed at his waist, clad in black and gold armor. His tiger-headed shoulders glaring fiercely. I had encountered this formidable figure in my second aunt's military camp. He was the guardian general of our hall. A proper ghostly hall must possess 4 pillars and 8 columns, with the 4 pillars represented by the Hu and Huang serpents, while the 8 columns are designated as sweeping the hall, watching the hall, connecting the hall, guarding the hall, ascending to the heavens, returning to the earth, obstructing the path, and scouting the troops. In my ghostly hall, though the 4 pillars were lacking, all 8 columns were present, albeit filled with spirits. Moreover, as I had heard from old Liu, my second aunt held a significant position in the underworld. Otherwise, the ghostly hall could not have been established. The guardian general emanated a dense, ghostly energy. Though not as formidable as my second aunt, he was still of considerable prowess. The ghost and fox before me fell silent. I jestingly remarked, "What Hussein said is true. I possess little skill, but my family's general is indeed formidable." Noticing the red fox still directing his axe at me, the ghostly general slowly drew the broadsword from his waist. The axe in the red fox's hand gradually lowered, and his tone softened. "I just remembered, I seem to have some pressing matters to attend to over there. Perhaps I should take my leave." After the red fox departed, the old lady found herself a loss, yet she stubbornly refused to leave, incessantly berating and claiming her own spiritual prowess, asserting that she had once served the celestial beings. The ghostly commander, with a sinister gaze fixed upon her, slowly articulated, "Zhang King, you indeed worshipped the immortals in your lifetime, but that was within the realm of the household altar, not the spirit summoning altar." The fundamental distinction between these two is that the household altar is characterized by a yellow altar tablet, whereas the spirit summoning altar is denoted by a red altar tablet. The red tablet signifies a call to arms, preparing for the forthcoming summon. Thus, a single altar typically commands legions of spirits. In contrast, the household altar, as its name suggests, is dedicated to ensuring the safety and prosperity of the family. And indeed, a few celestial beings may preside there, possibly from this individual or their ancestors, who in a previous life rescued an animal yet to achieve spiritual transcendence. After receiving a certain blessing, the animal ascends to immortality, returns to express gratitude, and eventually, after several lifetimes, retreats back to the deep mountains. The old lady, undeterred, retorted fiercely, "But I can also draw soul-restraining talismans to soothe frightened children. That pertains to the household altar. I can calculate, locate lost items, and discern omens. That is also the household altar. My altar tablet is red. How can you claim it is a household altar? You speak nonsense." The ghostly commander replied earnestly, "I do not speak nonsense. You are merely fated to the household altar." The old lady continued to glare furiously at the ghostly commander and me, gritting her teeth before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Zhang Xiao, standing behind me, looked utterly bewildered. In his eyes, I appeared to be conversing with the air, accompanied by gesticulations. Were it not for my accurate description of his grandmother's appearance and the leaking grave while I was in the hospital, he would likely have contacted a psychiatric facility by now. When the old lady departed, the dawn was dimly lit outside. I bowed to the ghost, requesting its return to the ancestral hall, and then I left Zhang Qiu's home. He had intended to give me some money, but the old lady and that red fox sought him out due to their inability to locate me. In essence, Zhang Qiu's subsequent fever was a consequence of my actions. How could I possibly accept his money? I used the 200 yuan to refuel old Lu's vehicle before returning home, collapsing into bed and sleeping until the sun was high in the sky. Upon opening the door, I found old Lu reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a tedious television program. Noticing my heavy dark circles, he teased, "What time did you sleep last night, you rascal? Were you up to no good?" His tone was filled with jest, but I waved my hand and recounted the events of the previous day in detail. I expected praise, but to my surprise, he straightened up, his brow furrowed, and spoke with a grave tone. "That old lady will return. She cannot access your ancestral hall. If she wishes to have someone worship and offer incense for her spiritual practice, whom do you think she is most likely to target?" The image of Zhang Qiu floated into my mind, and I hurried to my room to retrieve my phone and dial his number. After 5 rings, he finally answered, his voice thick with nasal congestion as he deliberately lowered his tone. "What's up, Zhou Tai? I'm at work. Who was in charge of your grandmother Zhang Guiying's offerings before?" That list was burned by my father. When my grandmother was alive and making offerings, they did not believe. After her death, they certainly burned it right away. The phone was on speaker, and old Lu clearly heard everything. He spoke in a deep voice. "In a moment, Zhou Tai will send you an address. Make sure to come over as soon as work is done. Your grandmother will probably come looking for you tonight." After hanging up, I hesitated slightly before asking, Is the old lady's urgency to visit related to that burnt red list? Indeed, the list was burned, leaving the celestial beings without a place to reside, which must have exerted pressure on the old lady. Otherwise, she wouldn't confront your family as spirits so boldly. Then why does her family maintain a protective altar yet possess a red list? Old Lu pondered for a moment and replied, there are two possibilities. The first is that the person who established the altar made an error. It was meant to be a protective altar, but they mistakenly interpreted it as a spirit medium altar. The second possibility is that the old lady's ancestors established it this way, and it has remained a red list through the generations. Over the years, although she has recruited some minor talents, I suspect her health has deteriorated significantly. This old lady lacks the affinity for this practice. Even with the red list, the spirits she summons are unlikely to be legitimate celestial beings, but rather wandering souls. That evening, while dining with old Lu, there was a knock at the iron door. I set down my bowl and utensils to answer it, revealing a breathless Zhou Tie outside. Upon seeing the food in my bowl, he instinctively swallowed. I smiled and invited him to join me for a meal. You might as well stay the night. Let's squeeze into the same room. If the old lady comes, she won't be able to bother you. Zhou Tie buried his face in the bowl, nodding vigorously. He, too, preferred not to return to an empty room, as it would frighten him. I recounted the general situation to Zhou Tie and inquired if he would be willing to establish a shrine. He separated his face from his rice bowl, shaking his head vigorously like a clapper. Zhou Tai, Uncle Lu, I said, I mean no offense. I hold great respect for you. However, I must emphasize that I have a legitimate job with room for advancement. Moreover, I have always been timid and possess little interest in supernatural entities. I consider myself a semi-atheist. If I were to confront spirits and predict fortunes, I would undoubtedly be frightened to the point of collapse. Old Lu and I chuckled at the expression on his face and further discussed how he wished to resolve this matter. With a lowered head and a somber tone, he said, my grandmother was indeed kind to me when she was alive. I hope we might avoid causing her distress and find a suitable arrangement for her. Just past 11 in the evening, the voice of the guardian spirit echoed in my mind. The old lady has arrived, and she has brought quite a number of people. Chapter 25. The resolution of a young spirit. As soon as I heard this voice, my eyes flew open. Zhou Tie, beside me, was sound asleep, snoring softly. I rose quietly and opened the door. Old Lu emerged simultaneously, and we exchanged a knowing glance, both gazing towards the iron gate. Old Lu stood before the altar, lighting a stick of incense. I stretched my limbs and summoned the ghost-repelling whip, with the guardian spirit materializing behind me. The two guardian spirits flanked me, one on each side. After old Lu finished his incense offering, a myriad of ethereal figures appeared faintly behind him. How lively it is! The voice of Huangzhu resonated in my mind, and I rolled my eyes in response. Why don't you come out and take a look? That won't do. What if I get hurt? I still need to go back and gather herbs later. Old Lu pulled out a stool and sat solemnly before the offering table. Open the door to welcome our guests. I approached the iron gate and slowly opened it, revealing the grim face of the old woman. Behind her stood 8 celestial beings, each bearing distinct forms, from the serpentine Hu Huang to the others, all of which astonished me with their transformative appearances. The weasel possessed a beast's head and a human body. The red fox shoulder knacks, and the python indeed had a human head atop a human body, though its skin was adorned with white scales. The remaining figures varied greatly in appearance, yet none were entirely human. They either had beastly heads atop human forms or vice versa. I stepped back a couple of paces and raised my arm in a gesture of invitation. Huangdezui's voice echoed once more. These few may not possess high cultivation, but they are promising candidates for herb gathering. Old Tai, could you possibly procure them for me later? We shall discuss that later. As the old woman and her celestial entourage entered the room, their gazes remained fixed upon me. I curled my lips into a knowing smile. I must tell you, today you must. Before the old woman could finish her thought, her voice abruptly ceased, for she had spotted old Lu seated on the stool, along with the swirling apparitions behind him. 3 celestial beings emerged from the phantoms, each clad in golden armor. Striking in appearance, their capes billowing without wind, exuding an air of formidable authority. Compared to the celestial beings accompanying old Lu, those following the old woman were distinctly lacking. Their cultivation levels far inferior, their human forms not fully developed. The elderly woman took a step back, seeking to exit through the iron gate, yet I obstructed her path. While the two specters at my side drew their curved blades, positioning them before their chests. Caught in a dilemma, she found herself at an impasse when old Lu interjected. "All who come are guests. Why not sit and converse?" His tone bore a semblance of politeness, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of menace, evident in the expression etched upon his face. The old woman inhaled deeply, a faint smile surfacing as she approached the sofa and gracefully took her seat. "I did not expect this young man to have an ally like you." She conceded. "I yield, and you may handle me as you wish. However, I must emphasize that the celestial beings accompanying me possess considerable prowess. I simply wish for them to find a suitable resting place." Old Lu chuckled softly, reclining against the chair's backrest. "Permit me to speak frankly. Even without my intervention, the ghostly soldiers and commanders at this young man's command could easily entomb you alive." He continued, "I have a proposition for you, dear lady. You aspire to continue your cultivation, yet with your current level of attainment, you are ill-equipped to ascend to our respective halls." Upon hearing this, the old woman's brows furrowed, her expression hinting at annoyance. However, he resumed, "You are a person of exceptional ambition. Commonplace halls would undoubtedly hold no allure for you." The old woman's brows relaxed, her demeanor shifting to one of appreciation. "Thus, I propose that my celestial beings escort you to the underworld for further cultivation. Once you have attained the necessary prowess, you may return." The elderly woman's eyes darted around, and after a pause, she lifted her gaze to her surroundings. She was acutely aware that she was encircled by the celestial beings from old Lu's hall, leaving her no avenue of escape. It was clear to her that whether she acquiesced or not, she had no choice but to comply with the circumstances of the day. Yet, within the murky depths of the old lady's gaze, the figures of her ancestral deities materialized, stirring a sense of unease within her heart. She inquired, "What shall become of my ancestral spirits?" Old Lu refrained from responding immediately, turning instead to me. "Zhou Tai, my hall is at capacity. I am no longer accepting disciples." "What of yours?" Recalling Huang Dezue's counsel, I replied, "Very well, they may come to me." Thus, the matter was splendidly resolved. That very night, I found myself in a dream where Huang Dazue led a group of deities to a mountain range. He gestured towards a peak, instructing them to gather medicinal herbs. Though they were reluctant, Huang Dazue's imposing stature inspired an innate fear. He proclaimed that should they collect a sufficient quantity of herbs, they would earn a fitting reward, be it herbs or elixirs crafted by him. These treasures would greatly aid in their cultivation. As the dream shifted, I found myself in a military camp where the Red Fox, with whom I had previously exchanged sharp words, was now holding a wooden basin in her left hand and a cloth in her right, sorrowfully cleaning the weapons and furniture within the barracks. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent drum beats echoed from outside. The expression on the Red Fox's face transformed, and she hastily set aside her basin and cloth, seizing an axe before dashing out. Outside, a row of ghostly soldiers and generals stood in formation, with the Red Fox positioned at the rear, her gaze resolute. Just as I was on the verge of awakening, the ghostly soldiers and the Red Fox returned from outside, their garments tattered, yet their faces radiant with joy. The Red Fox, wielding her axe, linked arms with a ghostly general, and I sensed that her cultivation had indeed progressed further. As I awakened from my dream, I realized that Zheng Qiu had already departed. On the offering table beside me, 400 yuan lay pressed down, which I promptly took out and gave to old Lu. "What is this for?" I inquired. Old Lu was busy preparing a meal, and the sound of the range had drowned out his words. After a moment of contemplation, I finally grasped his meaning. "Without your support, I doubt they would heed my commands, so this money rightfully belongs to you." As old Lu placed the dishes onto the table, the noise of the range had ceased. He chuckled. "Zhou Tai, you still do not comprehend the true power of your family's altar. If you were not formidable, would those elderly lady celestial beings willingly follow you in your practices? Do not be deceived by their appearance. They are quite skilled in the outside world as well." These celestial beings are solely devoted to their cultivation. If you were inconsequential, they would not linger here, even if it meant facing death. You currently lack confidence in yourself. Now, quickly put the money away. After we finish our meal, you must accompany me on a journey. Where to? I asked. To Qiao Family Village. Someone has requested our presence. At the dining table, old Lu showed me a photograph of a girl who appeared to be around my age, perhaps 17 or 18. With her hair styled in two playful pigtails and dressed in athletic wear, she radiated joy, yet I sensed an aura of golden light swirling around her features. A young deity, I instinctively rebutted in my mind. How can this little girl possibly be a deity? The inner voice faded away, but I still voiced my thoughts aloud. Old Lu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she is a young deity. She is currently 17, and if her fate remains unresolved before she turns 18, she will perish. Chapter 26. A young age without proper learning, how could she, being a girl, possibly be a celestial boy? My tone was laced with confusion. Her primordial spirit was indeed that of a celestial boy, originally a divine attendant under the command of a deity. Yet, out of curiosity for the mortal realm, she had stealthily escaped, only to mistakenly inhabit a female form. There exist both true and false celestial boys. The true ones are akin to her, while the false ones merely possess a hint of uniqueness in their fate, some of which also require unraveling. Old Lu was incessantly teaching me the intricacies of this field. I continued to inquire. They say that in heaven, a single day equals a year on earth. Can't she simply live out her life in peace? Why must they call her back? Old Lu shot me a sideways glance. Are you a fool? She serves a legitimate deity. If she does not return to fulfill her duties, shall the deity perform the tasks herself? It is impossible for there to be only her among the celestial boys and girls under the deity's command. Each celestial boy and girl has predetermined responsibilities. It is unthinkable that she could remain here, enjoying the mortal experience, while others toil doubly hard. Furthermore, there are rules above. Without regulations, order cannot be maintained. If one were to run away today and another tomorrow, would the divine realm cease to function? She is in violation of these protocols. Upon reflection, old Lu's words resonated with truth. My tone softened. So how shall we address this matter? If this cannot be resolved, will she truly perish? What will become of her parents? Lao Lu's demeanor was somewhat grave as he sighed after a prolonged silence, expressing a sense of helplessness. If we cannot resolve this, the higher-ups will indeed require her return. Once she turns 18, she will meet her demise. Were the situation not so pressing, we could send in a substitute to take on some of the tasks for the deity, allowing the substitute to fulfill their duties until the boy's lifespan concludes, at which point he would naturally face his reckoning. Each person's fate and life are preordained. If this young girl's parents are destined to lose their child, there must be a reason, either karmic consequences or misdeeds from a previous life. After hastily finishing our meal, Lao Lu and I boarded the vehicle, heading towards Qiao Family Village. The road to the village was unpaved, making for a rather bumpy ride. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, Lao Lu halted the car. Before us stood a pair of iron gates. Lao Lu and I alighted from the vehicle. He approached the door to knock while I opened the trunk to hoist the cloth bag we had brought along onto my back. Coming. A voice responded from within, followed by a cacophony of barking dogs, and then the sound of a man's reprimand along with the patter of footsteps. As the iron gate swung open, a man's head emerged, sporting a crew cut, wrapped in a military coat and clad in cotton slippers. You must be Master Lu, he said, his tone polite yet slightly hoarse, an imprint of a slap faintly visible on his face. Lao Lu nodded and introduced me to the man, revealing his name to be Qiao Xinyuan. Qiao Xinyuan intended to take the cloth bag from my shoulder, but upon noticing my slight retreat, an expression of embarrassment flickered across his face. Uncle Qiao, there are too many items in here. It wouldn't be necessary for you to trouble yourself. Qiao Xinyuan chuckled lightly, dismissing the earlier incident from his mind, and ushered us into the house. The temperature inside was somewhat elevated, and Qiao Xinyuan invited us to sit by the Kong to warm ourselves. The winter in northeast China is characterized by a biting cold that can render one as body rigid. As Lao Lu and I settled into the Kong, we noticed an elderly woman, around the same age as Qiao Xin, whose gaze towards us was laced with hostility. While I continued to stare at her, Qiao Xin Yuan introduced her as Huang Yuling, his wife. A glance exchanged between Lao Lu and me, combined with the slap mark on Qiao Xin Yuan's face, led us to two conclusions. First, Qiao Xin Yuan had been struck. Second, Huang Yuling was skeptical of this. Lao Lu signaled to me, and we simultaneously rose to our feet, a gesture that momentarily startled Qiao Xin Yuan. Well then, Qiao, since your wife does not believe in this, there is no need for us to endure this futile endeavor. We shall take our leave. Before Qiao Xin Yuan could utter a word of persuasion, Huang Yuling scoffed. What are you trying to pull with your tricks? People like you are nothing but frauds. You speak in riddles, but all you want is money, isn't that right? And what is this nonsense about my daughter being a virgin? Can't you tell whether she is a boy or a girl? In a flurry, Qiao Xin Yuan reached out to grasp Huang Yuling's arm, only to be met with a sharp slap as she cursed, Qiao, how on earth did I end up blind enough to marry you? How can you still believe these charlatans? Our daughter was frail in her youth, and yet you insisted on consulting shamans. We spent a fortune and endured countless insults, yet when has she ever improved using their methods? Was it not I who accompanied you to the hospital for your treatments, enabling you to reach this age? My dear daughter, throughout your growth, who has been by your side during your illnesses but me, while you merely resorted to prayers and offerings? I have come to understand that Huang Yuling's anger and resentment are not solely directed at us, but also at Qiao Xin Yuan. She harbors grievances against him. Lao Lu chose not to listen further, turning to step beyond the threshold, while I recalled his words, if unresolved, one may perish by 18. Though I had intended to leave with him, I found myself rooted to the spot, gazing at Huang Yuling, my expression devoid of any distractions. Aunt, I can assist your daughter without any compensation. May I help her resolve this? Upon hearing my words, Lao Lu halted, turning back to look at Huang Yuling. We both wished to prevent a young life from being extinguished, particularly one so tender in years. Did I not scold you instead of your family? At such a young age, you failed to learn properly. I wonder how your elders have raised you. Get out. The moment I heard her insult my family, my fists clenched tightly, and a surge of fury ignited within me. Just as I was about to utter a retort, Lao Lu grasped my hand, guiding me away. As we settled into the car, prepared to drive off, Qiao Xin Yuan emerged in pursuit, holding two unopened boxes of liqueur cigarettes, eager to hand them to Lao Lu. However, Lao Lu declined, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. As we reversed out, we caught sight of Qiao Xin Yuan standing there, watching us depart. In the car, silence enveloped us for an extended period, until we neared home, at which point Lao Lu broke the stillness with a smile. Zhou Tai, are you feeling upset? My throat tightened slightly as I responded with a muted hum. Do not dwell on it, such is fate. Lao Lu shifted the topic. Do you know why one must charge others for consulting the divination? I shook my head in ignorance. It is due to the principle of cause and effect. When you interpret the divination for someone, you intertwine with their fate, or rather, you assume the burdens of their karma. Consequently, they must compensate you to resolve this connection. The greater the implications of their fate, the higher the fee. If events that were destined to occur in their life do not transpire, they consequently forfeit something, akin to the saying that losing money can avert disaster. Will that girl truly perish? Chapter 27. The Shadow of Romantic Entanglement. Lao Lu fell silent, and all I could hear were the roaring of the car and the rush of the wind. Time slipped away, and before long, I had almost forgotten the tale of that girl. Until the end of the year, on New Year's Eve. Lao Lu, tonight, I wish to savor sauerkraut stewed with pork belly. Lao Lu chuckled and playfully scolded me as he grabbed a basket to fetch the ingredients. Upon opening the iron gate, a figure stood before us. It was Qiao Xin Yuan. His eyes were red and swollen, as if he had just emerged from tears, and he wore a black cloth around his cotton jacket, inscribed with the character for mourning. Upon seeing him, both Lao Lu and I understood immediately. We invited him inside, and I poured him a cup of hot tea. He slowly began to speak, his voice hoarse and strained, as if it were being wrenched from his throat. A few days ago, that girl tragically passed away, struck by a vehicle. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. However, on that fateful day, the roads were blanketed in snow, and it was a tricycle which could hardly travel at great speed. According to the tricycle driver, as he approached the girl, he suddenly felt as though a veil had descended before his eyes, rendering him blind to everything around him. Upon regaining his vision, he beheld a young woman lying motionless in the snow, seemingly in a deep slumber. Yet, when he reached out, he discovered that she had already departed this world. At this point, Xiao Xian was overcome with grief, his voice trembling as he clutched old Lu's sleeve, exclaiming, "My daughter is not yet 18. Her life has hardly begun. Why? Why must this happen to me? The heavens are unjust." Witnessing Xiao Xinyuan's staggering silhouette, my heart sank to the depths of despair. I could sense that old Lu, too, bore a heavy heart. That evening, we dined in a suffocating atmosphere, and as I gazed at the steaming plate of sauerkraut stew with pork belly before us, I found myself utterly disinterested. For the first time, I pondered the essence of our existence. What purpose do we serve, knowing that this girl was destined to die, yet feeling utterly powerless? On New Year's Day, old Lu and I lounged at home, idly watching uninspiring television programs. As evening approached, we began to believe that no visitors would grace us with their presence that day, when suddenly, a loud knock reverberated through the iron door. I sprang from the sofa, hastily opening the door to reveal a middle-aged woman, her shoulder-length hair neatly styled, clad in a sleek, black knee-length down coat. She appeared remarkably composed. I stepped aside to allow her entry, noticing the flicker of hesitation upon her face as she tightly clutched the strap of her bag. Later, for reasons unknown, her face suddenly turned pale as she stamped her foot and entered the room. The woman sat on the sofa just as the kettle in the kitchen began to whistle. I poured her a cup of hot water and placed it before her. She touched the glass with her hand, her complexion improving slightly, yet she remained silent. "You haven't been sleeping well lately. You often feel a heaviness in your head and a lightness in your body, making it difficult to concentrate on anything." Old Lu spoke first. The woman nodded and slowly replied, "I've been having nightmares these past few days." Old Lu, sitting opposite her, remarked, "Not just nightmares, right?" Upon hearing this, the woman appeared somewhat embarrassed, taking a small sip of hot water, her cheeks flushing. "Yes, and some other kind of dreams." Just as I was about to inquire further, I heard the voice of Huang Dachui echoing in my mind. "Are you a fool? She's talking about colorful dreams. The kind of dreams that are, well, you know." I instinctively scratched my head in understanding. "In your dreams, there is always a scene featuring a man who speaks sweetly to you and urges you to seek him out, correct?" Old Lu's words often paused, as if he were contemplating how to phrase his thoughts without eliciting aversion from the woman. After a moment of silence, she nodded, "Yes." He even gave me a phone number, asking me to call him. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Did you call him?" The woman nodded. "I didn't want to, but after waking, that number feels as if it is etched in my very bones, impossible to forget. That number must be a deadline, right?" "Indeed, I had a friend investigate, and this phone number has been obsolete for 5 years. This is an omen of ill fortune. However, your visit today seems far from trivial." Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, the woman's expression shifted to one of terror. "I dreamed of him again last night. He urged me to follow him. What should I do, master?" The woman trembled in fear, prompting Lao Lu to light an incense stick and coldly instruct, "Calm yourself. Provide me with your name and birth details." After a moment of silence, Lao Lu slightly opened his tightly shut eyes. "He will come again tonight, bearing drums and a lavish palanquin to take you away." Lin Yueling, the woman in question, froze in shock, shaking uncontrollably. "What should I do, master?" "Do not panic. I will draw a talisman for you. Place it beneath your pillow before sleep with a pair of scissors atop it. We will handle the rest." He added, "Remember this. During your dreams, no matter what anyone says to you, do not respond. Not a single word." After Lin Yueling departed, intending to offer Lao Lu some money, he declined, stating that payment could wait until the matter was resolved. Once she left, Lao Lu turned to me. "Join me tonight. I will familiarize you with the process." Confused, I inquired, "Where are we going?" "What will we do? When shall we depart?" Lao Lu offered no reply, leaving me to ponder as I drifted into slumber. In my dream, I opened my eyes to find myself in a modest dwelling adorned with auspicious banners. Through the window, I beheld a woman seated upon the Kong, adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown, her face a canvas of terror, streaked with tears. It was none other than Lin Yueling, who had come to seek out Lao Lu that very evening. "What are you standing there for? Move!" A familiar voice resonated beside me. Turning around, I was startled to discover it was Lao Lu, clad in dark armor and wielding a long sword, flanked by two majestic serpent immortals. "What on earth is happening, Lao Lu?" I instinctively inquired. Just as he was about to respond, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted behind us. Lao Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the nape of my neck and ushered me into the modest dwelling. Upon noticing us, Lin Yueling attempted to speak, but Lao Lu gestured for silence. At that moment, a male voice echoed from outside. "My dear, I have come to take you away. We are finally to be wed." Lao Lu and I concealed ourselves behind the two serpent immortals, who waved their hands, creating an invisible barrier that separated us from Lin Yueling. The footsteps grew ever nearer, and a man clad in a resplendent red wedding gown materialized before me. Chapter 28. Pillage and plunder. The man in the red wedding attire was exceedingly handsome, adorned with a large crimson flower, his face beaming with a radiant smile. As he advanced, nearing Lin Yueling, his expression faltered, shifting towards our direction. He scanned the surroundings, but detected nothing amiss, likely due to the barriers set by the serpent immortals. His smile reemerged as he leaned closer to Lin Yueling, saying, "My beloved, come with me. I shall lead you to a brighter future." "My dear, why do you not open your eyes to behold me? Are you weary of this face?" The man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the trembling Lin Yueling, his tone tinged with confusion. He raised his hand, and his appearance transformed completely. Moments ago, he had possessed sharp brows and charming eyes, but now he bore thick brows and large eyes. "My dear, do you find this visage to your liking?" The man received no response from Lin Yueling, and his expression darkened as he grasped her face, his voice low and menacing. "If you remain silent, I shall tear you to pieces." Lin Yueling trembled even more violently, unable to bear the sight any longer. I summoned the ghost banishment whip, gripping it tightly in my hand as I manifested alongside Old Lu. The moment the man sensed our presence, Old Lu was about to speak, but I had already stepped forward, aiming the whip directly at the man's face. "Do not strike her," Old Lu's voice echoed behind me. The man reacted swiftly, rolling aside just as the whip was about to descend. "So you dare to seek a pretty boy behind my back, Lin Yueling? Today, I shall shatter your very soul." The man ground his teeth, his eyes turning crimson, emanating a dark, ghostly aura. Old Lu and the two serpent immortals intended to assist me, but a multitude of red-clad, malevolent spirits surged in from outside the modest dwelling, ensnaring them. I let out a cold snort and summoned the Ghost King seal bestowed upon me by my second aunt, pressing it down into the void as I shouted, "Where are the ghost generals and soldiers?" "At your command," came the thunderous reply from outside. The man's attention was drawn to the sound, and he beheld a throng of soldiers bearing weapons outside the dwelling, instinctively swallowing hard. "Let's duel, one-on-one. If you possess the courage, very well, then you shall challenge us as a solitary figure against our throng. Your youth pales in comparison to our numbers." Before the words had fully left my lips, I dashed forward. The ghostly general and his soldiers surged in alongside me, joining the fray. The malevolent spirits ensnaring Old Lu were swiftly vanquished by the two valiant Python immortals, each dispatched with a single stroke of their swords. Time passed in a blur. Old Lu and the two Python immortals were seated on the Kong, while I took a rope from the ghost general and bound the man securely. I waved my hand, and the ghost general, bowing in respect, vanished from sight. "Now speak. Why have you persistently pursued Lin Yueling?" Old Lu caressed the gleaming blade in his hand, the threat in his tone unmistakable. The man's face bore the bruises of my blows, and he turned his gaze toward the still-closed eyes of Lin Yueling, a sigh escaping his lips, laden with a century of regret. His name was Sun Qingyi, a scholar from the Guangxu era, who had pledged his heart to Lin Yueling. Yet, the Lin family deemed him unworthy, confining Lin Yueling to her home, forbidding their reunion, and arranging a more suitable match for her. Upon learning of this, Sun Qingyi succumbed to despair, drowning his sorrows in drink until one fateful day, unable to endure the agony of separation any longer, he took a knife to his throat, ending his life in the desolate wilderness. After such arduous efforts to find her, why must fate deny us our union? Sun Qingyi's voice was hoarse, imbued with profound sorrow. As I became enraptured by his tale, the python immortal at old Lu's side scoffed. Your name's Sun Qingyi? Indeed. Then I grant you one final opportunity. What is your name? The python immortal unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed menacingly at Sun Qingyi's face. I was somewhat bewildered by the words of the python immortal. Just as I was about to speak up for Sun Qingyi, he suddenly changed from a sorrowful demeanor to a wicked smile, exclaiming, "Tiske, I never imagined you would see through me so easily. How utterly dull." Sun Qingyi raised his head high, gazing at the python immortal with disdain. "What is the matter? Did I lie? Are you going to kill me? That woman owes me. It is only right that I seek redress. Do you dare to take my life?" As I sat on the edge of the Kong, I lamented the absence of sunflower seeds in my hands. While I was lost in thought, I felt old Lu nudge me with his elbow. Turning to him, I was surprised to see him produce a bag of sunflower seeds from seemingly nowhere and hand it to me. Thus, old Lu and I sat together, observing the argument between the python immortal and Sun Qingyi. "Sun Tinyu, do you have no shame?" The python immortal, known for her aloof demeanor and seldom resorting to vulgarity, was clearly provoked by the shamelessness of Sun Tinyu, also known as Sun Qingyi. "In your past life, you were nothing but a bandit, not some learned scholar. What role are you playing here, pretending to be a romantic figure? And what of it? Survival as a teacher is no different from survival as a bandit. Is it wrong for me to wish to live amidst chaos? What wrong have I committed? You pillaged and wreaked havoc, while Lin Yueling in her past life was merely a modest farmer's wife. You forcibly took her to your mountain stronghold, making her your captive wife. And now you dare to claim she owes you? What audacity! Is there truly no cause and effect? She consumed my resources, wore my clothes, and utilized what I risked my life to reclaim. In the end, she left me with nothing, not even a child, and then took her own life. Does she not owe me?" Just as I was engrossed in the moment, a gust of cold wind swept from behind me. Instinctively, I turned to look, and before my eyes appeared a lengthy tongue. Startled, I trembled and raised my gaze, revealing a woman with disheveled hair, her tongue extending half the length of her body. Just as I was about to summon my demon-repelling whip to strike her, Lao Lu intervened. "Are you a fool? This is the ghostly being from your family's roster." Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, a name surfaced in my mind, Zhang Xiaozui. Unperturbed by my rudeness, Zhang Xiaozui strode past me and approached Sun Tinyu, whereupon she began to whip her head violently. Her long tongue traced circles in the air, prompting Lao Lu and me to duck for cover. The two serpent spirits, shielded by their innate barrier, remained unscathed, while Sun Tinyu was not so fortunate. Again and again, the long tongue lashed across his face, and I heard a feminine voice echoing in my mind. "Zhou Tai, insult him." I unleashed a torrent of the most vile curses I could conjure, despite sharing the same iron lineage. Yet this wretch was utterly inhumane, having committed countless atrocities. Even the punishment of slapping his face felt too lenient. Sun Tinyu, unable to endure the relentless strikes of the tongue any longer, finally began to plead for mercy. The two serpent spirits cleared their throats, signaling Zhang Xiaozui to cease her assault, or rather, to lower her head. I pulled Zhang Xiaozui aside. Sun Tinyu's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. The serpent spirits formed a seal with their hands, and a beam of golden light enveloped Sun Tinyu, causing his figure to dissipate. I, too, awakened from this dream, and upon opening my eyes, Zhang Xiaozui's form materialized before me. Chapter 29. I am not idle. Either the sight of the long-tongued Xiaozui startled me, causing me to spring upright from my bed. "Xiaozui, why are you still here?" I asked, surprised. "I have been dispatched by the King of Monuments to guard you from this day forth," she replied, her voice icy, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of grievance within. I hastily attempted to clarify. "I do not disdain you. It was merely a shock to awaken and find you before me. Please, return to your post within my awareness, and I shall call upon you should the need arise." After Zhang Xiaotsui departed, I exhaled deeply and stepped outside. Ah, the vigor of youth. It was refreshing to feel so lively in the early morning. Old Lu emerged from his room, stifling a yawn. I shot him a glance. Had he awakened to find a long tongue before him, he too would feel invigorated. I swallowed the water in my mouth and inquired, "What transpired in my dream last night? Was it real? Will Lin Yueling be all right? Where has Sun Tiniu gone? Will he not trouble her again?" I bombarded old Lu with a flurry of questions, leaving him somewhat disoriented from his slumber. He accepted the cup of water I offered and drained it in one go before addressing my inquiries one by one. "Do you recall the talisman I bestowed upon Lin Yueling? It was, in fact, a calming charm. Without her slumber, how could we venture into the dream realm? Last night, our souls effectively departed from our bodies, infiltrating Lin Yueling's dreams. In reality, should a spirit possess someone, we could directly expel that malevolent entity. However, Sun Tiniu represents Lin Yueling's shadowy romantic interest. He can only infiltrate her dreams at night. If she remains awake, he does not manifest. Thus, we are left with no choice but to enter the dreamscape to confront him. Sun Tiniu was sent to the underworld by my master, the Python. He had been evading spirits in a mortal realm for nearly a century, and this time, he would face the consequences. Before old Lu could finish his words, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lin Yueling, with a message containing a transfer of 1,000 yuan and a voice note. "Master Lu and Master Zhou Tai, I slept particularly well last night and did not dream at all. This is the fee for the divination I performed yesterday." Old Lu was not one to feign politeness. He accepted the transfer without hesitation and promptly sent half of it to me. "Old Lu, why didn't she dream last night?" I inquired. Multitasking, Old Lu replied while responding to Lin Yueling. "Of course. It was my python spirit who erased her memories of the dream. If she were to learn too much, it would not bode well for her." While we were dining, Old Lu suddenly spoke to me with utmost seriousness. "Zhou Tai, should you wish to independently read the divinations in the future, remember this one thing. Spirits can also deceive. So, do not take everything at face value. If you truly cannot discern the truth, consult your family's spirit to investigate the person's past. Such records are maintained in the underworld." Listening to Old Lu, I sensed a hint of unease. "Old Lu, you're not planning to abandon me, are you?" He chuckled softly, his tone laced with resignation, as he tapped my forehead gently. "I cannot teach you for a lifetime. You must learn to read the divinations on your own. In the end, the only one you can trust is your family's spirit." Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Suddenly, Old Lu's phone rang, and upon answering, a frail voice inquired, "May I speak with Master Lu?" "Yes, it is I. It is as follows. My daughter has passed away, yet before her demise, her eyes were wide open, unable to close despite her efforts. Would you be so kind as to come and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Lao Lu declined, saying, "Sir, I am not suited for such tasks. You have mistaken me for another. I am a practitioner of the spirit world, not a master of yin and yang." After the call was disconnected, I inquired of Lao Lu, "Why did you not go to see her? Clearly, there is a grievance to address. Could we not consult the elder spirit to inquire?" Lao Lu replied earnestly, "Firstly, I never engage in tasks without purpose. This is a matter of substantial significance and is unrelated to my practice. Secondly, Zhou Tai, remember this. You must adhere to the 3 prohibitions. First, do not inquire about lifespan. Second, do not investigate those on the brink of death. Third, do not concern yourself with the disbelievers." The reason for refraining from probing into lifespan is due to the celestial secrets involved. Our profession already bears enough karmic weight, and revealing such mysteries may shorten one's own life. As for those nearing death, if the King of Hell decrees their fate at the stroke of 3, who are we to intervene until 5? They are destined to depart, and any unresolved matters will be judged in the underworld. Our assistance is futile, for it is all a matter of fate. Regarding disbelievers, if an individual lacks faith, they will repel our efforts. Even if our predictions ring true, they may oppose us, or even fabricate falsehoods. I nodded in acknowledgement, taking his words to heart. Just as I thought this incident was merely a passing episode, unexpectedly, 3 days later, the same number called again. "Lao Daxian, It is as such. Before my daughter passed, she established a shrine, yet none in my household believe. Could you possibly assist in addressing this matter? Old Lu agreed to the matter and inquired about the address. We then set off towards our destination. Half an hour later, upon arrival, there was no need to call for further directions, as we immediately spotted two rees placed before a modest bungalow. With cloth bags in hand, Old Lu and I entered the premises. The courtyard was in disarray, tables cluttered with remnants of meals and cigarette butts strewn carelessly across the ground. Noticing our presence, a middle-aged man approached us. "Are you Master Lu?" His voice differed from that on the phone. Old Lu merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me." The middle-aged man led us into the inner room, where we learned through conversation that he was the deceased brother, named Qian Sheng, and that the caller had been their father, Qian Duobao. As we entered the inner room, an elderly man, presumably Qian Duobao, rose from a heated bed upon our arrival. "Come, sit on the bed and warm yourselves." After we had sufficiently warmed up, Old Lu surveyed the room, but found no ancestral tablet. "Elder, where's the ancestral tablet?" Qian Duobao, having donned his cotton slippers, guided us to the location of the tablet. It was situated in a small room, with curtains drawn tightly, preventing sunlight from entering. I reached out and pulled aside the curtains, allowing a semblance of light to illuminate the space. Meanwhile, Old Lu stood before the ancestral tablet, his expression one of bewilderment, his brows furrowed as if confronted with an enigma. I too gazed at the tablet, sensing an inexplicable strangeness within, a lingering aura of celestial beings that had once existed here, now replaced only by forlorn spirits. The muffled voice of Zheng Xiaotai echoed in my mind as I approached Lao Lu, whispering, "Lao Lu, what is happening?" Lao Lu, aware of my inquiry, subtly shook his head and turned to Qian Duobao, asking, "Is it permissible for us to see the deceased?" Chapter 30. The bizarre death after the funeral. Qian Duobao led us to the mortuary, where the body lay upon a wooden platform, its face draped in a white cloth, clad in a burial garment. The temperature within the room was quite low, comparable to the outside chill, rendering the corpse rigid and covered with a thin layer of frost. Lao Lu lit 3 incense sticks before the body and bowed 3 times in reverence. Then, in a rather irreverent gesture, he stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the deceased's wrist. It was evident that his hand had turned somewhat pale from the cold, while the face was shifting from white to a shade of red. He retreated to find a place to wash his hands and disinfect. Noticing his pallor, I asked, "Is something wrong?" "All her orifices are sealed," he replied. Initially, I struggled to comprehend his words. Sealed or not, she was gone. After a moment, I exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" Lao Lu cast a glance my way, his expression tinged with exasperation. "Why is your reflex so delayed?" he remarked. After the funeral, she should have been fully open to the flow of energy, yet shortly after standing vigil, she died with her eyes wide open and all her orifices sealed. Who could have done this? Were they sealed after her death or before? I shall now consolidate all that I know. If she was sealed prior to her demise, it would indeed explain her restless spirit. Who could be responsible for this? Old Lu shook his head in uncertainty, his expression grave, with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. If she was sealed before death, it is highly likely that it was orchestrated by the individuals who established her shrine. A cursory glance at the shrine list revealed the lingering essence of the old immortal, yet that immortal is now nowhere to be found. Has he departed to another shrine? If so, that would be fortunate, but should he harbor resentment and seek an explanation, matters could become dire. Old Lu exhaled deeply. Upon returning to the house, Qian Duobao brought forth 2 cups of steaming tea and inquired, "Master Lu, how is it to be handled?" "It is manageable when the time comes. I shall simply take the shrine list with me. I see your daughter is quite young. How did this sudden predicament arise?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qian Duobao understood Old Lu's implication and took a sip of his hot tea, beginning to recount the tale of his daughter, Qian Yanhong. Yanhong had not been in good spirits for some time, experiencing episodes of madness at intervals. On one occasion, she sneaked out while I was asleep and went missing. I found Yanhong in a neighboring village. As I was escorting her home, we encountered a woman who appeared unfamiliar, yet spoke with clarity regarding Yanhong's condition. She claimed that Yan Hong's madness could be cured, provided a shrine were established. Upon returning home, I conferred with my son. He expressed skepticism, and to be honest, I too harbored doubts. Yet, I could not shake a glimmer of hope within me. I yearned for Yan Hong's recovery. Thus, I secretly took Yan Hong to seek out that woman and establish the altar. After its establishment, Yan Hong indeed appeared to improve. Her spirits were markedly brighter, and she no longer succumbed to sudden bouts of madness. However, mere days later, as I slumbered, I was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. Rushing to the source, I beheld Yan Hong, her eyes wide with terror, clawing frantically at her throat. Despite my desperate calls, she remained unresponsive, her gaze fixated upon the altar. Before long, Yan Hong departed this world. Old Lu inquired about the precise location of the individual who had facilitated the altar for Yan Hong, and he then led me, along with the altar, away from the Qian residence. As I turned back to glance at the morning hall, I saw Yan Hong's lifeless body lying there, forlorn and solitary. I vowed to seek justice on her behalf. Once seated in old Lu's vehicle, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, as if to signify her unresolved grievances. It was evident that the woman had sealed Yan Hong's fate, thwarting her potential just as she had begun to emerge after 30 long years. Not only was old Xian stifled, but the human spirit was equally oppressed, leading to a tragic demise. A heaviness settled in my chest, prompting me to request a cigarette from old Lu. I lit it, not to smoke, but to watch the smoke drift upward in a trance. Shortly thereafter, old Lu's car arrived in a neighboring village, where he found an open space to park. Just before disembarking, he cautioned me, "Remember, when we enter, I am your father. Do not allow her to touch your wrist or the crown of your head. You may handle her however you see fit. Refrain from revealing your birth details. You take care of her, while I will investigate her family's background. Lao Lu, although I recognize your earnestness, I can't shake the feeling that you are taking advantage of me." After exchanging a few jesting remarks, we arrived at the woman's doorstep. The iron gate stood firmly shut, and Lao Lu stepped forward to knock forcefully a few times. I pressed my ear against the gate, listening intently, but heard no sounds from within. Just as we were about to turn away, a voice emerged from behind us. "Who are you looking for?" I was startled and turned to see a woman standing behind us, appearing to be in her 30s, carrying 2 plastic bags filled with everyday necessities. "Lao Lu deeply? We are looking for Master Chun. It seems she is not home." In the past, practitioners of this craft were referred to as either master or assistant, with master being the one possessed by a spirit, and assistant managing the rituals and offerings. The woman moved between us and unlocked the iron gate with her key, saying, "That would be me. Come in." As we proceeded inside, Lao Lu remarked, "You look remarkably young." Master Chen glanced back at Lao Lu with a hint of impatience in her tone. In this line of work, age is not the determining factor. It is primarily about fate. A younger person, if destined, can manage this craft well, while an older individual, lacking that connection, may falter. Would you not agree with this reasoning? Old Lu nodded eagerly, a smile of agreement gracing his face. "Indeed, I came here today to seek your assistance regarding my son. He has been plagued by nightmares recently, and I am at a loss as to why." "Please, have a seat while I examine the situation," I replied. I sat opposite Master Chun, while old Lu stood to the side, his eyes scanning the room. Whatever he observed seemed to trouble him, as his brow furrowed and his fists clenched tightly, revealing the tension in his veins. Master Chun, seated before me, employed a different approach than ours. Instead of lighting incense, she ignited a herbal roll, a term commonly used to refer to tobacco. As she inhaled, her body began to sway rhythmically, accompanied by audible breaths. I grew increasingly concerned as she yawned repeatedly, fearing she might dislocate her jaw. "Name and birth date," she instructed, her voice deliberately lowered, sending a shiver down my spine, reminiscent of Zheng Xiaocui's voice echoing in my mind. Such a pretender. Even a decades-old spirit dares to play the grandiose wolf. Zheng Xiaocui's words nearly caused me to burst into laughter, prompting me to bow my head and clear my throat discreetly. "I don't know, father, do you?" I inquired. "I have no idea either. On the day you were born, I was busy with the plow. Your mother left shortly after giving birth. and your grandmother raised you. However, she too passed away a couple of years ago, and no one has informed me of anything. This revelation from old Lu rendered Master Chen momentarily speechless. Master, is it possible to divine without a birth date? After a moment's hesitation, Master Chen nodded. It is indeed possible, but the accuracy will not match that of a complete birth date. Yet, as I always say, if there is a connection, one can discern the truth regardless. She possessed slanted eyes, deliberately half open, exuding an aura of ferocity. Master Chen lifted his eyelids and inquired. Name? Zhou Tai, I replied. Age? 19 years. I presume gender need not be asked? Master Chen ignored my retort, his lips moving in a cadence I could not comprehend. I glanced at old Lu, who signaled me to remain calm. You are an extraordinary child, endowed with destiny. You ought to establish your foundation, he continued. You are a celestial crane, cast down to the mortal realm for transgressions. Hence you possess a significant connection to the divine. The upper deities represent the true gods, the celestial beings. Furthermore, your grandmother has passed, correct? I perceive an elderly lady lingering by your side. She wishes to become a revered spirit. Thus, you must first establish your foundation, lest you be deemed unfilial. Not a single word she uttered bore truth. Should I challenge her assertions, she would either argue her point or claim an absence of connection with me. The art of divination indeed hinges upon the presence or absence of affinity. However, Master Chen's determination of such was predicated on whether he could successfully deceive the individual before him. I glanced at old Lu, who discreetly gave me an okay sign, and I understood his gesture as I spoke up. Great Master, are you certain the figure you see is my grandmother? Master Chen mumbled a few more phrases before solemnly stating, Your grandmother is clad in a burial garment, quite meticulous in her appearance. Her attire is neat, and she has spoken to me, asserting that you are her grandson. Who else could she be? Her tone was unwavering, yet I couldn't help but chuckle. My grandmother has been gone for many years. If she has returned to see me, I shall honor her memory and establish my foundation shortly. Then the master said, I am a celestial crane from the heavens, so our connection must be quite profound, right? How? Then, do they share this bond with me? Is it merely from touching the crane's head, or do they perceive me as their steed? Chun, the great deity, remained silent for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes wide and glaring at me. If you do not believe, then it means we lack a connection. Go on your way and do not expect to be seen off. I promptly rose to my feet and departed with Lao Lu. Before we left, I caught a glimpse of Chen's perplexed expression in the reflection of a mirror, which struck me as amusing. She is trying to deceive you. She believes you cannot leave. And even if you wish to go, your father would not permit it. Who could have anticipated that both of you would depart so swiftly? Lao Lu and I hastily entered the car, and as Lao Lu revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. In the rearview mirror, I saw Chan rush out the door, her face flushed with anger as she shouted something incomprehensible. Lao Lu, does she have such a fiery temper? Why is she not still at her establishment? A gleam of satisfaction appeared on Lao Lu's face. This is unrelated. She has realized that her imprisoned elder has been rescued by me. What? Imprisoned elder? Is it from the Qian family? Before I could inquire further, I resolved to summon the elder upon our return home to uncover the truth of the matter. Moreover, Zhou Tai, be prepared. She has learned your true name, and I suspect this woman may come to challenge the establishment tonight. Although the one who consults her is a minor practitioner, there are still formidable individuals within her circle. Upon arriving home, without even shedding my clothes, Lao Lu called upon the elder. Before our eyes appeared a majestic white python, its scales partially shed, marred by numerous bloodstains, with a deep gash piercing through its eye. A sudden wisp of white smoke enveloped the scene, and in its wake stood a middle-aged man with flowing white hair, dressed in white garments. He clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude towards me and old Lu, saying, Thank you both for your timely assistance. Such grievous wounds you bear, esteemed immortal. Your prowess is commendable. How did you come to sustain such injuries? Old Lu responded with a respectful nod. I placed a bottle of white liquor and a pack of cigarettes on the table, and, simultaneously, I noticed the python spirit had conjured an identical bottle of liquor in its hand. After taking a few sips, his countenance flushed, possibly from the potency of the liquor or the painful memories stirred within him. 2 tears escaped his eyes. In her childhood, I had stood by Qian Yanhong, shielding her from numerous calamities, for her ancestors had bestowed kindness upon me, coupled with our fateful connection. In the future, when she establishes her own sect, I too shall accumulate merit. Not long ago, Qian Yanhong's father, having heard rumors of a certain swindler named Chun who claimed to cure madness, was duped into establishing a sect. However, Qian Yanhong was not yet ready for such a step. The time for her destiny had not arrived, and any such endeavor would only summon restless spirits. Seeing my modest abilities, the swindler Chun crafted a talisman, deceiving many for wealth, claiming that Yanhong was accompanied by a protective python spirit. However, he warned that this constant presence might bring her misfortune. He suggested that she could assist in placing me on the roster, inquiring if they would consent. The 2 individuals reached an agreement. Once the host family consented, the deceiver Chun could promptly take me away. With my strength insufficient against her numerous allies, I found myself imprisoned, as she intended to tame me for her purposes. Thus, the injuries you bear were inflicted by the old spirit of Chun's household. The white python spirit nodded. They cannot truly be considered the old spirit of her family. Originally, there was only a minor spirit from the Huang family, the one who cast her divination today. The rest were spirits she cunningly seized from others, guardians who, while lacking the ability to divine, excelled in combat. Was the seal on Qian Yanhong also her doing? The white python spirit finished the remaining wine in the bottle. Indeed, it was her seal. She sought to profit from Yanhong's establishment, while simultaneously preventing her from encroaching on her business, thus sealing all of Yanhong's channels. Yanhong possessed a young Huang spirit, newly cultivated, which was sealed away upon discovery. Qian Yanhong's restless spirit is closely tied to this young Huang spirit, decades of diligent practice, only to be sealed away, condemned to an unremarkable fate. This is a fate suffocated to death. The echo of Zheng Xiaocui's sigh resounded in my mind. After conversing with the white python spirit for a little longer, he prepared to depart, stating his intention to return to the deep mountains to continue his cultivation. Once his abilities had further matured, he would return to exact revenge. Before leaving, the white python spirit raised the wine bottle in gratitude. Thank you both. After his departure, I uncorked the bottle of white liquor on the table and inhaled. The initially pungent aroma had faded significantly. I poured a small sip, finding it nearly indistinguishable from water. Old Lu playfully tapped the back of my head and chided, "You could have chosen a more affordable wine. Now look, it's all been consumed by old Cien." By 9 in the evening, fatigue had already begun to envelop me. As I was about to step into my room, old Lu cast a lingering glance in my direction and remarked, "Zhou Tai, be mindful of your safety." I comprehended the underlying meaning of his words, waved my hand dismissively, and entered my chamber, swiftly succumbing to slumber. In the military camp, I adeptly made my way into the tent occupied by my second aunt. Chapter 32. The mandate of sealing my second aunt sat at the forefront, and upon noticing my arrival, she placed a notebook upon the table. "Xiao Chui has already informed me of the event from earlier today," she began. "I took the liberty of investigating, and it appears that Chun Yu has engaged in numerous deceitful and harmful practices. His acts of sealing others' pathways are merely the tip of the iceberg." She continued, "He even subjects worshippers to calamities. This calamity occurs when a devotee visits Chun to shun for a fictitious ailment. After being seemingly cured, they return home, only to find themselves feeling unwell again within a few days. The devotee inevitably returns to Chun to shun, continuing to pay for treatment. However, the second round of illness is no longer a fictitious ailment. Rather, it is caused by the little yellow spirit from Chunda Shun's dwelling following the devotee home, instigating discomfort. Thus, Chunda Shun can profit from both the initial and subsequent visits, sometimes even reaping threefold rewards. Consequently, one's birth date and time hold significant importance and should not be carelessly shared. If the practitioner possessed any semblance of professional integrity, such occurrences would be avoided. But what if they do not? As I briefly perused the contents recorded in the notebook, indignation swelled within me. Is there truly no way to rectify the actions of such individuals? My second aunt smiled gently, placing a golden scroll upon the table, and gestured toward me. There is a way. It merely depends on your willingness to accept it. I grasped the scroll in my hand and slowly unfurled it, revealing a single character inscribed upon it. Seal. What could this signify? My second aunt rose from her seat, her armor clinking with a metallic sound. With a solemn tone, she pointed at the character and stated, I have faithfully reported this matter to the higher authorities. They have sent down a single character for me, and I ask you, what do you believe it means? I comprehended my aunt's implication. It was a directive to seal off the hall of the great deity Chun. Initially, my heart surged with anger, but soon I found myself ensnared in doubt. Aunt, I have not committed such an act. Furthermore, some celestial beings are coerced into their situations. In that case, should I slay or spare them? My aunt, filled with exasperation, seized my ear and scolded. Are you a fool? We currently possess only the sealing order. The execution order has not yet been issued. Naturally, we must capture them alive and interrogate them later. I held the scroll tightly in my grasp. Casting my gaze upon the densely packed, ghostly soldiers before me, my heart inevitably fluttering with anxiety. Turning to my aunt, I whispered, Aunt, will you accompany me? Old Lou isn't here today. Please stay by my side. With a cold chuckle, my aunt delivered a swift kick to my rear and turned to leave. The ghostly general before me could not suppress a quiet laugh as he and another soldier hoisted me up. Upon exiting the military camp, the scenery transformed instantaneously, and I found myself standing outside the modest dwelling of the great deity Chun. We traversed the courtyard and entered the inner room, which was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, save for the hall that glowed with light. 2 red lanterns illuminated the hall, and as the ghostly general released me, I stepped into the entrance, rapidly expanding the space around me. The red lanterns transformed into crimson lanterns, and the red hall banner morphed into 2 imposing red iron gates. Standing at the threshold were 2 celestial beings adorned with large blades at their waists. Upon noticing our approach, they brandished their weapons and barked, Who dares to intrude? I summoned the ghostly whip, while the specters behind me brandished their arms, exuding an intimidating aura. With a flick of my wrist, I unfurled the golden scroll and proclaimed, I am here today under orders to seal this hall. Surrender your arms, and you may avoid unnecessary suffering. The 2 celestial beings exchanged glances, their voices dripping with mockery. Is it you? You hardly seem mature enough for such a task. Don't come crying to your mother when you scrape your skin. Observing their vile expressions, I finally comprehended the wisdom in old Lu's words. One attracts beings of their own kind, regardless of whether they initially aided the great deity Chun voluntarily. They had now transformed into villains akin to her. The ghostly soldiers swiftly encircled them, subduing them to the ground with ease, rendering them immobile. Disregarding their plight, I advanced directly to the iron gates and kicked them open, revealing yet another transformation within. Before me lay an enchanting landscape of mountains and waters, adorned with pavilions and terraces. As the tranquility was shattered by my intrusion, a dozen unfriendly celestial figures brandishing sharp weapons emerged from the once serene scene. Sensing their intent, I carefully stowed the scroll in my waist, raised my whip, and waved it forward. The ghostly general and soldiers surged ahead, while I veered off towards the innermost depths of this realm. The deeper one delves, the more ominous the surroundings become, with occasional chilling screams punctuated by pleas for mercy and furious curses. Spare me. I will sign. I will cooperate with you. Shinyu, you bastard. May you die a miserable death. Following the source of the voices, I stumbled upon a wooden cabin, beside which lay 5 iron cages, housing Hu Xian, Mang Xian, and Huang Xian. Emerging from the cabin was none other than the formidable Chen Deshun, her eyes a fiery red, her countenance fierce. I knew I found you displeasing. Turns out, you are my rivals. A mere child dares to trespass here? I swiftly drew the scroll from my waist and tossed it to her. She unfurled the scroll, and upon seeing its contents, her expression faltered momentarily before erupting into laughter. What were they thinking assigning this task to you? Do they look down on me? Or do they overestimate your abilities? Soon, Her laughter froze on her lips as a pitch-black spear materialized in her grasp. She discarded the scroll, trampling it underfoot. Today, let us see who dares to seal me. A chill coursed through me as I tightened my grip on the ghost-slaying whip, charging towards Chindashun. In response, she elegantly twirled her spear, intercepting my whip. The clash of the spear and whip produced a jarring metallic sound. Chanda, shan piwotet, her sipi tivisting, causing my whip to lose its heft, and my body instinctively lurched forward. I sensed the turbulent air behind me, yet with my back turned to her, I was at a loss as to where to evade. At that moment, a roar emanated from the nearby cage, Shia stabbing to the right. Hearing the roar, I instinctively ducked to the left, catching a glimpse of the gun barrel glinting ominously, mere centimeters away from me. Clenching her teeth, Chundashi glared at the source of the sound, Hussein, threateningly proclaiming, "Watch how I torment you." Seizing the moment of her distraction, I sprang to my feet, wielding the demon-slaying whip, aimed directly at Chundashi's face. She continued to block with her long spear, but as my foot sank into the earth, I let out a fierce roar, forcing her back 2 steps. Just as I was on the verge of exhaustion, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed behind Chundashi. The ghostly generals and soldiers summoned by my second aunt had arrived. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the spirits, Chundashi realized the tide had turned against her. I felt her grip on the long spear slacken, and seizing this opportunity, I flicked the demon-slaying whip, disarming her. She instinctively shut her eyes, yet the anticipated pain never came. When she opened her eyes, I stood before her, having retracted the whip. Under the restraint of the ghostly generals, I approached her, placing my hand upon her wrist, sealing her meridians using the technique my second aunt had taught me. Did you ever contemplate the consequences of your misdeeds when you were harming others? Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. Chapter 33. The catastrophe of bloodshed after Chundashi was taken away by the ghostly generals. I moved towards the cage nearby, which radiated a metallic sheen and still bore the faint scent of blood. With a swing of the demon-slaying whip, I struck the padlock hanging above. As the sound of shattering metal resonated, the lock broke, and the imprisoned old immortal emerged, transforming into human form. Thank you, my younger brother, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have been trapped here indefinitely. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, a testament to the torment they had endured for an unknown duration. The esteemed elders had suffered greatly. After bidding farewell to these venerable figures, I returned to the military camp where my great-aunt resided, returning the token that hung from my waist. "Well done," she remarked, a rare commendation that left me somewhat bashful, scratching my head in modesty. Yet, it wasn't long before a thought crossed my mind, prompting me to inquire, "Great-aunt, what will happen to this Chun deity now that she has been sealed?" She had committed numerous heinous acts, taking 3 lives and driving 5 others to madness. Her remaining days would be spent in atonement. If I can seal her now, does that mean I could seal anyone I wish in the future? An allure for such extraordinary power flickered within me. But a single statement from my great-aunt doused my enthusiasm like a cold shower. At that point, you would be the one driven mad. Zhou Tai, you are still young and do not comprehend the weight of this power. In time, you will come to understand. As time drew near, she proclaimed, "It is time for you to awaken." Upon her words, I slowly opened my eyes, emerging from slumber, sitting up with my body aching and feeble. I stepped outside, where old Lou was engaged in a phone call on the sofa. "Yes, I've already elevated the roster. Your family no longer has a standing. No, you need not dwell on this matter any longer. Simply take care of your father from now on." After hanging up, old Lou turned to me. "I just spoke with Qian Sheng. You won't believe what I heard." "What?" "Chun deity has gone mad, right after you sealed her." Each word he uttered was steeped in an uncommon gravity, leaving me rooted in place as an icy dread crept up my spine. Has she lost her mind? Is this the fate that befalls those who are sealed off from the world? Observing my bewildered expression, old Lou inquired, "What is the matter? Do you believe you have erred?" I shook my head to convey that I had not. Initially, the chill was merely a response to shock. Old Lou chuckled. "Everything is a matter of cause and effect. She has sown the seeds of malevolence and must inevitably reap the bitter harvest. Besides, you are merely acting under orders." After dining, Old Lu and I were about to venture out to procure ingredients for the upcoming New Year festivities. Just as we donned our attire, a sudden, urgent knock resonated against the iron gate. Exchanging glances with Old Lu, I opened the gate to find a man and a woman standing there. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in designer clothing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a sense of impatience. The woman, in her 50s, had graying hair and carried her bag with one hand. A mere glance at her instilled in me an instinctive awareness that she was difficult to engage with. True to my intuition, upon seeing me, she brusquely shoved me aside and strode into the house with the man. Upon noticing Old Lu, a disingenuous smile spread across her face. Master Lu, finding you has been quite the endeavor. You neither answer calls nor respond to messages. What does this mean? Seeing the pair before him, Old Lu's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he sighed. Sister, I have told you countless times that I do not conduct marriage consultations. Furthermore, there are others in Ling County who offer such services. Why must you insist on my involvement? His sister, whose real name is Feng, had previously sought Old Lu's counsel regarding her fortune. After his brief guidance, her supermarket business flourished, leading her to open a branch the following year. However, today Feng did not come for herself, but rather for her son. The man beside her, Yang Chongli. Master Lu, everything is illusory, only this is real. Feng remained seated on the sofa, delicately placing 3 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills on the coffee table, gazing up at the Old Lu with calm composure. Judging by the thickness, it must amount to 30,000. I glanced at Old Lu, whose expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of emotion. Sister this has nothing to do with money. Perhaps you should seek someone more proficient. Old Lu's words were exceedingly polite, but before Feng could respond, Yang Chongli, standing beside her, grew somewhat impatient. He spat the still-burning cigarette onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, and mocked. What are you trying to prove? Just a mere fortune teller. Do you really think you're something special? Do you believe I can make call and have a dozen of my brothers come over to smash this shabby place? I wonder if you would still be so defiant then. I clenched my fists, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when Old Lu chuckled. Sitting on the sofa and casually nudging the neatly arranged money on the coffee table. Sister while I cannot predict marriage, I can offer insights regarding your son. Before I could utter the last word, Old Lu interjected, your son is in grave danger. In an instant, Yang Chongli seized Old Lu by the collar. Leaning down and pointing at him, gritting his teeth, say that again, you bastard. I stepped forward, gathering all my strength in my arms, and with a forceful tug, I brought Yang Chongli crashing to the ground. I then fetched a stool and settled beside Old Lu. My master's words rang true. Your son is indeed in grave peril, potentially facing a life-threatening ordeal. I speak not in jest. Just moments ago, Zhang Xiaozue communicated to me. His calamity is connected to water. He might very well lose half his life. As Yang Chongli rose, poised to retaliate, Feng unexpectedly shed her earlier arrogance, standing up and delivering a sharp slap across his face. Apologized to Master Lu and this young man. Young Chongli, momentarily stunned by the blow, clutched his face in bewilderment, yet managed to mutter an apology. I withdrew 4 bills from the 30,000 I had, returning the remainder to the table. This 400 shall serve as the remuneration for my master and me for your consultation. We shall not accept any more. So you may take your leave. Don't be overly audacious, you insolent brat. Is it truly so difficult to utter a few words? Young Chongli exclaimed. Following his remark, Feng's expression shifted, her face clouded with suspicion as she scrutinized me and Old Lu, contemplating whether we were exploiting our status to demean them. Yet, her thoughts were perhaps overly convoluted. I chuckled lightly. Believe it or not, I shall offer you one last piece of advice. Your calamity is indeed tied to water. The next encounter I had with this mother and son was at the hospital. Ever since their departure, Feng had ceased allowing Yang Chongli to wander the night as he once did. She imposed strict curfews and forbade him from engaging with anything related to water, save for the necessities of washing his face, bathing, and drinking. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Yang Chongli could no longer endure the monotony of his days, and Feng, witnessing the stagnation over half a year, began to question the veracity of the words exchanged between himself and old Lu. As Yang Chongli's agitation escalated, Hefeng reluctantly permitted him to venture out for leisure. However, before his departure, she sternly advised him to steer clear of the riverbank and even puddles. Yet, fate often defies our desires, and the unpredictability of life is inescapable. At 1 o'clock that morning, Hefeng was roused from her slumber by the insistent ringing of her phone. On the other end was the hospital, bearing the grim news that Yang Chongli had sustained a severe head injury from a bottle and lay unconscious. Upon hearing this distressing revelation, Hefeng's phone slipped from her grasp, and a single thought surged through her mind. Does liquor count as water? Chapter 34. Master Ma, ethereal and transcendent of course. These events were but a prelude. After Hefeng and her son departed, old Lu regarded me with a knowing smile that danced on the edge of mockery. You certainly know how to exploit an opportunity. She could never fathom that it was due to liquor. I split the money in my hands with old Lu, observing the crisp bills with a sardonic grin. This hardly constitutes a breach of fate, does it? Had Yang Chongli refrained from engaging in unscrupulous activities, he might have entirely evaded this calamity. Old Lu rose, casting his gaze towards the incense-laden altar behind him, his voice taking on a languid tone. It is often at the brink of despair that individuals come to recognize the need for repentance and seek ways to unravel their predicaments. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, old Lu and I were at home, engrossed in a replay of a television program. He was busy preparing dumplings for our evening meal while I sat at the coffee table, peeling garlic. At that moment, an old acquaintance, Huang Dazhuai, echoed in my mind. Old friend, someone is coming to visit. I paused, setting the garlic aside, and turned to gaze at the rusted iron door. Old Lu noticed my unusual demeanor and was about to inquire when 3 sharp knocks echoed at the iron door. I rose, took a few steps forward, and opened the door to reveal a man dressed impeccably, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was meticulously slicked back, yet his body trembled slightly, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Come in quickly, warm yourself. How can you be out in this cold dressed so lightly? Old Lu exclaimed, startling me as I raised an eyebrow and ushered the man inside. Uncle, I had no idea the Northeast was this frigid. Had I known, I would have worn the military coat you gifted me, he remarked, his accent peculiar and somewhat indecipherable, as if it belonged to no specific region. Once the man was inside, old Lu introduced him. This is my sister's son, Zhao Yuxuan. He runs a company and often travels for business. He's been to so many places that his accent has become quite strange. You could just call him brother. This is my apprentice, Zhou Tai. In the Northeast, winter transforms the indoor atmosphere into a realm of warmth, a stark contrast to the cold outside, as nearly every household is equipped with heating. Zhao Yuxuan quickly regained his composure, shedding his heavy coat and getting straight to the point. Uncle, I came today not only to pay my respect for the new year, but also to seek your advice. My business has been in a steep decline over the past few years. Many of the companies I collaborated with have chosen not to renew contracts once the terms expired, resulting in significant losses. Could you help me find a solution? Old Lu shook off the excess flour that clung to his hands, his expression shifting from joviality to grave seriousness in an instant. You have been adversely affected by external forces, he replied, his body tensing. I beheld the ethereal manifestation surrounding old Lu, which had transformed from that of the python immortal into that of a fox immortal, flaunting 9 majestic tails that swayed with an air of grandeur. A pang of envy stirred within me, for my ghostly domain boasted only Python Sohua and Huang Dachui, lacking a fox immortal. Huang Dachui interjected, why envy those of little consequence? Our establishment is no less than any other, and your path diverges from Lu Shan's. I retorted internally, where have you been of late? Abandoning your post, I see. Henceforth, no more roasted chicken for you. Huang Dachui conjured a vision before me, depicting a hillside where he stood amidst a clearing, surrounded by celestial beings previously acquired from the old lady. They were engaged in harvesting something, which they promptly cast into the baskets strapped to their backs. I've been observing them gather herbs lately. Today, I've granted them a day of respite to visit you. If you deny me roasted chicken, I shall summon Sister Tsuehua to deal with you. At the mere mention of Python Sahua, her frigid gaze flashed in my mind, causing me to shudder involuntarily as I silently implored for mercy. Huang Dachui continued, "Enough of this nonsense. Zhao Yuxuan possesses an exceptionally auspicious fate. His life ought to be smooth sailing, destined for great wealth and fortune. He has indeed been the beneficiary of borrowed luck." At this juncture, Huang Dachui once more manifested a vision, revealing a man in his late 50s, clad in a white Tai Chi outfit with a goatee and high cheekbones, his small eyes slightly upturned. I understood, then, that Zhao Yuxuan was contemplating who might have lent him such fortune. Just then, old Lu's phone rang, prompting him to rise and answer the call. As I observed Zhao Yuxuan, who had already begun to suspect over 100 individuals, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up, an elderly gentleman clad in a white Tai Chi suit, sporting a goatee, exuding an ethereal aura, with a lean physique and pronounced cheekbones. "How do you know Master Ma?" Zhao Yuxuan's tone bore a hint of confusion. I averted my gaze, rolling my eyes in the shadows, and after regaining my composure, I turned to him and replied, "I do not know Master Ma. My ability to describe him signifies that he has borrowed your fortune." He instinctively countered, "Impossible. Master Ma has even requested my birth date to adjust my feng shui twice. How could he possibly harm me?" I quietly interjected, "Is there not a possibility that feng shui does not require one's birth date?" Zhao Yuxuan's expression became vacant, as if he failed to comprehend my words. This time, I openly rolled my eyes in his presence, and at that moment, old Lu fortuitously returned. I succinctly recounted our earlier conversation to old Lu. Upon accepting this reality, Zhao Yuxuan began to narrate the entirety of his encounter with Master Ma. During the summer, due to certain circumstances, Zhao Yuxuan took a leave of absence and returned to Ling County. His residential community faced a square where elderly men and women gathered daily to exercise, sing, and even the sound of whips striking the ground could be heard. This incessant noise plagued Zhao Yuxuan, and one day, after reaching his breaking point, he decided to confront these individuals at the square. Once there, he engaged in a verbal battle. "I mean, no offense, but why do you start cracking that whip at 5 in the morning? It's now 9 o'clock, and after 4 hours the ground is still intact," he exclaimed. "And you stop looking around. Indeed, it is you. What purpose does the loudspeaker serve at this hour? It is morning, not evening. The time for your square dancing has not yet arrived." As Zhao Yuxuan engaged in a verbal duel with a group of scholars, a hand rested upon his shoulder. It belonged to Master Ma. Clad in a traditional Tai Chi outfit, with long hair elegantly tied in a bun atop his head, he exuded an ethereal presence. "Young friend, do not harbor such animosity." In a fit of anger, Zhao Yuxuan seized Master Ma's hand, attempting to dislodge it from his shoulder. However, in a flash, Master Ma's grasped hand circled in the air before descending with force, causing Zhao Yuxuan to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. Instinctively, he retaliated, but each of his attempts was deftly thwarted by Master Ma. His composure shattered. Zhao Yuxuan aimed a kick at Master Ma's lower body, only to find his ankle firmly grasped. With a gentle push, Master Ma sent Zhao Yuxuan sprawling to the ground. At that moment, backlit by the sun, Master Ma extended his hand, offering to help him rise. From that day forth, Zhao Yuxuan became Master Ma's disciple in Tai Chi, rising early each morning to practice alongside him in the square. Master Ma had 2 disciples, one male and one female. Zhao Yuxuan was one, and the other was Yi Qing, an exceptionally beautiful woman. Chapter 35. Daily as the groom, Zhao Yuxuan's home was in close proximity to the square. Master Ma unexpectedly proposed to bring Yi Qing over for tea and conversation. He had no particular aversion to this. Rather, Yi Qing matched his aesthetic preferences with her delicate features and almond-shaped eyes. The Tai Chi attire she donned accentuated her graceful form. Yet, upon entering Zhao Yuxuan's residence, Master Ma furrowed his brow and sighed repeatedly. When Zhao Yuxuan inquired about his distress, Master Ma remained silent, and after a brief stay, he hastily departed with Yi Qing. This left him feeling somewhat uneasy, and after much contemplation, he decided to call Yi Qing. On the other end of the line, Yi Qing deliberately lowered her voice, saying, "Xiange, You may not be aware of another aspect of Master S identity. He is a feng shui practitioner, adept not only in assessing burial sites, but also extraordinarily skilled with residential spaces. Master informed me that the feng shui of your residence is exceptionally poor. While an ordinary person might merely sense discomfort or experience insomnia, someone like Master, possessing spiritual insight, would feel these effects amplified tenfold or even 100-fold. Therefore, Xiange, do you now understand why Master left in such haste? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan began to reflect on his recent days at home, acknowledging his struggles with sleeplessness. Coupled with his fond feelings for Yi Qing, he did not delve deeply into the veracity of her words. Xiao Qing, what should I do now? Is it possible to invite Master over to make some adjustments? The following morning, Master Ma and Yi Qing diligently practiced Tai Chi in the square before Zhao Yuxuan invited them to his home. Upon entering, Master Ma remained furrowed in thought and requested Zhao Yuxuan's birth date and time. Initially hesitant, Zhao Yuxuan recalled his uncle Lu Shan's warning that one should not casually share such personal information. Observing Zhao Yuxuan's hesitation, Master Ma's displeasure was evident as he prepared to leave. It was Yi Qing who intervened, addressing Zhao Yuxuan, Xiange. I went to great lengths to persuade Master to come here for you. Do you not trust me, or is it that you do not trust Master? The sound of her playful reproach captivated Zhao Yuxuan's heart, coupled with the insomnia he had been experiencing over the past few days. He gritted his teeth and revealed his birth date information, presenting a red envelope containing 20,000 yuan to Master Ma. Master, please do not be angry. Let's not dwell on trivial matters. After accepting the envelope, Master Ma inscribed Zhao Yuxuan's birth details on yellow paper and circled the room 3 times with it. Your feng shui is utterly disastrous. Fortunately, my skills are sufficiently profound to make some adjustments for you. However, it cannot be done immediately, as you are lacking in too many elemental aspects. I must procure some superior items rich in the 5 elements for you. Zhao Yuxuan, feeling anxious, inquired, How long will this take, Master? I have a flight the day after tomorrow and won't return for a week. At that moment, Yi Qing interjected, The items Master will find for you will undoubtedly be of the highest quality. If you trust me, Brother Xian, you could give me a spare key to your house. I will come with Master to address the issues with your residents. Unable to refuse the earnestness in Yi Qing's expression, Zhao Yuxuan handed her the spare key. The following day, he gathered his valuables and returned to his company in another city. Upon his return to Ling County a week later, he was taken aback to find that the arrangement of the furniture had drastically changed, with some dilapidated items added. The space where the vase once stood was now occupied by a dusty, broken porcelain jar. The original landscape painting had vanished, replaced by a shattered wooden window. After spending a few days in this altered room, Zhao Yuxuan felt increasingly uneasy and discomfort, sensing an eerie atmosphere. Each time the hour hand on the wall clock struck 11, he was invariably met with the unsettling scent of burning paper money. At first, he assumed the odor wafting through his window was merely emanating from outside the community. However, after thoroughly searching the vicinity, he found no evidence of burning joss paper, nor a single soul in sight. It was only later that he realized the scent originated from within his own dwelling. He sought counsel from Master Ma, on the other end of the line, spoke with unwavering certainty, laced with a hint of concealed glee. Xian, I never anticipated that you possessed such perceptive qualities. The emergence of this aroma signifies that the feng shui array I established for you is indeed effective. It is purging the malevolent energies from your room. Zhao Yuxuan, persuaded by Master Ma's words, soon found himself haunted by dreams of a beguiling woman. Night after night, he played the role of a groom, only to awaken each morning with a throbbing pain in his left arm, often rendering him unable to rise from his bed for an extended period. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he attempted to contact Master Ma again, but his calls went unanswered. He then reached out to Yi Qing, who initially offered perfunctory responses before ultimately blocking him. It gradually dawned on Zhao Yuxuan that he had been deceived. He discarded the remnants of the shoddy furnishings, changed the locks, and restored the room's layout to its former state. Just as he was contemplating reporting the incident to the authorities, Master Ma reappeared, clad in a flowing robe, with Yi Qing standing behind him. Zhao Yuxuan refused to let them enter, But Master Ma, upon observing the disarray of the room, gasped in horror. Xian, how could you disrupt the array I meticulously arranged? The disbelief etched on Master Ma's face mirrored the distress evident in Zhao Yuxuan's expression. The reason I, along with Yi Qing, have not answered your calls in recent days is that we have been engaged in intense meditation in the mountains. Do you suspect us of being deceivers? Very well. Let us wager. Tomorrow, you shall encounter a calamity involving blood, and then you will discern whether I am indeed a fraud. On the following day, while driving, Zhao Yuxuan inexplicably lost focus for a fleeting moment and crashed into a utility pole. His glasses shattered upon impact, leaving him with facial lacerations. He recalled the words of Master Ma, yet when he attempted to call, the line was busy. Overwhelmed with regret, he had intended to seek out Master Ma to express his apologies, hoping for forgiveness for his misstep. However, after waiting for several days at the square, neither he nor Yi Qing made an appearance again. After hearing the entire tale, I and old Lu regarded Zhao Yuxuan as if he were a fool. Can you not see that those two were playing a game with you? One performed the role of the villain while the other feigned innocence, all with the intent of exploiting your fortune. Zhao Yuxuan, could you not be a bit more discerning? Old Lu, frustrated by Zhao Yuxuan's naivety, pointed a finger at his forehead. Old Lu, it is of little use to criticize Xianga now. Perhaps he was simply caught off guard at that moment. Our immediate concern is to retrieve his lost fortune. With a sigh, old Lu approached the offering table, opened a drawer, and retrieved a rectangular piece of yellow paper. He inscribed the date on the right side and began detailing the events leading up to the incident. Halfway through, he looked up and asked Zhao Yuxuan, "Do you happen to know Master Ma's real name?" Zhao Yuxuan pondered for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled twice. "I seem to not know. I never inquired." Upon hearing this, old Lu dropped his pen and rushed over to strike Zhao Yuxuan. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and embraced old Lu's waist to restrain him. Chapter 36. The mysterious package. I repeated Huang Dachui's words to old Lu. However, he was in a fit of anger and did not catch what I said. It was Zhao Yuxuan who understood clearly and promptly retrieved a photo from his phone to show us. I have it. Here is his photograph. In the image, Master Ma bore a striking resemblance to the description Huang Dachui had provided, with the sole difference being a small mole beside his mouth. This singular mark rendered his visage all the more formidable. In the photograph, Master Ma stood to the left of Zhao Yuxuan, while a young and beautiful girl, presumably Yi Qing, occupied the right. Yi Qing was indeed attractive, yet upon my first glance at her, I sensed a lack of empathy, as if she valued only personal gain. Huang Dachui interjected, "Focusing on personal interests is secondary. Who doesn't prioritize their own benefits these days?" However, Yi Qing is ruthless. She was the one who initially suggested leveraging this opportunity. Huang Dachui continued, "She is also involved with Master Ma." Upon hearing Huang Dachui's words, I felt a wave of frustration. "Could you not phrase it more delicately?" He retorted, "So she is a mistress, is that better? All along, she has been ensnaring Zhao Yuxuan." I exchanged glances with old Lu and instantly grasped that he, too, was aware of Yi Qing's manipulative ways with Zhao Yuxuan. "If you go to Lianhua Temple in the outskirts, I know the abbot there. He will allow you to stay for a few days. During this time, turn off your phone. I will speak with your mother shortly. Once Zhou Tai and I resolve the situation, you can return. Uncle, the food there is all vegetarian, right? Moreover, dear uncle, as you are aware, I am perpetually occupied throughout the year, my phone constantly engaged in communication with clients." Observing Zhao Yuxuan's troubled expression, I ultimately failed to deter old Lu, who delivered a forceful kick toward Zhao Yuxuan, exclaiming, "Is flesh more important than life? You earn money with great difficulty. Be wary of having the means to earn but lacking the ability to spend." After transferring the photographs from Zhao Yuxuan's phone, old Lu sent him sprawling. Once he departed, we settled into a face-to-face position, with him investigating Master Ma's whereabouts while I looked into Yi Qing's location. After a brief pause, we simultaneously opened our eyes, and old Lu's gaze seemed to emit a piercing brilliance. Huafu number 1. This phrase escaped our lips in unison. This residential complex was precisely where Zhao Yuxuan resided. They were resorting to every possible means to harness fortune. Old Lu's countenance turned frigid, and I could discern that he was genuinely enraged. Huang Dachui. The array they set to borrow luck should not be far from Zhao Yuxuan. We donned our garments and exited, with old Lu deciding to head to Zhao Yuxuan's residence first. Half an hour later, we arrive at the entrance of Hua Fu No. 1. Nestled within a bustling commercial district, the vicinity boasted a plethora of shopping centers, markets, and schools, accompanied by exorbitant property prices and an exquisite environment. Zhao Yuxuan's home was situated on the 13th floor, unobstructed by towering buildings, offering a panoramic view of the square. Standing at his doorstep, I sensed a malevolent aura seeping through the cracks of the door. Simultaneously, a spectral figure materialized before me, despite her long hair concealing her face. I recognized her by her distinctive long tongue. Zheng Xiaocui. I exchanged a glance with old Lu, who was accompanied by a figure clad in armor, a serpent immortal. Gently, I opened the door, and a swirling black mist enveloped the floor, visible only to me and old Lu. The ghost-repelling whip materialized directly in my grasp as I stepped forward, scattering the mist momentarily, only for it to quickly coalesce again. We followed the tendrils of darkness to the front of the wardrobe, where the source of the mist emanated from behind it. Old Lu nudged the wardrobe, discovering it was movable. With a forceful shove, a blood-red formation appeared before us. Old Lu, though I lack understanding, this contraption feels rather sinister, I remarked. Old Lu's expression grew grave as he retrieved vermilion powder from his bag, delicately dipping a brush into it. What transpired next took me by surprise. Old Lu drew a straight line within the formation, severing it in half. Is this permissible, Old Lu? I inquired, my tone laced with uncertainty. I haven't broken the formation. I've merely introduced a flaw. Master Ma resides within this community, and seeking him out individually would be cumbersome. If he becomes aware that the formation is compromised, he will come to us. The black mist on the ground diminished slightly, yet remnants persisted. Zheng Xiaocui interjected. This room harbors items that resonate with the formation. We must locate them to truly unravel it. Old Lu and I separated to search, with Zheng Xiaocui joining our quest. Clad in a floral cotton jacket, she scurried about the room. Zhou Tai. I heard Zheng Xiaocui call out. Peering from the bathroom, I saw her pointing beneath the sofa. The item is here. Old Lu reacted swiftly, hurrying over to crouch down and retrieve a package from beneath the sofa. The outer layer was shrouded in black cloth, and I could faintly detect a metallic scent wafting from it. Old Lu unwrapped the black cloth, revealing a sheet of butter paper within. As he unfolded the paper, the source of a pungent odor emerged before us. Gazing at the dark, amorphous mass, Old Lu appeared somewhat at a loss. I retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and handed them to him. You little rascal, leaving all the dirty work to me. Old Lu chuckled as he accepted the chopsticks, slowly prying apart the dark substance. The outer layer was dirt, its color unusual and emitting a foul stench, encasing a bone within. Judging by its shape, it seemed to be a dog bone. This mixture with the soil must be black dog blood, right? But isn't black dog blood a symbol of extreme yang? How could it become a component of this sinister array? Not only black dog blood, but also ash, together. They transformed the extreme yang into extreme yin, remarked the python immortal beside Old Lu, elucidating how to dismantle the array. After rewrapping the array components, Old Lu and I settled onto the sofa. Just as I was about to inquire about locating Master Ma, a knock echoed at the security door. I approached the peephole and peered outside, spotting a figure that appeared to be a man, his face largely concealed by a cap. I glanced back, only to find that Zheng Xiaocui and the python immortal had vanished without a trace. Old Lu signaled me with a glance to open the door. As the security door creaked open, the man looked up, and at first sight, I sensed a connection between him and Master Ma. The man seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing me and instinctively blurted out, "Is Zhao Yuxuan here? Who are you?" I retorted, my tone somewhat harsh. The man raised the package in his hand, announcing, "I am the courier. Mr. Zhao has a parcel." I obstructed the doorway with my hand, blocking his view inside. "He no longer resides here. You may contact him by phone. This house has been sold to me." Without waiting for his response, I firmly shut the door, producing a resounding bang. After the door closed, Old Lu stood up and gestured to me. He pressed his ear against the security door, faintly hearing the man's voice. Seemingly on the phone. Dad, that Zhao fellow no longer lives here. What should we do? Should we abandon it? Didn't you say it wouldn't work if we changed the person? This remark confirmed that the individual before us was indeed Master Ma's son. Old Lu suddenly flung open the security door, startling the man, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. The man attempted to flee, but I swiftly lunged forward, pinning him to the floor, whispering a threat. If you do not comply, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Although I was frail in my youth, I had seldom lost a scuffle with peers, primarily due to my considerable strength, compounded by the excellent meals provided by Old Lu's family, which had greatly enhanced my physique. There were still faint voices on the other end of the phone. Old Lu picked it up and held it to his ear. Master Ma, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The call was abruptly terminated, yet Old Lu remained unfazed. Moving forward to assist the man I had subdued, forcibly dragging him inside. As I tossed myself onto the sofa, I casually removed the hat from his head. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a gaze that wandered restlessly. At that moment, Zheng Xiaotsue presented herself before me, her long tongue swaying in rhythm with her movements as she settled beside the man. It was evident that the exposed skin on his body was covered with goosebumps. He rubbed his clothing and chuckled awkwardly. It's quite chilly in here. I assentied. I managed a couple of laughs in return. We have heating. Look, we've both taken off our down jackets. Is it possible that a female ghost is sitting right next to you? A cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead as he turned to glance at Zheng Xiaoe, who was facing him. Come on, don't joke around. That's not amusing at all. I retorted with a smirk. Haven't you heard the saying? Those who do not engage in wrongdoing need not fear a ghost knocking at the door. It seems a ghost has come to find you. 3 minutes later, there was another knock at the door. I opened it to reveal Master Ma and Yi Qing from the photograph. Father. Master Ma pushed me aside and stepped into the room. Upon seeing his son, Ma Chun, cowering, there flickered a hint of frustration in his eyes. You are engaging in illegal activities. Yi Qing followed him inside and approached Ma Chun, gently wrapping her arm around his shoulder to offer comfort. Old Lu picked up the wrapped dog bones and tossed them at Master Ma's feet. The door is right there. I haven't prevented him from leaving. You ought to explain this thing to me properly, don't you think? And it's time to return Zhao Yuxuan's fortune. I assenti it? Master Ma scanned Old Lu from head to toe, grinning with a hint of disdain. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word. How could Yuxuan's fortune possibly be borrowed? Even if you're momentarily aided, what can you truly achieve? For every tactic that is thwarted, another shall emerge. As the saying goes, each has their own path. You may manage Zhao Yuxuan for a fleeting moment, but can you govern him for a lifetime? I gazed upon his insincere smile, discerning the concealed threat within his words. In the photograph, you may appear peculiar, yet in person, you seem merely grotesque. Master Ma narrowed his eyes, and 2 shadowy figures materialized behind him, the density of the dark aura suggesting they were malevolent spirits. His gaze swept over me, and after a moment, he scoffed. Only a long-tongued female ghost dares to make such a ruckus here? Master Ma could not perceive my true essence. He performed some strange gestures, reminiscent of Taoist hand seals, before retrieving a black flag inscribed with the character for soul from his waist. As he chanted incantations, an endless stream of black mist emanated from the flag, coalescing into numerous phantoms. With a downward sweep of the flag, the apparitions surged towards me. Zheng Xiaotsue positioned herself protectively in front of me, poised to wield her long tongue, when suddenly, a resounding neigh echoed in my ears. A towering steed galloped past me, ridden by none other than Meng Suehua, who brandished a long sword, scattering countless malicious spirits beneath its blade. Master Ma's expression froze in shock at this sight, and seizing the opportunity of his stupor, Old Lu and I ambushed him from both sides, bringing him down. I snatched the flag from his grasp, and, with a forceful twist, it splintered into 2 halves in my hands, eliciting a wail of despair from Master Ma as the phantoms dissolved with the severed flag within the chamber. Meng Suehua mounted her steed, casting a sorrowful glance in my direction before riding away. I gazed at her expression, pondering within. Has she not been sufficiently appeased? Is she angry? I sensed that the flag, which had previously been imbued with malevolent energy, was now utterly cleansed. Observing Master Ma's sorrowful demeanor, it became evident that the sinister spirits contained within the flag had demanded much of his effort. Yet, I felt no remorse, for upon breaking the flag, the malevolent spirit trapped within had swiftly fled. It seemed that Master Ma had placed certain constraints upon it, binding the evil entity. Zhou Xiaozue approached me, flicking her long tongue, stating, "He is effectively finished. These vengeful spirits are brimming with fury, having languished within this tattered flag for an indeterminate duration. In due course, they will surely seek retribution against him." Old Lu continued to restrain Master Ma, retrieving a set of silver needles from his pocket. He extracted 3 and deftly pierced them into Master Ma's acupoints. This action caused Master Ma to shudder, his body collapsing as if he had aged 5 years in an instant. Master Ma continued to bluster, "You have destroyed my cultivation, stolen my fortune, and shattered my flag. But what of it? I am a Taoist, and can still divine fortunes and calculate destinies." Yi Qing and Ma Chun assisted Master Ma to his feet, while Ma Chun attempted to stoop to retrieve the items scattered on the ground. I swiftly placed my foot upon the arrayed objects, questioning, "What? Do you intend to take them and continue your cycle of harm? Furthermore, that is not your fortune. It belongs to Zhao Yuxuan. By observing your techniques and gestures, I can surmise your affiliation. I shall report you to your master, seeking justice for your transgressions." Old Lu chimed in. To usurp another's fortune is to invite grave karmic repercussions, and with the certainty of malevolent spirits pursuing you in the future, it would be wise to first attend to your own affairs. After they left, Lao Lu and I meticulously cleansed the sinister formation on the wall and properly disposed of the package. Within the dog's bone lay a trace of the black dog's soul, which, upon release, stood beside Zhou Xiaozue, both panting together. On our way back, I glanced in the rearview mirror to see the black dog lying next to Zhou Xiaozue. "Why did you bring it back?" I sighed, finding it difficult to utter harsh words towards her. Just by observing her long tongue, one could ascertain that her demise was undoubtedly tragic. Lao Lu chuckled awkwardly. "If she likes it, let follow her. This dog doesn't even eat dog food." Thus, we engaged in idle chatter until we arrived home. It was already 8 p.m., and Lao Lu and I, exhausted, planned to prepare some dumplings for dinner. Just as we reached the doorstep, a shadow emerged from the darkness, lunging towards us. Instinctively, I kicked out, and with a loud thud, the motion sensor light illuminated the area, revealing a man in his 30s with a wrinkled face. Clutching his stomach, "Who are you? What do you want?" He steadied himself against the railing, his demeanor oily. "Master Lu, I've been feeling something lately. Am I about to embark on this path?" Chapter 38. A scandalous affair. Lao Lu recognized the man before us. His name was Zhou Lu, who always believed there was a need for him to take on a role. I noticed Lao Lu's eyes reflecting a hint of impatience as I was about to dismiss Zhou Lu. Gumin, Lao Lu's unexpected invitation left both Zhou Lu and me momentarily stunned. What was going on with Lao Lu? Wasn't he reluctant to let him in? Once inside, I whispered in Lao Lu's ear, casting a wary glance toward Zhou Lu. He moved about with the familiarity of one at home, deftly retrieving 3 incense sticks from beneath the offering table, igniting them with ease. From his pocket, he produced 200 yuan, placing it beneath the incense burner. Old Lu, having witnessed this scene, murmured, "Ashanti, watch. You take a look. Although this lad may not possess the sharpest intellect, his family is affluent. If he were to venture out alone, he would undoubtedly fall prey to deceit. This could be considered a form of salvation." Observing old Lu's expression, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been ensnared in a trap. He withdrew to a corner to boil dumplings, leaving only Zhou Lu and me facing one another. Upon noticing me, Zhou Lu's countenance soured slightly, perhaps harboring resentment over my earlier kick. Why hasn't he, Master Lu, come over? I remained silent, my gaze drawn to the 2 dark shadows resting on his shoulders. Recently, did he not feel an unusual heaviness, as if burdened by 100 kilograms of cement? I failed to perceive any celestial presence about him. Those 2 shadows were unmistakably spectral. Zhou Lu's eyes brightened. "Indeed, young master, I have been feeling an unbearable weight on my shoulders, as if I were carrying 100 kilos of cement. But tell me, when have I ever engaged in such labor? Is this what Master Lu refers to as body sensation? Why are you obsessing over this practice? Can't you simply live a good life? Who delves into this profession without cause? I finally grasped why old Lu was reluctant to assist him. This man seemed almost entranced by the idea of venturing into the supernatural. Zhou Lu chuckled softly, adopting an air of enlightenment. Who isn't aware of the profits in this trade? One need not toil each day, merely staying at home, contemplating fortunes, and uttering a few words can bring in wealth. So, your desire to pursue this path is purely for financial gain? His words ignited a spark of irritation within me. What other reason could there be? Suppressing my irritation, I said to him, embarking on this journey is not as simple as you might think. One must possess the requisite faith. Even if your foundations are perfectly aligned, one must still possess the ability to see clearly. Otherwise, are you not merely causing harm to others? Zhou Lu pursed his lips, displaying a hint of displeasure. Master, I did not come here to be lectured. If you cannot comprehend the situation, then summon Master Lu. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozue appeared before me, accompanied by her large black dog. She extended both hands, grasping the dark shadows clinging to Zhou Lu's shoulders, one in each hand. Is your shoulder still particularly heavy? I inquired, observing the scene. Zhou Lu shifted his shoulders, reluctant to admit, but ultimately conceding. It seems to have lightened quite a bit. It is not as burdensome now. Zhang Xiaozue then placed the two dark masses back onto him, and it was evident that Zhou Lu's face darkened. Master, why has it become heavy again? I could unequivocally inform him that he lacked the fate required for this path, and the entities on his shoulders were not celestial beings, but rather two infant spirits. Noticing his bewilderment, I elaborated. Infant spirits are those children who have either passed away before birth or who have been born still. Do you understand? Zhou Lu nodded. Now that you mention it, I grasp your meaning. However, my wife and I have never lost a child. Why are they following me? Old Lu once told me that infant spirits not only follow their parents, but may also seek out those with a close blood relation. For instance, if Zhou Lu and his wife have never lost a child, it is possible that his mother has, and thus the infant spirits choose to accompany him instead of her. What about your mother? I inquired. Master, why do you resort to insults? I was so infuriated that I had to take a deep breath and recompose my words. Has your mother ever struck a child? I don't know. Extend your finger. Let me pinch it and see. Although Zhou Lu did not grasp the meaning of my words, he obediently extended his hand. I pinched his middle finger with 2 fingers, invoking the spirit path. The spirit path is divided into root, middle, and tip segments. As I grasped the root segment, an image flashed in my mind, 2 distorted faces of infants. They lunged at me, only to be tossed back by Zhang Xiaozue, each held firmly in her hands. Judging by the intensity of their ghostly aura and resentment, they seemed to be at least 6 or 7 years old. Yet, in front of Xiaozue, they appeared as mere novices. No, think again. 6 or 7 years ago, they were neither your wife's nor your mother's, but these 2 infant spirits undoubtedly belong to you. Zhou Lu seemed to recall something, slapping his thigh. Now I understand, young master. 6 years ago, I had a girlfriend. At first, we were quite well together. But after she became pregnant, she insisted on marriage. How could I possibly marry her? Wouldn't that lead to bigamy? Subsequently, I pressured her into terminating the pregnancy. Thought to give her money. I provided her with several tens of thousands as support. Logically, it was a mutual decision. Why are these 2 infant spirits seeking me? Did that girl know you were married? Zhou Lu retracted his hand, scratching his head. At first, she didn't know, but later she found out. Unable to contain the fury brewing within me, I sprang to my feet and pointed at his nose, exclaiming, "Do you have no shame? Despite having a family, one succumbs to infidelity. Engaging in such reckless behavior is one matter, but to lead a young woman to believe in a future together, only to later coerce her with a sum of money to terminate her pregnancy, is utterly reprehensible. Are you aware of the profound emotional scars such an act leaves on a woman? Your selfish indulgence betrays not only her, but also your own family. Men like you deserve no mercy." Zhou Lu, incensed by my tirade, retorted, I provided financial support. I paid her for her nourishment. So what if I suggested she terminate 2 pregnancies? I didn't abandon her. I'm still here. Witnessing his shamelessness, I approached the altar, withdrew his money, and flung it to the ground. Take your tainted money and leave. I hold nothing but disdain for men like you, who shirk their familial responsibilities while fantasizing about maintaining a double life. Do you believe that monetary compensation absolves you? What you have harmed are 2 innocent lives. 2 children who perished before they even had the chance to be born. To label your actions as murder is not an exaggeration. Zhou Lu stormed out, just as old Lu emerged from the kitchen with a steaming plate of dumplings. Come and eat, he said, his tone devoid of concern, as if nothing had transpired. Old Lu, I berated him for ages, yet you remained unfazed. You spoke the truth. He indeed committed murder. The cycle of reincarnation in the underworld is far from simple. It requires an extensive wait. Zhou Tai, I wager he will return, old Lu asserted. After all this, you believe he would come back? Yet, true to old Lu's prediction, Zhou Lu reappeared before me a week later. However, unlike before, there was an additional female ghost following him, aside from the 2 infant spirits. Chapter 39, A Leap Down. This time, it was old Lu facing off against Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu's eyes were shadowed, emanating an aura of resentment. He cast a glance at me, then hastily lowered his head, his voice muffled. Master, I was wrong a few days ago. I should not have scolded you. Could you please lift the calamity? Calamity? What calamity? Was he implying that I had brought misfortune upon him? This thought stirred a sense of discomfort within me at being misunderstood. Just as I was about to speak, old Lu interrupted. You've been feeling particularly unfortunate lately. Even drinking cold water gets stuck in your teeth, correct? Zhou Lu nodded fervently. Yes, Master Lu. Please lift the calamity for me. I cannot endure any more misfortune. I am stumbling even on flat ground. Old Lu chuckled. We do not engage in such matters. You are overthinking it. Your misfortune has nothing to do with us. Then, tell me, why am I so unfortunate? What a coincidence that my troubles began immediately after leaving you. Zhou Lu's emotions grew agitated. Old Lu pressed his hand down to calm him. You now have an additional female ghost behind you. Let me describe her appearance. See if you recognize her. She has an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, a relatively large mouth, a slightly chubby face, a somewhat upturned nose, and a black mole on her left ear. She appears to be in her 30s. Initially, Zhou Lu's expression showed no change until old Lu mentioned the black mole. His body stiffened, his expression froze, and his hands trembled. Is she dead? No, it cannot be. When did she die? I understand now. You must have investigated me, right? You know what she looks like. Are you trying to frighten me? A cold sweat trickled down Zhou Lu's forehead. Both Lao Lu and I could see he was putting on a brave face. If we had such abilities, we might as well become private detectives. Lao Lu lit a cigarette and offered me one, and we sat on the sofa, watching Zhou Lu talk to himself. After a while, he let out a deep breath and asked, how did she die? I glanced at the ghostly figure behind him, a blood-soaked apparition, her skeletal form distorted. With her face sunken in, she jumped to her death. It was suicide. Zheng Xiaocui's voice carried a hint of sorrow as her eyes, obscured by hair, fixated on the ghost. She died by suicide, covered in blood, her skull caved in. Just think how tragic that is. I lower my voice deliberately, intending to frighten Zhou Lu further. At that moment, Lao Lu interjected, you should clarify the origins of this matter. Otherwise, she will continue to haunt you. And not only will you suffer, but your wife and child will too. I silently scoffed to myself. Someone like him would care for his family? To my surprise, Zhou Lu's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder my son has been ill lately. I thought it was just a trial from the heavens. But it turns out she is behind it. Although Zhou Lu's family was not wealthy, they were comfortably off and had found him a wife of suitable standing, albeit one who was not particularly attractive, which left him discontented. After their marriage, Zhou Lu spent his days indulging in debauchery, and it was during a dinner with friends that he encountered Fang Qiu. Zhou Lu possessed an uncanny ability to bring joy to the hearts of young women. However, Fang Qiu did not acquiesce to his advances immediately. After a relentless pursuit spanning several months, she finally consented to enter into a relationship with him. Initially, their interactions were limited to gentle strolls while holding hands. As time passed, Zhonglu repeatedly vowed to marry her, leading Feng Xiu to surrender her innocence. Unfortunately, their bliss was short-lived. Upon discovering her pregnancy, Zhonglu felt compelled to sever ties with her. He presented her with 30,000 yuan, urging her to terminate the pregnancy. Under persistent questioning from Feng Xiu, he ultimately confessed to being married. Following that revelation, Feng Xiu vanished without a trace. I am utterly perplexed by her demise, Master Lu. If you can resolve this matter for me, I will pay whatever sum you desire. I glanced at Feng Xiu. Despite her features being gaunt and hollow, an aura of vengeful energy surrounded her, indicating her profound anger. If you continue to withhold information now, not even the heavens can save you, warned old Lu, extinguishing his cigarette and fixing Zhonglu with a piercing gaze. After much hesitation, Zhonglu finally spoke. It is all my fault. My son is innocent. Direct your wrath at me. Please spare my child. Old Lu and I exchanged no words, as an eerie tension enveloped the room. Eventually, Zhonglu could no longer contain himself and divulged the entire truth. Upon learning of Feng Xiu's pregnancy, he had been elated and sought medical confirmation, discovering that she was expecting twins. His joy was palpable, and he shared this news with Feng Xiu, promising to divorce his wife if she agreed to carry the children to term. At that moment, Feng Xiu realized that the babies had already been in her womb for 3 months. Despite any bitterness she harbored, she could not bring herself to part with them. Upon returning home, Zhonglu indeed proposed divorce to his original wife, only to discover that she was pregnant at that moment. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He returned to comfort Feng Xiu, presenting her with 30,000 yuan as prenatal support, once again promising that should the child be a boy, he would grant her 100,000, and if a girl, 50,000. Feng Xiu accepted the money, just as Zhonglu felt he had pacified both parties. Feng Xiu vanished without a trace. There was no sign of her in the rental apartment. Her identification and clothing had completely disappeared. I truly know no more than this. I genuinely do not understand how she met her demise. At this point, Zhonglu broke down emotionally. I merely came to see if there was anything ethereal here. How do we end up discussing Feng Xiu? Old Lu lit another cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. Allow me to recount the events that followed. After accepting the 30,000 yuan, Feng Xiu recognized Zhong Lu's true nature. Despite her lingering attachment, she resolved to terminate the pregnancy. Just as she left the rental apartment, she encountered Zhong Lu's original wife. It turned out that the original wife had always been aware of Feng Xiu's existence, previously indifferent, believing Zhonglu's interest was merely fleeting. Little did she anticipate that Zhonglu would seek divorce due to this woman, triggering her sense of crisis. The original wife, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, assaulted Feng Xiu, threatening her to permanently disappear from Ling County. After their departure, Feng Xiu discovered a pool of blood at the hem of her pants. She had suffered a miscarriage, a consequence of the beating. The miscarriage, compounded by excessive bleeding, resulted in the removal of her uterus, rendering her unable to bear children for the rest of her life. She was utterly shattered, her emotions spiraling out of control, and she leapt from the hospital rooftop, drenched in blood. The identification and clothing from the rental apartment were taken away by Feng Xiu's parents. Zhonglu, you have caused Feng Xiu's ruin. You have not only harmed her but also her child. You bear the weight of more than 2 innocent souls, as well as a life extinguished. Lao Lu's voice was frigid, causing Zhonglu to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. He fell to his knees, crawling towards Lao Lu, and began to plead, Master Lu, I am unaware of these matters, truly. Please do not let her seek me out. Let her go after my wife instead. It was my wife who caused her miscarriage. What connection do I have to this? Chapter 40. Who is right and who is wrong? Observing the desperate expression on his face, neither Lao Lu nor I showed any sign of compassion. Master Lu, young master, please assist me. I will pay you 30,000, 50,000. Name your price. Individuals like you reap what they sow, with 1 life lost and 2 yet to be born. Calculate the worth of these 3 lives. Zhonglu remained on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he began to utter nonsensical words. I did not cause the child to be lost. It was my wife who did. They should not seek me. They ought to find my wife instead. Yes, yes indeed. Young master, tell them to go after my wife. This matter has nothing to do with me. With a muffled grunt, Zhou Lu commenced frantically clawing at his own face, struggling to breathe until his visage became flushed from the suffocation. It was only then that Lao Lu rose and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Lu. The force of the blow left Zhou Lu momentarily dazed, yet his frantic motions ceased, allowing him to draw in a normal breath. The prolonged asphyxiation had rendered his throat itchy, prompting him to cough. What just happened to me? It felt as if I lost control of my own hands. As he spoke, he touched his face and exclaimed, "Ouch, blood! Blood!" His hands were smeared with crimson. "I can assist you. 2 infant spirits for 6,000. What do you believe Fang Xiu is worth?" I gazed at old Lu, incredulous at his sudden betrayal, having just a moment ago united in a common cause. "I shall offer you 30,000, but you must wait for me. I will certainly gather the funds within 3 days. Is that acceptable?" Old Lu tapped the table, asserting, "I need it now, and I shall grant you merely half an hour, 30 minutes precisely, no more, not even a second." Zhou Lu clenched his teeth and called his wife, recounting the entire situation. The voice on the other end erupted in furious expletives. Zhou Lu, incensed, retaliated with equally harsh words, and their exchange escalated into a 20-minute tirade. They hurled insults at each other, tracing back through generations, until their voices became hoarse. Old Lu and I listened, wide-eyed, reclining back into the sofa in astonishment. In the end, Zhou Lu's wife demanded the address, and just before hanging up, she spat, "Zhou Lu, you scoundrel. Just wait." 8 minutes later, a series of knocks resounded at the iron door. I approached and opened it to reveal a woman standing outside. She appeared to weigh around 160 pounds, her small eyes set in a flat nose. Though her exterior exuded strength, her eyes were red-rimmed, suggesting she had wept on her way here. This was indeed a pitiable woman. Her husband had forsaken her for another, and she bore the burden of managing the household alone. What fault lay within her? And who could discern right from wrong? I sighed and invited her inside. The very moment she laid eyes on Zhou Lu, she rushed forward and delivered a sharp slap, causing him to tumble to the ground. As the two appeared poised to engage in a brawl, I intervened, only to endure 2 blows from the woman that left my back tingling. It was old Lu who finally commanded her to cease, allowing her to take a seat on the sofa for a brief respite. Fang Xiu, who had been trailing Zhou Lu, was overtaken by a ghostly aura upon seeing the woman. Instantly, the protective serpent spirit that resided within old Lu manifested, shielding him. Zhou Lu's wife, Luo Minwen, perched on the sofa, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Lu. "You spend your days idling about, and now you dare to demand 30,000 from me because of that previous affair? Have you no shame? How can you speak so easily, your lips flapping with such nonchalance?" She turned her gaze toward me and old Lu, continuing, "I fail to comprehend why your fees are so exorbitant. Hundreds of dollars, yet you demand 30,000? Are you attempting to deceive my husband?" Old Lu's expression darkened. A soul that has taken its own life does not simply descend to the underworld when their time on earth concludes. Should there be a messenger from the netherworld to seek them, that would be fortunate. If none come, they remain as wandering spirits. Great temples do not accept them, and lesser shrines will not harbor them. Their resentment is profound, making it exceedingly difficult to guide them. The 30,000 you offer will not be accepted by me. I shall pass it on to the temple for their rite of passage. Should you doubt this, you are free to leave." Old Lu's temper flared. Luo Minwen chuckled. "Why would I not believe you, Master Lu? I've often heard Zhou Lu speak highly of you." With that, she withdrew 35,000 from her bag and placed it on the table. "This sum I have brought. The excess is for your efforts. I have but one request. Let them be utterly terrified." In an instant, upon hearing these words, Fang Xiu remained still, while the 2 infant spirits beside her lunged at Luo Minwen, their shadowy little hands gripping her throat with a vice-like hold. As Luo Minwen's face turned a deep shade of crimson, Zhou Lu cheered, strangle her. Once you have avenged yourselves, do not seek me out again. It was only when Luo Minwen's visage began to darken that I stepped forward, reaching out to grasp at the air before her. Seizing the infant spirits, Luo Minwen erupted into a fit of violent coughs. At that moment, finally realizing that what I and old Lu had said was not mere fabrication intended to swindle her. Yet, in that instant, her thoughts were consumed by disappointment as she cast a forlorn gaze at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, once this ordeal concludes, let us divorce. She uttered these words almost tearfully. I sighed, feeling as though a great weight had settled in my chest, my eyes directed at Zhou Lu with palpable disdain. For this man had caused 3 lives to be lost and 2 women to suffer. Old Lu spoke slowly. Luo Minwen, why do you harbor such animosity towards Feng Xiao? Is it because you believe she has disrupted your family, your marriage? Is that why you brought people to confront her? Luo Minwen wiped her tears away and replied, yes. The moment I became pregnant, Zhou Lu declared he wanted a divorce. Was I not also expecting at that time? Why should this be allowed? Old Lu turned to Feng Xiao, standing quietly by, and gently said, Feng Xiao, do you believe you're deceived by Zhou Lu, that you did not intentionally seek to dismantle their marriage? At the moment you sought to extricate yourself, the rightful wife appeared. You lost your child, and you could no longer be a mother, leading you to contemplate suicide. Is that correct? In the perspectives of Zhou Lu and Luo Minwen, Lao Lu appears to be conversing with the void. However, I observe Feng Xiao nodding slowly. Following this, upon noticing Feng Xiao's assent, Lao Lu turns to Luo Minwen and states, but Luo Minwen, given Zhou Lu's disposition, even in the absence of Feng Xiao, there would still be Qin Xiao, Wang Xiao, and Li Xiao. The root of all matters lies with Zhou Lu, not Feng Xiao. Initially, Feng Xiao was unaware that Zhou Lu was married, and on the day you sought her out, she had already resolved to terminate her pregnancy. As Luo Minwen listened to Lao Lu's words, tears could no longer be restrained, spilling forth uncontrollably. She choked on her words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. What? What can I do? At that time, I was pregnant, and Zhou Lu was frequently absent from home. I thought it was all due to her entanglement. Ignoring Luo Minwen's outburst, Lao Lu again turned his gaze to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao, you feel deeply wronged. Firstly, you were unaware that Zhou Lu was married, devoted wholly to him, only to have your affections misplaced. However, on the day Luo Minwen came to find you, she did not know you were the deceived party. She only perceived you as the mistress who disrupted her marriage. By that time, you had already resolved to terminate the pregnancy, and the severe bleeding was something she truly did not anticipate. Chapter 41. Someone is behaving shamelessly. Feng Xiao looked at Luo Minwen, then at Zhou Lu. She finally spoke, her voice hoarse, like metal scraping against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. I could overlook the matter of the child, but because of her, I can never be a mother again. How can you expect me not to harbor hatred? Yet, Feng Xiao, have you ever considered that everything unfolds as a consequence of prior actions? Even in the absence of Luo Minwen, your destiny as a mother remains unattainable. This pronouncement from Lao Lu left the assembled crowd in utter bewilderment. Even Zhou Lu wore a look of perplexity. Yet, I observed that beside him, Mang Xian had acquired a booklet, inscribed with the name Feng Xiao, and was leafing through its pages. Upon reaching a certain page, Mang Xian paused, his lips moving as if he were uttering something. At that very moment, Lao Lu spoke. The karmic entanglement between you is not confined to this lifetime. In a previous incarnation, Zhou Lu was a prosperous merchant, blessed with a beautiful and virtuous wife, who was none other than Feng Xiao. Despite many years of marriage, they remained childless, and Zhou Lu's heart grew weary of her, leading him to frequent the brothels. Within those establishments, he became infatuated with a dancer, who subsequently bore his child. This dancer was Luo Minwen. Zhou Lu brought Luo Minwen home, intending to take her as a concubine. Feng Xiao, consumed by jealousy, begrudgingly acquiesced to this arrangement. Time passed swiftly, and as Luo Minwen approached her labor, Feng Xiao bribed the midwife to ensure that the unborn child met an untimely demise. Following this tragedy, Luo Minwen descended into madness, her mind unraveling as she clutched tattered rags, convinced they were her own child. Although Zhong Lu felt sorrow for the lost infant, he could not help but feel disdain for Luo Minwen's derangement, leading him to withdraw from her presence. Despite Luo Minwen's plight, Feng Xiu remained unfulfilled. She took pleasure in tormenting her, subjecting her to the harshness of winter without adequate clothing, and forcing her to don heavy winter garments under the sweltering summer sun. Ultimately, one fateful day, Luo Minwen could bear it no longer and took her own life, vowing to return all that had been inflicted upon her back to Feng Xiu. Having articulated all this, old Lu cast a deep glance at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu, do you believe this to be a cycle of cause and effect? In the previous life, you caused her child's demise, compelling her to take her own life, leaving her in a state of madness. In this life, you have faced retribution, retracing the path she once trod. Feng Xiu stood there, momentarily stunned, the aura of malevolence surrounding her slightly dissipating. I am unaware of the events of the past life. I have no clarity on that. All I know is this lifetime. Moreover, who can ascertain the truth of your claims? Feng Xiu persisted in her defiance, yet old Lu sensed a crack in her resolve. I can summon my family's celestial beings to escort you and the two infant spirits to the netherworld. In due course, you shall discern the veracity of the matter. Should you desire anything now, feel free to express it, and I shall relay your wishes to Luo Minwen. Let the grievances between you conclude here. When shall the cycle of vengeance cease? At that moment, Luo Minwen interjected, Sister, in the last life, I wronged you. In this life, I have wronged you again. Let us consider ourselves even. Speak of any compensation you seek, and, as long as it lies within my capacity, I shall fulfill it. I only ask that you spare my son. He has been plagued by minor ailments of late. Please, leave him be. Feng Xiu's tone, stripped of its prior animosity, now bore a touch of grievance. I have not been pursuing your son. I have been shadowing Zhong Lu all along. Old Lu conveyed Feng Xiu's words to Luo Minwen, remarking, Feng Xiu speaks truthfully. However, she is, after all, a spirit burdened with heavy resentment and negativity. A child's constitution differs from that of an adult. Being enveloped in such malevolence will undoubtedly lead to minor ailments. Once Feng Xiu departs, all shall return to normal. Under the negotiation with old Lu, Feng Xiu requested 50 bags of gold ingots and a paper house. The serpent deity of old Lu's family could escort them to the underworld. Yet they were not yet eligible for reincarnation. Certain procedures needed to be followed. With a paper house, the three of them would at least have a place to stay. Luo Minwen insisted we retain the 35,000, but old Lu declined and only took 5,000. Old Lu once confided in me that assisting patrons with their affairs was akin to bearing their karmic burdens. Accepting payment would minimize the repercussions. If no fee were charged, the roles would be reversed, with old Lu not fulfilling the patron's request, but rather eagerly helping them. Were it not for this belief, I suspect old Lu would have refused the 5,000 altogether, for we held little regard for Zhong Lu. In both lives, he had served as a catalyst. Yet it was the two women who bore the brunt of the harm. A week later, old Lu received a call from Luo Minwen. On the line, she shared two pieces of news. First, she had divorced Zhong Lu, claiming custody of their child, and she possessed evidence of his infidelity, ensuring he left with nothing. The second piece of news was that her son had recovered and was no longer ailing. After hanging up, old Lu and I exchanged a mix of emotions. Just as we felt certain we would never again be entangled with Zhong Lu, half a year later in the summer, old Lu and I, clad in sleeveless shirts, were joyfully indulging in chilled watermelon. At that precise moment, a knock echoed at the iron gate. Slipping on my slippers, I approached the gate and opened it to reveal a disheveled man. He wore a once white, now yellowed, short-sleeved shirt, his beard suggesting it had been some time since his last shave, and his hair emitted an unpleasant odor, rendering him exceedingly unkempt. Who are you? The man before me seemed poised to introduce himself, yet his eyes were reddened, as if he were on the verge of tears. His hands incessantly scratched at his lower body, prompting me to furrow my brow and take a couple of steps back as I called out to Lao Lu. Lao Lu? Fetch a cleaver. Someone is harassing me. In response to this, the man hastily exclaimed, I am Zhou, little master. Do you not recognize me? Zhou. A flicker of recollection stirred within me. Just as I was piecing together the memories, Lao Lu stood behind me and gave me a light smack on the head. This jolt triggered a remembrance of the events involving Zhou, Luo Minwan, and Feng Xiao from 6 months prior. Lao Lu turned his gaze upon Zhou, who continued to scratch at himself. What is the matter with you? Lao Lu inquired, perplexed. With a bitter smile, Zhou replied, Could you allow me to enter first? You need not worry. It is not a contagious disease, but rather a peculiar affliction. Lao Lu and I exchanged glances, and with great reluctance, we permitted him to enter the room. Upon entering, Zhou attempted to unfasten his trousers to show us, but I sternly halted him. Speak of your troubles. What are you doing? Are you unaware of the propriety between men? Seated on a stool, Zhou clasped his legs tightly, donning a visage of discomfort. Master Lu, little master, please assist me in discerning the nature of my predicament. Ever since my divorce from Luo Minwan, I have somewhat let myself go. Shortly thereafter, I began to experience an itch in my lower body, which I initially suspected to be a venereal disease. However, after numerous visits to various hospitals, no ailment was diagnosed. Instead, each time I exited a hospital, the itchiness intensified. Each night, I find myself plagued by restlessness, waking repeatedly from slumber due to an incessant itch, managing no more than 3 hours of sleep, fragmented into over 10 brief episodes. Chapter 42. The grave holds secrets. Zhou's voice was hoarse, and the dark circles under his eyes betrayed the truth of his words. I cannot bear to witness this. It is your transgression, and you must bear the consequences. Only when you have atoned for your sins will this affliction subside, old Lu declared, moving towards the iron gate, which creaked ominously as he gestured for Zhou to leave. Zhou yearned to plead once more, yet the gravity of old Lu's demeanor compelled him to depart. As night enveloped me, I lay in bed, ruminating over the entire affair. The enmity between Feng Xiao and Luo Minwan had been predetermined in a past life. If there were no debts to settle, how could they have crossed paths? The grievances spanning 2 lifetimes were finally reaching a resolution. Zhou's bizarre ailment was a punishment long overdue, for all things follow a traceable path, rooted in cause and effect, with debts to be repaid. But who owed whom in the past life between old Lu and me? A week later, a devotee invited old Lu to his home for divination. Though he intended for me to accompany him, my illness rendered me too weak to join, and he ventured out alone. In the afternoon, I lay in a drowsy haze, when I faintly heard the sound of the iron gate being knocked upon. Assuming it was old Lu, I rose to answer, muttering to myself about his forgetfulness in not bringing the key. However, upon opening the gate, I was met not by old Lu, but by a woman. She was slightly plump, her hair styled in a bun, with a delicate appearance, clad in a flowing white dress, seemingly around 25 years of age. Whom were you seeking? My voice carried a pronounced nasal tone, and my expression betrayed a hint of impatience. The woman peered inside twice, her voice wavering slightly. May I inquire if Master Lu is present? I had called him earlier. Upon realizing she was a patron, my demeanor softened somewhat. Old Lu is not here. Was your appointment for today? I asked. The woman nodded. Yes, we had arranged this several days ago. Given her insistence, it seemed impolite to dismiss her, so I welcomed her inside. Leaving her alone in the living room would indeed be rather discourteous. I fetched her a bottle of water and sat nearby in companionship. An hour passed, then 2, and eventually 3, yet Master Lu remained absent as evening approached. The woman made several attempts to contact him, but each time, the line was busy, and I could discern the fatigue beginning to creep onto her face. Realizing we could not linger indefinitely, I spoke up. I am a disciple of Master Lu. I'm unsure when he will return. If you do not mind, I could offer you a reading in the meantime. The woman looked at me with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. You are quite young. I initially thought you were his son. I did not expect you to be a young master. It seemed, in an unintentional manner, Master Lu had once again gained an advantage at my expense. Very well. I must pick up my child shortly, so I am pressed for time. I shall kindly request your assistance. Is your consulting fee the same as Master Lu's? Noticing her lingering doubts, I refrained from immediately asking for the fee. Let us do this. Please provide me with your name and date of birth, and I will offer you a reading. If my insights resonate, you may honor me with the fee. If not, consider it a reflection of my inexperience. You may continue to wait for Lao Lu here. What do you think? The woman nodded and revealed her name and birth information. Wang Xinxiu. Upon hearing this name, my heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped, pausing for a second. I recognized this sensation as the manifestation of the Huang family's presence. Indeed, the voice of Huang Dachui resonated within me. She has been plagued by nightmares lately, dreaming of filthy things. Her father passed away not long ago, and there are issues with his grave. You have been experiencing frequent nightmares, filled with unsavory imagery. I stated in a low voice, my tone serious and resolute, despite a lingering nasal sound. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinxiu's skepticism diminished significantly, replaced by a wave of distress across her brow. The young master was correct. She had indeed been dreaming of excrement and latrines, which left her feeling nauseated, often leading to prolonged dry heaving each morning upon awakening. Did your father pass away recently? I inquired. At this, Wang Xinxiu eagerly nodded. My father passed away less than a year ago. Young master, your calculations are truly accurate. He succumbed to illness at a relatively young age, just over 50. What does my nightmares have to do with my father? Wang Xinxiu questioned, her tone tinged with confusion. There are issues with your father's grave. The feng shui is poor, and it is improperly situated. At this point, Huang Dachui provided me with a vision. In the center of the vision was a solitary grave, surrounded by trees, situated on a hill, with the ground littered with the feces of unknown animals. After viewing this, I briefly described the general location of her father's grave to Wang Xinxiu. Yes, young master, it is right there. However, this grave was procured by my brother at a considerable price, as he claimed it would bless our descendants with prosperity and favorable fortune. Upon hearing her words, an image of a man materialized in my mind. Judging by his features, it seemed he had recently come into a windfall of ill-gotten gains. Coupled with Wang Xinxiu's remarks, I began to grasp the truth of the matter. After a moment's pause, I remarked, you might consider inquiring with him. If the grave is indeed sound, you would not repeatedly dream of such sordid things. Wang Xinxiu comprehended my implication. Her expression shifted, and she produced 100 yuan, placing it upon the table. Young master, once I clarify the situation, I shall return to compensate you for your divination. With that, she rose to depart, and I watched her silhouette until she reached the iron gate. It was not until 8 in the evening that old Lu returned, his face etched with weariness. Upon seeing me reclined on the living room sofa, he noticed the absence of others. I paused as I observed old Lu removing his shoes. As if a thought had struck me, and I inquired, did a woman come by today? I turned my head and recounted the events of the afternoon to old Lu, including Wang Xinxiu's birth date. Old Lu, please investigate and see if my assertions hold true. Old Lu shook his head, advising little Tai, remember 2 things. First, regardless of the time, never doubt their capabilities, nor should you assume you can see through everything. They will reveal to you only what they wish you to perceive. You will never fully understand a person. It is not that your family's spirits lack power, but rather that they are safeguarding you. If the secrets of heaven were too easily discerned, it would not bode well for you. Secondly, one should never compare answers with another practitioner, for each venerable elder possesses a unique method of divination. For instance, while my findings may pertain to the southern hemisphere, yours might reveal the northern hemisphere. As long as the queries of a seeker are resolved and their nightmares cease, your divination is deemed accurate. After a night of undisturbed slumber, I awoke the following morning, my cold nearly abated. During breakfast with old Lu, his phone rang, and the voice of Wang Xinxiu, laced with fury, resonated through the receiver. Chapter 43. A tangle of troubles. It turned out that Wang Xinxiu could no longer contain her frustration and sought out her brother, Wang Guodong, the previous day. Initially, he denied the matter, but it was his wife who inadvertently let the truth slip. What is the issue? Is the old man distressed over his grandson's financial struggles? Would he have passed at such a time otherwise? The elder's concern for his grandson was palpable. Is there any problem with us utilizing this money? If you have a means, why not relocate the old man's grave? We harbor no objections. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xinxiu trembled with rage. She recognized Wang Guodong's silence as tacit agreement with his wife's perspective. Having lost her mother at birth due to complications, Wang Xinxiu was raised by her elder brother, who was over a decade her senior. In their childhood, when their father was preoccupied, it was Wang Guodong who took on the role of both father and brother. However, everything changed upon his marriage. He seemed to have transformed into a different person, no longer feeling compassion for his younger sister and showing no filial piety towards their father. When his child was in elementary school, he borrowed the last remaining savings from his father and never returned it. Wang Xinxiu had never held this against him. Before their father passed away, he summoned the two siblings to his bedside and urged them to love and understand each other, to always respect one another. No matter the circumstances, you two will forever be the closest of family. At this point, Wang Xinxiu could not help but choke on her words. I do not understand how he suddenly became this way. Why? Her voice resonated with confusion and grievance. Lu and I remained silent, acknowledging the complexities of family affairs. After a moment, she calmed down. Master Lu, how should we resolve this matter? Should we not relocate my father's grave? Yet, Master Lu shook his head. No, the grave cannot be moved. Here is what you should do. Come back this afternoon, and I will give you a talisman. This talisman will protect you from nightmares for a year. After that, you may relocate the grave. After hanging up the phone, Master Lu began to question me. Do you know why I advised her against moving the grave? For some reason, I have a strong premonition that Wang Guodong's son will encounter trouble, and it will happen within a year. A year later, Wang Guodong's son will face a calamity? I tentatively voiced my thoughts, and Master Lu nodded in approval. Indeed, if Wang Xinxiu were to move the grave now, Wang Guodong's family would blame her for any misfortune that befell them. The fault lies with Wang Guodong himself. Yet in this scenario, Wang Xinxiu would inadvertently become the scapegoat. In the afternoon, Wang Xinxiu visited, taking away the talisman that old Lu had gifted her and generously offered us 300 yuan. Uncertain of the talisman's worth, I decided to give you 200, while the remaining 100 is meant as a promised supplement to the little master for his divination fee. Observing her reddened eyes, I felt compelled to offer some words of comfort, yet I found myself at a loss for how to begin. Just as I believed these peaceful days would persist, I was abruptly awakened the following morning by the incessant ringing of my phone. Without opening my eyes, I picked up the receiver and pressed the answer button. On the other end was the voice of the village chief. Is this Zhou Tai? I recognized his tone, tinged with displeasure. It is I, the village chief, Zhou Guangqian. Holds the position of village head in Zhoujia village, and there exists a familial connection between us. Thus, when he initially recommended Wang Daxian to me, I placed my trust in him, never anticipating that the two would conspire against me. Zhou Guangqian chuckled awkwardly on the line, aware of my reluctance to engage with him. Yet he pressed on. Zhou Tai, recently we've had heavy rains, and when I passed by your old house, I noticed the walls were saturated. You ought to return and address it. Otherwise, I fear the house may collapse with time. Upon hearing his words, my eyes flew open. That old house holds all the memories of my grandfather and me, and I cannot leave it unattended. With this thought, my tone softened a bit. Understood, uncle. I shall return today. As I was about to hang up the phone, Zhou Guangqian's voice echoed once more. By the way, could you possibly bring that master back with you? My legs have been quite painful lately, and I thought perhaps he could offer some assistance. The master referred to by Zhou Guangqian was likely old Lu. I decided to inquire further. After ending the call, I exited the room and relayed the situation to old Lu. The issue of the leaking house seemed to be merely a pretext. He truly wished for you to escort me back, so he could seek guidance. Old Lu stroked his newly sprouted stubble thoughtfully. After having dinner, he accompanied me back to Zhou's village. By the time we arrived, it was already afternoon. Beneath the large tree at the village entrance, many people were taking respite from the heat. As I alighted from the vehicle, numerous individuals recognized me, yet none extended a greeting. I chose to ignore them as well. I could faintly overhear snippets of conversation. He, his father, and his grandfather all drowned. I heard he returned due to a leaking house. See, it still pertains to water. Oh my, after he repairs the house, he surely cannot leave, can he? I remarked that the young man seemed rather uneasy. and I told them he must be entangled in some sort of predicament. I had grown largely immune to such sardonic remarks. However, as I passed by them, I halted, a smile gracing my face. "Good day, ladies. It has been quite some time." Their expressions froze, and they instinctively shifted aside, offering an awkward smile. No one dared to approach me, as though I were a harbinger of misfortune, and proximity might invite calamity upon them. Without any response, I curled my lips into a cold smile and said, "Ladies, we have ample time ahead of us. I have no intention of leaving again this time. When Little Tie finds the opportunity, we shall visit each household." Before they could reply, I departed with old Lou. The peculiar atmosphere on our way back eased my mind considerably. We walked until we reached the village chief's home, where the gate was tightly shut. I gently knocked a few times, and a voice responded from within. I could hear a strange footstep approaching, growing increasingly closer. The gate swung open to reveal Zhou Guangqian, his face pale and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I looked down to see him leaning on crutches, his right leg completely swollen, with signs of possible decay. "Little Tai, Decien, you have finally arrived. Come in quickly," Zhou Guangqian exclaimed. Old Liu and I exchanged glances, both sensing that something was amiss with his leg. We followed him inside, and with every painstaking step he took, it was evident he was enduring immense pain. Unable to bear it any longer, I hurried forward and lifted Zhou Guangqian onto my back. Surprised by my gesture, his eyes reddened, and though he parted his lips, no words emerged. After a moment, he squeezed my arm and murmured, "It seems you have grown stronger." Upon entering the room, an unpleasant odor assaulted my nostrils, nearly causing me to regurgitate my breakfast. It was an indescribable, fishy scent. Following the source of the smell, I noticed in the corner a pile of snake skins, sticky with blood and flesh. Chapter 44. "If you don't come out, I will end you." I placed Zhou Guangqian on the Kong and asked, "Where is your wife? It must be quite inconvenient for you to be alone at home." Zhou Guangqian sighed, his countenance devoid of its former splendor. "Your aunt has gone to tend to the fields, and in my current state, I am of no assistance to her. Thus, I refrained from complicating her efforts." Come, sit by the calm. Why linger on the ground?" Noticing that both Liu and I remained standing, Zhou Guangqian hastily beckoned us. I perched on the edge of the calm, glancing at Zhou Guangqian's injured leg. "What happened so suddenly? I remember you were well before I left." Upon touching upon this sorrowful subject, Zhou Guangqian's murky eyes brimmed with tears. "Who could have known? It happened all at once. I went to the hospital, consulted traditional Chinese medicine. Yet there has been no improvement. It was your aunt who suggested considering whether it might be a deficiency ailment. Master, could you please examine my leg and discern what is amiss?" The latter part was directed at Liu. However, Liu turned to me, saying, "Zhou Tai, you take a look." Zhou Guangqian appeared momentarily taken aback by Liu's words. "Zhou Tai, you are also stepping in?" I nodded, saying nothing further, and began to roll up his pant leg, a more intense stench wafting forth. In the hazy depths, I perceived the spectral form of a colossal python coiled upon Zhou Guangqian's leg. Upon realizing that I could see it, the python bared its fangs at me, hissing menacingly. I stole a glance at Liu, who remained oblivious to my gaze, engrossed in smoking and fiddling with his phone. I understood that he intended for me to take charge of the situation. "Uncle Zhou, there appears to be a python coiled upon your leg." "A python? How could that be? I have never harmed those 5 venerable beings." In the northeastern region, there are 2 interpretations of the celestial beings. One is composed of the fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and mouse, while the other includes the fox, weasel, and python. The first interpretation is a folk belief, where the fox signifies cunning, the weasel represents stealth, the hedgehog denotes protection, the snake symbolizes transformation, and the mouse embodies resourcefulness. Among these, the hedgehog is associated with healing, while the mouse is linked to fortune. Nonetheless, these celestial beings belong to the external 5 elements. The authentic practices of the spirit mediums primarily involve the fox, weasel, and python. The stages of the snake's evolution are divided into several phases: snake, python, willow, flood dragon, and true dragon. I digress. Zhou Guangqian's tone was one of confusion, and his emotions were rather heightened. Although during this period, Old Lu had allowed me to independently observe matters several times. I had yet to encounter such a phenomenon, which left me feeling somewhat insecure. Subconsciously, I glanced at Old Lu, who remained in his usual posture, showing no signs of alarm. His demeanor reassured me significantly. If I had misjudged the situation, I doubted he would remain so composed. With this thought, I asserted firmly, I cannot be mistaken. From a cloth bag I always carry, I retrieved my incense burner and placed it upon the heated platform, lighting a stick of incense. Soon, a heaviness spread from my lower back to my shoulders, and a chilling sensation enveloped my ears. This was the sensation of the python's spirit, Zhou Tie, manifesting. She coiled around me, her head resting upon my shoulder. Be gentle, be gentle. It feels as though you might choke me, I protested in my mind. Zhou Tie replied, silence. This situation is complex. His ancestors were fur traders. Having skinned numerous animals at this point, her voice in my mind abruptly ceased. What happened? Why did you stop mid-sentence? After a brief pause, Zhou Tie's voice returned. They also skinned many snakes. The pain in his legs is merely the beginning. Soon, he shall be unable to consume any meat, unable to tolerate even the faintest whiff of cooking oil. Subsequently, he will feel as though his bones are shattered. How shall we address this matter? I turned my gaze to Zhou Guangqian. Despite having previously wronged me, I still recalled the assistance he rendered during my grandfather's passing, and my heart softened. After all, it was not his doing but that of his ancestors. Perhaps I could aid him in resolving this predicament. My voice carried a note of sorrow, and a heaviness settled upon my heart. First, let us converse with the individual beside him and gauge the situation, suggested Mang Tsuo. Noticing my silence and unwavering gaze upon him, Zhou Guangqian felt a twinge of apprehension. Zhou Tai, please do not remain silent. I assure you, I have never harmed a celestial being. Why do you doubt my words? With a sigh, I responded, you may not have, but what are your ancestors? My ancestors did not either, he began, yet his words faltered as I gestured toward the pile of snake skins in the corner. If you truly have not harmed anyone, then where did those skins come from? The flesh upon them has darkened, and the skins are nearly desiccated. They must have been there for quite some time. Zhou Guangqian licked his parched lips, speechless. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette from nearby, igniting it slowly, his voice a deep murmur. What do you propose we do now? I remained silent. The incense in the burner had extinguished. I lit another stick, and the smoke ascended to the ceiling, sending shivers down my spine as an eerie chill enveloped me. This sensation was not the chill of winter's breath, but rather the feeling of one's flesh being pierced, ice placed upon the bones. Such a potent reaction hinted at the profound mastery of Mang Tsuehua's abilities. I moved a stool and settled before the heated bed, with an incense burner before me. My hands rested neatly on my knees as I gazed at Zhou Guangqian. At that moment, my mind was a blank slate, and my body felt as light as a feather, rendering everything before me somewhat ethereal. This state is known as binding the half-portal, and I experienced a profound sensation, though I could recall moments. I was no longer myself, but rather the voice of a celestial being. There exists another state called binding the dead portal. Good and evil invariably reap their rewards, and the cycle of karma persists. Those who do good shall bear good fruits, while those who commit evil shall sow malevolent seeds. Here, within the confines of the Zhou Gate, the celestial being, Mang Tsuehua, is present. If you have grievances, speak them. If you are in distress, voice your sorrow. With my mouth opening and closing, Mang Tsuehua utilized my voice to convey her thoughts. Once she finished, I noticed the incense stick in the burner, from which smoke began to spiral in the air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, drifting towards Zhou Guangqian's injured leg. However, before it could fully reach its destination, a peculiar gust of wind scattered the smoke. The window behind Zhou Guangqian was firmly shut. Witnessing this scene, I understood that the celestial being residing in his leg had no desire for communication. The deliberate dispersal of the smoke signified its stance. I sensed that Mang Tsuehua was somewhat irked. Consequently, my mouth began to open and close, emitting an odd intonation, laden with anger. An explanation surfaced in my mind. If you do not emerge soon, I shall destroy you. Once this matter was resolved, I inquired about the peculiar intonation that had arisen. Old Lu explained that it was their language, akin to a dialect among humans, which was incomprehensible to mortals, requiring translation by the celestial beings behind me. Normally, Mang Tsuehua could articulate human speech, yet she resorted to this dialect to preserve the dignity of the celestial being, ensuring it did not lose face. Before my eyes, a colorful python descended from Zhou Guanxian's leg. Though it was quite stout, it paled in comparison to the vibrant green python. Subsequently, the python coiled itself into a mass and transformed into a humanoid figure. This figure possessed a handsome visage, with piercing eyes that burned a fierce crimson. His scarlet robe corresponded with the hues of his true form. Chapter 45. 3 conditions his complexion deepened to a vivid red, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Observing his countenance made me feel a surge of anxiety. It appeared as though he was poised to devour someone. Could a conversation even be possible? Not only I, but old Lu also beheld the python. He casually extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his body entirely relaxed. Zhou Guanxian sensed the drop in temperature surrounding him, the pain in his legs diminishing. He held his breath, refraining from making a sound. The atmosphere grew tense. Only the vibrant green python, upon his emergence, softened his tone. "What is your name?" "Python Qingyun." Python Qingyun's voice was somber as he glared at the bag containing the snake skins, which had been there for an unknown length of time. "I understand your grievances, but Zhou Guangxian has committed no wrongdoing. Why must you torment him?" Qingyun sneered coldly, casting his hand, causing an eerie wind to sweep through the room, toppling the bag of snakeskins. The desiccated skins hit the ground, shattering into fragments, some disintegrating into powder. Am I the one who torments him? Among those skins lie my kin, my wife, and my daughters. Did they ever consider the consequences when they stripped the flesh and peeled the skins from my kind? As he spoke, Python Qingyun, a man of unwavering resolve, shed tears like pearls released from a broken string. Mongoose Tsawa sighed deeply, expressing her lament. "The ancestors of Zhou Guanxian have wronged you. I can facilitate an apology from him, yet he is unaware of the transgressions committed by his forebears. To torment him in such a manner is, indeed, unreasonable." Suehua's intent was to mediate, to coax Mongoose Qingyun into articulating his desires, thereby resolving the conflict. At times, the spirit medium does not possess the formidable powers that people often attribute to them. Rather, they can serve as mediators between the realms of the living and the dead. Upon hearing Tsuehua's words, Mongoose Qingyun remained unmoved, responding with a derisive sneer. "The Zhou family has not a single virtuous member. Zhou Guanxian has unearthed these items solely to sell them. Once he profits, will he not turn to slaughter us? I am merely safeguarding my kin. What fault lies therein?" Suehua refrained from directly addressing his remarks, instead casting an intense gaze upon Zhou Guangxian and inquiring sternly, "What purpose do you have in unearthing this bag of snakeskin?" Zhou Guangxian trembled in fear, his voice quaking as he replied, "It is to sell for money. My son is to be wed, and I thought perhaps there was still a bag of snakeskin in the house. I hoped to unearth it and sell it to gather some funds, but alas, the skins had deteriorated beyond salvage. Did you not entertain the notion of peeling the skins anew?" Suehua pressed on. Zhou Guangxian shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum, exclaiming, "Nay, I dare not. Even if I harbored such intentions, I lack the courage." Suehua regarded Zhou Guangxian with a penetrating gaze before turning back to Mongoose Qingyun, stating, "It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Do you not discern his true intentions?" Mao Qingyun remained silent, gazing sorrowfully at the remnants of snake skin strewn upon the ground. Likewise, Tsawa, the python, refrained from pursuing the matter further. She, too, was a serpent. When I was born, the specter of death loomed, and she rallied countless kin to my aid, fully aware of such profound grief. Moreover, her kin had been flayed and tortured. "I can spare him, but I have 3 conditions," Mao Qingyun declared, his eyes reddened, exerting immense effort to voice those words. Suehua did not acquiesce outright, but conveyed Mao Qingyun's words to Zhou Guangxian. "Feel free to articulate any demands. I shall fulfill whatever I can, even if it means subsisting solely on a vegetarian diet for the rest of my days." Zhou Guanxian nodded fervently. Mao Qingyun turned to him with a strange smile. Very well. The first condition is that you may only consume meat raised within your household. Forbidden from indulging in any external flesh. Should you even come into contact with a trace or catch a whiff, you will suffer excruciating headaches. Sui Hua relayed this stipulation. It was evident that Zhou Guanxian's expression stiffened. He glanced down his swollen legs, clenched his teeth, and reluctantly acquiesced. The second condition is that you shall honor me with offerings, lighting 3 incense sticks on the 1st and 15th days of each month. The third condition is that your land must yield no harvest for 3 years, yet it cannot lie fallow. It must be cultivated as in years past. Zhou Guanxian accepted the first 2 stipulations, yet he could not concede to the third. I have called you Python immortal, and you desire that I refrain from consuming outside meals. To which I have agreed. You seek my veneration. I have acquiesced. Yet, as he spoke, Zhou Guanxian's emotions surged. But that land is our family's lifeline. How shall we survive if it yields nothing? The emerald-scaled python, Sulan, gazed at the smirking python, Qingyun, and remarked, 3 years is an eternity. One must not act with excessive fervor. Sensing the chill in Sulan's tone, Qingyun paused momentarily and replied, this matter is not insurmountable. I shall indeed mend his leg, rendering it no longer swollen and festering, but he will be left with a limp for 3 years. On rainy days, he will be incapacitated. How shall we proceed? Choose one of these 2 options. If neither is acceptable, then it is not I who shall refuse to come to an understanding. Given the circumstances, Zhou Guanxian had no choice but to acquiesce. Qingyun bowed respectfully to the emerald-scaled python Sulan before departing, leaving behind a final decree. The leg shall heal within 3 days. Though Zhou Guanxian felt a sense of reluctance, he was powerless to alter the outcome. He proceeded to bury the snake's skins properly, forbidding any exchange for currency. After uttering these words, Sulan dismounted from my form, and I instantly felt a wave of weakness wash over me, akin to having emerged from a fierce battle, my bones cracking and popping. Next, discussions ensued regarding the offerings for the Python Immortal, a matter I was unaware of, observing old Lu's meticulous process from the sidelines. By the time this affair was resolved, evening had descended. Zhou Guanxian intended to invite both old Lu and myself to dine at his abode. Yet the stench permeating the house left me devoid of appetite. Upon exiting his home, old Lu and I walked back to the vehicle. As we passed the village entrance, the gossipers had already retreated to their homes. Upon reaching the county town, we randomly selected a modest eatery where old Lu and I sat across from each other. The atmosphere at the dining table was peculiar. We both understood that this would likely be our final meal together. After several rounds of tea and a variety of dishes, silence enveloped us. Lao Lu lifted his cup and declared, drive not under the influence, and drink not before driving. Today, I shall substitute tea for wine. I wish you a future filled with peace and prosperity. Should you ever find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to seek me out. My eyes reddened as I clinked my cup against his, and in a single gulp, I downed the fiery liquor within. After our meal, he escorted me to the entrance of the village before departing in his car. As I watched the diminishing glow of his taillights, a sense of melancholy enveloped me. Before me lay 3 parcels on the ground. When I had arrived at Lao Lu's home, there had been but one. Now, as I prepared to leave, I discovered 3 sizable bundles, all containing garments he had procured for me. Stealing my emotions, I hoisted the packages and let out a hiccup, swaying slightly as I made my way along the narrow path home. The village of Zhoujia lacked streetlights, relying solely on the moonlight to illuminate my way. Midway through my journey, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, significantly reducing visibility. Yet, I noticed a dark figure materializing in the center of the road. Squinting to discern the shape, I soon realized that the clouds had drifted away, revealing a standing yellow weasel before me. Chapter 46. My name is Gao Shan. Though my body was beyond my control at that moment, my vision remained intact. I was certain that this creature, wearing a tattered hat of unknown origin and leaning on a branch as a makeshift cane, was indeed a weasel. It was simply larger than the average, standing upright. What era is this, that a weasel still seeks official recognition? How can one pursue cultivation through such underhanded means? I murmured as I took a couple of steps. Are you wondering whether you resemble a human or a deity? If you claim to be human, will you blame me for your failed aspirations? Yet if you assert you are divine, should your ambitions succeed and you encounter tribulations, would I not suffer alongside you? I chuckled softly and swayed slightly as I continued my forward march, choosing to disregard the peculiar situation. As I walked, I felt a peculiar heaviness in my right leg. Glancing down, I discovered that the weasel had discarded the branch and tattered hat it had been holding, now clinging to my leg, its teeth grasping at my trousers. Instinctively, I shook my leg, yet remained steadfast, seemingly determined to accompany me on my journey. Exasperated, I stood still and said, "Let us converse amicably. If you descend, I shall not proceed." The weasel's small, dark eyes darted around before it finally released its grip and climbed onto my satchel. Its inky tail obscured the handle of the bag. I intended to crouch down, but the effects of alcohol rendered my body uncooperative, causing me to plop down onto the ground. Gazing at the weasel before me, I understood that its repeated attempts to obstruct my path must have deeper significance. The yellow spirit, known for its cunning nature, harbors grudges and should not be trifled with. Yet, if one shows it kindness, it will repay in kind. Observing the weasel's seemingly sentient demeanor, I surmised it possessed some degree of cultivation. Some celestial beings retain their true forms to practice their craft, while others, whose physical forms have perished, resort to the cultivation of their ethereal spirits. My family's ghostly python, Zhou Tie, is one such being, occasionally manifesting to check on me. By this reasoning, it seemed I might share a connection with this little yellow spirit. With that thought, I shook my head to clear my mind and asked, "What is it that you wish from me?" The weasel leaped down from my satchel and placed its forepaws upon me, closing its eyes. I was perplexed by its intentions when suddenly, the voice of Huang Dezhu resonated. It has only recently attained enlightenment and cannot yet articulate speech. Now that its spirit has exited its corporeal form, you may communicate with it. As soon as Huang Dachui's words fell, the once lively weasel collapsed to the ground. Bathed in moonlight, I observed its fur stained with blood, a small puncture wound at the tip of its tail, as if it had been bitten by some creature. I intended to lift its body, but Huang Dachui's voice interrupted me once more. "Do not touch it. It is not dead, merely in a state of spiritual detachment. If you were to interfere with your own essence, it may not return." Concurrently, a strange voice echoed in my mind. "Help me." This voice was unfamiliar and hoarse. I realized it must belong to the little yellow spirit before me. "May I inquire your esteemed name, venerable spirit? What brings you to obstruct my path today?" I inquired politely. A vague intuition told me that assisting it would be beneficial, though I could not articulate why. "I am called Gaoshan. Do not be alarmed, young one. I have come with a request. Huang Gaoshan, you have seen the wounds upon my body. That is indeed the reason for my visit. Dear spirit, I am not skilled in healing. Perhaps I could escort you to a veterinary clinic?" Upon uttering these words in my mind, I felt a tingling sensation on my tongue. "Huang Dachui, are you being respectful?" The tingling was a consequence of Huang Dachui's reprimand for my inappropriate words. In a certain sense, he was also protecting me. After all, the yellow spirit before me had no prior connection to me. A single ill-chosen remark could lead to ill will. "Gaoshan, it is of no consequence. Your suggestion is reasonable, but that is not the purpose of my visit." As the tingling subsided, I complied. "I hope the esteemed spirit will elucidate further." With a sigh, he began to narrate his tale. Huang Gaoshan had not attained enlightenment for long, residing with his wife and daughter in the secluded mountains behind Zhujiakan. His days were mundane, spent either in cultivation or foraging for sustenance. However, one fateful day, while searching for food, he caught the attention of an eagle, a natural predator of the weasel. Despite his budding skills, instinctively he felt a surge of fear. After running 200 meters, he hastily retreated into his burrow, with the eagle lurking outside, waiting for the opportune moment. Realizing this predicament was untenable, with provisions dwindling at home, he contemplated fasting, but his family still required nourishment. In that moment, he recalled hearing long ago about a fragrant boy from Zhujiakan who had once quelled the ghostly disturbances though he had not returned to the village in over a year. After a moment of calculation, Huang Gaoshan deduced that this fragrant boy, who was indeed me, had returned to the village that very day. Stealing himself, he decided to venture out under the cover of darkness to seek my assistance. However, unbeknownst to him, the eagle was poised to catch the weasel, and as Huang Gaoshan emerged from his burrow, he was immediately spotted. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, he narrowly dodged the eagle-less attacks on several occasions. Yet ultimately, he miscalculated. The eagle-s sharp talons grasped the glossy, long tail of the weasel. Suspended in midair, Huang Gaoshan, in a desperate act, clawed at the eagle's eyes. The eagle, in pain, released him, and he fell to the ground, battered and bruised. Limping, he had no choice but to use a branch as a makeshift crutch. At this juncture, Huang Gaoshan could not help but bitterly smile, lamenting, "This body is no longer of use." Huang Gaoshan expressed his desire for Xiang Tong's assistance today, as he found himself unable to return home, fearing for the lives of his wife and daughter due to that ominous eagle. He merely wished to find them a new sanctuary within these mountains, without requiring Xiang Tong to tend to them. The back mountain Huang Gaoshan referred to was one I knew all too well, not from personal experience, but through the tales recounted by my grandfather and the uncles in our village. This mountain is known as Tsongshan, a name steeped in ancient lore. It is said that in bygone times, a corrupt official amassed untold wealth at the expense of the people. When the emperor sought to execute him, he bribed the judge of the time and took refuge within this mountain. Since then, the corrupt official vanished without a trace, and thus the mountain earned its name, Tsongshan. In my childhood, I witnessed numerous souls venture into the mountain, lured by the ethereal legends of hidden treasures, only to never return. Huang Gaoshan's mention of Tsongshan inevitably stirred these recollections within me. Huang Gaoshan assured me of his familiarity with the mountain paths, promising my safe return. I sighed in acquiescence. In that moment, I felt an intangible energy detach from my being and merge in a Huang Gaoshan's essence. Soon, he regained consciousness, though he appeared to struggle as he limped towards the mountain. I quickly intervened, urging him not to rush, as I needed to return home to retrieve my belongings. Furthermore, the night had enveloped us in darkness, rendering the path invisible. I needed to find a flashlight. I placed Huang Gaoshan atop my luggage and hastened back home. Upon opening the door, I was met with a cloud of dust that set me coughing. Chapter 47. Chaotic magnetic field. A peculiar scent lingered within the room. The air was thick with a musty scent that arises from prolonged dampness and lack of ventilation. Wrinkling my nose, I set my luggage aside and cradled Huang Gaoshan in my arms. "Apologies, old friend," I murmured, hastening my steps with you in my embrace. As I rummaged through the room, I recalled that I had a flashlight somewhere. However, it seemed to have vanished. Just then, outside in the courtyard, I heard the flickering of a flashlight accompanied by shouts. "Thief, don't move." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Squinting against the light, I glanced over, unable to discern the figure. Yet the individual recognized my face. "Zhou Tai?" A hint of surprise colored his voice. Clutching Huang Gaoshan, I stepped outside. The person, noticing my confusion, swung the flashlight to illuminate his face. "It's me. Have you forgotten? I'm Fu Chun." The name resonated in my mind, merging his appearance with the memories of my childhood. Fu Chun had always followed closely behind me when I was younger. Unlike the other children who bullied me, he would take me along to play. I was quite saddened when his family moved away before I began elementary school. "Brother Fu Chun, when did you return?" He scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "I came back a year ago, but you weren't in the village at that time. Now, I serve as a forest ranger in Tsongshan, patrolling daily to prevent those curious souls from wandering into the mountains. You wouldn't believe it. I've managed to dissuade quite a few people recently, all drawn in by the thrill of adventure." As I contemplated entering Tsongshan later, a wave of unease washed over me. What prompted my return to undertake this? Having lived in this area since my youth, I am quite familiar with it. Upon noticing a commotion, I approached. "Hey, where did you catch that yellow weasel?" "Release it immediately. It is a protected species," Hai Fuchin exclaimed, his gaze fixed on a yellow Gaoshan in my arms. I swiftly diverted the conversation, Indeed, this courtyard has not been tidied up in quite some time. It appears rather disordered. What are you talking about, Zhou Tai? You smell strongly of alcohol. Have you had too much to drink? I chuckled nervously. Brother Fuchin, look behind you. Seizing the opportunity, while Hai Fuchin turned around, I snatched the flashlight from his hands and dashed away. Zhou Tai, when I return, I shall return it to you, I called out as I ran, clutching the yellow Gao Shan tightly, and making my way to the outskirts of Song Mountain. As I gazed towards Song Mountain, the trees obscured my view, and the wind swept through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle ominously, shrouding the area in shadows. This evoked a natural sense of fear within me. In comparison to nature, humanity feels insignificantly small. While I was lost in thought, the yellow Gao Shan in my arms gently pawed at my hand. Looking down, I noticed its energy was waning, and I realized I could no longer afford a delay. Do not worry, I promise I will fulfill my vow, I whispered reassuringly. The yellow Gao Shan blinked, understanding my words. With flashlight in hand, I gritted my teeth and ventured into Song Mountain. In the distance, I seemed to hear Hai Fuchin's voice, yet when I turned to look, there was no trace of him. I continued deeper into the mountain. The rampant vines hindered my progress, and the strange sounds around me made me feel like a frightened bird, startled by an arrow. In a moment of carelessness, my face and hands were scratched by sharp branches, yet I held Huang Gaoshan tightly in my embrace, shielding it from harm. Following the direction indicated by Huang Gaoshan's paw, I pressed onward, unaware of how much time had slipped by. Before me loomed a towering tree, beside which lay a cave. Observing Huang Gaoshan's reaction, I knew I had found the right place. I approached the cave cautiously, gently setting Huang Gaoshan down. Before I could step inside, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed in my ears, accompanied by the sound of its swift descent. Reacting swiftly, I scooped Huang Gaoshan back into my arms, narrowly evading the eagle's attack. Witnessing this, the eagle took flight and soared away, no longer lingering in the vicinity. I placed Huang Gaoshan within the cave, shielding it with my body, aware that the eagle had not yet departed, its wing beats faintly audible nearby. Huang Gaoshan called out twice, and, as I looked down, I spotted two weasel figures, one large and one small, emerging. Upon seeing them, Huang Gaoshan nudged my arm with its head. I gathered them both into my embrace, covering them with my clothing. Oh, venerable sage, guide me. Where shall I place them? I gasped, my chest heaving from the exertion, my speech fragmented. Huang Gaoshan raised its front paw and pointed ahead. I ran in the direction it indicated, weaving through countless tilted branches until the sound of the eagle's wings faded behind me, allowing me to come to a gradual halt. Kneeling on the ground, I set down the family of three. Huang Gaoshan bowed to me, limping away with its mate and offspring into the depths of the cave. Just as I contemplated turning back, a voice pierced through the air. Zhou Tai. As I turned back, I saw Gao Fuchin approaching me with a flashlight in hand, his clothes smeared with mud and leaves, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Fuchin, how did you get in here? I stepped forward to meet him. His tone was a mix of anger and relief. Do you not realize how perilous it is in here? Dawn is fast approaching. We must return before the light breaks. The morning fog will envelop this place, and for a time, the magnetic field will become erratic, rendering the compass ineffective. What about that weasel in your arms? Surely, you are not so indiscreet as to have been bewitched by it, leading you to venture into this hidden mountain? Gao Fuchin's remarks grew increasingly absurd, prompting me to interject. Fuchin, let us hasten our exit. I will explain everything once we are outside. Nodding in agreement, we proceeded in the direction of our return. Based on my estimations, the journey should have taken an hour. However, after 2 hours of wandering, we remained lost in the mountains. We paused, exchanging glances, a troubling thought creeping into our minds. We were indeed lost. I tore a strip of cloth from my garment and tied it to a nearby tree. Then we continued onward, navigating through countless trees. Just as we began to lose hope of ever escaping the loop, we spotted that very tree adorned with the cloth. Gao Fuchin gasped for breath, tension palpable in his demeanor as he retrieved a compass from his pocket. The compass spun wildly, showing no signs of stabilization. The magnetic field was in disarray. If this continued, we would be trapped here indefinitely. I settled cross-legged on the ground, striving to regain my composure. Fuchin, do not panic. Allow me a moment to devise our route. How can one remain calm in such circumstances? I still have my wife and children waiting for me at home. What should I do? I cannot simply perish here. Gao Fuchin's agitation intensified. I chose to ignore him and silently prayed. Which master is present? Please come to my aid. Otherwise, this young, handsome, obedient disciple might meet his untimely end. Chapter 48. Having arrived as I spoke, a chill ran down my spine, and a spectral figure emerged before me. Seeing that distinctive long tongue, I recognized her as Zheng Xiaocui, accompanied by her black dog. I stood up in excitement and turned my gaze toward Zheng Xiaocui. She stood beside Gao Fuchin, though he was oblivious to her presence. Noticing my intense focus on his side, Gao Fuchin exclaimed, "Zhou Tai, what's wrong? Why the excitement? Have you found the way back?" Zheng Xiaocui brushed aside the hair obscuring her face and gave me a knowing glance before turning to walk ahead. I urged Gao Fuchin, "Stay close to me, brother Fuchin. I'll lead you out." After walking for a considerable time, the surroundings began to feel familiar. I spotted the cave where Huang Gaoshan's family had once resided, and my heart soared with joy. "Zhou Tai, I saw this when I entered. We can escape now." Gao Fuchin's enthusiastic voice echoed in my ears. Continuing forward, a glimmer of light finally appeared, and Zheng Xiaocui, along with the black dog, vanished from sight. At long last, Gao Fuchin and I emerged from the hidden mountain. I collapsed onto the ground, my taut nerves finally relaxing after such a prolonged period of tension. Gao Fuchin took out his compass, and, as we exited the mountain, the erratic needle steadied, returning to normal. I glanced at my phone, noting that only 3 hours had passed, far shorter than the duration we had felt. I gazed at the towering Zongshan behind me, muttering to myself, "How peculiar! I shall never return." After receiving a few reprimands from Gao Chunshan, we parted ways. I headed home while he continued his patrol around Zongshan. Upon arriving home, I opened the doors and windows, tidied up the dust-covered Kong, and succumbed to slumber. In my dreams, I found myself back at Zongshan, surrounded by trees that seemed to pierce the heavens, a wave of fear washing over me. I called out Fuchin, "Xiaocui, the big wolf dog." Regardless of how long I shouted, no one, nor any ghostly figure, emerged. Just as despair began to settle in, a faint rustling caught my ear. Turning towards the sound, I spotted Huang Gaoshan emerging from the underbrush. "Old immortal!" I dashed towards him, expecting him to wait for me. To my surprise, he turned and fled. I chased after him, but in my haste, I misstepped and fell into a pit, the impact causing stars to dance before my eyes. I looked up to see Huang Gaoshan standing at the edge, his back to the moonlight, gazing down at me. "Oh, old immortal, you cannot treat me this way. This is sheer betrayal. I saved you." Huang Gaoshan ignored my pleas and departed, leaving me stranded at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, a strange male voice broke the silence, heightening my alertness. I rose to survey my surroundings and was astonished to find a gilded iron gate appearing within the pit, upon which were inscribed the words, "General's Mansion." From the gate emerged 2 guards, brandishing long spears aimed at my throat. Following the guards was a man clad in a flowing black robe, his visage resembling that of jade, crowned with a golden diadem, exuding an air of grandeur. He cast a perplexed glance over me, his expression questioning, the essence of a living being? How could a living soul manifest in this place? The scene before me left me in a daze. I glanced at the iron gate and then around, recognizing that indeed I was ensnared in a pit, a vast earthen chasm. How could a general's manor suddenly materialize here? Noticing my silence, the guard tightened his grip on the spear in my throat. I, too, was bewildered by my presence here. Despite my confusion, the surrounding ethereal energy emanating from them led me to a conclusion. They were certainly not human. The specters of the 2 guards were somewhat subdued, yet the aura radiating from the man in black was akin to that of my great-aunt. "Apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." I chuckled awkwardly and attempted to retreat, but the pressure of the spear grew increasingly insistent. It was only when the man commanded, "Lower it," that the guards relaxed their stance, still eyeing me with caution. The man approached slowly, halting a mere half-meter away. Since young brother has come all this way, why not step into the manor for a brief respite and share a few cups of tea with me? It has been quite some time since anyone graced my abode. Even if I were not encircled by the guards and lacking any means to scale my way out of this pit, I chuckled again and acquiesced to the man's invitation. He erupted into hearty laughter, draping an arm around my shoulder as we moved inward, the gates of the general's manor creaking open. Before my eyes lay a courtyard, adorned with a pond bordered by intricately piled rock formations and a winding corridor encircling the garden. I was led by a man to a pavilion in the courtyard. On the stone table lay exquisite pastries accompanied by steaming tea. "You must be the master of the general's residence," I ventured cautiously. The man nodded without confirming, pouring me a cup of tea from the kettle he held. I lifted the teacup, hesitating to bring it to my lips, wondering if the drink was safe for a mere mortal. The man chuckled heartily. "Do not be afraid, young brother. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." He took a delicate sip of the tea and continued, "A few days ago, a gentleman informed me that a distinguished guest would arrive today. See, I have prepared these delicacies in anticipation of your visit." I placed the teacup back on the table and inquired, "May I ask, General, what is the name of that gentleman?" He replied, "His name is Gao Shan. His time is running out, yet a noble benefactor is destined to appear in his life." Gao Shan, Huang Gao Shan, the one known as Huang Xian. Why would he leave me here? Noticing my bewilderment, the man asked, "Do you know this person, young brother?" Observing the man's expression, I could not discern his stance, so I dared to ask, "Might I inquire about your esteemed name, General? Your imposing presence surely signifies great achievements." "Lu Rong," he replied with a nonchalant tone, yet my eyes widened in disbelief. "General Lu Rong, the Prince of Jinbian, who commanded 5,000 elite soldiers to secure the borders and established an impregnable defense. Historical records state that he succumbed to a mysterious illness in his 30s, after which he vanished from sight. Have you heard of me?" Lu Rong uttered with a weary smile, tinged with sorrow. "It is indeed known that, as the rumors suggest, General, you suffered from a peculiar ailment in your 30s, vanishing without a trace. How is it that you now stand before us?" Observing the increasing malevolence radiating from Lu Rong, my voice grew ever fainter. He struck the stone table with a fierce blow, shattering it into countless fragments. With a flourish of his sleeve, he rose in fury, exclaiming, "That accursed dog emperor! He harbors suspicion towards me, perceiving my merits as a threat to his rule, and has offered me poison. It is a pity that my Lu family, having fought valiantly to establish a realm and support the emperor in solidifying his reign, has been discarded like a shattered porcelain vessel. And yet, that dog emperor, still not at ease, has confined me within this hidden mountain, condemning me to a life of obscurity." My throat felt parched, and I swallowed hard. "General, please temper your wrath. Your name shall resonate through the ages, while that vile emperor will eventually be remembered with disdain." Upon hearing this, Lu Rong's interest was piqued. Chapter 49. The Oath of the Ghost King. Lu Rong's curiosity was ignited, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of ghostly energy enveloped him. The teacups and stone table, recently shattered by his fury, restored themselves to their former state in an instant. Though my education is modest, I had watched a few television programs at Old Lu's home that recounted the tale of this border town king. It seemed as though destiny had orchestrated our meeting, as if my spirit had truly transcended into the hidden mountains. Clearing my mind of distractions, I recounted the story I had seen on the program, embellishing it with fervor. Lu Rong listened intently, occasionally tapping the stone table with his fingers to interject additional details. "Hold on a moment. Though I am reluctant to express this, it is indeed true that the Dog Emperor desires to construct a defensive line to safeguard the populace from foreign incursions." "No, that is not correct. While the Dog Emperor may not possess my striking handsomeness, he is certainly not repugnant. I am uncertain how long I have been speaking, my throat parched and my body drenched in sweat. I drained the cup of tea before me, now cold and lifeless. Only after finishing did I recall my surroundings and the person who had poured the tea for me, leaving me momentarily frozen in place. Yet, Lu Rong remained oblivious to my discomfort, incessantly arguing the inconsistencies in my tale. After a brief interval, I felt no unease within my soul. Rather, a sense of relaxation washed over me, allowing me to finally set my mind at ease. Lu Rong and I conversed until the teapot ran dry, at which point he rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired about my name. Zhou Tai, I replied. Upon hearing my name, he scrutinized my features, his expression shifting to one of realization. So that is it. He then took 2 steps toward me and lightly tapped my throat. A sudden warmth coursed through me, prompting me to instinctively clutch my throat and retreat 2 steps, regarding Lu Rong with caution. Although he is a formidable general, renowned throughout the ages, at this moment he seemed rather unhinged. What was the meaning of this sudden gesture? Could it be that he intended to impose some form of constraint upon me? Was he planning to confine me within the general's estate to engage in endless chatter? Just as my thoughts spiraled, Lu Rong appeared to discern my apprehensions and chuckled softly. Fear not, I have no proclivity for Dragon Yang. Upon our encounter today, a sense of familiarity enveloped me, and only after learning your name did I realize you were an old acquaintance. There exists a profound connection between us. If one were to count meticulously, I owe you a life. Thus, upon our reunion, I pledge you a promise. Should you find yourself in peril in the future, merely utter the name Zhenbian Wang, and regardless of the time or place, I shall come to your aid. Upon hearing this, I eagerly inquired, General, you mentioned a connection between us. What is this connection? Can a promise truly suffice to settle such a debt? Lu Rong chuckled, folding his hands behind his back. You remain as cunning yet forthright as ever. Indeed, a promise is sufficient. Realizing that I could not secure further advantages, I felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet a thought struck me, prompting another question. Did you not say that the vile emperor has confined you here? How then shall you emerge should I require your assistance? At the mere mention of the vile emperor, Lu Rong let out a cold laugh. When I was alive, I was the Zhenbian Wang. In death, I shall be the Ghost King. Those petty tricks employed by charlatans, I unraveled decades ago. It is merely a habit of the general's residence that makes me reluctant to change my surroundings. Seeing my inclination to continue speaking, Lu Rong tapped my forehead lightly, his tone tinged with exasperation. Your questions remain plentiful. It is time for you to awaken. I jolted awake, my eyes flying open. I found myself still lying on the heated bed in the old house, the sky outside now clear. Sitting up, I felt invigorated, devoid of any discomfort. As I glanced at myself, noting no unusual changes, I prepared to freshen up. However, upon gazing into the mirror, I was startled to discover a crimson mole had appeared on my neck, not black nor pink, but a vivid red akin to cinnabar. I recall the moment yesterday when Lu Rong pointed at me, precisely at this spot. This realization convinces me that I truly experienced an out-of-body experience rather than merely a dream. At that time, I was unaware of the profound significance of a promise made by Ghost King. Soon enough, I dismissed the matter from my mind. Presently, my foremost concern is the restoration of the old house. As the saying goes, when one is drowsy, a pillow is conveniently provided. While I was having my meal, the voice of Gao Fuchin resonated in the courtyard. As I stood up, I glanced at my phone. It was 11 o'clock. Brother Fuchin, have you eaten yet? In northeast China, it is customary to greet one another with inquiries about meals at mealtime. Have you eaten? If not, come over for a bite. It won't be a bother to set another place. If you have already dined, then next time you come, let your sister-in-law prepare a few dishes for us to enjoy together. Hence, my first words upon stepping outside echoed this sentiment. Not yet, just woke up. When I came to your place yesterday, I noticed the yard was in disarray, so I thought I'd come over today to lend a hand. Gao Fuchin's honest voice responded. I took hold of his arm and led him into the house. Let's eat first. How can we work on an empty stomach? During our meal, Gao Fuchin inquired about my unexpected venture into the Tsang Mountain yesterday. I scratched my head, uncertain how to respond. I heard from the villagers that you have established a hall. Gao Fuchin lowered his voice deliberately. I chuckled softly and recounted the incident with Huang Gaoshan blocking my path. I observed his expression shift from shock to bewilderment, finally settling into astonishment. Oh my, Zhou Tai, you become quite formidable. There was no trace of disdain in Gao Fuchin's words. He remained as sincere as ever. Noticing his slight embarrassment, I discerned his thoughts. Would you like me to take a look for you? Gao Fuchin chuckled softly, retrieving his wallet from his pocket. I won't let you do this for free, Zhou Tai. I understand the rules. I wish to seek your counsel regarding my marriage, he continued. My wife and I have not been getting along well lately. Observing my hesitation, he handed me his wallet. Zhou Tai, name your price. I trust you. I pushed his wallet back towards him, saying, under normal circumstances, a fee would be expected, but between us, that is not necessary. Just treat me to dinner tonight. My reluctance stemmed not from the monetary aspect, but rather from my disinterest in marital matters. Then, how about this, Zhou Tai? You could assist me with my job situation instead. I recently met an uncle who expressed interest in partnering with me in business. Is this venture reliable? I placed a bowl on the table and rested my hands on my lap. Please provide me with your birth date and time. Upon hearing Gao Fuchin's details, my heart tightened as Huang Dachui's voice echoed in my mind. Ask him if that uncle has a beer belly, a receding hairline, and carries a small handbag. I conveyed Huang Dachui's words to Gao Fuchin. Yes, that's him. Unreliable. This individual is not to be trusted. His words are often fanciful and devoid of sincerity. If you agree to his proposal, he will likely request travel expenses, ranging from hundreds to thousands. After relaying this information to Gao Fuchin, he trembled slightly, then retrieved his phone and tapped a couple of times before handing it to me. The chat window he opened bore the name Zhang Zong. The first message therein was from Zhang Zong to Gao Fuchin. I am willing to engage in business with you. However, I require a travel expense of 5,000. Surely, I cannot bear the costs alone. Zhou Tai, your predictions are remarkably accurate. This morning, I encountered him, and just as I agreed to accompany him, he sent me a message requesting the travel fee. This sum of 5,000 is excessive. I have yet to make a definitive decision. It is unwise to acquiesce. In due time, he will meet an individual with a buzz cut and a mole at the corner of his mouth, a person of noble character. He shall be your benefactor. After conveying this to Gao Fuchin, he decisively retrieved his phone and outright declined the so-called Mr. Zhang. With Gao Fuchin's assistance, the old family house has been renovated. Brother Fuchin, your skills are truly commendable. This braised beef is exceptional. In the newly refurbished home, I purchased some ingredients with the intention of cooking a meal for Gao Fuchin. However, he insisted on showcasing his culinary prowess. After an hour of bustling about, we finally sat down to dine. At that moment, his phone rang. What's the matter? Did we not agree to dine at Zhou Tai's today? What? Regardless of what was conveyed over the phone, Gao Fuchin abruptly rose and hastily made his way outside. I watched as he exited the courtyard only to return. Zhou Tai, I have a matter to attend to. Let us reschedule for another day. Go ahead. There will be ample time in the future. He did not elaborate on the nature of his urgency, and I felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Days passed without any news from Gao Fuchin. Yet during this interval, I remained industrious, reorganizing and reopening the paper-cutting shop that my grandfather had left behind. On the day of the reopening, I sat at the entrance with the ancestral scissors, attempting to craft paper figures in the manner of my grandfather. Passers-by, upon witnessing my state, changed their expressions and hurriedly departed. I understood their disdain for this ominous presence. Yet, the cycle of life, encompassing birth, aging, illness, and death, is a universal truth. Only the divine can hope for eternal youth. Even these celestial beings may face tribulations, their souls scattered in the process. How much more so for mere mortals? For 3 consecutive days, I received no word from Gao Fuchin. It was not until the 4th day that I received his call. His voice was hoarse, and I strained to comprehend his words. Zhou Tai, can you come over right now? Although I was unclear about the urgency, I inquired for the address and pedaled my bicycle towards him. The location Gao Fuchin provided was not far from the paper offering shop, a mere 10-minute ride. Before me stood a single-story house, its gate ajar, and the yard was cultivated with an array of vegetables and fruits. It appeared to have been meticulously maintained, exuding a sense of cleanliness. As I stepped into the yard, a scruffy dog barked and rushed towards me. At that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. Before my eyes appeared Zheng Xiaocui and her large black dog. The spectral form of the black dog and the small mutt howled in concert from 2 different realms. Zheng Xiaocui bent down, her tongue dangling towards the scruffy dog's head. She seemed to have a profound affection for dogs, and this deceased black dog was evidently one she had cherished. The barking of the small dog summoned the occupants of the house. Zhou Tai. The person approaching was indeed Gao Fuchen. He appeared utterly disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his beard looked as though it had not been tended to in quite some time. Upon seeing me, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline, hastily pulling my arm and leading me into the house without offering any explanations. "Brother Fuchen, what is the matter?" I stumbled slightly, bewildered by his sudden urgency. Upon entering the abode, I was enveloped by a medley of scents, smoke mingled with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine. Seated by the Kong was a woman, seemingly of similar age to Gao Fuchen. Beside her lay a child of 7 or 8 years. The woman, known as Chen Hong, is Gao Fuchen's wife, and the child is named Gao Shu Wen, their offspring. These details were shared by Gao Fuchen after a few drinks. Gao Shu Wen's features were shadowed by a dark pallor. His eyes bore a bluish tint. His lips were also tinged with a deep blue, and the surface of his skin appeared flushed, suggesting he was unwell. He mumbled indistinctly, though I could discern a single word. No. The spirit, Mang Tsua, revealed that he was frightened, haunted by a lingering ghost which had caused his persistent fever, pleading for the bothersome large black dog to keep its distance from him. She insisted, "You may question him. Does the child not bear a dark handprint on his left ankle?" As I lowered my gaze, I spotted the shadowy figure of the large black dog circling the child, sniffing about. "Xiao Chui, quickly summon your large black dog back," came the voice of Zhang Xiaotsue. "He says this child ought to be by the water. Look how keen my black dog's sense of smell is. Gao Fuchen, could you not take the time to carry the child to the hospital for a fever-reducing injection? What purpose does your presence serve? Furthermore, do you truly believe in such superstitions? If you're to summon someone, at least call upon someone of merit. Why engage a mere child?" Upon noticing my arrival, Chen Hong rebuked Gao Fuchen in anger. Gao Fuchen, equally incensed, retorted, "Be silent. Have we not been to the hospital enough? Which doctor has healed my son? This is not a legitimate illness. How many times must I reiterate this?" Listening to the disparaging remarks laced within the woman's words, I felt a twinge of discomfort, yet I could comprehend her sentiments. After all, the child she carried for 10 months lay in a state of unconsciousness upon the bed. I addressed Fu Chun as brother. Thus I ought to refer to you as sister-in-law. I shall say this. Should you remain skeptical, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Gao Fuchun's tone took on a pleading quality. "Zhou Tai, please do not depart. She is unaware of your capabilities, but I am not." Chen Hong scoffed dismissively. "It is impossible for you to leave. The time you have squandered could have facilitated 2 trips to the hospital. If you are uncertain, and should anything happen to my son, be prepared to face legal repercussions." Seeing Gao Fuchun on the verge of losing his temper, I interjected softly, "There's a dark handprint on his left ankle." At my words, Chen Hong sneered, turning her gaze not toward me, but rather toward Gao Fuchun. "Look at what you have found." She continued, "In the past few days while dressing my son, I have not observed any handprint." With that, she spat and cursed fraud. Noticing her reluctance to examine Gao Shu Wen's left ankle and her continued insults directed at me, I felt my own temper flare and coldly laughed as I turned to leave. After my departure, Chen Hong's vitriol did not cease, as she hurled a stream of profanities. Observing Gao Fu Chun emerging to pursue me, she maintained an expression of disdain. "You are utterly unreliable," she muttered while cradling Gao Shu Wen, intending to adjust his clothing before taking him to the hospital. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a dark mark on Gao Shu Wen's left ankle. Chen Hong's heart tightened as she set Gao Shu Wen down, recalling my words. Her hands trembled as she rolled up her pant leg. As expected, a dark, bluish handprint was prominently visible. Panic surged through Chen Hong, and she hurriedly dashed outside. Meanwhile, I was still grappling with Gao Fuchen in the courtyard. Upon seeing her emerge, I swiftly released Gao Fuchen's hand, exclaiming, "Fuchen, I truly must leave. There are matters to attend to at home." Chapter 51. Memories of 85. Chen Hong trotted up to me, grasping my arms with both hands. As her knees were about to touch the ground, I quickly pulled her up, saying, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? If you don't believe me, we can just find someone else. There are plenty of capable individuals within 100 miles. Tears welled in Chun Hong's eyes, her urgency palpable as she broke free from my grasp and began to strike herself. Zhou Tai, please don't blame me. It is I who has erred. Can you help Shu Wen, please? I beg you. Her plea reminded me of the time in my childhood when my grandfather stayed by my side while I suffered a high fever, softening my heart. I returned to the room and sat beside Gao Shu Wen. Without engaging in any elaborate procedures, I realized I had forgotten to bring my bag due to the haste. I summoned the ethereal figure of Meng Suihua. In an instant, her apparition appeared before me. This time, she did not ride a horse nor wield any weapons. She simply extended a hand towards Gao Shu Wen. I witnessed a shadow being drawn forth from Gao Shu Wen's body by Meng Suihua. Once the shadow was extracted, Gao Shu Wen's skin visibly returned to normal. Just as Chun Hong intended to check on him, she was intercepted by Gao Fuchen. The ethereal figure conjured by Meng Suihua materialized before me, revealing a youthful girl who appeared remarkably tender in age. Her attire was exceedingly simple, and her skin, pale to the point of decay in certain areas, contrasted sharply with her strikingly large and beautiful eyes. Why do you persist in clinging to him? I inquired in a low voice. Chun Hong and Gao Fuchen instinctively took a couple of steps back upon witnessing my conversation with the void. I wished to return home. During this period, she must have been entwined with Gao Shu Wen's body, yet she bore no resemblance to a water ghost. Nonetheless, Gao Shu Wen had indeed ventured near the water, and the dark handprint on his ankle was undoubtedly left by a water spirit. A wave of confusion washed over me. What do you intend to achieve by clinging to him? I'm not clinging to him. He was nearly dragged into the water by a water ghost, and I possessed him to save his life. Yet once inside, I became uncertain of how to exit. I turned my gaze to Meng Suihua and, upon observing her expression, discerned that the girl was not lying. It dawned on me that this girl could be considered Gao Shu Wen's savior. You have indeed saved his life. What do you lack? Gold ingots? A house? Clothes? Have his parents offer you something in return for your kindness? The girl shook her head. I merely wish to return home. Then seeking me is of no use. I have no knowledge of your home. Her countenance shifted, and she attempted to plunge back into Gao Shu Wen's body. Fortunately, Meng Suihua, quick of hand, seized her. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I understood I must assist her in finding her home. Otherwise, she would continue to haunt Gao Shu Wen. She saved Gao Shu Wen and committed no wrongdoing. Yet, I struck her down, thus sowing the seeds of malevolence, which shall undoubtedly yield repercussions in the future. Furthermore, it is impractical for me to remain perpetually by Gao Shu Wen's side, idly toying with her. Contemplating this, I sighed. There must be some affinity between us, or we would not have encountered each other here. First, elucidate how you met your demise and why you cannot return home, so that I may discern how to assist you. The girl is named Fang Jixia. She is oblivious to the circumstances of her death and the reason for her presence by the riverbank. All she recalls is that an accident befell her by the water, and she has been wandering as a spirit for nearly 30 years, yearning to return home and reunite with her parents. However, she cannot recollect where her home lies. Were it not for her inhabiting Gao Shu Wen's body, she would be forever bound to the riverbank. How can I assist you if you remember nothing? I inquired. After a moment of silence, Fang Jixia spoke slowly. I do not remember where my home is, but I recall that the day I died was in 1985, and there was a path home near the river. I scratched my head, murmuring, 1985? I wasn't even born then. How I know where to go? Zhou Tai, is Shu Wen awake yet? Shen on interjected. I glanced at Chun Hong and then at Gao Shu Wen, lifting him and handing him to her. His temperature is no longer high. My son is finally better. Zhou Tai, please don't find me tedious, but why is Shu Wen still not awake? Observing Gao Shu Wen's declining temperature, Gao Fuchen felt a sense of relief. Yet, as he remained unconscious, a thread of anxiety began to weave through his mind. Could it be that he has sustained some damage? I shook my head and said, he is merely sleeping. He will likely awaken soon. Sister-in-law, please prepare some food for him, as he will probably be hungry upon waking. After Chun Hong agreed repeatedly, she handed the child to Gao Fuchen and proceeded to the kitchen. Noticing my gloomy demeanor, Gao Fuchen inquired, What is troubling you, Zhou Tai? Hasn't this matter been resolved? I recounted my recent conversation with the female spirit. She is still waiting there. If this issue is not fully resolved, she will likely seek out Xu Wen again. I gestured towards the edge of the Kong, where Fang Zhixia and Meng Tsuehua sat, preparing to speak. Meng Tsuehua was seated cross-legged, while Fang Zhixia, fearing Meng Tsuehua, dared not approach and remained curled up in the corner. Upon hearing my words, Gao Fuchen stiffened. She died in 85? This reminds me of something, Zhou Tai. Can you see if this aligns? I recalled hearing my father speak of a family in this village, the Wiles. They were not originally from the village, but had come from elsewhere to escape famine. The village head, feeling pity for them, allowed them to settle in an empty house. Years passed, and Old Wei became rooted in the village, eventually having children. Initially, Old Wei was a decent man, honest and upright. Yet the villagers remained distant from his family due to his son, Wei Ning. Wei Ning was nothing short of a troublemaker, stealing and causing mischief in his youth, and later associating with unsavory characters. In 85, he was executed. Hearing this left me perplexed. Executed? Surely, petty theft would not warrant such a fate? Gao Fuchen sighed and said, "It is not for that reason. He committed murder. At that time, there was a remarkably beautiful girl in the village, whom he took a fancy to, apparently with the surname Fang." As he spoke, I stole a glance at Fang Zhixia, who sat beside Meng Tsuehua. She seemed to be lost in thought. Lao Wei was aware of his son's character and pondered whether marriage might temper his waywardness. Thus he acquiesced to his son's desire to propose. Naturally, the family refused and uttered some unpalatable remarks, which left Wei Ning harboring resentment. Did he kill that girl? Gao Fuchen paused for a few seconds, his expression peculiar. As he lowered his voice, rumors suggest as much. Wei Ning was indeed executed by gunfire in 1985 for murder. Lao Wei indulged his son and devoted considerable effort to his matrimonial prospects. Yet no one wished to marry him, prompting Lao Wei to entertain nefarious ideas of abduction. During an attempt to consummate an illicit relationship, Wei Ning accidentally choked his victim to death. Unable to resist his son, Lao Wei lured several others. And after Wei Ning killed the first, it seemed as though a switch had been flipped, leading him to murder 5 in total before he was sentenced to death. Chapter 52. The beating with a stick before Wei Ning faced execution. The family with the surname Fang came to see him one last time. This was prompted by a coachman named Ma, who claimed to have seen Fang's daughter speaking with Wei Ning by the river shortly before her disappearance. Since then, there had been no word of her. The elderly couple from the Fang family, upon losing their daughter, aged overnight, and sought to visit Wei Ning to uncover the truth, whether their daughter was alive or dead. I observed the increasingly pallid expression on Fang Zhixia's face, her entire being radiating a sense of malevolence, and urgently inquired, what happened next? What did Wei Ning say? Gao Fuchen shook his head, I don't know. But ever since then, the Fang family left the village and moved to the county. Brother Fuchen, do you know their exact address? I wish to seek them out. Gao Fuchen shook his head, but soon added, there is a household in the village with the surname Li. He should be aware. I stood up, preparing to depart. At that moment, Gao Shuwen let out a murmur and gradually roused from his slumber. Upon seeing his son awake, Gao Fuchen first expressed great joy, followed swiftly by anger. Gao Shuwen, at his father's sharp reprimand, Gao Shuwen's previously drowsy eyes widened in astonishment. Father? Why am I in your arms? His tone was laden with confusion, evidently unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days. Did you go to the riverbank? Gao Fuchen asked, suppressing his ire. Gao Shuwen chuckled nervously, his voice tinged with guilt. How did you know, father? I went fishing. Do you recall what happened? It was only then that Gao Shuwen seemed to have his memories jolted awake, bursting into inconsolable tears. I went fishing. An old man said he had delicious food to share with me. I told him I didn't want any, but he kept tugging at my clothes, preventing me from leaving. I panicked and pushed him down. He grabbed my ankle and dragged me into the water. When I came to, I saw you, father. Witnessing Gao Shuwen's heart-wrenching sobs, Gao Fuchen could no longer bring himself to scold him and could only suppress his anger. Upon hearing the sound of crying, Chen Hong, who was cooking outside, hurried indoors and cradled Gao Shuwen in her arms, soothing him as one would a child. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped outside, only to realize that Xia and Zheng Xiaocui were trailing behind me, while Meng Sihua returned to my thoughts. As I ventured far from the courtyard, I heard a voice calling from behind. Zhou Tai. I halted and turned to see Gao Fuchen rushing toward me, breathless, with a bag of fruit in hand, which he pressed into my hands. You ought to visit old Li's place, right? You can't go empty-handed. That old fellow won relent otherwise. Take this. It's all homegrown and pesticide-free. He then produced 1,000 yuan from his pocket, insisting on stuffing it into mine. I quickly declined, exclaiming, "What is this for?" No, this is too much. I haven't done anything." Seeing Gao Fuchen's persistence, I reluctantly extracted 2 bills and tucked them into my pocket. All right. Just take these as a token. Now hurry back, Brother Fuchen, and tell the child not to linger by the river. That old water ghost doesn't discriminate between young and old when seeking a substitute. After bidding farewell to Gao Fuchen, I followed the direction he indicated, glancing at Fang Zhixia beside me. The girl's beautiful face bore an expression of puzzlement. I feel like I remember this place. I remained silent. She had lost her memory, drifting through this world, and my immediate goal was to locate her parents in hopes of triggering her recollection of the cause of her death. Once her memory was restored, I could guide her to the underworld for rebirth. At last, we arrived at old Li's residence, described by Gao Fuchen. The yard appeared somewhat dilapidated, with overgrown weeds suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. The courtyard gate stood wide open, yet there was no cause for concern about theft. A thief might well leave behind 2 sacks of rice in their haste to depart. Before I could step inside, the door to the house swung open, revealing an elderly man. He was lean, with hair streaked with gray, and his attire was relatively tidy. Upon catching sight of me, he jabbed his cane into the ground and barked. "Who are you?" I waved the fruit in my hand and replied, "Are you Uncle Li?" The wariness in his expression diminished slightly as he scrutinized me. "Whose child are you? You seem rather unfamiliar." I smiled and took a few steps closer, extending the fruit toward him. "Uncle Li, do you know Fang Zhixia?" At the mention of that name, his demeanor shifted. He scanned me from head to toe and queried, "What is your connection to Wei Ning? You can't possibly be his son, can you? I've heard tales that he left behind a seed before his demise. And you seem to fit the age." Before I could respond, he raised a pouch of fruit, contemplated for a moment, then lowered it, only to lift his cane and swing it at me, cursing, "A family of good-for-nothings. I'll make sure to put you down, you little wretch." I dodged and shouted back, "I don't know him. I'm here to inquire about Fang Zhixia." Uncle Li pursued me for a few steps, then lowered his cane, panting heavily. "If you have no ties to Wei Ning, why are you seeking Fang Zhixia?" I recounted a dream I had, in which a woman named Fang Zhixia urged me to come to this village in search of her parents. Instinctively, I fabricated a lie, uncertain of this old man's sentiments regarding the shamanistic practices. Should he harbor disdain for such matters, I would be cast out without any leads. Old Li gazed at me with suspicion. "Really?" I nodded vigorously twice, simultaneously touching the spot where his cane had struck me, relieved to find it merely scraped. Leaning on his cane for support, Old Li settled onto the ground, retrieved an apple from his bag, wiped it off with his clothing, and took a hearty bite. I recognized her, the daughter of the Fang family, who had been out of contact for over 30 years. "Since you had this dream, she must have passed away, right?" His tone was laden with melancholy. I sat beside him and inquired, did they always believe Fang Zhixia was still alive? After taking a couple of bites of the apple, Old Li returned it to his bag, pulled out a pipe, knocked the ashes out against the step, and then filled it with tobacco before lighting it. He inhaled slowly, then began to speak. When Wei Ning was executed, I accompanied old Fang to see him for the last time. At this point, a glimmer of intensity sparkled in Old Li's eyes. That scoundrel didn't reveal whether Zhixia was alive or dead, even when facing death. The Fang family had 2 children, a son and a daughter, the latter being Fang Zhixia, whom old Fang had spoiled since childhood. With her fate unknown, old Fang fell ill shortly after meeting Wei Ning and passed away not long after, constantly murmuring Zhixia's name until the end. Old Fang's wife, overwhelmed by grief, lost her sight from weeping. Yet fortunately, They had a dutiful son and daughter-in-law who moved to the city to care for her. Upon hearing this, I was filled with sorrow and hastily asked, "Do you know where their family is located?" Chapter 53, A Request, Oldly glanced at me, then at the fruit scattered on the ground, remaining silent. Understanding his unspoken words, I took out the 200 yuan I had just earned and placed it in his hands. Old Li's face lit up with joy as he provided me with an address. As I retraced my steps along the narrow path, intending to catch a bus to the county town at the village entrance, I encountered Gao Fuchen. Upon hearing that I had given Old Li 200 yuan, he expressed his anger but then sighed deeply, acknowledging Old Li's misfortunes. Old Li had recently lost his wife to illness, and his 2 sons worked far away, maintaining a distant relationship with their father and seldom visiting. With limited mobility, Old Li struggled to make ends meet, scavenging daily for scraps to sell for sustenance. After bidding farewell to Gao Fuchen, I boarded the bus to the county town, watching the scenery outside change slowly. Fang Ji sat beside me, while Zheng Xiaocui and the large black dog pressed their faces against the window, gazing at the unfolding landscape. Zheng Xiaocui remarked, "Things are better now. Previously, we only had horse-drawn carts and bullock carts, but now we have this big metal vehicle, which is much faster than those." As Zheng Xiaocui and I exchanged playful banter, the bus came to a gentle halt. I disembarked, taking in the bustling crowd before me, and casually approached a passerby to inquire about the direction of the address. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the foot of an apartment building. Before me stood what appeared to be a newly developed community, with the building immaculate and orderly. I ascended to the 5th floor and paused at the security door in front of apartment 501. Just as I was about to knock, a male voice called out from behind me, "What are you doing?" Turning around, I saw a man clad in police uniform, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon me. Initially, I presumed he was merely a neighbor, yet the man promptly inquired, "What are you doing at my doorstep?" To my surprise, he turned out to be Fang Zhixia's brother, the son of old Fang. "I am here to seek Huang Rumei. May I inquire if she is at home?" Noticing the man's silence, I glanced towards Fang Zhixia, who was scrutinizing him, and gently remarked, "I have come at Fang Zhixia's behest. She wishes to reunite with her parents." The man let out a disdainful huff, his gaze piercing and his arm tensed with visible veins. "What nonsense are you spouting? Speak. What is your purpose here? I can truly see her." I hastily described Fang Zhixia's appearance and voice. "She longs to return home and see her parents once more. I learned your current address from Old Li. I assure you, I am not an ill-intentioned person." After my lengthy explanation, he relaxed his clenched fist. "I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, but since you mentioned Uncle Li, I shall grant you an audience with my mother, provided you adhere to 2 stipulations. First, do not utter a single word about Zhixia to her. Her eyes have wept to the point of blindness, and her mental state is fragile. Should you cause her distress, you are to leave immediately. Second, you may only stay for 10 minutes. I readily acquiesced. She is right beside you. Once she returns home, she will not trouble me again. I will be delighted to never return." The man paused for a moment before introducing himself. "I am Fang Mingli. If my mother inquires about your identity, tell her you're my colleague, visiting to see her." I uttered my name to him, and he glanced me over before bypassing me to unlock the security door. The interior of the room exuded a warm ambience, with the sound of the television emanating from the living room. Fang Mingli placed the items he was holding on the dining table and escorted me to the living area. On the sofa sat an elderly lady, her hair streaked with gray and her eyes a striking blue. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned her head in our direction and inquired, "Who is it?" The frail voice that emerged caused Fang Zhixia beside me to burst into tears, and it was no exaggeration to say it resembled a wailing lament, piercing my ears with a dull ache. The elderly woman seemed to sense something amiss as she reached out her hand into the void, asking, "Zhixia, is that you?" Fang Mingli and I exchanged a glance, both of us registering the astonishment in each other's eyes. I was taken aback by her acute sensitivity, as she instantly sensed Fang Zhixia's presence in the living room. Fang Mingli glanced at Zhou Tai, who stood nearby, then back at his mother, pondering whether what he had been told was indeed true, whether his sister had truly entrusted him with this task. For Fang Mingli, This revelation was utterly astonishing. Mom, what are you saying? Today a colleague of mine has come to see you. What does that have to do with Jixia? I discerned the concealed shock in Fong Mingli's tone and, fearing he might expel me, quickly interjected, Annie, I am Zhou Tai, a colleague of Ligu, here to visit you. However, the elderly woman shook her head solemnly, rising to her feet and reaching out towards me. Her steps were hurried, and I noticed she was about to trip over a nearby trash can. I quickly stepped forward to steady her. Her hands, lined with wrinkles, grasped mine, and her words left me in utter disbelief. Zhou Tai? It is I, Ligu, who has always been quite attentive to me. Is this not a visit to see you? Do you happen to know a girl named Fong Jixia? I glanced at Fong Mingli, who nodded slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, urging me to reveal the truth of the matter. Yet, as I gazed upon the elderly lady before me, my heart was torn. In that moment, I hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts, for it seemed that no matter how I phrased it, the truth would be too cruel for her delicate ears. How much longer does she have to live? Zhang Xiaozue, I can check. I shall seek out the Stone King immediately. The fortune-telling priestess possesses the ability to discern lifespans, yet typically refrains from doing so, as the intricacies of fate involved here are manifold. Furthermore, unforeseen circumstances abound. For instance, a person destined to meet an untimely demise might find their life extended through acts of kindness performed prior to their death. Conversely, one who is meant to live a long life, perhaps into their 90s, may face an early end due to their nefarious deeds. My intention in asking Zhang Xiaozue to inquire about her lifespan was to weigh my choices, whether to speak or remain silent. Considering that Zhang Xiaozue would take some time to return, I could not remain standing indefinitely, and thus guided the elderly lady back to the sofa. I do know someone by the name of Fong Jixia, though it is possible she simply shares the name. Please describe her appearance to me, and I shall see if I can recognize her. Upon hearing my words, the elderly Huang Rume gripped my hand even tighter, her voice tinged with excitement. Her tone turned nostalgic as she recounted tales of Fong Jixia, always with a hint of a smile, narrating everything from her birth to the events leading up to her disappearance. It was at that moment that Zhang Xiaozue returned. There's still 10 years left. Upon learning of my lifespan, I found myself increasingly entangled in turmoil. I glanced at Fong Jixia, who stood beside me, choked with emotion and inwardly questioned, "Will you promise me?" Fong Jixia replied, "Do not inform her of my demise. With our father gone, we are fortunate that our mother and brother still remain in this world. I wish to spare her any further sorrow stemming from my fate. Yet, I do have a request." Chapter 54. The Life I Took with My Own Hands. Fong Jixia continued, "Could you possibly restore her sight? If she could merely perceive a little, it would greatly enhance her quality of life. Furthermore, regarding my little master, I yearned to understand the circumstances surrounding my death." Tears welled in her eyes. These two requests were indeed impossible for me to decline. However, she had previously stated that she had but a single request. It is indeed unwise to trust the words of spirits, particularly those as enchanting as hers. Just as I hesitated, in the blink of an eye, the ethereal figure of Zhang Xiaozue materialized before me. Zhang Xiaozue remarked, "Restoring her sight is a complex matter. It has been too long, and our family lacks a skilled healer. As for the manner of her death, I can investigate in the underworld and have Zhou Tai provide you with an answer." Just as I was about to converse with Fong Jixia, an ancient voice echoed in my ears. "Does she not resemble the Fong Jixia you know?" The elderly lady spoke again. I paused before responding, "Indeed, she does. What you have mentioned, Jixia has shared with me." She recounted how her father would strike her brother, yet never laid a finger on her. Upon hearing these words, Wu Rume's expression became one of intense excitement. "Really? Then why hasn't she come home? Where is she now? How is she doing? Does she have her phone? Why has she not contacted the family for such a long time?" As she spoke, her voice began to tremble once more. Fong Mingli had not anticipated her reaction. Witnessing his mother's emotional collapse compelled him to step forward and gently pat her frail back. "Mother, please, calm down and let Zhou Tai finish speaking. You can't bear to cry like this." Hearing Fong Mingli's voice seemed to provide Wu Rume with an outlet for her pent-up emotions, and she vigorously struck his arm. Tell me, how can you call yourself a police officer? Why have you not found your sister after all these years? If Zhou Tai hadn't come today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my daughter is still alive. Fong Mingli looked aggrieved, yet he refrained from saying much more, gazing at his mother as tears streamed down her face. Zhou Tai, please speak up. Wu Rumei reached out towards me, and I grasped her hand, my mind racing as I pondered how to evade her inquiries. Just then, the security door swung open once more. Fong Mingli's wife, Su Minghua, returned home and, upon seeing a stranger, questioned, "Who is this?" Fong Mingli stepped forward to quietly explain to his wife. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I could ask Fong Zhixia to contact her sister-in-law. That would allow us to make a phone call, wouldn't it? Aunt, please wait a moment. I will go call Zhixia and see if she is busy. Finding an excuse to extricate myself, I approached them and shared my suggestion. Fong Mingli was the first to object, his voice low and incredulous. What are you joking about? Let us set aside the question of whether you are a deceiver. According to your statement, Fong Zhixia has perished, transformed into a spirit. How could a ghost be allowed to possess a body so freely? I turned to Su Minghua, a woman who had maintained her composure throughout. She gazed past me at Wu Rumei, who was seated on the sofa, awaiting our next move. I concurred with her sentiment. Upon uttering these words, Fong Mingli was taken aback, his eyes reddening as he looked at his wife. Minghua, you need not go to such lengths. Su Minghua responded with a serene smile. Mother has treated me with utmost kindness, as if I were her own daughter. Furthermore, a deceased sister-in-law remains a sister-in-law, regardless. Ignoring Fong Mingli's objections, Su Minghua turned to me and said, I entrust this to you, young master. Together, Su Minghua and I entered the inner bedroom, drawing the curtains to shroud the room in shadow. She settled onto the bed while I took a seat opposite her with a chair in hand. What shall we do next? I have not brought an incense burner. At this moment, Huang Dachui interjected, allow me to handle it. Before long, Huang Dachui's ethereal form manifested, and he forcefully thrust Fong Zhixia into Su Minghua's body. Moments later, Su Minghua began to weep, and I discerned that it was no longer she, but Fong Zhixia who was present. Do not cry now, or your mother will only worry more. Su Minghua closed her eyes and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. I dialed the phone, and soon the sound of ringing echoed from outside. The call was promptly answered, revealing Wu Rumei's aged and trembling voice. Zhixia, is that you? It is I, mother. I am Zhixia, Su Minghua spoke softly, her voice now completely mirroring that of Fong Zhixia. If I were to close my eyes, I would undoubtedly believe that Fong Zhixia had returned to life. My dear daughter, how could you be so heartless? Have you truly been able to endure all these years without seeking your parents? Fong Zhixia was also in tears. Mother, how is your health? Please do not worry about me. I have married and given birth to a child, but it is too far for me to return and see you. After 10 minutes of conversation, Fong Zhixia found an excuse to end the call. Before I could speak, Huang Dachui pulled Fong Zhixia out of Su Minghua's body. Su Minghua quickly opened her eyes, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at me. Little master, it felt as though I was in a pitch-black space, utterly cold. That's quite normal, I replied without further elaboration. After Huang Dachui examined Su Minghua's body and found no abnormalities, I stepped outside. Wu Rumei was seated on the sofa, appearing to be in a much better state than when I had first entered. A smile graced her face. Little Tai, I truly thank you for allowing me to speak with Zhixia. I sat beside her, and she grasped my hand tightly. It was the least I could do. Zhixia has been thinking of you all these years, but didn't know how to reach out. I merely acted as a bridge. I wonder how she's doing over there. Wu Rumei murmured. Not sensing anything amiss, I replied. She's doing well. Didn't she mention that she had given birth? Wu Rumei's smile faded into a grimace. She has died, her soul wandering outside. How could she possibly be well? I was taken aback, my voice faltering. What did you say? Did you not just hear her voice? Wu Rumei turned her head, her azure eyes fixed upon me, a peculiar smile gracing her face. I told you, Zhixia died. She passed away 30 years ago. Can you guess how I know? A chill of cold sweat trickled down my back as I attempted to withdraw my hand, only to find it firmly grasped by her. Fong Mingli, equally at a loss, stepped forward to take hold of Wu Rumei's hand. Mother, what are you saying? Let go of Zhou Tie's hand. Wu Rumei uttered a statement that left us all rooted to the spot. Because I personally killed Fang Zhixia. I glanced at Fang Zhixia beside me. Her expression mirrored my shock, yet the bewildered look in her eyes began to fade slightly with those words. What? You do not believe me? Wu Rumei released my hand and leaned back on the sofa, her tone chillingly apathetic. Zhou Tai, let me guess, you saw Zhixia's spirit by the riverside, didn't you? Fang Mingli's gaze towards me was filled with inquiry, while the cold sweat on my back had thoroughly soaked my shirt. Chapter 55. The Vengeful Spirit. I numbly nodded twice. I had anticipated that Wu Rumei would react with astonishment upon learning that Fang Zhixia was still alive, a shock akin to a long-awaited reunion. To my utter disbelief, however, it was a shock born from fear of her own sins being uncovered. But why reveal it now? Brother Fang, is there something amiss with our matriarch? I gestured toward my head. Before Fang Mingli could respond, Wu Rumei sneered, Rest assured, I am of sound mind. Through her words, we began to unravel the truth of the matter. In 1985, Fang Zhixia, at the tender age of 18, was the only university student in the village. However, several years prior, Wu Rumei had arranged a betrothal for her, accepted a bride price, and disallowed her from pursuing an education elsewhere. With the assistance of Fang Zhixia's father, she clandestinely escaped. After some time, believing her mother had calmed down, she returned home during the holiday. To her dismay, as she passed a narrow path by the river, Wei Ning obstructed her way. Initially, their conversation was relatively normal, but soon Wei Ning began to overstep boundaries. It was not until Wu Rumei happened by, wielding a hoe, that she swiftly drove Wei Ning away. A reunion between mother and daughter should have been a tender moment. However, Wu Rumei's demeanor towards Fang Zhixia was far from warm. She intended to return home and reprimand her daughter, but Fang Zhixia, filled with grievances, turned to leave. In her growing fury, Wu Rumei pulled her back, her anger escalating until, in a moment of loss of control, she accidentally pushed Fang Zhixia, causing her head to strike against a stone, rendering her unconscious. Panic gripped Wu Rumei. She contemplated seeking help to take Fang Zhixia to the hospital. Yet, a troubling thought crossed her mind. If this incident became public, her eldest son's job would be jeopardized. Resolutely, she scanned the area for witnesses, and finding none, she dug a pit with a hoe, pushed Fang Zhixia into it, and placed a large stone over the fresh earth, concealing the evidence. In that fateful act, she inadvertently sealed Fang Zhixia's soul by the riverside, condemning her to eternal unrest. Upon hearing this account, my immediate reaction was one of bewilderment, my voice wavering. I failed to comprehend why her pursuit of education incited such fury in you. Why leave her alone by that frigid riverbank? Do you not realize her sole desire was to return home? She just pleaded with me to heal your eyes, believing it would make your life a bit easier. Why? You are a mother. How can you be so heartless? Each word I uttered dripped with profound confusion, every syllable laced with indignation. Wu Rumei let out a cold laugh. What use is all that knowledge for a girl? In the end, isn't it all just about getting married? A waste of money. Fang Mingli could not bear to meet Wu Rumei's gaze. His voice choked with a bitter laugh. Mother, my sister is a living human being. She is my dear sister. What you are doing is akin to burying her alive. I will report this matter truthfully. I have nothing to lose, not even the clothes on my back. With that, Fang Mingli rose to leave, but for some reason, he paused. He spoke into the void. I'm sorry. I knew this apology was directed at Fang Zhixia. I observed Wu Rumei, still as unyielding as a mountain on the sofa. Since you have managed to conceal this for so long, why reveal it today? If I'm not mistaken, it is because despite inadvertently sealing Fang Zhixia's soul by the river, you later learned of this through certain channels. Wu Rumei, with her blind eyes, stared into the void. You are correct. Indeed, I later intentionally imprisoned Fang Zhixia's soul there. That great sage foretold two things. The first being that I would lose my sight, which has come pass. The second, that decades hence, I would encounter Fang Zhixia again. Upon seeing her, my demise would be imminent, and I must not take this matter to the grave, lest I fail to be reborn. She initially stated that her actions were not driven by a sudden awakening of conscience, but rather by a profound fear of the celestial prophecy. In that moment, my heart felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering me breathless. I rose from my seat and bid farewell to Feng Mingli. Upon exiting his residence, I found the world outside, shrouded in twilight. I made my way to a park nearby, settling upon a bench, where I beheld the bewildered visage of Zhang Xiaocui and the dazed expression of Feng Zhixia. With no one around, I murmured softly, "Feng Zhixia, you have now come to comprehend the cause of your demise. All things in existence are bound by cause and effect. I am aware that uttering this will bring you discomfort, yet I implore you to find solace. I shall guide you to the underworld and into the cycle of rebirth." Feng Zhixia, regaining her composure, let out a bitter laugh. "I was never meant to die. It is not you who should have perished. Your words come so easily." As she spoke, her tone shifted and the stupor on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of seething hatred. "Do you have any idea of the agony I endured in death? When I awakened, my nostrils were filled with earth, and I could not breathe. I suffocated to death. In the blink of an eye, her complexion turned a ghastly shade, her once beautiful face transforming into something horrific, and the aura of resentment surrounding her intensified." Zhang Xiaocui cried out, "She is about to become a vengeful spirit." In an instant, Feng Zhixia's tongue elongated, attempting to ensnare her. Reacting swiftly, I summoned the ghost-slaying whip, exclaiming, "Feng Zhixia, do not lose sight of your true self." "True self? What is the true self?" She retorted, "I have been filial to my parents and revered my elder brother. Yet in the end, what transpired? My mother had me buried alive. I met a tragic end on that fateful day. Tell me, what is the true self?" With a roar of fury, Feng Zhixia lunged toward me. As I gazed at the approaching figure, I tightened my grip on the ghost-hunting whip, reluctant to inflict further harm upon the wretched spirit before me. Just as her ghostly presence drew near, Zhang Xiaocui's elongated tongue ensnared her ethereal form. A phantom materialized before me, and from the silhouette, I recognized it to be Meng Suihua. Armed with a long spear that glimmered ominously in the moonlight, she thrust it forward with casual ferocity, prompting Feng Zhixia to emit a wail before dissipating into a cloud of dark mist, vanishing from my sight. Meng Suihua contemplated pursuing her, but ultimately deemed it futile. Turning back to me, I anticipated a reprimand. Instead, she imparted a solemn piece of wisdom. "Do not blame yourself for today as events. Yet remember to delve deeper into matters in the future. This approach will not only hold others accountable, but will safeguard your own interests as well." With that, Meng Suihua retreated into my consciousness, leaving Zhang Xiaocui and me in a silent exchange of glances. "What shall we do, Xiaocui? The vengeful spirit has escaped. Have we brought misfortune upon ourselves?" Zhang Xiaocui wore a look of remorse. "I was reminded of the day I perished. I failed to ascertain the truth, and this is my fault. She must be hiding now to recuperate. That spear wound was severe for her spirit. However, I suspect once she is healed, she will return for retribution." Wu Rumei mentioned that once Feng Zhixia is encountered again, her demise will be imminent. Could this be related? I turned to the illuminated residential building. "You speak the truth, yet we cannot remain vigilant over Wu Rumei at all times. Furthermore, should we even be tasked with her protection?" Chapter 56. Possession. After much contemplation, I dialed old Lu's number. The phone was quickly connected, and the first sound that greeted me was the clamor of the television. Soon after, Lao Lu's voice followed. "What is the matter, Zhou Tai? Why the sudden call?" I recounted everything that had transpired to Lao Lu. "Do you think I should save Wu Rumei?" A heavy silence enveloped the line. Several times, I feared that Lao Lu might have disconnected. At last, his voice emerged, low and somber. "Zhou Tai, you must first understand one thing. A vengeful spirit of this magnitude, once it descends into madness, will not limit its wrath to Wu Rumei alone. The consequences you bear will multiply. You should also comprehend that should you allow her to kill Wu Rumei, two scenarios may unfold. Either her resentment dissipates, or it intensifies, leading us back to the dire consequences I just mentioned. Think carefully about these two outcomes. Can you truly bear the weight of either?" I sank into contemplation. As the sky darkened, An eerie wind began to howl. I found myself unable to endure it. I was unwilling to let an innocent person perish due to my momentary weakness. Lao Lu's voice resonated with reassurance on the other end. Moreover, the deceased are indeed deceased. Even if she suffered greatly during her lifetime, the underworld has its own jurisdiction to handle her case. She cannot seek vengeance herself, for that would plunge the mortal realm into chaos. Our current position is akin to that of enforcers of the law on Earth. If we allow our momentary compassion to lead to greater calamities, the repercussions we face will be far graver. Having just calculated the situation, I realized that Feng Zhixia could no longer wait. She would confront Wu Rumei at dawn. After hanging up the phone, I let out a deep sigh. All these troubles stemmed from Gao Shuwen, yet there seemed to be an inexplicable bond pulling me towards Feng Zhixia. This matter could only be resolved through my intervention. Upon returning to Feng Mingli's residence, he appeared somewhat surprised to see me. "Little master, what brings you back?" I cast him a sidelong glance and elucidated the entire sequence of events. Our tones had shifted since our initial meeting. He was polite while I remained aloof. Invited inside, I found Wu Rumei still lounging on the sofa. She had undoubtedly overheard my words, yet there was no sign of remorse in her demeanor. Instead, she exclaimed defiantly, "That girl wouldn't dare. If she were truly formidable, she would have perished instead of me. Do not utter such threatening words." I interjected, my irritation evident. "Mother, please refrain from speaking so much." Feng Mingli interposed, attempting to calm the situation. I regarded them coldly. "Did you not claim to uphold justice against kin? Why the silence now?" Feng Mingli offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. Time passed swiftly. Feng Mingli and I remained vigilant in the living room, while Wu Rumei retired early to bed, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the circumstances. My displeasure simmered beneath the surface, yet I suppressed my emotions, conserving my strength for the inevitable confrontation with Feng Zhixia. At 1 o'clock in the morning, fatigue overtook Feng Mingli, and he dozed off on the sofa. Just as I began to think that Feng Zhixia would not appear tonight, Zhang Xiao suddenly materialized before me, her expression grave as she glanced towards Wu Rumei's room. Instinctively, I sprang to my feet, sensing that something was amiss. A haunting, aged scream reverberated throughout the entire house. Feng Mingli sprang to his feet in an instant, while I dashed to the door of Wu Rumei's room, forcefully kicking open the tightly locked door. What met my gaze was a horrifying sight. Wu Rumei, enveloped in a dark aura, was viciously clutching her own throat. "Wu Rumei, you shall perish." I noticed a shadowy figure overlapping with Wu Rumei's form. It was Feng Zhixia. Summoning the ghost-hunting whip in my hand, I waved it, prompting Zhang Xiaotsui to dart out from behind me, intending to extract Feng Zhixia from within Wu Rumei. However, Feng Zhixia was overwhelmed with resentment, making it impossible for Zhang Xiaotsui to approach her ethereal being. Wu Rumei's cries were relentless as she desperately tore at her own hair, her wails drawing the ire of neighbors who peered out of their windows, cursing the commotion. At that moment, should I use the ghost-hunting whip, it could potentially harm Wu Rumei's soul. I could only call out to the dazed Feng Mingli beside me, "Quick, restrain her. We must not allow her to continue this self-harm." We both lunged forward, one on each side, restraining Wu Rumei. In essence, we were subduing the spirit of Feng Zhixia that possessed her. Feng Zhixia possessed immense strength, struggling fiercely, her voice a chilling lament. "Why? Why must you kill me?" Simultaneously, I shouted inwardly, "Mang Tsuehua! Mang Tsuehua! Hurry and come!" The languid voice of Mang Tsuehua responded, "What is the rush?" In the blink of an eye, she appeared before me. With a swift motion, she seized Feng Zhixia and extracted her, causing Wu Rumei's body to collapse like a deflated balloon. I released my grip, gazing at Feng Zhixia, now restrained by Mang Tsuehua, her eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and hatred. "Feng Zhixia, I am aware of your anguish and your resentment. Yet, this is a trial destined by fate. She who wronged you shall face her own retribution. However, if you take the life of a living soul, you will forever be barred from the cycle of reincarnation. Why must you risk your own existence?" Feng Zhixia trembled with rage. "Your words are so easy to utter. Try being killed by your own mother, and see if you can remain as composed as you claim." I sighed deeply. My father drowned in a pit after succumbing to alcohol, and my mother vanished after his death. I know not whether she lives or has passed. The only one who cherished me, my grandfather, tragically drowned on the day I came of age. From a young age, I've been branded as a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, this is my fate, and I accept it. Feng Zhixia, you must relinquish your obsession. I can summon someone to guide you to the underworld, granting you the chance to reincarnate and begin anew. What do you say? Feng Zhixia stared at me, speechless. Feng Mingli, upon hearing my words, was taken aback, taking several deep breaths before asking, "Where's my sister?" I turned to him and pointed in a direction. To my surprise, Feng Mingli knelt in that direction. "I know you can hear me. Since childhood, your health has been frail. I recall a time when you had a high fever, and our parents were absent. I carried you to receive treatment. That night, I did not sleep, watching you gradually recover, pondering why it wasn't I who was afflicted." Feng Mingli spoke slowly, recounting memories unrelated to Feng Zhixia's grievances, yet his words seemed to quell her struggles, bringing her to a tranquil state. Her breathing steadied, her eyes softened, and the malevolent aura surrounding her appeared to diminish significantly. "I acknowledge that Mother has wronged you, but Zhixia, do not let her squander the opportunity of rebirth. Your brother still yearns to meet you again. If reincarnation is possible, may you find yourself within your sister-in-law's womb. I shall nurture you." At this point, Feng Mingli could no longer hold back his tears, and Feng Zhixia sobbed in response. Chapter 57. The Dead Rising Again. It is rather ironic. Feng Zhixia, overwhelmed by resentment toward her mother, found solace in her brother's heartfelt words, which dispelled her anger. Ultimately, she was nearly slain by familial affection, yet was ultimately salvaged by the same bond. Witnessing this poignant scene, Meng Tsuehua released her grip, no longer restraining her, though her taut body still hinted at her readiness to act. Feng Zhixia, weeping, approached Feng Mingli, gradually kneeling before him to touch his face through the void. Feng Zhixia was taken away by Zheng Xiaocui to the underworld. Before departing, she turned to me, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Although I cannot accept the cause of my death, I have come to understand. In your next life, may you be born into a loving family and live a peaceful existence." With my blessings, she vanished from sight. I too left the Feng household, for remaining there filled me with revulsion. Wu Rumei's fate was left unresolved. This was merely a portion of her retribution. Sometime later, as I strolled through the streets, I encountered Feng Mingli and his wife. They approached to greet me, informing me that Wu Rumei had tragically perished after an accidental fall while using the restroom. He shared that his wife was pregnant, uncertain if it was due to the return of his sister. Before departing, I gazed into his eyes and remarked, "I sincerely hope it is not. She deserves a better life." Without awaiting his response, I departed. Wu Rumei is not a virtuous individual, and neither is Feng Mingli. Knowing someone superficially does not equate to knowing their true nature. They are akin to two peas in a pod. After resolving matters concerning Feng Zhixia, I returned to the paper shop, diligently honing my craft with the scissors bequeathed by my grandfather. One day, as I opened the door, I found a middle-aged man standing outside, his face etched with urgency. "Good heavens, why are you only just opening the door?" he exclaimed, taken aback by my presence. I was momentarily stunned, responding, "It is only 8 o'clock. Why would I open the shop so early?" Through his recounting, I learned the distressing news. His father had suddenly passed away that very day. While they had a coffin at home, they lacked the requisite paper offerings, which are essential for proper customs. The county was too far away, and this was the only paper shop in the vicinity, without a telephone. He had already waited outside for half an hour. If I did not open the door soon, he would have no choice but to venture to the county. Upon hearing this, I quickly invited him inside. He surveyed the room and commanded, "Make one just like that for me." I promptly interjected, "That is not permissible. Such items cannot be purchased in that manner. The colors and types are significant. For a male, one must burn horses. For a female, one must burn cows." I explained some of the customs of the trade to him. Though he appeared impatient, he refrained from voicing his objections. Once I finished explaining, he took out a wad of cash and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "Just prepare these according to this. I am not short of money." The items he chose soon piled into a small mountain. "How will you carry all of this back?" I inquired, no returns allowed. Observing a look of regret wash over his face, I hastily added, indeed. He chuckled awkwardly and said, well, there's no choice, my friend. You must accompany me for a short distance. Otherwise, I cannot procure these items. Considering the generous payment he offered, I reluctantly locked up my paper-cutting shop and followed him. During our journey, through idle chit-chat, I learned his name, Lu Zhonghan. Lu was an outspoken individual, yet when the topic of his father arose, a look of guilt crossed his face. I am usually busy and seldom return to keep him company. I thought I would take a few days off to help my father with some work. However, to my dismay, the following day, he suddenly lost his breath. I sighed deeply, offering a few words of consolation, though I knew they were merely platitudes. Who could truly be at peace after experiencing such loss? As we conversed, we arrived at our destination, a grand courtyard that appeared to have been constructed in recent years, featuring 2 stories adorned with red bricks and white tiles. The courtyard was filled with people, the only incongruous element being a redwood coffin placed in the center. Just as I set my belongings down and prepared to leave, Zhang Xiaocui and a large black dog appeared before me. I looked at them and silently wondered, why are you two still here? Hurry back. Zhang Xiaocui ignored me, her expression grave as she gazed at the coffin, which remained uncovered. The black dog, however, barked at me before licking Zhang Xiaocui's exposed long tongue with its own. I frowned at the scene, saying, black dog, if you keep this up, don't blame me for kicking you. Just then, I was startled by an eerie sound, akin to the grinding of bones. I turned to the source of the noise, and to my horror, it came from the very coffin. Not only did I hear it, but the people in the courtyard also heard it. They instinctively took a couple of steps back, their expressions filled with terror. Only I stepped forward, eager to discover what was transpiring within the coffin. Zhou Tai, come over quickly. This might be a case of resurrection. Lu Zhonghan called to me in a hushed tone. I placed my index finger on my lips, signaling him to be silent. Zhang Xiaocui followed me as we approached the coffin. Just as we were a step away, the corpse inside suddenly manifested before me, merely a finger's breadth away. A faint, putrid odor invaded my nostrils, causing my stomach to churn. Moreover, those nearby who were of a more timid disposition had already let out screams. I staggered back a couple of steps, gagging slightly. Fortunately, I had not had the chance to eat breakfast, or I might have been overwhelmed by nausea. As the queasiness subsided, I leaned closer to inspect the corpse. Its eyes were wide open in fury, and its fists were tightly clenched. I nudged it, but it remained utterly still. Clearly, this was a manifestation of malevolent energy. The deceased harbored grievances, and if left unaddressed, it could lead to misfortune for future generations. Thankfully, I had a cloth bag with me. I retrieved vermilion powder and yellow paper from within, and with the python green flower conveniently at hand, I drew a calming talisman on the upper body and affixed it to the forehead of the deceased. Under the influence of the talisman, the body gradually softened. I gently pushed it back into the coffin. However, this was insufficient. Though the talisman could dispel the malevolent energy, the resentment remained. Grievances breed malice. And without addressing the deceased's lingering resentments, this would not be a sustainable solution. Just as I was deep in thought, a voice resonated beside my ear. If I hadn't turned to glance at Lu Zhonghan, I might have thought some malevolent spirit had emerged to frighten me. Why does this voice sound so peculiar? Brother, I never expected you to possess such skills. What has happened to my father? I took a moment to compose myself before recounting the events to him. Lu Zhonghan stroked his stubble thoughtfully. My mother passed away early, and my father had intended to find a companion in his later years. Could this be the reason for the current situation? It is quite possible. Among those papers, there are paper figures if you burn one for him. I wish to see if his resentment dissipates. Lu Zhonghan heeded my advice. Once he completed the burning, I noticed a phantom materializing beside the deceased, taking the form of the recently burned paper figure. At that moment, she stood near the coffin. Yet, the deceased's resentment remained unabated, and the ghost did not manifest. This left me in a state of uncertainty, prompting me to summon Lu Zhonghan for further inquiry. This doesn't seem right. Is there anything else we might have overlooked? Chapter 58. Do you deserve to be a father? Lu Zhonghan scratched his head, perplexed. I truly do not know. Apart from this, I am at a loss. Just as we exchanged bewildered glances, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. A middle-aged man at the periphery emitted a bizarre laugh. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, the sound resembled that of a hen about to lay an egg. Alone, it did not seem eerie, but combined with his sinister gaze directed at me and Lu Zhonghan, it compelled us to step back in unison. Brother, why are you retreating? Aren't you a professional? Lu Zhonghan's reminder snapped me back to reality. Indeed, why am I running? I'm a professional. This is merely a case of a wandering spirit possessing someone. This is the work I am meant to do. I took a step forward, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. But the old master of the Lu family? The man's gaze pierced through me, his lips curling into a peculiar smirk. You have long departed from this world. Why do you linger among the living? Speak, and let your son assist you. You should have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Lu Wenjie, the father of Lu Zhonghan, swayed slightly. Him? He won't even find me a companion. He even intends to sell the house I've built with half a lifetime's savings after my demise. Furthermore, during my illness, he refused to bring me medicine. He is nothing but an unfilial son. Today, I shall cleanse my household. Mind your own business. These two statements were laden with implications that invited myriad interpretations. What did he mean by not bringing a medicine? Was Lu Wenjie not meant to die? Not only I, but others in the courtyard also turned their gazes towards Lu Zhonghan, each bearing expressions that echoed my own thoughts. Lu Zhonghan, visibly perturbed, could not bring himself to address the middle-aged man as father. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Old master, you cannot say such things. Isn't that bound to mislead the villagers? Yes, I admit, not finding you a companion was my fault, but what do you mean by not bringing you medicine? In an instant, Lu Wenjie appeared before Lu Zhonghan, delivering two resounding slaps that sent him sprawling to the ground, his cheek visibly swelling. As Lu Wenjie raised his hand to strike again, I seized his arm, forcefully pulling him back. At the same time, I summoned the ghost-hunting whip, gripping it tightly in my hand, and coldly declared, I shall grant you one final opportunity to clarify the situation. If one remains obstinately ignorant and recklessly takes the lives of the innocent, then let them not blame the ghost-whipping rod in my hand for its indiscriminate nature. Lu Wenjie trembled all over, rooted to the spot. Though fear gripped his heart, he stood defiantly in silence, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhonghan. This unnerved Lu Zhonghan somewhat, prompting him to rise from the ground and seek refuge behind me. Brother, if you can help me resolve this matter, name your price, and I shall pay it. I replied softly, for a straightforward consultation, the fee is 200. However, if I end up in a confrontation with him, that will be considered service rendered, and you must provide me with 3,000. Otherwise, I shall bear the consequences. Lu Zhonghan readily agreed. I will give it to you. Right now. Just make him leave. I shook my head, indicating that it was not feasible. No, he approaches with grievances. If we do not clarify things first and simply drive him away, I would be acting without discernment, and my second aunt would surely reprimand me. Besides, I cannot ascertain the rights and wrongs between you two, so I cannot act impulsively. At this juncture, I observed a peculiar expression on Lu Zhonghan's face, leading me to believe that there was more to this situation than met the eye. I then addressed Lu Wenjie in a commanding tone. Lu Wenjie, I grant you one final opportunity. I will count to 3, and if you do not voice your grievances, I shall strike you. 3. As I uttered the first number, I took a step forward. 2. I closed the distance between us further. 1. Just as I raised the ghost-whipping rod, poised to strike, Lu Wenjie finally spoke. I will speak. I shall tell you everything. From his words, I discerned the true nature of Lu Zhonghan and the source of Lu Wenjie's grievances. Lu Zhonghan appeared resplendent on the surface, yet behind the facade, he engaged in numerous and scrupulous deeds, amassing a considerable gambling debt. For instance, each year, as harvest time approached, he would return home and abscond with the money earned from selling corn, which his father had cultivated. Consequently, Lu Wenjie was compelled to seek work in the county to sustain himself. During his labor, Lu Wenjie crossed paths with a woman in her 50s, also single, with whom he felt a deep connection. She treated him with immense kindness, preparing meals and purchasing groceries for him, devoid of any desire for his financial support. This nurturing relationship stirred within Lu Wenjie the desire to marry her. However, upon returning home to fetch the household registration booklet, he encountered Lu Zhonghan, who was demanding money. The news of their father's intent to marry was met with vehement opposition from Lu Zhonghan, primarily because it would mean that their father's finances would no longer solely support him, but also a woman from outside. A heated argument ensued, culminating in Lu Zhonghan threatening to take drastic measures to prevent Lu Wenjie from pursuing the woman. Reluctantly, Lu Wenjie acquiesced, severing ties with her and refraining from returning to the county. Yet, from that point onward, Lu Zhonghan harbored a festering resentment within, leading to a deterioration of his health. Recently, upon returning home inebriated one evening, he unleashed years of pent-up grievances. I grew up without a mother. You are my only father. I sold the house to settle the gambling debts. Must you not come live with me in the county? In marriage? You are unworthy. She is unworthy to be my mother. That very night, Lu Wenjie, overcome with anger, suffered a heart attack, desperately pointing to the medicine on the cabinet, pleading with Lu Zhonghan to retrieve it for him. However, at that moment, Lu Zhonghan, intoxicated, staggered to fetch the medicine but did not present it to Lu Wenjie. Instead, he brandished his phone and began recording a video, exclaiming, "Father, if you agree to entrust me with the sale of this house, I shall give you the medicine." Lu Wenjie remained silent, ultimately succumbing to his anger. Lu Zhonghan, under the impression that his father merely shut his eyes to ignore him, cursed and tossed the medicine onto the ground before departing. It was not until the following day that he returned to find his father's body already stiffened. As Lu Wenjie recounted this, tears streamed down his face, and he sat on the ground, his voice frail, starkly contrasting with the appearance of a middle-aged man possessed. I turned to Zhang Xiaotsui and asked, "Is what he said true?" She nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I just went to the underworld to investigate the cause of Lu Wenjie's death and his life history. It matches perfectly." The large black dog bared its teeth at Lu Zhonghan, emitting a low growl. I sheathed the ghost-hunting whip in my hand and turned to the pallid Lu Zhonghan. "You truly are a beast." I sincerely cursed at him. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Lu Zhonghan's ashen face gradually flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear. "You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? You have only me as your son. Once you are gone, all this will belong to me. What difference does it make whether it happens sooner or later? While you were alive, you guarded against me. Now that you are dead, you slander me. Do you even deserve to be called a father?" Chapter 59. A substitute at the zoo. Lu Wenjie lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "You ungrateful wretch. Haven't I given you enough? From a young age, how much trouble you stirred, all of which I resolved with humble submission. When you expressed your desire to venture out into the world, your mother was still alive, but our household was devoid of funds. You insisted on not languishing in this rural expanse, merely subsisting. Your mother and I toiled day and night to gather your travel expenses. Yet, after only a few days of exploration, you returned, claiming to have discovered a promising project and demanding money. Lu Zhonghan, are you unaware of how your mother perished? Do you not comprehend who caused her demise?" Listening to Lu Wenjie's seemingly heart-wrenching words, Lu Zhonghan was engulfed in reminiscence. That fateful day was marked by his gambling debts, but lacking funds, he could only hide away in the countryside. Unbeknownst to him, those debt collectors had tracked him down to their home. His mother, already frail from childhood ailments, succumbed that day, unable to catch her breath. The debt collectors, realizing the gravity of the situation, allowed the matter to remain unresolved. Initially, Lu Zhonghan was resolute in his vow to quit gambling due to his mother's departure. Yet, in no time, this incident was buried deep within his heart. Now, as Lu Wenjie resurrected the memory, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar emotional tempest, self-reproach and guilt. But what purpose does this serve? He knelt upon the ground, his head bowed, and cried out, "Father, I was wrong. I acknowledge my faults." Those around him could not perceive it clearly, yet I discerned the two damp stains upon the stone bricks beneath him. Zhang Xiaotsui. This time, he is genuinely repentant. Zhang Xiaotsui. While I was in the underworld examining Lu Wenjie's life, I also took the opportunity to investigate the entangled fates between them. Zhang Xiaotsui. Lu Zhonghan has come to settle the debts of his past life. Now that Lu Wenjia's debt is cleared, their karmic ties have been resolved. I gazed at Lu Wenjia, lying in the coffin, my heart a tumult of emotions. Encounters between individuals are fated. The debts incurred in a previous life must be repaid in this one. Lu Wenjia still holds affection for this son, even if he turns away and no longer gazes upon him. Yet, the expression on his face has softened considerably. Old man, Lu Zhonghan has indeed come to sincerely atone. But your resentment cannot solely stem from him. If you voice your grievances, I shall assist you in resolving them, and then you may depart in peace. It is unreasonable to occupy another's body. Lu Wenjia rose, though his demeanor became somewhat awkward. My motives extend beyond merely this wayward son. They also encompass Chuanxiang. I was perplexed, yet Lu Zhonghan comprehended the implication. He suddenly stood up, startling me. Father, are you worried about Aunt Ding? If she consents, I will be her son. I shall care for her in her old age. Lu Wenjia shot him a glance, somewhat irritated. Spare Chuanxiang. Do you intend to send her down here to reunite with me? Lu Zhonghan pouted, falling silent. Old man, speak plainly about your intentions. I wish to see her one last time. Lu Wenjia's voice was hoarse. I kicked Lu Zhonghan, who was crouching there. Do you have a fare? That afternoon, we boarded a bus to the county town. After alighting at our destination, we followed Lu Wenjia's lead and found Aunt Ding Chuanxiang's home. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Zhonghan called out while knocking. Aunt Ding? Aunt Ding? The security door swung open to reveal a slightly hunched elderly woman, impeccably dressed. Though her hair was a mix of white, it remained untangled. Upon catching sight of Lu Zhonghan, Ding Chuanxiang expressed surprise, but quickly urged, Come in, come in. As we entered the abode, the decor appeared rather antiquated yet impeccably clean, suffused with the comforting scent of soap. Lu Zhonghan and I settled onto the sofa, while Lu Wenjia trailed closely behind Ding Chuanxiang, observing her as she poured water and brewed tea. Lu Wenjia, Chuanxiang, you've lost weight. Is your stomach still bothering you? Only I could discern Lu Wenjia's incessant chatter directed at Ding Chuanxiang, laden with concern. She placed teacups before Lu Zhonghan and me, then took a seat opposite us, her head bowed in silence. The oppressive atmosphere grew unbearable, and just as I was about to speak, Ding Chuanxiang lifted her gaze. Her eyes slightly red, her voice quavering, Your father. With a bittersweet smile, she continued, How has he been lately? I went to bed early yesterday, and oddly enough, I dreamt of your father. In my dream, he appeared to be in pain, clutching his chest and telling me he hurt. I never expected you'd come by today. If I've spoken inappropriately, please forgive me. After all, at his age, you ought to pay him some heed. He often mentions you, reminiscing about your mischievous childhood and those amusing anecdotes. Ding Chuanxiang stared vacantly into space, her thoughts spilling forth in a stream of consciousness. In this moment, within that void, stood the one person she longed to see, yet would never set eyes upon again. Lu Zhonghan knelt on the ground, bowing thrice before Ding Chuanxiang, then rose and grasped my hand, eager to depart. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Ding Chuanxiang's silhouette. Aunt Ding, whether you wish it or not, from this day forth, I shall be your beloved son. I owe my father and you an apology, and I will repay you both in due time. As he closed the security door, the faint sound of Ding Chuanxiang's sobs lingered in the air. Upon returning to the paper-cutting shop, I numbly snipped at the paper figures, her words echoing in my mind. It turned out that she had sensed the tragedy on the very day Lu Wenjia passed away. The following morning, I was awakened by a cacophony of video call alerts. Upon opening it, I was greeted by Lu Zhonghan's large visage. His demeanor was peculiar. One hand covered his left eye, and his voice trembled slightly. Zhou Tai, do you think my father is no longer angry with me? I nodded with a hint of impatience. Of course, but you wouldn't know, would you? I took care of everything yesterday. The resentment has dissipated, and the corpse's eyes have closed. Get to the point, I'm still half asleep. Initially drowsy, I couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Lu Zhonghan's current appearance. At that moment, his left eye was surrounded by a dark bruise, as if he had been struck. Brother Han, you seem to have found a new gig so quickly. Are you preparing to be a stand-in at the zoo? Hearing my jest, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Tai, What on earth happened to my eye? At the same instant, he posed a question. A voice and a vision of Huang Dachui flashed in my mind. Huang Dachui, I have returned. In the scene, Lu Zhonghan lies asleep on the Kong, while Lu Wenjie stands beside him, grinning as he delivers a playful punch to his eye. Your father, Lu Wenjie, is the one who did it. Just as I uttered Lu Wenjie's name, a blur crossed my vision. Lu Wenjie appeared before me, wearing an inexplicable expression of bashfulness. Beside him stood a shadowy figure. Chapter 60. Preparing to walk the Yin path. Huh? Why is my father hitting me again? Lu Zhonghan's face displayed sheer panic, his voice trembling. I glanced at Lu Wenjie, who was accompanied by another figure. It was a woman, clad in attire that seemed vaguely familiar. Upon observing her rosy cheeks and pallid complexion, a sudden realization struck me. Wasn't she the paper effigy I crafted? Lu Wenjie, didn't you descend? Why haven't you moved on to the afterlife, returning instead to strike your son? I was informed that I had yet to reach my allotted years, and was to reside in the underworld for a while. Lu Zhonghan, aware that I was conversing with his father, refrained from interrupting. I continued to inquire, so what brings you back? Your son has already burned a house and money for you, and later, even a beautiful paper effigy. How thorough can one be? You cannot simply return to beat your son for no reason. Upon hearing my words, Lu Wenjie's expression grew somewhat awkward. He spoke softly, little master. Could you perhaps have that ungrateful child create another paper effigy for me? This one is rather unappealing. I squinted and asked, you find this effigy unattractive? You can't stop speaking human words just because you become a ghost. What is wrong with this effigy? It has big eyes, a high nose, a cherry-like mouth, and rosy cheeks. Lu Wenjie chuckled bitterly. Little master, I am aware that you crafted this paper figure, but you shouldn't exaggerate so shamelessly. One eye is larger than the other, the mouth nearly as long as my face, and the cheeks are as red as a lantern. I felt a tinge of indignation. Yet I conveyed Lu Wenjie's request to Lu Zhonghan. All right, little master, I understand. I will prepare it for him immediately. If one isn't sufficient, I shall make two for my father. After ending the video call, Lu Wenjie let out a hollow laugh and vanished. He left the paper figure behind. I locked eyes with the paper figure and sighed deeply, summoning the ghost-busting whip and waving it nonchalantly. The figure vanished, lacking any semblance of artistry. I mumbled to myself, Huang Dachui, to be frank, your craftsmanship pales in comparison to your grandfather's. His paper figures are remarkably lifelike, while yours merely resemble paper figures. What have you been up to lately? Off, supervising the collection of herbs again? Huang Dachui owns a mountain where spiritual herbs and medicines occasionally appear. Previously, I recruited a few nascent celestial beings from an elderly lady. He took those celestial beings to gather herbs and concoct elixirs. Not much, just been quite busy. I returned solely to inform you of something. Once I relay this, I must take my leave. When the elixir is ready, I'll share one with you. What is so significant that it warrants your visit? A month from now, make a trip to Inxio Mountain, a pseudonym for an undisclosed location. A fateful encounter awaits you. What kind of fate? Dachui? Zhang Xiaocui. Stop calling out. He'll depart once he finishes speaking. I scratch my head, pondering the meaning of fate as articulated by Huang Dachui. Just then, I heard a commotion outside the paper-making shop, the sound of animated conversation. I slipped on my shoes and stepped outside, squinting in the bright sunlight. The paper shop was not far from the village entrance, where beneath a large tree, I noticed a gathering of 3 or 4 elderly women engaged in spirited chatter. I approached quietly, intending to eavesdrop on their lively discussion. Have you heard? Old Zheng's patriarch is now all breath and no life. It seems he is nearing his end. How can that be? Just a couple of days ago, I saw him working the fields with a hoe. His physique appeared quite robust. In my opinion, he ought to consult a fortune teller. There must be more to this situation. Who could he consult? That Wang Daxian was nothing but a fraud and has long since moved away. Who else could we turn to? I heard the lad from a Zhou family seems to have taken up fortune telling. Perhaps he could be of help. Him? A mere child. What could he possibly understand? It was quite amusing to witness their gossip turning into a personal affair. I seized a handful of sunflower seeds from the stone table behind them, munching and chiming in. Indeed, Zhou Tai is of no use. Anyone would be better than him. Yes, you. Little Tie, the woman who had been disparaging me, turned around, intending to continue her mockery, only to find the subject of her ridicule standing right behind her. Observing the change in her expression, I remarked, "Annie, I believe you are wasting your talents as a homemaker." "What do you mean?" "You should practice the art of face changing. I sense you possess a natural talent for it." With that, I continued munching my seeds and departed, not returning to the paper shop but instead heading to old Zheng's home. Old Zheng and my grandfather were longtime friends. When my father passed away, he lent considerable assistance. Similarly, he devoted himself to managing affairs when my grandfather departed this world. Now that he is in need, I feel compelled to pay him a visit. My grandfather always taught me that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Upon reaching the gate of the Zheng household, I found the iron door tightly shut. Just as I was about to enter, I felt a disorienting sensation. Zheng Xiaocui and a large black dog appeared once more. "Do you sense it?" Zheng Xiaocui inquired. "There's the lingering presence of a spectral visitor." As I was about to knock on the iron gate, I inadvertently discovered that it was not locked. I pushed the door open, and what greeted me was the lingering aura of ghostly energy that enveloped the courtyard. "Uncle, Aunt, are you home?" I called out. Through the window, I spotted Uncle Zheng lying on the Kong, while Aunt Zheng sat by his side, wiping her tears. Upon seeing me enter, Aunt Zheng's eyes brightened momentarily, and she frantically gestured for me to come inside. Stepping into the inner room, I approached Uncle Zheng, who appeared to be in a critical state, barely drawing breath. "What has happened to my uncle? Just a few days ago, he seemed perfectly fine." Upon hearing my words, Aunt Zheng burst into tears again. "He has been complaining of feeling cold lately. His hands and feet are icy, and no matter how much I try to warm him, it's futile. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he would shout and cry out. I thought nothing of it until today, when he suddenly collapsed in the courtyard, muttering about hearing the sound of chains, claiming that a spectral figure had come to take him away. And now look at him. Zhou Tai, what is happening? Please, help your Uncle Zheng. How could such a vibrant person suddenly be reduced to this?" I approached to check on Uncle Zheng's breath, and indeed, as Annie had said, it seemed that his days were numbered. "Xiao Chui, could you venture to the underworld and ascertain how much longer Uncle Zheng has to live?" Zheng Xiao Chui obliged and departed. 5 minutes later, she returned with both good news and bad news. The good news was that Uncle Zheng had 3 years left to live. The bad news was that she had seen him in the underworld, where he was being imprisoned. According to a familiar Inchai, it appeared he had committed a transgression, as a ghost had accused him before the judge of the underworld, which is why the Inchai had come to apprehend him. "What are we to do now?" Xiao Chui replied. "You will likely need to journey to the underworld to seek assistance from your second aunt. Why don't you go directly? As the guardian spirit now, I cannot abandon you to seek out the king of tombstones without facing punishment." I relayed Xiao Chui's words to Annie. Upon hearing this, she grasped my hand anxiously, her palms clammy with sweat. "Zhou Tai, no matter the cost, bring my husband back." Chapter 61. Lawyer Tang, Ziyuan Annie, let us not dwell on money for the moment. Uncle Zheng's condition is dire, and I must hasten to see him. During my time at Old Lu's, he had taught me the method of traversing the underworld, though I had never put it into practice. This truly was a maiden voyage. "Auntie, please prepare a large rooster for me, one with a prominent comb and a sharp beak, and also some grains. I must return home to fetch a set of funeral garments." "What? Are we dressing my husband in funeral clothes now?" Isn't that a bit premature? The expression on my aunt's face was frozen. As I walked out, I remarked, "What relation do I have with my uncle? This funeral garment is meant for me. It is customary for the living to wear a shroud when traversing the realm of the dead, according to Old Lu. This practice serves to suppress the vital energy of the living. At the moment of donning the shroud, 2 of the 3 flames of life that reside within will be extinguished. Descending into the underworld as a living person is a breach of protocol, and should it be discovered by the spectral officials, one would inevitably face punishment. The last piece of advice Old Lu imparted after teaching me the ways of the dead was, only traverse the underworld when absolutely necessary. I hurried to the paper shop and acquired a set of blue shrouds adorned with the character for longevity, featuring 6 closures. One is for the living, and the other for the dead. I also procured 5 pairs of funeral shoes and placed them into a cloth bag that contained an incense burner. Without pausing, I rushed back to Uncle Zheng's home. My aunt awaited me in the courtyard, where a small cage sat before her, a rooster flapping its wings inside, appearing remarkably lively. I set down the cloth bag I had been carrying and rummaged through it for yellow paper and vermilion powder, inscribing the symbols old Lu had taught me. After lighting the symbols with a lighter, I pinched them between my fingers and circled the iron cage twice. The ashes from the symbols drifted downwards. The once vibrant rooster ceased its flapping, its comb visibly tilting to one side. I opened the cage, cradled the rooster in one arm, and held the cloth bag with the other. My aunt accompanied me as we entered the inner room. I first placed the rooster on the Kong, then retrieved the incense burner and a stick of incense from the cloth bag. After lighting the incense, I refrained from proceeding immediately. Old Lu had mentioned that if the incense remained its usual color at this moment, one should not traverse the underworld. The incense must emit black smoke, indicating the spirit's consent to proceed. I examined 10 numbers, and suddenly, black smoke billowed before me. In that same instant, I felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if 2 of the 3 flames within me had extinguished. Gazing at Zhang Xiaocui and the large black dog, I understood that it was time to embark on the journey to the underworld. I donned the funeral attire and removed my shoes, placing them neatly, one facing forward and the other backward. I slipped into the funeral shoes and handed the remaining 4 pairs to my aunt by my side. Aunt, shortly I will lie beside Uncle Zheng. You may touch my clothes and shoes, but do not make contact with any exposed skin. Also, do not touch Uncle Zheng. If he passes away during my transition, refrain from touching him or shedding tears. Furthermore, these 4 pairs of funeral shoes are for you. Change them every hour. Regardless of how tattered the shoes on my feet may become, do not concern yourself with that. Remember, change them every hour, and once removed, burn them in the yard. I reiterated my instructions to my aunt until she had memorized them. Then, cradling a rooster in my arms, I lay beside Uncle Zheng. Before closing my eyes, I cast a glance at Zhang Xiaocui, who nodded reassuringly. As I slowly shut my eyes, I felt my body sinking, a chill enveloping my soul, accompanied by a sensation of being torn apart. Upon opening my eyes again, I found myself no longer under Uncle Zheng's ceiling. Instead, I was surrounded by dense fog. Beneath me was the rooster, its sharp eyes and pointed beak seemingly capable of piercing through all illusion. Zhang Xiaocui was beside the rooster. Do not be afraid. You are alive and need not traverse the entire journey. To pass through this fog, throw the grains from your funeral attire towards Mount Jinjishan, and they shall not peck at you. I nodded, feeling a semblance of security in the unfamiliar surroundings due to Zhang Xiaocui's presence. As we traversed Jinji Mountain, a village emerged before us, bustling with a throng of people. What is happening ahead? I inquired, lower my voice. Now close your eyes. Regardless of the sounds you hear, do not open them. Before you lies the village of wild ghosts, inhabited by shattered spirits. Should you succumb to lethargy, your soul will be devoured. I shut my eyes. The only sound accompanying me was the howling wind. The earlier cacophony of human voices vanished upon closing my eyes. Zhou Tai. It was my grandfather's voice. Just as I contemplated reopening my eyes, Zhang Xiaocui, his cold scoff pierced the air. What an oblivious wretch. The wind intensified around me. A chill of trepidation coursed through me, realizing that the previous voice was a spectral illusion meant to lure me into opening my eyes. I was unsure how long we had walked. You may open your eyes now, Zhang Xiaocui instructed. Yet I hesitated, only daring to do so when the black dog beside her barked twice, granting me a sense of safety. Before me stood a grand city gate. The gate swung open, revealing a row of ghostly soldiers stationed above, their gaze fixed upon those below. A continuous stream of spirits flowed through the gateway. Come down, we have arrived. I beheld a citadel, its plaque emblazoned with the characters, East City. Before the city, my second aunt, Zhou Xiofan, sat majestically atop a tall steed, unarmored, yet exuding an imposing aura. Beside her stood a figure clad in a long gown, wielding a folding fan. Second aunt, I hurried over, and Zhang Xiaocui, holding a rooster, followed closely behind. I salute you, Master Bei. Zhou Xiofan nodded. I'm already aware of your purpose for coming here. She then leaned slightly on the horse's back, gently tapping the horse's side with the reins. "This is the lawyer I found for you, Tang Xuan, who is also from our faction. In his lifetime, he was a sharp-tongued magistrate known for his integrity. Please take him to rescue Zheng Chengliang." Zheng Shu's given name is Zheng Chengliang. I nodded in agreement and bowed to Tang Xuan, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Master Tang." With a wave of her hand, Zhou Xiufan enveloped us, Tang Xuan, Zheng Xiaocui, and myself, in a thick mist. As the fog dissipated, we found ourselves in front of a place resembling a courthouse, with the words "punishment of evil" inscribed on the plaque. Inside, voices of discussion and reprimands could be heard. Tang Xuan slightly bowed to me and unfurled his folding fan as he stepped into the punishment of evil. Just as I was about to follow, Zheng Xiaocui stopped me. "Are you courting death? Do you know who presides over the cases here? You, a living person, dare to intrude? Stay here patiently, with Master Tang present. As long as Zheng Chengliang hasn't committed a grave mistake, he will surely return to the mortal realm first, and only face punishment in the underworld when his time arrives." Observing Zheng Xiaocui's unwavering confidence, I could only suppress my inner anxiety and wait for Tang Xuan and Zheng Chengliang to emerge. Meanwhile, on the other side, my aunt gazed at the 4 pairs of longevity shoes in her hands, still harboring doubts. These shoes are perfectly fine on the feet and haven't walked at all. Can they really be destroyed? An hour later, she looked at the tattered longevity shoes on my feet, her heart filled with astonishment, and hurriedly replaced them with a pair in good condition, taking the broken ones outside to burn. Chapter 62. Eloquence. I stood at the entrance of the punishment office, where I could faintly hear the voice of Tang Xuan, mingled with the indistinct tones of Zheng Chengliang. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Before me, a rooster's comb tilted slightly, and I assumed it had grown weary from standing. To my surprise, Zheng Xiaocui's expression shifted dramatically. "Time is running out. If that rooster's comb falls completely, you will never return." Upon hearing these words, I sprang to my feet and approached the rooster. Indeed, I noticed the fatigue in its eyes. "Perhaps you should return first," I suggested. "I will wait here and inform you of any outcome." Zheng Xiaocui devised a plan, and the large black dog beside her barked twice in agreement. However, I shook my head resolutely. "No, I have promised my aunt to return with Uncle Zheng. If I awaken and Uncle Zheng does not, no matter how beautifully I articulate my words, she will remain profoundly unsettled." Just as Zheng Xiaocui was about to continue her argument, within the punishment office, Tang Xuan fanned himself with a folding fan, a smile playing on his lips. I hurried over to him. "Master Tang, how is Uncle Zheng? Will he be able to return?" Tang Xuan closed his fan, idly toying with it in his palm. "Rest assured, he has been acquitted, but he must still complete certain procedures here. He cannot return with you today. You should leave first. Lingering too long may not be beneficial for your spirit." Hearing this, I felt a sense of reassurance wash over me. I bid him farewell and mounted the rooster. When I next opened my eyes, I found my aunt cautiously changing my shoes. I sat up, startling her, and the longevity shoes slipped from my hands, landing on the column. "You startled me, Zhou Tai. You have returned." Upon uttering these words, she cast her gaze towards Zheng Chengliang, who remained utterly still at my side. "Why hasn't Chengliang awakened yet?" Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at me. I removed the shroud I was wearing and reassured her. "Aunt, do not worry. Uncle Zheng will awaken soon." I cannot ascertain how long we waited, but the sun had dipped below the horizon. While Aunt and I were dining in the outer room, I heard a commotion from within. I set down my bowl and chopsticks and made my way to the inner chamber. There I found Zheng Chengliang sitting up, and upon catching sight of Aunt, tears streamed down his face. "Shaoli, I thought I would never see you again." Aunt also shed tears in response. Once their emotions settled, Aunt beckoned me over. "Thanks to Zhou Tai, otherwise this old life of mine would have come to an end today." I approached Zheng Chengliang. "Uncle Zheng, what exactly led to your arrest?" Zheng Chengliang grasped my hand. "Zhou Tai, that lawyer Tang must be someone you brought in, right? He is a master for my sect. I owe him my gratitude for his eloquence. Otherwise, this old man would have truly suffered an undeserved calamity." From Zheng Chengliang's account, I finally learned of the events that transpired within the punishment department. On that day, he heard the sound of chains rattling and turned to see two phantoms, one dark and one light, drawing near him. By the time he realized what was happening, his spirit was already bound by the chains, while his body remained frozen in place. Zhang Chongliang was imprisoned in a cell, believing that his life's journey had reached its end, his heart extinguished. When he was summoned by the ghostly messenger and knelt before the judge of the underworld, he realized that someone had accused him of failing to repay a debt. "My lord, I truly do not comprehend to whom I owe a debt." Zhang Chongliang's voice trembled. The judge struck the wooden tablet. "Do you recall Li Sichuan?" The name Li Sichuan indeed resonated with Zhang Chongliang. Yet he had been deceased for quite some time. "I remember. Did he not pass away long ago?" The judge struck the tablet again. "Li Sichuan accuses you of borrowing a bowl of rice, a bowl of yellow beans, and a bowl of flour from him 30 years ago. Do you acknowledge this?" Zhang Chongliang, startled by the judge's authoritative gesture, stammered, "I remember, but I have returned the items I borrowed." The judge furrowed his brow. "You persist in your denial. I have perused his biography, and you did not repay him." Zhang Chongliang hesitated. "My esteemed judge, I truly returned them. He fell ill and died suddenly, so I gave the borrowed items to his son. However, his son refused, claiming that these items had lost their value. Yet, burdened by my conscience, I calculated the worth based on the prices at the time. I borrowed them and ultimately provided his son nearly tenfold in compensation. After much persuasion over several days, he finally accepted. You are unjustly accusing me, my lord. If you truly do not believe me, may I confront Li Sichuan directly?" Upon hearing this, the judge contemplated. On one hand, he dispatched someone to bring forth Li Sichuan. On the other, he sent a ghostly messenger to verify the truth of Zhang Chongliang's claims. Li Sichuan soon arrived. Listening to the judge's narration, he felt a deep sense of injustice. "When I lent you grain, in which year was that? And how old were you? Could the price remain the same? Even if you were to raise the price tenfold, it would still be unacceptable. At that time, I lent you out of compassion, seeing your family on the brink of starvation, with an infant in your arms on the verge of death. Yet you only returned the grain after my demise. What do you mean by that? You possess no conscience." The two parties remained locked in a stalemate, each presenting their arguments and grievances. At that moment, the ghostly messenger announced the arrival of Tang Ziyuan, a subordinate of the Eastern City Lord, who came to seek justice for Zhang Chongliang. The judge stroked his beard and summoned Tang Ziyuan to enter. He expected Tang to directly condemn Li Sichuan, but unexpectedly, he launched a scathing rebuke against Zhang Chongliang, criticizing his actions for not confronting Li Sichuan while he was still alive. This left both Zhang Chongliang and the judge somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be seeking justice for me? Wasn't he supposed to be avenging Zhang Chongliang? Yet, there was more to come. Tang Ziyuan turned to Li Sichuan and posed a question. "Brother Li, do you know when you will die?" Li Sichuan was taken aback by the inquiry. Who can know when they will die? If you do not know, how can Zhang Chongliang possibly know? It seems, Brother Li, that you still fail to grasp the causal relationship of this matter. Come, allow me to clarify it for you. An hour later, Tang Ziyuan had alleviated Li Sichuan's grievances. However, Zhang Chongliang, a living soul confined to the underworld, was inevitably affected by the path of mortality. The judge, stern and resolute, guided Zhang Chongliang through the established procedures, restoring his lost longevity. Once I heard that Uncle Zhang was no longer in distress, I rose to take my leave. "Little Tai, it's late. Don't tire yourself with back and forth. Stay the night," he suggested. "No need, Uncle Zhang. It's not far, just a few steps," I replied. Stepping outside, into the courtyard, I observed Uncle Zhang and Auntie seated by the Kong, whispering softly to one another. Occasionally, their expressions shifted, yet the glimmer of regained hope in their eyes remained constant. As I made my way home, a twinge of melancholy welled within me. "Zhang Xiaozue, am I not here too? How about I let my big black dog play with you for a while?" Chapter 63. You are fated to encounter bloodshed. Startled by her voice, I flinched, shouting, "It's the dead of night. Please refrain from speaking to me as I navigate these dark paths." Zhang Xiaozue fell silent, her hair disheveled, her tongue lolling as she trailed behind me. Upon returning to the paper shop, I packed my belongings, preparing to visit the hidden show mountain as suggested by Huang Dachui the following day. Eager to discover what destiny awaited me, I spent a dreamless night and arose early, taking a taxi to the train station. My luggage was minimal, consisting of only a backpack that contained an incense burner and a few articles of clothing. Once aboard the train, I located my seat and settled in. The journey would last 3 hours. Clutching my backpack, I gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery of trees, clearing my mind of all thoughts. "Young man?" I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to find a middle-aged woman, cradling a slumbering child in her arms. She noticed my puzzled expression as I stared at her in bewilderment. She hesitated a bit before explaining to me, "I am seated in the aisle, and it is rather inconvenient to hold the child. Would it be possible for us to switch seats?" I examined the woman's appearance. Her slanted eyes, thin lips, and prominent cheekbones suggested a rather unflattering demeanor. To put it more bluntly, she bore an unappealing visage. In her arms was a boy. Yet despite her having one son in her life, she would ultimately give birth to a daughter. I stood up and exchanged seats with her, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize the boy nestled in her embrace. He appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, his complexion flushed and his brows slightly furrowed, indicating he might be unwell. His features suggested a prosperous future and a loving, harmonious family. Nevertheless, the pairing of this woman and child exuded a sense of peculiarity. I settled back down, feigning interest in the scenery while discreetly keeping an eye on the woman. Her gaze frequently darted towards me, revealing a hint of anxiety. I stretched my legs and leaned against the seat, inwardly conversing with Zhou Tie. "Xiaocui, why do these two seem so strange?" Zhou Xiaocui replied, "This woman is a criminal. The boy is not hers. He is stolen." A chill ran through me upon hearing this revelation. I had not anticipated encountering such a situation during my travels. I pondered how I might seize the boy and hand him over to the train guard. "Sister, this child appears to be a bit unwell. Why is his little face so red?" I raised my voice slightly, capturing the attention of those around us. The woman's expression turned frantic as she chuckled nervously. "Perhaps he is just warm from sleep. It is nothing serious." Suddenly, I reached out to touch the boy's forehead, but the woman deflected my hand. "What do you mean? You were just stealing glances at my son for quite some time, and now you wish to reach out and touch him? Surely, you cannot be an abductor of children. I warn you, should you dare to lay a hand on him again, I shall notify the authorities to apprehend you." This declaration provoked a hushed murmur among the surrounding crowd. "He appears rather youthful. Could he truly be a child trafficker? I must tell you, one must not judge solely by appearances." I distinctly observed him fixating on the child cradled in the arms of the young woman. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Keep a close watch on him. Should he exhibit any suspicious behavior, seize him immediately. Listening to the whispers around me, I felt a sense of disdain and let out a light smirk. "I have yet to accuse you, yet you are quick to turn the tables on me. That child bears the unmistakable countenance of wealth and privilege, raised in a harmonious household with loving parents. And what of you? Your visage is one of menace, marked by a harsh demeanor. Such a child could not possibly be born of you." Upon uttering these words, the murmurs intensified. "You see, I told you so. Not only does he harbor ill intentions towards the child in the woman's embrace, but he is also a charlatan. Yet, hold on, observe the young woman's slanted eyes. Indeed, they appear quite fearsome. And why does the boy's wrist seem to bear a bruise?" The collective gaze of the assembly shifted towards the boy's wrist, which bore several dark, contused marks. A middle-aged woman rose, exclaiming, "Step aside." I too stood, blocking her path. "You may leave if you wish, but I will summon the train officer. The moment this child awakens and calls you mother, I shall allow you to depart. A faction shares my perspective. Sister, if you truly have no issues, let us summon the train police. If you cannot trust us, how can we trust the police?" Nowadays, families typically have only one child, and particularly in the Northeast, society abhors such matters. It would be prudent for you to clarify this incident. How did the injuries on the child occur? Conversely, another faction holds a differing viewpoint. The child sleeps so soundly in her embrace. How could that be feigned? You cannot solely rely on this boy's testimony to assert that the child has been abducted. Just as both sides reached an impasse, the train came to a halt. Step aside. I wish to disembark. A middle-aged woman shouted at me, even reaching towards her bosom. Zhang Xiaocui, be cautious. She may possess a weapon. You are in grave danger today. My body tensed, ready to evade. At that moment, numerous individuals in uniform boarded the train, inspecting each seat. Upon spotting the middle-aged woman, a leading officer bellowed, "Yu Yuqing." The moment she heard her name, the woman's countenance hardened, and she drew a dagger, aiming to stab the boy in her arms. Simultaneously, a woman's anguished cry echoed, "My son." I reacted swiftly, grasping the dagger and securing its blade firmly in my palm. Blood dripped from my hand onto the boy's clothing. "Xiaocui, refrain from speaking so freely next time. You foolishly engaged in verbal wagers with me. Now look, my delicate hand is wounded." Zhang Xiaocui, I warned you. You cannot catch a blade with empty hands, so why blame me? The deep black dog barked fiercely, undoubtedly standing up for Zhang Xiaocui. A punch struck Yu Yuqing's cheek, leaving her momentarily dazed. I swiftly seized the child from her arms and handed the little one to the approaching woman, who cradled the child and wept inconsolably. The police officers behind her quickly moved to restrain Yu Yuqing. My goodness, this young man is remarkably bold, confronting danger unarmed. Is it possible he truly possesses the ability to read faces? Just look at the child's biological mother, adorned entirely in designer labels. I had intended to consult him about face reading, but now I wonder when I might encounter someone as formidable as he again. I followed the police off the train and accompanied them to the station to provide my statement. As I brushed past Yu Yuqing, she cast a sideways glare at me, her expression brimming with hostility. I raised an eyebrow and made a playful face at her. After completing my statement, I exited the station. There remained about an hour's journey to my destination. Just as I was about to hail a vehicle back to the train station, a car halted in front of me. I stepped back a couple of paces, my mind racing through countless possibilities. Could it be Yu Yuqing's accomplice? Surely not. Chapter 64. The room at the end of the corridor of the car. Door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man, his countenance dark and foreboding. He bore the marks of affluence. To put it plainly, he had a pronounced forehead, a square jawline, bright eyes, and notably thick earlobes. At first glance, he hardly resembled a trafficker. Yet, upon spotting me, he hastily exited the vehicle. I instinctively took a step back. What do you intend to do? I must warn you. The police station is right behind me. Do not act recklessly. To speak candidly, I found myself gripped by fear in that moment. However, I harbor no regrets about reporting that trafficker. The middle-aged man halted just a step away from me, tears welling in his eyes as he grasped my hand. Choking on his words, "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I truly do not know when I would see my son again." Through his words, I pieced together the unfolding events. This couple, both engrossed in their demanding careers, struggled to adequately care for their child. Thus, they sought out a reputable nanny service nearby and employed a woman from the countryside. She appeared to be humble and diligent. Once in their home, she proved to be industrious and efficient, managing household chores with remarkable skill while also caring for the child, which provided the couple with a sense of relief. Yet unexpectedly, one day, the nanny claimed that a relative was coming to visit and requested permission to stay at their villa for a few days. Although he felt an uneasy discomfort, he acquiesced upon seeing the nanny's pleading expression. That relative, however, was the very woman who abducted their child. After the child was taken, the seemingly trustworthy nanny vanished without a trace. It was only upon returning home from work that they realized their child was missing. After much searching, they finally uncovered a lead regarding their child. Had it not been for my intervention in stopping that woman from leaving, they might have missed their chance yet again. The child had accompanied her mother to the hospital for an examination, where it was discovered that he had been administered sedatives, and his body temperature was alarmingly high. Had they delayed any longer, the consequences could have been dire for his health. Watching him, with tears streaming down his face and snot running from his nose, was heart-wrenching. I reassured him, saying, "It's all right. As long as the child is found, that's what matters. We must not be so careless in the future. How could one allow a stranger to be alone with their child?" The man wiped away his tears and produced a red envelope from his pocket. Upon observing its thickness, I could tell it contained a substantial amount of money. "Young man, your hand is injured. This is our token of appreciation, and you must accept it," he insisted as he offered it to me. I hurriedly declined, saying, "I haven't done much. I cannot accept this money. It's merely a small injury. Please, you must take it," he insisted repeatedly. Seeing his persistence, I accepted the envelope, opened it, and indeed found a thick stack of cash, approximately 10,000 yuan. Judging by its heft, I extracted 2 bills and promptly closed the envelope, returning it to the man. To be honest, I intended to depart for Shishir, but due to this incident, I will need to rebook my ticket and may have to stay another night. Therefore, I will take 200. This way, I can accept your generous gesture, but please do not put me in a difficult position. The middle-aged man, seeing my resolve, ceased his insistence and tucked the envelope away. He then pulled out his phone and said, "Young man, let us exchange contact information. If anyone around me requires assistance in matters of metaphysics, I will recommend you." I readily agreed and provided my number. Certainly for inquiries, it is 200, and for services rendered, it will depend on the complexity of the task. Rest assured, I am honest in my dealings. After exchanging contact information, I learned his name, Jiang Lixian. Upon arriving at the train station, I was fortunate enough to secure the last ticket to Shishir. By the time I arrived, it was already 7 in the evening. The gates of Inshio Mountain had been closed, leaving me to seek refuge in a nearby inn. After depositing my luggage, I ventured out to indulge in a local delicacy, lamb chops. The meal was satisfying, though I lamented the absence of the renowned lamb soup. After a leisurely stroll back to the inn, the fatigue from my journey soon overwhelmed me, and I drifted off to sleep. I am unaware of how long I had been asleep when I was abruptly roused by an urgent need to relieve myself. Glancing at my phone, I noted the time was 2 in the morning. The room was shrouded in darkness as I groped my way toward the bathroom. Upon flicking on the light and preparing to turn on the tap, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence, nearly causing me to lose control. Once I had finished in the bathroom, I opened the door to find Zheng Xiaocui standing at the entrance, her expression grave. "There's a malevolent spirit outside," she exclaimed. My brow furrowed as I opened the door. To my right, from the end of the corridor, I could hear a cacophony of shouts and the sound of doors being slammed. It is advisable to avoid rooms at the end of the corridor in lodgings, as such locations tend to harbor a heavier aura of negativity and a lack of vitality, making them susceptible to attracting unsavory entities. The commotion prompted other guests to emerge from their rooms, bewildered. "What on earth is all this noise in the middle of the night?" One shirtless man bellowed, expressing his frustration. "Can we not get some sleep? Owner, wake up. We've all been disturbed." Another balding gentleman made his way to the staircase, calling out for the innkeeper on the first floor. The owner, still bleary-eyed and barely awake, hurried upstairs, muttering, I'm coming." He approached the door at the end of the corridor and produced the universal room card, yet no amount of swiping could unlock the door. I sensed the presence of malevolent spirits obstructing our entry. Stepping forward, I delivered 2 firm kicks to the door, a warning to the lurking entities within that I would not hesitate to be forceful should they continue to block our way. I took the room card from the proprietor's hand and swiped it once more. With a click, the door swung open, and out rushed a young man and woman, disheveled and visibly shaken. The onlookers, witnessing this peculiar scene, felt an unsettling tension in the air. An auntie, eager to assist, emerged from her room with a blanket, wrapping it around the trembling girl. At that moment, no one dared to return to their slumber. Instead, we lingered in the corridor, awaiting an explanation of the recent events from the distressed couple. After a brief silence, as their emotions began to stabilize, the bald man, who had previously summoned us upstairs, took the initiative to inquire, "What on earth happened? Why were you 2 screaming in the middle of the night?" Upon hearing his question, the young couple seemed to recall something terrifying, their bodies shivering in unison. The man slowly uttered, "We just saw a ghost." His voice was deep, and coincidentally, at that moment, the motion sensor lights in the corridor dimmed, causing a stir among the crowd. With a soft sigh, I stamped my foot to activate the lights once more, bringing a sense of calm to the gathering. In the renewed illumination, I noticed the bald man and the shirtless man embracing, only to push each other away, both appearing somewhat embarrassed. Their awkwardness lightened the atmosphere considerably. We truly encountered a ghost. Do not dismiss our claim. Chapter 65. I will swap rooms with you, observing the incredulous gazes of those around her. The girl wrapped in a blanket became agitated. Then tell me, how did you encounter the ghost? I interjected at an opportune moment. Through her narration, I gleaned the unfolding of events. The man was named Ji Yuan, and the girl was Wang Xijia. They had been a couple since their university days, and their second anniversary was approaching in just a couple of days. Thus, they decided to embark on a spontaneous trip and pay a visit to the picturesque Show Mountain. Due to their late arrival, all the nearby inns were fully booked, leading them to this establishment, which had only one room left, the one at the end of the corridor. Wang Xijia had read online that such rooms were ill-advised for accommodation and contemplated seeking another place or, if necessary, paying extra to stay at a more expensive hotel. However, Ji Yuan dismissed her concerns, insisting they stay there to save money, believing it would allow them to explore more enjoyable attractions. Ultimately, Wang Xijia, unable to resist Ji Yuan's persuasion, agreed to stay. Initially, everything seemed manageable. The room was merely chilly, and the absence of windows lent it a musty odor. It was not particularly bothersome, so they decided to endure it for one night. After a day of exploration, they found themselves quite fatigued and soon fell asleep upon lying down. Time passed, and Ji Yuan was roused by a series of peculiar sounds. At first, he assumed it was merely Wang Xijia talking in her sleep and paid it no mind. However, as the sounds persisted, they grew increasingly unsettling. This was clearly not Wang Xijia's voice. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the sound beside him had transformed into a piercing tone, tinged with a wailing quality. This involuntarily reminded him of Wang Xijia, his earlier warning regarding the perils of staying in the last room of an inn. Ji Yuan hurriedly shook Wang Xijia awake. Xijia, wake up! As Xijia was roused, she initially felt a surge of irritation, but at that moment, she too heard the eerie sound. Gripped by fear, she clutched Ji Yuan's sleeve and exclaimed, "What is happening, Yuan? I am scared." At that moment, they both felt an overwhelming dread enveloping their hearts. Yi Yuan, grasping Wang Xijia's hand, disregarded their luggage and attempted to flee the room. Yet, no matter how forcefully he pulled, the door remained obstinately shut. Suddenly, Ji Yuan sensed a breath against his ear. Assuming it was Xijia playing a prank, he instinctively remarked, "Xijia, what time is it for you to be blowing in my ear?" But the voice that followed was Xijia's terrified shout, Yuan behind you." Ji Yuan's body froze, and against his will, his head turned. Mere inches away from him loomed a ghastly pale face with blood-red eyes. Ji Yuan let out a piercing scream. He grasped Wang Xijia's hand, desperately twisting the doorknob. Yet Xijia's voice rang out once more. Yuan, who are you holding?" Ji Yuan looked down at the hand he was gripping. The icy sensation and the ashen skin made him feel as though his very soul was threatening to escape his body. What followed was a harrowing struggle against inner terror, culminating in their eventual escape from the room. After recounting the harrowing experience, Ji Yuan surveyed the silent crowd around him, an unending tide of fear still surging within him. "We truly cannot stay in this room. Is there a kind-hearted soul willing to take us in? We can sleep on the floor, and I assure you, we won't snore at night." The expressions of the surrounding crowd were tinged with hesitation. After all, they were mere acquaintances, strangers to one another, who had taken two unknown individuals into their room. It would be quite unsettling to sleep under such circumstances. Moreover, who could ascertain the veracity of their claims? Noticing the silence among the crowd, Wang Xijia's voice quivered with desperation. "Please, we are not deceiving you. We can offer money. 200, 300. I implore you." I believed her. I glanced at Zheng Xiaotsue beside me, and then at the two trembling figures, their faces contorted with fear. As soon as Ji Yuan and Wang Xijia heard my voice, a glimmer of hope illuminated their eyes as they turned to me. However, I clarified, "I will not stay with you." The crowd rolled their eyes at me, thinking, if you won't stay with them, then why speak? The light in Ji Yuan and Wang Xijia's eyes dimmed once more. Noting their confusion, I rephrased my intention. What I mean is, I will switch rooms with you. I will occupy that room, and you shall stay in mine. Without waiting for their consent, I retreated to my room to gather my backpack. Upon exiting, Ji Yuan and Wang Sijia realized I was not jesting. Are you truly going to switch with them? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Is it worth scaring yourself for a few $100? A voice from the crowd echoed, laced with mockery. I shot him a glance, but remained silent, turning instead to enter the room at the end of the corridor. Indeed, upon stepping inside, I immediately sensed a notable drop in temperature. The fine hairs on my body stood on end at the chill of the air conditioning. I gathered the belongings of Ji Yuan and his companions, carrying them out and placing them before them. I inquired if anything was missing. Should there be anything lacking, I would retrieve it for them. After a brief check, they confirmed that nothing was absent. Ji Yuan then produced his wallet, extracting 500 yuan and hesitantly offering it to me, his gaze lingering on my face. You appear younger than me. Perhaps the three of us could squeeze together, and you need not stay in this room. I took 200 yuan from the offered sum and tucked it away. Rest assured, I am quite professional. This 200 yuan shall serve as your fee for my services. Otherwise, once you leave the inn, that specter will follow you. My words were sincere. However, certain onlookers could not contain their laughter. I disregarded them and stepped into the room, which soon became devoid of any presence in the corridor. Yet, upon returning to their chamber, they did not succumb to sleep, but rather strained their ears to discern whether I would wail, as Ji Yuan had. But I had no intention of fulfilling their expectations. I placed my backpack on the bed and surveyed the room. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, yet I did not perceive the specter of the female ghost that Ji Yuan had described. In a soft voice, I urged, come forth on your own. It may spare you some suffering. If I must summon others to drag you out, it shall not be a simple matter. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotsue appeared before me, accompanied by a low growl from the large black dog. The ambience in the room had become overwhelmingly tense. I summoned the ghost-hunting whip, gripping it firmly in my hand. Before I could utter another word, a shadowy figure emerged from the cabinet. Frankly speaking, this female ghost was indeed more terrifying than any I had encountered before. With a pallid visage and blood-red eyes, her skin decayed, revealing writhing maggots in certain areas, she donned a crimson dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. I fought against the wave of nausea rising in my stomach, repeatedly whispering within myself, I must not vomit. I am a professional. I am here to exorcise. I have established a spirit hall. Yet I could not withstand the urge and rushed to the restroom, retching violently. Upon my return, the apparition had transformed. Her fearsome appearance diminished. Although her skin remained ashen, the revolting aspects had vanished. Chapter 66. A glimpse at my son. Could he not appear so terrifying? My voice, hoarse from the violent upheaval, was laced with irritation. The malevolent spirit that had previously frightened two individuals dared not lift her gaze. She cast a furtive glance at me before resuming her silence, head bowed. Why do you appear so frightful? Were you not perishing here? You seem to be imprisoned in this place, unable to escape. Am I correct? After posing 3 consecutive inquiries, I watched the specter, yet she remained mute. 5 minutes passed, and my patience waned. It was already 3 in the morning. First, I was awakened by the noise of a couple, and now this female ghost had provoked my ire. I half raised my ghostly whip, directing it towards her with a cold tone. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Answer my questions truthfully. Whatever you desire, I will provide. I will aid you to the very end. And although I am uncertain if you can reincarnate, I shall escort you to the underworld. This tactic was imparted to me by old Lu. He told me that ghosts, much like humans, possess varying personalities. Not all spirits are amenable to conversation. At times, one must employ certain tactics and cannot afford to appear too feeble, lest they be perceived as easy prey by those ethereal beings. A female ghost, upon hearing something, raised her eyes to me with a pitiful gaze. Can you truly assist me? She inquired. I nodded. While I cannot condone acts of violence or arson, I shall do my utmost in other matters. The female ghost began to weep, her sobs intermittent and indecipherable. I wish to see my son once more. Her name was Zhang Yuejun. She was not a native of Shishir City, but hailed from a place called Zhangjia Village in the neighboring Yangshi City. Endowed with beauty from a young age, her parents advised her to seek a respectable marriage and not squander her looks, especially if she could secure a match in the city. Zhang Yuejun held this advice close to her heart. Upon reaching adulthood, at 18, countless single men from the village approached her parents with marriage proposals. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the threshold of their home was nearly worn down by suitors. Initially, neither Zhang Yuejun nor her family expressed interest in the local men, steadfast in their desire to marry their daughter off to someone from the city. The prospect of living in an apartment due to their daughter's marriage would bring them pride. However, there was a man in the village who had cherished Zhang Yuejun for 5 years, having adored her since she was 13. His name was Huang Xingwen, and he knelt before his parents, tears streaming down his face, declaring that if he could not marry Zhang Yuejun, he would rather become a monk and forsake all earthly desires. Moved by their son's plight, his parents, in that era, were willing to offer an impressive dowry of 110,000, signifying that their son's bride was truly exceptional. Zhang Jia contemplated that although she had not settled into an apartment, possessing a dowry of 110,000 yuan was still quite commendable. Her son was nearing the age for marriage, and it would be just the right time to use the dowry to secure a bride for him. Thus, Zhang Yuejun and Huang Xingwen began their life together. They did not officially register their union, for, to be frank, both were below the legal age. They merely cohabited until they could legally wed. In that era, such arrangements were commonplace. Though fundamentally flawed, the prevalence of such situations made them difficult to regulate. As they settled into their life together, Zhang Yuejun's heart yearned for the allure of the outside world. Huang Xingwen treated her with kindness, never retaliating against her harsh words. Yet she remained discontented, her thoughts consumed by the urban lifestyle. One day, the occasion of which she has long forgotten, perhaps a festival or a new year, she encountered the daughter of the old Qian family, who had returned from the city, adorned in attire and accessories that Zhang Yuejun had never seen before. The envy in Zhang Yuejun's eyes did not go unnoticed by the young woman, and they struck up a conversation. Through their exchange, Zhang Yuejun learned that the daughter of the old Qian family had not married a city dweller. Rather, she had been striving in the city all along, eventually earning recognition from her employer and receiving a promotion. Zhang Yuejun found herself restless, yearning to venture into the city, aspiring to adorn herself with gold and silver like the young woman. However, her dreams were naively simplistic. The daughter of the old Qian family, while not a university graduate, possessed a certain level of education, unlike Zhang Yuejun, who could barely read and was merely a pretty face. Zhang Yuejun did not ponder these complexities. She only observed the outward success of the old Qian family's daughter. Upon returning home, she shared her aspirations with Huang Xingwen, expecting him to readily acquiesce. Yet, she had underestimated him. Huang Xingwen, unusually irritable, stormed out in anger. Huang Xingwen understood that if Zhang Yuejun left this time for the city, she would not return and could no longer share her life with him. He confided in his parents, who offered him a strategy. They suggested using her pregnancy as a pretext to keep her with him. As long as Zhang Yuejun bore a child, no matter how much she yearned for the city, she would be unable to leave. A mother is fierce, yet a child is also a vulnerable point. Zhang Yuejun acquiesced. A year later, a son was born, remarkably resembling her, and he was named Huang Jie, meaning outstanding. During her confinement, Huang Xingwen worked in the fields, feeling distressed for Zhang Yuejun, and took the child to his parents' home, asking them to help care for him. After completing his farm chores, he made a special trip to the market, purchasing a hen for Zhang Yuejun, hoping to return home and prepare a nourishing soup for her. Upon arriving home, he found the house empty. On the counter, there lay a letter, riddled with pinyin letters and numerous typos. Yet, Huang Xingwen wept, for the letter was left by Zhang Yuejun. She had departed for the city, declaring that she owed him nothing. When Huang Xingwen's parents learned of this, they intended to confront the Zhang family, but he stopped them. He cradled the child and, choking back tears, uttered 3 words, "I will wait for her." At that moment, Zhang Yuejun had already disembarked and encountered Qian Yadu, who had come to meet her. She had expected Qian Yadu to take her to a luxurious apartment, yet instead, she was led to a dilapidated residential building. Qian Yadu proclaimed that this was the home she had saved for, and although it was not grand, at least it provided her a place to stay in the city. She believed that one day she would reside in a high-end community. As she spoke, Qian Yata beamed with joy, but Zhang Yuejun felt a wave of disdain within her. Qian Yatu assisted Zhang Yuejun in securing a position as a waitress at a restaurant. Lacking education and cultural background, Zhang could only commence her journey from the lowest rungs of the ladder. This job was obtained through Qian Yata's connections. It was at this juncture that Zhang Yuejun realized that life in the city was not as idyllic as she had envisioned. After aimlessly toiling for 6 months, she encountered a customer, a middle-aged man whose every gesture exuded charm. The two gradually became entangled in a romantic liaison. However, after some time, Zhang Yuejun discovered that this man was, in fact, married. In a fit of rage and despair, she demanded an explanation from him, even going so far as to stalk him to find his wife, where she implored the woman to divorce him. This tumultuous saga unfolded for quite some time, culminating in the wife returning to her parental home with their child and initiating legal proceedings against her husband, who was deemed at fault and faced the prospect of losing everything in a divorce. The man, incensed yet outwardly composed, arranged to meet Zhang Yuejun at a twilight market, claiming he had finalized his divorce and wanted to take her out for a leisurely stroll, promising that they would marry upon returning. Zhang Yuejun was convinced. Chapter 67. Had hallucinations begun to manifest? Upon arriving at the inn, it was already 9 in the evening. Like other couples, they found all nearby lodgings fully booked and had no choice but to stay here. As soon as she entered the room, she felt a sharp pain. Instinctively turning her head, she was met with the man's malevolent countenance. That day, she met her demise, having been stabbed multiple times and succumbing to blood loss. Ironically, she had been wearing a dress that day. The soul of one recently departed lacks substantial form. However, clad in a crimson dress, her vengeful spirit was overwhelming. Yet, as a newly departed soul, even when somewhat materialized, she could not inflict harm upon the man. She could only watch helplessly as the man separated her body and stuffed it into a suitcase, dragging it down the stairs. She wished to follow, but found herself unable to escape the confines of the room. Years seemed to slip by, and her resentment grew ever more intense. Having heard the entire story, I now grasped the sequence of events. I truly did not know what to say. The relationship was exceedingly chaotic. However, it was certain that this man was a disastrous romantic entanglement for Zhang Yuejun, a perilous fate entwined with love. Your desire is merely to see your son one last time, is it not? Zhang Yuejun nodded. I turned to Zheng Xiaocui, whose expression was equally captivating. Could we perhaps first place her in the hall? Her resentment is overwhelming, and she cannot leave this place. Only this way can we take her away. Zheng Xiaocui nodded in agreement, and then took Zhang Yuejun away. Thank you, little master. Zhang Yuejun expressed her gratitude. I recalled her words. You need not thank me yet. Please be patient for a couple of days while I make a trip to Inshio Mountain before coming to your home. I glanced at my phone to check the time. Zhang Yuejun had spoken for 2 hours. I lay back on the bed and quickly fell asleep. By 8 in the morning, the guests in the inn began to awaken and emerge from their rooms, all gazing towards mine. Did you hear any noise yesterday? I inquired. The crowd shook their heads in response. He couldn't have died of fright, could he? Ji Yuan, who had switched rooms with me, spoke slowly. His words stirred unease among the others. The bald man had gone to find the owner, and they gathered at the door. Just then I opened my door, and we all jumped in surprise. What are you all doing? I voiced my confusion as Ji Yuan recounted the recent events, prompting an involuntary chuckle from me. Upon encountering the proprietor, memories of Zhang Yuejun surfaced, yet I hesitated to inquire before such a crowd, unwilling to disrupt the proprietor's business. I discreetly pulled the owner aside and whispered, "Has anything ever happened in this room before?" Upon hearing my question, the proprietor's grip faltered, causing the room key to slip from his fingers and clatter to the ground. He bent to retrieve it, his face etched with alarm as he instinctively replied, 20 years ago, a woman with the surname Zhang died here. His words confirmed my suspicions. Zhang Yuejun had not deceived me. If she had concocted such elaborate tales merely to manipulate me into aiding her departure and harming others, the karmic repercussions would be grave. Ignoring the proprietor's further inquiries, I turned on my heel, settled my bill, and made my way directly to Inshio Mountain. As I stood before the sign emblazoned with the 3 characters, Inshio Mountain, a wave of clarity washed over me, as if all my troubles dissipated into thin air. I continued along the designated path, unaware of the passage of time, until I arrived at the Dragon King Temple. Numerous devotees surrounded me, kneeling in reverent prayer, the incense burning vigorously in this sacred space. Yet, a sense lingered within me that this was not my intended destination. Advancing further, I encountered a massive stone standing resolutely in place, with steps leading upwards beside it. Ascending the steps, I beheld the Wealth God Temple. Regardless of the hour, the flames of devotion within this temple never extinguish. Continuing onward, I arrived at another grand hall, renowned as the most illustrious temple within Inshio Mountain. I halted, contemplating the origins of the deity enshrined within, of which 2 legends abound. But I shall refrain from elaborating further. As I ventured forward, I encountered a cave where the statue had attained enlightenment. I stepped into the hall, respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense, and knelt in reverence. Soon after, I turned to leave, sensing that this was not my destined location. It was not until I arrived at the Guanyin Hall that a feeling of tranquility washed over me. Upon entering, I repeated my act of offering incense and kneeling in worship. Before I could rise, I was startled by the sound of soft weeping. Glancing around, I noted that only the girl beside me, who was prostrated on a mat, and I occupied the hall. I slightly shifted my body and indeed discovered that the weeping emanated from her. Just as I was puzzled, the girl suddenly lifted her gaze and met mine. In that moment, I seemed to perceive her adorned with 2 little tufts of hair, dressed in traditional attire, resembling a doll from a folk painting. Smiling gently as she offered me a slight bow. "I'm sorry," her timid voice broke the silence. Before my eyes, she transformed into a modern appearance. Confusion swirled within me, prompting me to mutter, "Am I hallucinating? Mang Tsuehua. That was merely an image I projected for you. She is a maiden serving under Guanyin. Out of mischief, ventured down to the mortal realm. Mang Tsuehua, Guanyin, unwilling to punish her, assigned her a task to aid those fated to cross paths with her. Then why did you show me this image?" As soon as I posed the question, a sharp pain struck the back of my head, as if someone had forcefully tapped me. "Mang Tsuehua, are you foolish? This is obviously because you share a connection with this girl. You must assist her." Instinctively, I voiced my rejection. That is not possible. Yet, I hadn't expected that in my moment of panic, those words would escape my lips. "What do you mean, not possible?" The girl gazed at me with tears still lingering in her eyes. I found myself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to begin. Perhaps she felt I was annoyed by her tears, for she ceased speaking and rose to leave. I sighed, knowing this was a path I must traverse, and thus I pursued her silhouette as she walked away. Chapter 68. The Girl with a Grudge. Note, the entirety of this narrative is devoid of romantic entanglements. I remain unmarried to this day. This book recounts the myriad significant and trivial events, as well as peculiar occurrences I encountered over a decade as a master in my field. The girl who is about to emerge is merely a youthful counterpart I met during my own formative years, stirring within me a hint of shameless infatuation. "Wait," I called out in desperation as I noticed the girl quickening her pace. She halted, sunlight cascading upon her, her tear-filled eyes turning back to meet mine. In that fleeting moment, I was rendered immobile, my heart racing with an intensity one had never felt in the past 19 years. Despite her simple attire, I could not divert my gaze. Suddenly, I found myself at a loss for words. She seemed to perceive my discomfort and laughed lightly. "You're not chasing after me for my contact information, are you?" "No, that is not it." My voice faltered, tinged with embarrassment. "Do you realize you carry a sense of destiny with you?" The girl scrutinized me, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Can you discern such things?" I nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I possess a lineage. My name is Zhong Ruoxue, and what about you?" This is also a pseudonym. Zhou Tai. After a brief moment, we found an uninhabited place and sat down facing each other. My heart had settled, yet I still dared not look at her. My gaze fixed on a hole in the wooden table as I recounted the words that Meng Sohua had conveyed to me. However, upon finishing, I feared she might regard me as mentally unstable. Zhou Tie remained silent, while my heart endured a relentless turmoil. I was aware that my parents had sought assistance from me before, and those who claimed to possess insight had said similar things. Her voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. When I looked up, I found her not gazing at me, but rather staring vacantly at the surrounding mountains. "Why haven't you established a hall yet? Under normal circumstances, you should have done so by now," I inquired. Zhou Tie shook her head with a wry smile. "You might not believe it, but I have consulted many practitioners, and none were able to assist me, as they claimed the celestial beings behind me were formidable." She mentioned that she had recently sought the guidance of a renowned diviner from a nearby village. This diviner came to establish a hall for Zhou Tie. Yet as soon as the drums were struck and she began to feel a sensation within her, the diviner suddenly knelt before her, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the venerable celestial being." How could a hall be established under such circumstances? How could the master of the hall bow to his disciple? What hierarchy could possibly ensue after such an event? Consulting such a grand diviner, would the establishment of the hall bring any good fortune? That very night, Zhou Tie had a dream. In her dream, she found herself at Inshio Mountain, accompanied by a man whose face remained obscured. He guided her across the mountain until they finally paused before the Guanyin Hall. The man remarked, 3 days hence, at the Guanyin Hall of Inshio Mountain, fate awaits you. Upon his words, Zhou Tie awoke. Unlike her usual dreams, which she could hardly recall, this one lingered vividly in her memory. Consequently, 3 days later, today, she found herself at the Guanyin Hall of Inshio Mountain, where she encountered Zhou Tai. Hearing this, I was reminded of something old Lu once said. Ordinary dreams fade from memory, and even if recalled upon waking, they soon dissolve into oblivion, eluding recollection no matter how hard one tries. In contrast, the dreams of those who seek blessings may feature toilets and unclean objects, perhaps even cats and dogs. These dreams bear profound significance and are unforgettable, like the dream I had just yesterday in which a girl stood beside me, slowly reaching out to grasp my hand. Her attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhou Tie before me. "Zhou Tai, can you help me establish a formal relationship?" I heard this request and found myself at a loss for words. This year, I turned 19, while Zhou Tie had already reached 23, a 4-year difference. Should we formalize our bond, she would, by virtue of hierarchy, be obliged to address me as master. Yet, this was not the primary concern. Similar to how I regarded old Lu as a mentor and a father figure without ever voicing it, consistently referring to him simply as old Lu, the lack of formality between two individuals renders such distinctions inconsequential. However, if I were to become her ceremonial master, it would be solely in that capacity. Zhou Tie perceived my dilemma. "It matters not, Zhou Tai. Our encounter is fated. I, too, have come to Inshio Mountain in accordance with my agreement with that man. Thus I have not breached my promise. I understand well that one cannot force the course of events." With that, she rose from her seat and said, "Zhou Tai, may we meet again if fate allows." "Wait." I stood up, blocking her path, and nervously attempted to clarify, I'm not incapable of officiating for you. You see, I am 4 years your junior. I am aware that an older woman is often regarded as a treasure, but Zhou Tie seemed to grasp my intent, yet was still somewhat perplexed. "I believe I understand your meaning. You feel too young and inexperienced, having never officiated for anyone before. And thus you are apprehensive?" "That is not my point," I interjected. "Old Lu has already instructed me on the customs of officiating. According to the traditions of my family, this matter is quite straightforward." Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze upon her eyes and articulated each word deliberately. "What I mean is, should I officiate for you, it would mean I can only be your ceremonial master, nothing more. Or do you wish for something else?" At this, Zhou Tai's ears flushed with a rosy hue, and her intended words were abruptly silenced. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, I turned my gaze aside. "Will you be lingering in the evening market for a while? I can fetch my ceremonial master to officiate for you." Zhou Tie, initially a tad bashful, felt a playful urge to tease me upon catching a glimpse of my expression. So, we're to be like senior and junior siblings? Is that acceptable? The subtle undertones of her words did not escape my notice. I turned to meet her cunning gaze, my heart racing as if it were a mere trinket. Then you shall refer to me as senior brother from now on, I declared, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. After exchanging contact information, I dialed Lao Lu while descending the mountain, putting the call on speakerphone in her presence. Lao Lu, do you have time to come to Inxio Mountain? I've secured a task for you at Latanko. It was evident that Lao Lu was in the midst of a meal, his words somewhat muffled as he responded. Why don't you just handle it yourself? Why make me come all the way out there? Just tell me if you're coming or not, I pressed. A chuckle escaped Lao Lu, and he inquired, is it a man or a woman at Litong? A girl, 23 years old. Understanding dawned on me as Lao Lu teased, Zhou Tai. It seems you've fallen for her, but it's not even spring yet. Are you worried that once the task is completed, you won't be able to pursue her? I hastily switched the call to handset mode, casting a furtive glance at Zhong Ruoshui's expression, which remained unchanged. Lowering my voice, I insisted, don't say such things. I haven't. All right, you haven't. But today is definitely not feasible. I'll go tomorrow, probably arriving in the afternoon. There's no Lidong task this afternoon. So we'll prepare things tomorrow and then invite Lao Xian the morning after. Once I ended the call, I relayed Lao Lu's words to Zhong Ruoshui. After escorting her to the inn where she resides, I felt as though a part of my heart had been hollowed out while watching her retreating figure. At that moment, old Lu called again, requesting the girl's name and her birth details so he could discern whether any malevolent spirits lingered behind her. I sought out Zhong Ruoshui, who provided the information, which I subsequently relayed to old Lu. The term malevolent spirits refers to those entities devoid of capability or diligence, seeking only to benefit from the offerings of others, in contrast to those dedicated to rigorous cultivation. After a pause, old Lu spoke with a grave tone. This young lady carries a curse. What exactly is a curse? Curses can manifest in various forms, and I shall enumerate a few. 1. An ancestor may have harmed a sentient or spiritually adept creature, which could include instances where an ancestor injured a weasel, though the creature itself may lack cultivation. Its lineage must be considered. One must meticulously investigate to uncover the roots of the issue. 2. An ancestor may have once venerated a spirit, but cease their offerings, thus severing the connection. There are generally several types of altars, one being the ancestral altar, where the spirits are passed down through generations. If the spirits have not attained full cultivation and still maintain a bond with your family, the cessation of offerings can easily lead to a curse. 3. In attempts to cease offerings, one might have sought to suppress the spirits of other altars. There are numerous variations of these situations, and each family's circumstances differ. Upon hearing that Zhong Ruoshui had a curse linked to her, I felt a jolt of alarm. Is it possible to discern the specific nature of this curse? I shall delve into matters further upon my arrival tomorrow. Ensure you summon your old immortal as a precaution. After old Lu concluded his words, he hung up the phone. I, too, sought out a different inn to stay. I had anticipated returning home today, yet unexpectedly encountered Zhong Ruoshui. Perhaps this was fate. On the following morning, as I arose, I received a call from Zhong Ruoshui. She had invited me out, and a thrill coursed through me as I hastily tidied myself and dashed out the door. However, upon reaching the entrance of her inn, I was taken aback by her weary visage, dark circles shadowing her eyes. I inquired, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well? I had a dream, she replied, a shiver running down her spine as she spoke. I noticed the skin exposed to the air bristling with goosebumps. What sort of dream? I dreamt of an enormous dog, towering and with a gaping maw, relentlessly pursuing me until I reached a precipice and fell, awakening in terror. Her voice quivered, fragmented with fear, as though she were reliving that nightmarish experience. As I listened, I fell into contemplation. The dog in her dream symbolized Hussein, and its ravenous pursuit represented the enmity trailing her. I gently reassured her, this must be the manifestation of your adversary. Old Lu will arrive this afternoon. Fear not, for I, along with us, shall be by your side. That very afternoon, old Lu arrived in Shishir by car. Upon disembarking, he pounded his aching waist. We proceeded to a restaurant, securing a private room. After lighting a cigarette and absorbing the tale of Zhou Ruoshui's dream, old Lu remarked, Zhou Tai was correct. This indeed signifies the enmity you bear. He senses that you are on the verge of confronting the chaos that lies ahead. Before coming here, I had already done some research. Is it true that your ancestors once offered a spirit altar? After reflecting briefly, Zhou Ruoshui replied, I have heard from my mother that my grandmother seemed to have maintained a spirit altar, but for reasons unknown, it was later discontinued. Now that she has passed away, it remains a mystery. I reassured her, you need not fear. With both me and Zhou Tai by your side, no one would dare to harm you. You should register and establish the altar as needed. Do not underestimate Zhou Tai. Despite his youth, the spirit altar he carries, although a ghost altar, is not inferior to yours. I refrained from revealing to Zhou Ruoshui that I too possessed a ghost altar. As I anticipated upon seeing it, her expression transformed to one of astonishment. Yours is a ghost altar? It commonly said that ghost altars are unfavorable. I replied, it depends on the nature of the altar. My family's old sage does not deceive or harm others. What could possibly be amiss? I poured her a glass of water to steer the conversation away from that topic. After dining, we promptly set out to procure the items necessary for establishing the altar. I escorted Zhou Ruoshui back to her inn, and old Lu accompanied me to mine. We were fortunate to be assigned a shared room, where we would sleep together. It had been quite some time since our last meeting, having communicated only a few times over the phone since departing from his home. Yet upon reuniting, I felt no trace of awkwardness. Old Lu and I conversed until the early hours, preparing to retire for the night. As we were about to sleep, old Lu, weary to the point of barely keeping his eyes open, still cautioned me, you indeed share a special bond with Zhou Ruoshui, but whether you can sustain this connection depends solely on you. As a man, do not be overly timid. Moreover, you must ascertain her feelings towards you. Do not cling stubbornly, but maintain a sense of propriety. His tone resembled that of a father gently admonishing his son. A warm sensation enveloped my heart, yet I could not resist teasing him. Look who's talking. You're of an age yet still alone. Old Lu chuckled softly before sinking into a deep slumber. By dawn, we had gathered our belongings and made our way to Zhou Ruoshui's inn. Regarding the establishment of a hall, old Lu mentioned that such affairs typically unfolded at night, a practice rooted in the traditions of the elder generation when hall ceremonies were held in the dead of night. This was due to the presence of ethereal winds and spirits, as the underworld's presence was deemed unsuitable for daylight, exposed to the harsh rays of the sun. However, as times have changed, so too has the mindset of the old immortals. As long as one harbors reverence, there is no need for convoluted rituals prior to the formal establishment of the hall. Old Lu's family deity was expected to descend and offer guidance, as is customary for a hall master. It was understood from the outset that Zhou Ruoshui's household was of a scholarly nature, favoring tranquility, complemented by the capabilities of her family's deity. All of Zhou Ruoshui's spiritual channels had been opened, allowing her family deity to possess her and communicate directly, thus eliminating the need to summon another deity for assistance. With his eyes closed and palms resting on his thighs, old Lu began to chant softly. Before me, a spectral figure of the Hu family materialized behind him. With sharp brows and striking eyes, he exuded an innate authority that commanded respect without anger. I am Hu Tianba. Today, I shall oversee the establishment of the hall for the Zhou family. This should have been done long ago, but the vengeful spirits behind you have persistently obstructed it. Should the vengeful spirits, led by Zhou Tai, create a disturbance later, ensure that your family's guardian holds him back to preserve the decorum. I bowed respectfully to the apparition, acknowledging, understood, venerable spirit. Each family's ceremony and customs for establishing a hall are distinct and varied. Old Lu's venerable sage had a habit of completing essential tasks before addressing other matters. As Hu Tianba descended, old Lu slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Zhou Ruoshui, saying, do not be anxious, relinquish control. If you wish to weep, weep. If you wish to laugh, laugh. Proceed with whatever you desire next. Your sage behind you undoubtedly carries grievances that must be expressed. Each sage experiences the ethereal sensation differently, and your reactions will vary. Do not find it peculiar. After offering a few words of counsel to Zhou Ruoxue, old Lu bowed respectfully to the void, addressing the assembled sages. Esteemed sages, your cultivation is arduous. Today, you finally emerge into the light of day, and I'm certain you harbor many grievances. However, your disciple, Ma, is a young lady. Please be gentle in your lamentations. If you cause her distress, it will surely weigh upon your hearts. May the sages of the Zhongmen assist Ma in her cultivation, allowing her to attain perfection and return to her rightful place. I wish for each of you to forge benevolent connections and gain renown across the seas. I observed countless apparitions materializing behind Zhou Ruoxue, all bowing to old Lu. Come forth, it is time to begin our work. I conveyed silently in my mind. Soon, a row of protective, ghostly generals stood behind me, clad in armor and wielding steel blades. Chapter 70, Registration at the Hall. Old Lu signaled to me with a glance. I retrieved a small cup from a nearby bag and poured a measure of white liquor for Zhou Ruoxue. Noticing her puzzled expression, I elaborated. Since this is your sage's first time manifesting and speaking, a little drink will help ease the transition. This is not mere conjecture. Consuming alcohol can render one's constitution somewhat weaker, dulling mental acuity, thereby facilitating the sage's ability to communicate through the vessel. Including the numerous devotees I accompanied with Lao Lu, many were drawn in after a night of excessive revelry. Their weakened bodies lured into the realm of spirits while traversing the darkened paths. Subsequently, Lao Lu produced an incense burner, placing it upon the table of the inn, and lit a stick of incense. At that moment, Hu Qianba, who stood behind him, made his presence known. As the incense ignited, Zhou Ruoxue shut her eyes, resting her hands upon her knees, her body soon trembling irregularly. Lao Lu and I remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. The spirits from our temple stood guard in the corners of the inn's room, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. 10 minutes elapsed. Zhou Ruoxue occasionally furrowed her brow, shivering intermittently. I could discern a multitude of ethereal figures standing behind her, yet none dared utter a word. At this juncture, Hu Qianba began to chant celestial incantations, establishing communication with the deities shadowing Zhou Ruoxue. After a brief interval, it was evident that her complexion had reddened, her body seemingly electrified, the tremors becoming more pronounced. Just then, Lao Lu's voice resonated. When shall the celestial beings speak? With this proclamation, I observed the spectral figures behind Zhou Ruoxue becoming increasingly distinct. Among them, a figure clad in a blue robe stepped forward, long hair like ink cascading down, exuding an indescribable air of formidable authority. I am Hu Tianshan, the leader of the Hu clan. I extend my gratitude to Lu Menfu and Zhou Menfu for safeguarding my family's disciple Ma during this ceremony. In the realm of exorcism, the names of various temples often bore striking similarities, particularly among the leaders and elder deities, resulting in a high rate of name repetition. Though a few deities possess distinct titles, yet each celestial family possesses its unique characteristics. One hall, one celestial being, and the notion of a single celestial entity traversing all halls is non-existent. It is said that long ago, within the four prominent families of Hu, Huang, Chang, and Meng, many of the venerable divine generals of yore attained their ultimate transformations. Some ascended to heavenly ranks, others became guardians of the Tao, and some achieved enlightenment in Buddhism. Their names have been passed down through generations, evolving into titles of sorts rather than mere names. Old Lu once imparted a thought to me that has lingered in my memory. One day, he gestured towards a certain figure in the hall, saying, "Countless celestial beings have traversed this place, all bearing the same title, accumulating virtue and performing good deeds solely to achieve their ultimate transformations. Yet, those who frequently tread by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. They too may suffer injuries and experience the dissipation of their souls, at which point another celestial being will take on the mantle of that title to continue their cultivation." Old Lu remarked, "The old celestial beings toiled diligently. Your cultivation is profound and your skills commendable. However, I must inquire whether all celestial beings consent to this matter concerning the leader. After a brief pause, no other apparitions spoke, suggesting the discussions had already taken place in the rear camp. Old Lu nodded. Very well. Let us have the leader of the Hu family register on behalf of the Hu family. At that moment, the figure in the azure robe turned to look, and a group of apparitions behind Zhou Tie stepped forward one by one. Simultaneously, Zhou Tie began to announce names. Hu Qianba, Hu Tianlong, Hu Tianbing, Hu Tianqing. A string of names followed, totaling more than a dozen. Old Lu swiftly recorded them, pausing to clarify the characters when uncertain. For instance, for Hu Tianqing, he inquired whether it was the character for Qing with 3 dots of water or Qing as in Green Mountains. The correct writing was imperative. The Hu family's male immortals have been documented thus far, and the ethereal figures behind Zhou Tie begin to fade partially. Subsequently, the focus shifts to the female immortals of the Hu family, Hu Tianmei, Hu Tianfeng, Hu Qianlian, Hu Tianhua. The number reported must match that of their male counterparts, as per the established rules. Besides Zhou Tie, Hu Tianshan spoke in a deep voice. The Hu family has completed their report. It is now time for the Huang family's leader to take the stage. At this moment, the spectral presence behind Zhou Tie dissipated, revealing that those not listed on the roster were not necessarily lacking in ability. Some simply chose not to be included, while others lacked the requisite cultivation for acknowledgement. These individuals would continue their training in the rear camp, aided by the incense offerings for their endeavors. Soon, another group of figures materialized behind Zhou Tie. In contrast to the Hu family, the Huang family exhibited a more vivacious demeanor. Without prompting from Old Lu, one figure proclaimed, "I'm the leader of the Huang family." Huang Tianbao. His voice was steady, yet one could discern the joy imbued within his tone. Before he could continue his report, Old Lu interjected. Today marks a momentous occasion for the immortal family, a cause for celebration. However, I urge the Huang family leader to be meticulous in his reporting. Any missteps could adversely affect the disciples. The term revising the hall implies a complete overhaul of the existing order, and there are myriad reasons for such a decision, including the instability of the disciples' temperaments, ineffective communication with their mentors, or an unstable rear camp filled with disorganized lesser immortals. Huang Tianbao did not manifest in a human form, but retained his true essence. With a slight gesture of his front claws, he appeared to bow in respect. Rest assured, I care deeply for the disciples. How could I possibly cause them harm? Huang Tianbao proceeded with his report, his pace significantly swifter than Hu Tianlong, matching the Hu family's count with his own, totaling over a dozen names. Old Lu adheres to the traditional beliefs of his predecessors, maintaining that an abundance of celestial names inscribed on the tablet is of little consequence. He believes that all matters should be approached from a practical standpoint, akin to the olden days when a single porcelain bowl and a modest offering could suffice to remedy ailments and save lives. Those with true capabilities will excel regardless of the names listed, while those lacking such talents remain ineffectual no matter how grandly their credentials may be presented. He once encountered an individual whose tablet boasted nearly 200 celestial figures from the Hu family alone. However, in reality, their household contained only a few actual practitioners. This exemplifies an overemphasis on superficiality in thought. In this regard, Old Lu considers this approach suitable for Zhou Tie. Subsequently, they arrived at the residence of Changmeng. Technically speaking, Changmeng's family constitutes a singular entity. Unlike the Hu and Huang families, the Changmeng clan is predominantly composed of martial figures, their presence often accompanied by a chilling sensation in the bones. Yet, there are a select few celestial beings capable of pulse diagnosis and healing. I later encountered a celestial healer from the Meng family, whose pulse reading skills were unparalleled. He informed me that many proficient traditional Chinese medicine practitioners possess a degree of celestial influence. Initially skeptical, I was later a witness to a practitioner whose pulse diagnosis revealed an ethereal shadow behind him. The patient, inexplicably irritable and restless, was queried by the practitioner about whether he had traversed a crossroads recently. Upon confirmation, the practitioner advised him to burn some paper offerings at the intersection that evening. After recounting these two esteemed families, the focus shifted to the external five elements, encompassing creatures that soar through the skies, scurry upon the ground, and swim in the waters. I observed two pure white eagles, a leopard, and a tortoise materializing behind Zhou Tie. This led us to the stage of inviting the Tablet King. Notably, the preceding families had not mentioned the matter of the Master of the Hall, which suggests that it is the Tablet King who presides over this domain. In a temple, the position of the Gravestone King is of paramount importance. Chapter 71. I am her great-grandmother. Some temples are presided over by the Hu family, while others are governed by the Gravestone King. The Gravestone King is often established during his lifetime, and after passing away, he assumes this role in the afterlife, having attained a certain level of spiritual prowess. Numerous folk deities or yin-yang masters may also take on this position, as well as individuals who have met untimely ends, such as those who have drowned or hanged themselves, who carry significant grievances and possess considerable spiritual depth in the underworld. Generally, the Gravestone King of a temple is an ancestor of the family, also referred to as a guardian spirit. It is possible, however, that the head of the Hu family temple has invited someone from outside, who, while lacking a blood relation to the disciples, shares a karmic connection with their masters. The Gravestone King primarily traverses the underworld, akin to a medium performing spiritual tasks, frequently moving between realms. Should the Gravestone King lack spiritual power or fail to navigate the underworld effectively, the temple will encounter issues. Old Lu once recounted to me an incident involving a medium disciple who, after establishing a temple, found life to be misaligned, familial harmony disrupted, and his health deteriorating to some extent. Initially, he believed he had committed some wrongdoing, subject to punishment from the temple master, or that the temple itself was improperly established. Unexpectedly, the source of the problem lay with the Gravestone King. Summoning the Gravestone King. At that moment, Zhou Tie trembled, though this was different from before. It was a shiver of cold. Her entire body quaked with chills. Old Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why was there silence from the underworld? Speak freely about any grievances. Do not hold anything back, lest it harm the disciple further. Zhou Tie pouted and began to weep, her voice resonating like that of an elderly woman. She raised her hands and clapped them on her knees. I am her great-grandmother. I wish to ascend to the hall. Please write my name down. Upon hearing this, I sensed something amiss. This was not the Stone King. It was her great-grandmother insisting on entering the hall. Just as I was about to step forward to pull her out, old Lu stopped me. What can you do? What skills do you possess? Zhou Tie's great-grandmother paused momentarily. I demand to enter the hall. This scene was reminiscent of a petulant woman throwing a tantrum. Old Lu frowned, but ceased to hinder me. However, at that moment, Zhou Tie fell silent, and when she spoke again, her tone was grave. It's fine now. She has been taken down. This voice, though sounding like that of an elderly woman, exuded a sense of reasonableness. You are indeed the Stone King? Old Lu inquired solemnly. I am Yang Shumi, the Stone King, her ancestor. Since you are the Stone King, I presume your knowledge is profound. Why then did you allow Zhou Tie's great-grandmother to intrude? After all, she is part of the threshold. I initially thought she simply wished to converse, but unexpectedly, she behaved tumultuously. This was an oversight on my part. Old Lu nodded and said, in the future, we must not permit anyone to ascend the threshold, whether outside or within. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. The Stone King, eyes closed and brows furrowed, appeared somewhat displeased. Yet, old Lu continued, you are the Stone King, having lived longer than my generation. You have surely consumed more salt than I have rice. I too have overstepped today, but we all act for the betterment of Zhou Tie's future. Old Lu's words were akin to delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. The Monument King sighed. You make a valid point. I am not unreasonable. Very well, then. It would be prudent for the Monument King to summon the underworld spirits and seek out some capable Qing Feng and Yin Hun, preferably those within the threshold. Qing Feng refers to male spirits, while Yin Hun denotes female spirits. It is essential that their numbers are balanced. The Monument King proceeded to mention 3 Qing Feng and 3 Yin Hun. Will these individuals be able to navigate the underworld effectively? Inquired old Lu. The Monument King nodded, Rest assured, although they may not rival the esteemed figure beside you, traversing the underworld will be a mere trifle. Suddenly being singled out, I felt somewhat taken aback, yet I adhered to the customary greeting and replied, "You flatter me." Monument King. Zhou Tie kept her eyes tightly shut but turned her head toward me. The Monument King behind her chuckled. "Your Monument King is Zhou Xiofan of the East City. I cannot compare to her stature, yet you, my young friend, share a peculiar bond with my disciple. I wonder if it will blossom into something more." I scratched my head, feeling a bit bashful, my gaze falling on Zhou Tie, whose ears had taken on a rosy hue. I was aware that she was bound in half a realm. Thus she had undoubtedly heard Yang Shumi's words. Old Lu, noticing my emotions, changed the topic. Zhou Tie is still quite young and her temperament is not yet stable. Do not rush to investigate or interpret omens. Let the child hone her character first. Of course, our purpose here is not solely to divine omens. You are aware she comes with a mission, I responded. Old Lu nodded with a smile. If you wish to keep it from me, I shall remain oblivious. After all, it was you who selected this master of the hall, was it not? Upon hearing this, I was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, if I held no interest in Zhou Tie, it should have been I who took on the role of Masterly Tang. Yet, I entrusted this matter to Old Lu. Had they anticipated this outcome? Regardless of how long one has been in this profession, there are moments that can still send shivers down one's spine. The celestial lineage behind you is formidable, and this young disciple's ghostly hall is not to be underestimated. Considering my younger age, surely you could extend some assistance. Naturally, once Old Lu consented, the Stone Tablet King continued. This child need not undergo the 7-star ceremony. We have already arranged everything for her, and the esteemed Hu Tianlong has already been summoned. The entire registration process concluded here. After bidding farewell to the ancestors of Zhou Tie, she slowly opened her eyes. Prolonged sitting had caused her legs to feel somewhat numb, prompting her desire to stand and stretch. However, as she rose, her balance faltered and she nearly fell. Instinctively, I stepped forward to steady her waist, offering support. Our gazes met for a fleeting moment before I hastily averted my eyes. I gently guided her back to the chair and took a few steps back to create some distance. Old Lu jested. Take a breather. There is still more to come. What more could there be? I thought the registration was the end of it. I inquired, perplexed. Old Lu approached from behind and playfully tapped my head. Are you a fool? That is a ghostly hall. This is the genuine spirit summoning establishment. Who is being deemed improper? I feigned displeasure in response. Old Lu glanced at the knife-wielding ghost general behind me. Yet to be fair, a ghostly hall is not necessarily inferior to a spirit summoning establishment. Good deeds and virtuous actions transcend distinctions of size. Just when Lao Lu thought the matter had been smoothed over, Zhou Tie, who was resting nearby, spoke up. Master, do you think my establishment is inferior to Zhou Tai's? Lao Lu chuckled awkwardly and said, I'll step outside for a smoke. I'll be back shortly. Observing his flustered demeanor, I remarked with a grin. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words against him. Upon Lao Lu's return, his expression had returned to one of serene composure. He retrieved the red altar papers and various offerings from his bag, carefully transcribing the names of the deities in the correct order. After a simple arrangement, he presented her with an incense burner, stating, from now on, this will be the incense burner you carry with you. After completing the entire process, Zhou Tie looked at Lao Lu, puzzled. Master, didn't you say I have a vengeful spirit? Has it come? Chapter 72. Am I unlucky? Lao Lu approached the window and pulled the curtains open with a swift motion. The sunlight, now gentle and warm against the skin, no longer blinding, illuminated the room. With a grave tone, Lao Lu replied, The time has not yet come. There is no need to rush. All karmic ties will find resolution today. Zhou Tie, shrouded in confusion, struggled to grasp his meaning. Yet, I understood Lao Lu's implication. Today, as Zhou Tie successfully established her altar, the vengeful spirit was bound to create disturbances. It would either seek to wreak havoc upon her or directly disrupt her surroundings, causing chaos. At this moment, everything remained uncertain. All we could do was prepare to confront whatever challenges might arise. By 8 in the evening, Both Lao Lu and I were acutely aware that a fierce battle awaited us. Staying in a hotel might disturb others, so we sought out a nearby rented house and settled in. The bungalow boasts a modest courtyard, with a stove positioned in the center and 2 rooms flanking either side. I reside on the left with Lao Lu, while Zhong Ruoshui occupies the right. The spectral soldiers have been summoned by me to stand guard around the dwelling, and Zheng Xiaotsue observes the scene, her anticipation palpable. Where shall I stand watch? I glance at Zheng Xiaotsue and the large black dog. You may remain here for now. There will be time to walk the dog later. Lao Lu chuckles at the sight of the ghostly sentinels encircling the bungalow. Is such a formidable adversary truly worthy of such attention? Zhong Ruoshui has only just taken her place. There are undoubtedly numerous matters requiring her attention in the rear camp. If her response is delayed, what calamity might befall her? As time slips away, the clock strikes 11 at night. Lao Lu has already succumbed to slumber on the Kong, while my concern for Zhong Ruoshui's safety grows. I procure a cigarette from Lao Lu, placing it between my lips, and stealthily exit the room. In the courtyard lies a lounge chair, where I recline and gaze at the moon, suspended in the night sky. Lighting the cigarette, I take a drag, only to be met with an abrupt cough as the smoke irritates my throat. Fearing I might disturb their rest, I sit up, stifling my cough, tears brimming in my eyes. Through my tear-streaked vision, I notice a figure lurking in the corner of the courtyard, veiled in shadows. He emanates an aura of resentment and malice. In the moment he appears, the ghostly sentinels immediately converge upon him, and instinctively, I summon the ghost-repelling whip into my grasp. I take a few steps closer to the figure and realize it is a Hu Xian, a being of considerable spiritual prowess. It seems he is indeed connected to Zhong Ruoshui's adversaries. With a respectful gesture, I clasp my hands in front of me and bow slightly. May I inquire if the esteemed immortal harbors any ties with Zhong Ruoshui? Upon hearing the name, Zhong Ruoshui, Hu Xian let out a cold snort, and despite the stillness around him, his garments billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. Step aside. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of hostility. I understood his demeanor well. If he wished to resolve matters amicably, I would gladly yield and guide him. However, should he choose to pursue a more confrontational approach, my legion of spectral warriors was far from defenseless. With a swift motion, Hu Xian conjured a long axe from the void. Just then, his disdain was palpable. In response, I let out a soft chuckle and summoned the Ghost King seal bestowed upon me by my second aunt, pressing it against the air before me. A surge of dark energy emanated from behind, as thousands of ghostly soldiers assembled in perfect formation. Kill! 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 They thrust their long spears into the ground, raising clouds of dust, their battle cries deafening. I raised my ghost-hunting whip, silencing the tumult, and locked my gaze onto Hu Xian's eyes, teasingly inquiring, "Can we converse now?" However, truth be told, the potential for dialogue seemed elusive. The long axe in Hu Xian's hand vanished as he surveyed the dense throng of ghostly warriors behind me. His lips pursed in contemplation. I sheathed my whip and met his gaze, and suddenly an image formed in my mind. The scene depicted a village, within which a household was engulfed in turmoil. 2 individuals were grappling over something. Shards of porcelain lay scattered on the ground amidst the dust, and a wooden table stood in a state of disarray, cleaved into splinters. A rusted axe nearby bore traces of wood shavings. The man's expression was one of rage. His mouth moved as if he were uttering vehement words. With a forceful shove, he toppled the woman before him. Tearing the object, they fought over into fragments and flinging it into the air as he stormed out. The woman wept upon the ground, amidst the remnants, when suddenly, the door swung open once more. A young girl, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, entered from outside, her steps unsteady as she approached the woman, wrapping her arms around her neck. The girl's visage struck a chord of familiarity within me, as if I had encountered her before. It was Zhong Ruoshui in her childhood. The fragments scattered on the ground were crimson. Could they be remnants of a ceremonial cloth? That porcelain bowl was reminiscent of the incense bowls once used, with the ash strewn about being the remnants of offerings. Zhong Ruoshui once mentioned that her grandmother had established a ceremonial altar, though its purpose had faded with time. It appeared that this woman was indeed her grandmother. The scene gradually blurred, and I beheld Hussein before me, his countenance marred by fury, teeth clenched as if he were on the verge of summoning his axe once more, ready to sever my head from my shoulders. Can you now comprehend the resentment I harbored towards her? Her grandfather tore apart my ceremonial cloth. He smashed my incense bowl. He severed my offerings. Yet, she stands before the altar once more. What then do the tribulations I endured amount to? Merely a stroke of ill fortune? I nodded slightly. Hussein furrowed his brow and gazed at me in silence. In haste, I spoke. I did not imply that you are unfortunate. My nod was to convey that I understand the source of your resentment towards Zhou Tie. However, every occurrence has its cause and effect, and it was not Zhou Tie who tore the ceremonial cloth. Hussein let out a cold laugh. Indeed, she did not tear it, but she is the reason behind it. Through his narration, I came to understand the origins of the matter. Zhou Tie is a virgin, also referred to as the flower sister, categorized into true and false types, determined by one's birth date and time. She's a true flower sister. Zhou Tie's grandmother, Wang Salon, had a destiny tied to the ceremonial altar, and since childhood, Zhou Tie, frail and ailing, had frequently sought the blessings of the celestial beings connected to her lineage, including this very Hussein. In certain respects, Hussein and Zhou Tie indeed share a profound connection, and they have both devoted great effort to this matter. However, one day, while Zhou Tie was playing with some children, she accidentally fell into a river and fell gravely ill, nearly losing her life. Hussein sought out the acquaintance Huang Xian and procured several elixirs, which he administered to her, saving her life. She merely needed a period of recuperation to recover fully. Yet her grandfather, Zhong Yuchuan, already felt embarrassed by Wang Salon's involvement in this affair, but having previously witnessed significant improvements in Zhou Tie's health, he had restrained his discontent. This time, seeing that Zhou Tie had not yet recovered, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations and smashed the altar dedicated to the incense bowl. Meanwhile, Wang Salon also harbored doubts, questioning whether their old immortal had truly exerted enough effort. This led Hussein to feel unjustly aggrieved. I sought out the acquaintance Huang Xian for elixirs and brought your granddaughter back from the brink of death. Yet you claim I did not contribute? Angered but still a reasonable individual, he entered the dreams of Wang Salon and Zhong Yuchuan that night, recounting the entire sequence of events and his grievances. Upon awakening, the two compared their dreams and realized they were not mere figments of imagination. Moreover, as they observed Zhong Tie gradually improving, they felt a pang of guilt for having wronged him. Chapter 73. Chasing after him with a blade, they sought the counsel of a familiar deity, inquiring about the process of reinstating their altar. The deity explained, once the altar was torn apart, those celestial beings who were meant to depart have done so. Only Hussein remains to guard it. Upon hearing this, Wang Salon grew anxious and urgently asked, what must we do to summon them back? We were in the wrong. The deity cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone somewhat unkind. What were you thinking when you tore up the list? Did you ever imagine you would one day seek their favor again? If that were the case, wouldn't there be some cosmic connection with my family? If there were truly celestial beings here to repay a debt of gratitude, why have they all departed? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuchuan felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted. The celestial being accompanying the deity sneered, speaking bluntly, it is your wife's ancestral lineage that has, to some extent, received their benevolence. They made a vow that should they attain enlightenment, they would protect her family for 3 generations, which aligns perfectly with Zhou Tie's lineage. As for you, repaying kindness with resentment has left only this foolish fox spirit to continue safeguarding your household. After a pause, Wang Salon raised her head. You are aware that my family Zhou is the true flower sister. Without the support of these ancient immortals, what would become of her? The fox spirit addressed the celestial beings, stating that if they sincerely repented and erected a small temple for him in the village, allowing him to continue his cultivation, he would be able to further protect her family. The deity replied in celestial language, you need not concern yourself with previous promises. Given their current disposition of repaying kindness with malice, you're under no obligation to uphold your vows. With your spiritual prowess, It would not be unreasonable for you to serve as a master in another household. Why endure this situation? Listening to his earnest counsel, the fox spirit gazed at the two individuals before him and chuckled. Very well, I shall not hold it against them. Indeed, their family has shown me kindness in the past. The deity conveyed the fox spirit's request to Wang Sulan and Zhong Yuchuan, who both readily agreed, thinking that having one guardian is better than having none. Thus, before long, a temple dedicated to the fox spirit rose majestically in the clearing at the east end of the village. Initially, only the incense of the Zhong family filled the temple. However, gradually, word spread throughout the village that the fox immortal temple granted wishes without fail. From that point onward, the temple flourished with devotees, and Zhong Yuchuan and Wang Sulan found themselves unable to secure a spot to offer their prayers. Yet, the fox immortal remembered the kindness of the Wang family and would often return a check on Zhong Ruoshue's condition. Aware that Zhong Ruoshue would not survive past 18, he leveraged connections to gather a significant amount of incense and spiritual herbs, ultimately managing to preserve Zhong Ruoshue's life. He intended to enter their dreams that very night to deliver this good news to Zhong Yuchuan and Wang Sulan. However, on that night, a more pressing matter required his attention, causing him to set aside this concern. The following morning, Zhong Yuchuan stormed into the Fox Immortal Temple, unleashing a torrent of curses, as both he and his wife had been feeling unwell. Enraged, the Fox Immortal investigated the matter and discovered that it was the work of another deity who had hastily departed after tearing the temple's notice. Now, seeking to establish their own presence, this deity returned to torment the Zhong couple, out of gratitude for the temple constructed in his honor. The Fox Immortal decided to intervene on their behalf. He planned to inform them of both matters during the evening's dream visitation. However, to his dismay, Zhong Yuchuan's fury only escalated, leading him to raze the Fox Immortal Temple to the ground while the deity was away. Upon returning to witness this devastation, the Fox Immortal was incensed. Time and again, he had suffered indignities. First the tearing of the notice, now the destruction of his temple. He filed a complaint against Zhong Yuchuan in the heavenly court. Upon learning the full account, the court issued a decree permitting the Fox Immortal to exact punishment upon him. Resolute in his decision, the Fox Immortal possessed Wang Sulan one day, brandishing a blade and pursuing Zhong Yuchuan through the streets. Desperate, Zhong Yuchuan fled to seek refuge at the home of a previous deity. The deity, emerging with an expression of ire, addressed Hu Xian, stating, from the very beginning, I warned you. Your disbelief has resulted in the temple's destruction. With that, the deity closed the door, choosing to disregard Zhong Yuchuan henceforth. At that moment, I observed a triumphant gleam in Hu Xian's eyes as she queried, and what happened next? You may inquire about her grandfather's fate. Tilting her head, Hu Xian directed my gaze toward the entrance, where Zhong Ruoshue stood, her demeanor peculiar. Zhong Ruoshue recounted, I had heard from my mother that one day, for reasons unknown, my grandmother appeared to have lost her mind, incessantly pursuing my grandfather with a knife. She continued, my mother sought the deity's counsel, who merely remarked that my grandfather had uttered words he ought not to have and committed deeds that were equally improper. It seems there lies a history behind this. Hu Xian scoffed, I did not directly take his life. That alone should attest to my mercy. Yet, I found myself perplexed, turning to Hu Xian. There is one matter I do not comprehend. Logically, Zhong Yuchuan is the true instigator. You have avenged yourself upon him. The resentment should have dissipated by now. Why then? Do you seek to trouble Zhong Ruoshue? Hu Xian, turning away from Zhong Ruoshue, spoke with indignation. Why should her family drive me to destitution? Only for her to establish a shrine in my honor? I have been subjected to Zhong Yuchuan's whims countless times. Do I not possess a voice within the Zhong household? Have I not witnessed her failure to enshrine me? Chapter 74. The Chaos of Magical Artifacts, Ascending to the Heavens and Descending to the Earth. Do you wish to ascend to the shrine? I discerned the meaning behind his words, his expression somewhat peculiar as he spoke. It became apparent that all his earlier ramblings were merely to gain access to Zhong Ruoshue's domain. Hu Xian turned his head away, avoiding my gaze, his voice wavering slightly. What if I don't? What if I simply bully her? Observing his awkward demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle softly before glancing at Zhou Tie. She, too, grasped Hu Xian's implication and approached, standing beside me, her voice gentle and soothing. Old Xian has ties to my family, by rights. It is my family that owes you. If you do not mind, please come to my abode. As we ushered Hu Xian into Zhou Tai's quarters, I noticed the red ceremonial scroll adorning the wall. Hu Xian cast a glance at us both, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I shall take my leave. In a swift motion, he vanished into the scroll. Zhou Tai glanced at me, then at the multitude of ghostly generals standing in the courtyard, and uttered a remark that elicited a smile from me. I had assumed that a confrontation with rivals would erupt into chaos, akin to a dramatic television scene, with weapons and magical artifacts flying everywhere, only to discover it was this simple, just a few words would suffice. Following her gaze towards the ghostly soldiers outside the courtyard, I waved my hand casually. They bowed slightly in acknowledgement before departing. It was never that dramatic. Moreover, the role of the Ma Xian is deeply intertwined with karma, primarily focusing on dialogue, with intimidation as a secondary measure. Had the courtyard not been populated with such specters, would he have been so accommodating? Zhou Tai nodded in sudden realization. I was puzzled why he sheathed his long axe. It was due to the ghostly soldiers behind you that intimidated him. I pondered for a moment. It is a matter of compromise. His skills are commendable. Yet I believe the crux of the matter lies in the fact that his grievances and animosity have already been largely vented upon your grandfather. His visit to you is merely a manifestation of perceived injustice. In certain instances, when enmities are intertwined with the very fabric of life and consequence, the resolution is far from simple. After conversing with Zhou Tai for a while, I noticed her growing weariness, prompting me to return to the room occupied by old Lu. The following morning, upon rising, I found the room devoid of occupants. Stepping outside, I encountered only Zhou Tai, and not seeing old Lu, I inquired eagerly, "Where is old Lu?" As she retrieved breakfast from her bag, she replied, "Uncle Lu mentioned he had matters to attend to and left early. He also remarked that you handled your recent affairs quite well, showing less impulsiveness than before." I picked up a bun from the table and bit into it with irritation, silently grumbling about why old Lu could not convey his praise directly to me, instead opting for Zhou Tai to relay it. Was it so difficult for him to commend me face to face? With that thought, I took a deep breath and smiled. "You resemble him quite a bit," Zhou Tai remarked. Confused, I looked up and responded, "In what way?" "I'm far more handsome than he is." She nodded, surveying me from head to toe. "You are indeed more self-absorbed than he is. I cannot quite articulate it, but there is a certain resemblance." Once again, old Lu had taken advantage of the situation. He had unwittingly assumed a paternal role once more. After finishing breakfast, I packed my belongings. As I stepped outside, I chanced upon Zhou Tai, who was also carrying her luggage. "I am leaving," I announced first, feeling a twinge of reluctance towards Zhou Tai. Yet my thoughts were occupied with the wish of the ghostly figure, Zhang Yuejun, to return home for one last glimpse of her son. Zhou Tai lowered her head, expressing her intent to depart as her vacation was nearing its end, compelling her return to work. Together, we made our way to the train station, parting ways as we boarded two different trains. Upon my arrival at Zhangjiakan in Yang City, Zhang Yuejun had already appeared before me, guiding me along the familiar route to the residence of Huang Xingwen, her former home. The dilapidated house I once knew had vanished, replaced by a charming two-story edifice adorned with red bricks and white tiles. The front door stood ajar, and, as I peered inside, I noticed a man in the yard, appearing to be in his 20s. "Xingwen?" Zhang Yuejun silently called out the man's name within my mind, yet something felt amiss. Zhang Yuejun had met her tragic end 2 decades prior. Huang Xingwen, being of the same age, could not possibly still resemble someone in their 20s. Lost in my thoughts, the man set down his broom and approached, inquiring, "Who are you looking for? Is this Huang Xingwen's residence?" I asked. The man regarded me with suspicion, replying, "What do you want of my father?" It was then that I realized this was Huang Xingwen's son, although I couldn't ascertain whether he was also Zhang Yuejun's offspring. What if Huang Xingwen had remarried after her departure? I have come to convey a few words from Zhang Yuejun, I stated. Upon hearing her name, the man's expression shifted, revealing not disdain, but rather a peculiar emotion. He gestured for me to follow him inside. During this brief journey, I learned his name, Huang Jie, precisely the name Zhang Yuejun had mentioned as her son. At this moment, Zhang Yuejun recognized that the man before her was her son. She began to weep softly, attempting to reach out and touch him, only to find her hand passing through his ethereal form. They were forever unable to acknowledge one another, to converse, or to make physical contact. As they entered the house, the interior was quite simple, adorned with white ceramic tiles and a sofa accompanied by a television. Reclining upon the sofa was a man, his clothing somewhat soiled, and the shoes on the floor still bore traces of mud. Huang Jie spoke softly. My father just returned from the fields and has fallen asleep. Please wait here for a moment. With that, he approached and gently shook Huang Xingwen's shoulder. Dad. Huang Xingwen awoke, his voice hoarse, and puzzled upon seeing Huang Jie. What is it, son? You have been mentioning Zhang Yuejun. She has come to visit. Upon hearing her name, Huang Xingwen sprang from the sofa, yet his gaze fell upon me, and disappointment was palpable in his eyes. You're her son? I shook my head and glanced at Huang Jie, remaining silent. Huang Xingwen ushered Huang Jie out, and I settled onto the sofa. Is he unaware of Zhang Yuejun's true identity? No, he has never been informed over the years. After all, it is not a matter of pride. Huang Xingwen lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. How has she been? No news for so many years. Did she manage to marry in the city? Has she had children? As he pondered this, his voice faltered, and he suddenly looked up, as if struck by a thought. Has something happened to her? Why has there been no news for so long? And why do you come to find me today? I gazed at Zhang Yuejun, who stood beside him. Should I tell him? In the realm of yin and yang, Zhang Yuejun extended her hand to gently caress his face in the void, offering a bittersweet smile as she nodded. You should tell him, and also convey my deep regret, if only I had cherished our time together. Noticing my prolonged silence, Huang Xingwen grew anxious and tugged at my clothing, urgently exclaiming, Please say something. What happened to her? She has passed away, I interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. Huang Xingwen's expression contorted. Disbelief etched across his face, and he nearly succumbed to the weight of his emotions. Chapter 75. The female ghost behind Huang Xingwen gradually regained consciousness. His voice a mere whisper. How did she die? Taking a deep breath, I concealed much of the truth while revealing only certain details. Huang Xingwen's expression became peculiar. So, she is transformed into a ghost due to her lingering attachments. And you can still see her? After speaking, he steadied himself against the sofa and pointed towards the door, commanding leave. Sensing that he regarded me as a charlatan, I silently communicated with Zhang Yuejun. Zhang Yuejun, he does not believe me. Zhang Yuejun replied. He has a deep brown birthmark on his backside. I relayed her words to Huang Xingwen, who stood there, momentarily stunned. After a pause, he asked, Is she here now? The rugged man, typically composed, was now caught between laughter and tears. I nodded and gestured to the space beside him. Huang Xingwen turned, and in my line of sight, he was but an inch away from Zhang Yuejun. Yet, in his perception, there was no trace of her presence. He grasped my hand tightly, pleading, Is there any way for me to see her? I shook my head. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to perceive ghosts. Those with slightly weaker constitutions or some spiritual affinity might sense their presence, yet it is rare for anyone to actually see them. Huang Xingwen inquired, Is she still here? Can she remain with us? We barely shared a few days as a married couple in life. I long for us to be interred together in the afterlife. Huang Xingwen's tone was heavy with sorrow. No, she cannot stay here. I must escort her to the underworld. Noticing Huang Xingwen's intention to plead further, I quickly interjected. The living and the dead belong to two distinct realms. Cohabitation over an extended period may adversely affect your health. However, if she desires, she may await you in the netherworld. After all these years, she too should be willing to wait for you. Huang Xingwen nodded through tears. During dinner, the round table was set with 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Huang Jie counted the family members present and contemplated removing one set, but Huang Xingwen stopped him. Today, Our family should enjoy a meal together. I understood he meant himself, Zhang Yuejun, and Huang Jie. Yet, to Huang Jie, this sentiment took on a different connotation. As expected, after dinner, when Huang Xingwen went to wash the dishes, Huang Jie approached him and whispered, "Are you my mother's other son? Do you know who your mother is?" "No." "Then do you know who Zhang Yuejun is?" Huang Jie leaned back against the sofa. Whenever he drinks too much, he keeps repeating that name while crying. "She must be my mother." Before sleep, faintly, one could still hear Huang Xingwen, who had not returned to his room, but rather sat on the sofa, muttering to the air. The following morning, I said, "Uncle Huang, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yuejun has already promised to wait for you, so I will escort her away. Take care of yourself." He rushed out and exchanged contact information with me. Just as I was about to depart, I noticed a young boy approaching from a distance. He appeared quite youthful, likely a year or two my junior, around 17 or 18, with a fair and delicate appearance. He was dressed impeccably. However, the darkness beneath his eyes hinted at fatigue, and his steps were unsteady and feeble, his brow furrowed in apparent agitation. As he passed by me, I perceived a shadowy figure following closely behind him. Noticing my gaze fixed on the boy, Huang Xingwen inquired, "Zhou Tai, why do you keep staring at Xiao Ming? Is there something unusual about him?" I nodded in affirmation. "Do you know him?" He replied, "Yes, I do. His father is He Yukai, and his name is He Ming. I have a good rapport with his father. I shall call him directly to come over." 5 minutes later, a figure rushed in with urgency. It was none other than the boy's father, He Yukai. He Yukai glanced at me as he settled onto the sofa, then turned to Huang Xingwen, asking, "Old Huang, why did you summon me in such a hurry?" Huang Xingwen recounted the entire situation. I could sense skepticism in He Yotsai's demeanor as he spoke. "Your child was previously gentle in nature, yet recently he has exhibited extreme irritability. The moment you speak to him, he seems ready for a confrontation, and he is utterly drained, capable of sleeping from morning until night." He Yotsai's eyes bulged like two bronze bells, his mouth half open. "How did you know?" Behind him trailed a female specter, yet to discern the precise circumstances. He insisted on having her come closer for a more thorough examination. He could not speak recklessly. He Yukai departed. Half an hour later, his phone rang. Huang Xingwen answered, only to be greeted by the sounds of quarrels and cries. "Old Huang, He Ming refuses to comply. I cannot restrain him. He is more difficult to manage than a pig destined for slaughter. If all else fails, could you send the young master over?" Chapter 76. Already a married couple, He Yotsai's residence was not far from Huang Xingwen's home. Upon our arrival, we witnessed He Yukai grappling with He Ming. Standing beside them was a woman, presumably He Yotsai's wife, wielding a rolling pin, aiming to strike He Ming. As I stepped through the doorway, I saw the rolling pin arc through the air, ultimately landing squarely on He Yotsai's forehead. He Yukai collapsed in response, and as He Ming attempted to flee, he halted upon noticing my presence at the entrance. I observed a female specter merging with his form. He Ming squinted at me, his fingers curling into a delicate gesture as he pointed in my direction, his voice transforming into a high-pitched, distinctly feminine tone. "You little bastard. How dare you attempt to sow discord between us?" "Us?" I thought. Who is together with whom? The female specter and He Ming? As this voice echoed, He Yotsai's wife, Gao Yuzhu, who had just been engulfed in doubt, succumbed to the ground. "You shameless specter. Release my son at once." The female ghost cast a glance at Gao Yuzhu, her hands resting upon her abdomen as she performed a slight bow. "I have met you, esteemed matriarch. Ming and I are truly a match made in heaven, destined to be together. Anyone who dares to intervene deserves their fate." As she uttered these words, her gaze turned towards me, brimming with resentment and malice, as if she intended to consume me whole. Sensing the fluctuations of ghostly energy around us, Zheng Xiaotsui and the large black dog appeared. The latter barked furiously at the female ghost, startling her and causing her to retreat repeatedly while controlling He Jun's body. Ming and I have already shared the bonds of marriage. If you forcibly separate us, do you not fear retribution? As He Ming spoke, he waved his sleeve, his every movement reminiscent of a woman's grace. Zheng Xiaotsui advanced steadily, but I called out to her, "Xiaotsui, come back. Black dog, cease your barking. It is too loud for my ears." Through He Ming's body, I observed the female ghost, pondering quietly in my heart. This ghost appeared to be shameless, and if I were to drive her away now, there was no telling when she might return in my absence. Indeed, as she claimed, she and He Ming had forged a marital bond. I contemplated taking action, yet she was currently possessing He Ming. If I inadvertently harmed his soul or body, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a method that old Liu had taught me resurfaced in my mind. I then addressed the female ghost softly. "Who says I wish to separate you?" "Huh?" The female ghost's expression was one of confusion, yet upon hearing my words of not wishing to part them, she appeared somewhat relieved. However, Gao Yuzhu interjected hastily. "Little master, we cannot allow her to cling to my son indefinitely. If she continues to cling to my son, how will he live in the future? How will he find a wife?" The spirit of the woman was once again stirred, feeling I was deceiving her. Casting a doubtful glance my way, realizing the precariousness of the situation, I turned to Gao Yuzhu, speaking earnestly. "Aunt Gao, your words are misguided. While you may not see it, it is clear to me that this spirit is indeed a perfect match for your son. Furthermore, not only could she attend to you in life, but even after your passing, she could continue to serve you. What a wonderful arrangement." Gao Yuzhu's face flushed with anger at my words, ready to unleash her fury, but upon catching my subtle gesture, she swallowed her retort. The female spirit, hearing my defense, felt her mood brighten considerably and addressed Gao Yuzhu. "Mother, I will certainly take good care of He Ming in the future. Even after you have departed, I shall continue to serve you. Who are you cursing? I would never be like your daughter-in-law." The spirit ceased her tirade, her expression filled with pride. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I shook my head with a feigned sigh. "Why you shake your head, young master? Were you truly just deceiving me?" Upon seeing her expression shift, the ominous aura surrounding her began to re-emerge, prompting me to speak quickly. "You are indeed well suited for one another, but it is contrary to the customs and laws." "What customs and laws?" "As long as there is genuine love, the distinction between man and spirit is irrelevant." I clarified. "I'm not speaking of the distinction between man and spirit, but rather that you have yet to hold a proper wedding ceremony." The expression of the female ghost shifted, and seizing the moment, I remarked, "You love He Ming, and He Ming undoubtedly loves you in return. Although you have shared a chamber, you are not yet wed. Consider whether this aligns with the principles of propriety." I do not care for such matters." I perceived a hint of hesitation in her tone, prompting me to sigh. "You and He Ming are already akin to a married couple. You cannot solely contemplate your own desires. Men aspire to provide their beloved with a home, a promise, a ceremony. You must not deprive He Ming of this right simply for your own sake." My words elicited a blush upon the female ghost's lips, her face adorned with shyness. "Then, dear master, what do you propose?" "I shall heed your counsel. First, you must withdraw from his body. It is customary for couples on the verge of marriage to remain apart. Depart from here and wait at the village entrance at midnight. I shall prepare some fruits and delicacies for you. Alas, time is too short to tailor wedding garments. I can only procure 2 new outfits for you. Then I shall serve as the officiant, allowing them to exchange vows. What say you?" Seeing her indecision, I urged, "What do you fear? A monk may flee, but the temple remains. If He Ming and I do not attend, you can always return." My words alleviated her worries, and she relinquished her hold on He Ming's body. He Ming collapsed to the ground, and the ghost glanced back with a trace of reluctance, yet bowed slightly in my direction. "I must trouble you with this matter. Dear master, when you depart this life, I shall attend to you and Ming." I was left in a state of bemusement, watching her dissipate into the ether. Gao Yuzhu approached He Ming, shaking him gently. He Ming stirred awake, his demeanor returning to normal. "Mom, what just happened? Why does my body hurt so much?" Gao Yuzhu, too preoccupied with anger to comfort him, cast a furious glance in my direction. Just as she was about to interrogate me, I raised my hand to silence her and turned to the corner of the yard, saying, "Aunt, you need not worry. This female spirit possesses a benevolent nature and will undoubtedly treat your son well." After a brief interval of 5 minutes, Zhou Tie nodded slightly to me, stating, "She has departed." Only then did I turn my gaze back to Gao Yuzhu, instinctively lowering my voice as I said, "Aunt, Do you not grasp the situation? That spirit just now was possessing your son. If I had attempted to exorcise her, what if she desired to perish alongside him? After I elucidated the matter, she finally comprehended that my words were merely a ruse to persuade the spirit to leave, and her expression softened considerably. At that moment, Zhou Tie inquired, "So, Zhou Tie, what shall we do now? Should we tidy up and retreat to another location for a while?" I replied, "That would be unwise. If you venture out now, the spirit will immediately discern that I was deceiving her, and that would complicate matters." Ming, cradled in Gao Yuju's arms, absorbed fragments of conversation and trembled uncontrollably in fear. Heartbroken, Gao Yuju embraced him, her voice tinged with desperation. "What are we to do?" I reassured her, "Fear not. Ming, and I shall confront her tonight." Chapter 77. The ghost stands before the paper figure at 11:30 that night. Ming and I stood at the crossroads. Ming's face was vacant, his eyes devoid of light. Zhang Xiaoce melded seamlessly with the shadows, whispering, "She is nearby. You need not emerge. Simply remain here, and if she senses anything amiss, you shall step forth and subdue her," I commanded inwardly. As I calculated the time on my phone, the clock struck midnight, and I produced a lighter to ignite the garments laid upon the ground. Flames surged skyward, swirling around me and Ming. I took a step back, and before me, a spectral presence materialized, clad in the new attire I had just burnt for her. She performed a slight bow, remarking indeed, "Young master, you are punctual. I underestimated your intentions." As I prepared to speak, the female spirit interrupted, her brow furrowed in confusion as she leaned closer to Ming. Observing his vacant expression, "Why does my beloved seem so unlike himself?" She inhaled his scent, noting, "It bears resemblance to before, yet something feels amiss." I hastily covered, "It is merely due to guilt." "Guilt over what? Has he not fulfilled his wishes by marrying me?" The spirit's laughter rang out as she grasped Ming's hand. He stood there, dazed, while she, with a radiant smile, assured him, "Ming, it matters not, as long as your heart is true to me. I care not for these trifles. Your efforts are appreciated, young master." I retrieved a document from my pocket and cast it into the flames, a contract for a ghostly marriage. I proclaimed loudly, "These two souls are indeed a perfect match, yet separated by realms, they shall unite through this spectral bond. May their souls converge and their hearts be forever intertwined." With the ritual complete, the female spirit seemed transformed. Her gaze wholly fixated on Ming as she took his hand and departed. I had thought she would realize that the figure before her, Ming, was a mere illusion. The genuine Ming was currently at home, nestled on the couch with his parents, trembling with fear. The vengeful spirit had taken away a counterfeit Ming, a paper effigy adorned in his former garments, imbued with his essence, and crafted using his nails and hair. This explained the lifeless expression on its face, rendering it incapable of approaching the fire. Zhang Xiaocui emerged from the shadows, gazing at the ashes that had dwindled to mere embers. She was aware, deeply cognizant of the truth, yet her love for Ming was unwavering. Even a mere stand-in to accompany her would suffice. With a sigh, I returned to Hiyotai's residence. Upon entering, I noticed that the aura of darkness had vanished from Ming, and he had severed his ties with the female specter. She would not return. I conveyed this to them, and Zhou handed me 200 yuan from his pocket. I accepted it gladly. While it could be considered compensation for my services to his family, my efforts had been minimal, merely a few words exchanged with the ghost, while the offerings had all been procured by the family. Thus, the payment seemed reasonable. The following morning, I boarded the train home. Throughout the journey, I felt an unusual heaviness on my back and a fogginess in my mind, yet I dismissed it, attributing it to a lack of rest the previous day. Upon arriving at the paper shop and setting down my luggage, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen to see an unfamiliar number. "Is this Master Zhou Tie?" A robust male voice inquired from the other end. "Yes, it is I. May I ask who is calling?" "I am Lu Rendai, a friend of Jiang Lixian. I just added you to my contacts, but you have yet to accept my request. I understand you may be preoccupied, but I am rather anxious to speak with you. While visiting Shishir Market, I rescued a child who was abducted by human traffickers. This child's father is Jiang Lixian. We exchanged contact information at that moment. I have received Lu Rendai's friend request. It seems he has been waiting for me, as he sent a red envelope immediately after I added him. Before I could respond, a video call came through. Upon answering, I found Lu Rendai sitting upright, though his protruding belly was somewhat distracting. Master, I have heard from Jiang Lixian that your fee for divination is 200. I sent a small token and hope you can assist me, he stated. No sooner had he finished speaking than two vivid images materialized in my mind. The first image, Lu Rendai seated in an office chair. A look of melancholy etched on his face as he smoked one cigarette after another, surrounded by office decor. The second image, Lu Rendai kneeling before cushion, hands clasped together in prayer, with a golden Buddha statue before him. Though Lu Rendai's appearance remained consistent in both scenes, the expressions differed significantly. One reflected sorrow, while the other radiated triumph. Observing his current demeanor, I discerned that the second image had occurred prior to the first. There is undoubtedly a connection between these two scenes. Zhou Tie. He once prayed but did not fulfill his vow. As soon as he does, all will be well. What would you like to inquire about? Your career? I asked. Lu Rendai appeared astonished. Master, you are indeed remarkable. I am engaged in real estate. Initially, things are going quite well, but I am uncertain why there has been a recent downturn. The financial chain was on the verge of collapse after consulting several friends, all of whom expressed their inability to assist. It was only through Lixian's help that I managed to scrape by. Master, could you discern what the underlying issue is? Have you ever visited a place akin to a temple, where a golden Buddha statue resides? Lu Rendai replied, Indeed, I have. It was during the inception of my project when I went to pay my respects and light incense. It has become a customary practice for me. As he spoke, a realization washed over him. I recall making a wish during that visit, but I never fulfilled my promise. Could that be connected? I nodded in affirmation. A look of relief began to replace Lu Rendai's earlier despondency. Master, if this aligns with your insights, once I navigate through this ordeal, I shall personally visit and offer 3 sticks of incense at the altar. There, he made yet another wish upon me. However, I could not refuse him verbally and merely nodded in acquiescence. After concluding the video call, I accepted the red envelope he sent. Initially, I intended to tidy my belongings, but my mind felt overwhelmingly foggy. I lay down on the makeshift bed in the paper shop and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I found it was already late at night, and the fatigue and pain in my body showed no sign of abating. As I rose to pour myself a glass of water, I was taken aback to see a figure standing among the paper effigies in the room. Glancing down, I noticed that its feet hovered above the ground. It was not a human, but a ghost. Chapter 78. The newly arrived ghost immortal. This is a trial. At first, my mind was clouded, and I struggled to comprehend the situation. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Xiaocui beside me, I scolded myself internally. What am I afraid of? I have established my foundation. I am the nemesis of malevolent spirits, the savior of those in need. What business do you have here? How dare you enter? Standing before the paper figure, I was reprimanded by the ghostly shadow. Yet before it could utter a word, Zhang Xiaocui delivered a swift kick to my side. Although her leg passed through me, I still felt a sharp pain in my backside. That is the ghost immortal we have recently recruited into our hall. He has already passed the evaluation and formally joined our ranks. Can you not discern such matters before speaking? She admonished. Rubbing my sore posterior, I realized, was my discomfort truly owing to him? He has been lingering on you all this time, yet you remained oblivious to his presence and did not allow him to follow the training in the rear camp. Is it any wonder you have suffered until now? I found myself perplexed. Since this ghost immortal was brought in by you and had undergone scrutiny, why not simply send him to the rear camp? The hall has its regulations. When someone new arrives, they may be evaluated, but the disciples must be informed and must extend a formal invitation. If this were not the case, then any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter the hall and partake in cultivation. Could they? Zhang Xiaocui's rare chastisement brought clarity to my mind. Turning my gaze to the ghostly figure, I clasped my hands together in respect and inquired, May I ask the name of this esteemed ghost immortal? From whence do you hail, and what abilities do you possess? The ghostly shadow turned, revealing a delicate visage, hair neatly arranged, with an androgynous appearance. As the saying goes, the appearance reflects the heart. A person imbued with compassion will naturally exude tranquility and grace. Confucianism speaks of moderation, while Taoism speaks of the Taiji. I am the gatekeeper of Inxiu Mountain. My eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing that title. I knew it was formidable, truly, the gatekeeper of Inxiu Mountain. Zhang Xiaozi exhaled with exasperation, her expression laden with helplessness, while the large black dog disdainfully snorted. Zhang Xiaozi rolled her eyes, remarking, "What a lack of decorum, dying right at the gate of Inxiu Mountain, unable to escape that circle. This is what you call the guardian spirit of Inxiu Mountain?" The ghostly figure chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't conversed with anyone in ages. Teasing you. I didn't think you would take it to heart. My name is Yi Baochai. I practice therapeutic massage, palmistry, and fortune-telling for children's fears. I am well-versed in all. I was once a practitioner of the supernatural, yet I revealed too many secrets of fate. Before I arrived at Inxiu Mountain, I was aware that my time was drawing near, but I still hoped to discover a way to break my predicament. Who would have thought that at the entrance I would meet my demise, struck by a speeding vehicle? The driver was intoxicated and was subsequently arrested, while I remained trapped there until I encountered you, which finally allowed me to depart." Yi Baochai's voice resonated with sorrow. After escorting Yi Baochai to the rear camp, I felt a significant alleviation of my discomfort. I lay on the bed and slept soundly until dawn. That afternoon, I received a call from Lu Rindao. He informed me that the issues with the funding chain had been resolved and requested my address to express his gratitude in person. This time, Lu Rindao seemed to have learned his lesson. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a luxury car halted before the paper shop. Lu Rindao emerged from the vehicle, retrieving a red envelope from his pocket, which he placed beneath the incense burner, then respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed 3 times. "Little master, I came in haste this time. There are still many matters to attend to. I must depart shortly, so I will not invite you to dinner. Yi Baochai, on the 30th of this month, a fatal accident will occur at his construction site. A person will fall from a great height." Yi Baochai remarked. "That man is bald, perpetually clad in black shorts and a tank top, not particularly tall, with a somewhat round face and a dark mole on his ear. This is his calamity." I pondered inwardly. Is this Lu Rinda's misfortune, or that of the bald man? Yi Baochai continued, "Naturally, it is Lu Rinda's plight. The bald man's days are numbered. By the end of the month, regardless of his location, he shall meet his demise. Haven't you heard the saying? If the king of hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, who would dare let him linger until the 5th? At this juncture, Yi Baochai paused for a moment. "Of course, you are an anomaly. When you were born, the specter of death sought your life, yet you continue to thrive. I have only encountered one like you." Upon hearing this, my brows furrowed, prompting me to call out to Lu Rinda, who was about to depart. "Lu Go, wait a moment." Lu Rinda turned back, his expression one of confusion, mistakenly believing my concerns stemmed from the insufficient amount of money I received at the temple. He hastily replied, "Little master, I came out in a rush this time and didn't bring much cash. If it's insufficient, I can transfer some to you." I quickly waved my hand dismissively. "It's not about that. I called you over to inquire." I recounted the description Yi Baochai had just provided. "Do you know this person?" Lu Rinda pondered for a moment before nodding. "Isn't that old Tang? What has happened to him? On the 30th, ensure he does not go to work. No matter how short-staffed or urgent the situation may be, he must remain at home to rest." Noticing my serious demeanor, Lu Rinda instinctively asked, "Why?" "Old Tang is a good man. He never shirks his duties, and we pay by the day." I interjected, "Lu Ge, I can say no more. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you." Lu Rindao boarded the vehicle, and through the window, our eyes met. Observing his expression, it seemed he comprehended my intent. He honked the horn twice and drove away. That night passed without incident. I had intended to retire early, as the recent days of toil had indeed left me somewhat fatigued. Just as I lay down, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a woman whose countenance was fraught with anxiety. I recognized her. It was Yang Mei-chun, who had spoken ill of me at the village entrance not long ago. "Aunt Yang, what brings you to knock at this hour?" I inquired, attempting to maintain politeness. Yang Mei-chun grasped my hand, attempting to pull me outside. I swiftly withdrew. Aunt Yang, I'm aware you harbor ill feelings towards me. But surely you cannot simply expel me from the village? Yang Mei-chun, in a state of distress, explained, Zhou Tai, I spoke in error previously. I'm here to offer my apologies. You must come with me to see my daughter. She has gone mad. She struck her thigh and lunged to grasp me again. I evaded her grasp. Aunt Yang, please clarify your words. What do you mean by gone mad? How can I assist if you do not explain? She is currently standing in the middle of my courtyard, wielding a kitchen knife, attacking anyone who approaches. Several people have already been harmed. Yang Mei-chun pleaded, Zhou Tai, will you come with me? She must have lost her senses. The image that flashed through my mind was of a woman in her 30s, standing in the center of the courtyard, her eyes tightly shut, brandishing a knife that glistened ominously. Behind her, someone was cautiously approaching, attempting to disarm her. Yet, it was as though the woman had eyes in the back of her head. She swung the knife with a fierce resolve. Fortunately, that person evaded in time. Otherwise, witnessing this scene sent a shiver down my spine. I cannot go. If I do and I get harmed again, who would I turn to for justice? Chapter 79. A resounding slap. Seeing her pleading expression, I softened. Very well, I shall accompany you, but let us lay the groundwork first, Aunt Yang. I will merely take a look. If the situation cannot be resolved, I will leave, and you must not hold it against me. Yang Mei-chun nodded, grasping my hand as we hurried toward the location. The sky had darkened, a time when one would typically retire for the night. Yet, her courtyard gleamed as brightly as day, with a throng gathered at the entrance, engaged in animated discussions regarding strategies. Upon my arrival, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Yang Mei-chun led me through the gate. As before, in the center of the courtyard stood a disheveled woman with her eyes closed. This was Yang Mei-chun's daughter, Zhou Tai. The kitchen knife in her hand bore traces of blood. Is there a master present? Come forth and protect me. I am but a mere mortal, and a single blow could very well claim my life. A chilling breeze swept past. Behind me stood a circle of ghostly warriors, their swords drawn and exuding a palpable aura of menace. Meng Tsuehua also emerged, clutching her unsheathed sword beside me. Observing them filled me with a sense of assurance. I took a step forward, and Zhou Tai raised her head. Although her eyes remained closed, I could still sense her gaze upon me. An ominous aura enveloped her. This entity is no trifling matter. I advanced a step, my voice cold. How long do you intend to create chaos? The ghostly generals behind me stepped forward in unison, raising their swords with an imposing aura. It was evident to the naked eye that a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Tai's face, as though she were bewildered by her own lack of fear. I squinted, taking a step closer, throw the kitchen knife on the ground. What twisted game you're playing, daring to wield a weapon? Do you believe I one-T slap you across the face? Zhou Tai trembled, instinctively discarding the knife onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the crowd outside the courtyard began to murmur softly. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. With just a few words, Zhou Tai managed to disarm Haiying. The old sage of this establishment is truly formidable. Look, there's still blood from her father on that knife. I paid no heed to their chatter, stepping forward once more to kick the knife aside. As Yang Mei-chun noticed Zhou Tai had calmed down, she prepared to pull her inside when she accidentally touched Zhou Tai's hand. In an unexpected surge, Zhou Tai shoved Yang Mei-chun to the ground. I cleared my throat softly, prompting Zhou Tai to halt her actions and raise her gaze to me. Back inside, Zhou Tai turned around, her eyes tightly shut, yet she moved with remarkable steadiness, ascending the steps without assistance. Once inside, the onlookers gathered outside the door and windows. Zhou Tai took a seat on the calm, where an elderly woman, over 80 years of age, sat beside her. I recognized her as Yang Mei-chun's mother, Guo Qiao. I nodded in acknowledgement and then glanced at Yang Mei-chun. Aunt Yang, please go to my paper shop and fetch a cloth bag. I left in such haste that I forgot my belongings. As Yang Mei-chun departed, Zhou Tai sat cross-legged on the Kong, remaining utterly still and serene. Zhou Tai, here for you. Within mere minutes, Yang Mei-chun returned, breathless. I took the cloth bag from her and handed her the incense burner, instructing, pour some rice inside. It should suffice to hold the incense. After completing the preparations, I positioned the incense burner facing the east and lit a stick of fragrant incense. I reverently bowed, and as the smoke began to rise in a straight line, it was abruptly disrupted moments later, dispersing sideways. Furrowing my brow in confusion, I pondered, is someone obstructing the incense? Turning to examine the onlookers at the doorway, my gaze swept over each face until it settled upon a woman I did not recognize. Sang Suehua. She has a connection here. You should leave, I stated to the woman upon hearing Sang Suehua's words. The woman frowned, crossing her arms with a disdainful expression. You think I'll just leave because you say so? Is this your home? I remained silent, looking to Yang Mei-chun for guidance. Yang Mei-chun, equally perplexed, approached her with a gentle tone. Sister, I understand you are here visiting relatives today. Let us not spoil the harmony. My daughter has finally found her composure. Since Zhou Tai has requested you to leave, perhaps you could do so for now. As the woman prepared to exit, her eyes fixated on me, muttering what seemed to be curses. I noticed one of the ghostly warriors nearby, sheathing his sword before pursuing her. He halted before her, extending his foot to send her sprawling onto the ground. I averted my gaze and settled down in front of Shen Haiying. Sang Suehua then inquired, tracing back 4 generations, does your family also possess someone who can foresee events? Impressive indeed, well-versed in the arts of the supernatural. Yang Mei-chun pondered for a moment, her expression troubled. However, her mother, Guo Qiao, who was seated on the calm, slowly spoke. You must be referring to my father, right? Mother, didn't my grandfather pass away at a young age due to illness? How could he possibly possess such abilities? Yang Mei-chun's face was filled with confusion. Guo Qiao sighed softly. That was a deception on my part. Your grandfather did not die from illness. He was buried alive. It turns out that Guo Qiao's father, Guo Chengzhong, became orphaned at a tender age. His relatives believed that his fate was too harsh, bringing misfortune to his parents and kin, thus severing all ties with him. In his teens, he began to delve into divination and became a renowned fortune-teller, known far and wide as a gifted practitioner. In his 20s, he married Guo Qiao's mother, and a year later, they welcomed a daughter, Guo Qiao. Yet, Guo Chengzhong concealed his abilities from his family, as such practices were looked down upon in that era. Deeply in love with Guo Qiao's mother, he chose to keep this aspect of his life hidden, willingly moving to her village, a place unfamiliar to him, and even refrained from practicing divination thereafter. When Guo Qiao was 7, her grandmother fell ill and was hospitalized in the county. Unable to leave her mother's side, Guo Qiao accompanied her to care for her grandmother. Left alone at home, Guo Chengzhong was approached by a man who knelt before him, pleading for assistance in divination. Soft-hearted, Guo Chengzhong acquiesced, but the task required him to enter the realm of the dead. Calculating the time, he realized that his wife and child would return in 7 days, thus allowing him sufficient time to undertake the endeavor. He instructed the man to return home and await news. However, just as he descended into the underworld, upon the return of his wife and child, it became apparent that Guo Qiao insisted on bringing along the small wooden rabbit carved by Guo Chengzhong. Upon their arrival, Guo Chengzhong's wife discovered that her husband was cold to the touch and had already succumbed to death. That very day, she arranged for his funeral. In that village, there existed a belief regarding those who met with untimely or peculiar deaths. The deceased could only remain in the home for 3 days before burial, with a mound marking the grave, but no headstone allowed. Additionally, pregnant women, new mothers, and those whose zodiac signs clashed were advised to avoid the area. During the return journey, one must not look back, especially those in frail health, to prevent disturbing the spirits. Guo Chengzhong had calculated that the journey to the afterlife would take approximately 4 to 5 days. However, upon his return, he found himself enveloped in darkness, only able to touch the frigid wooden boards of his coffin. Unaware of what had transpired, he frantically pushed against the coffin lid, calling out for his wife. Villagers passing by, engaged in their agricultural tasks, heard his cries near the newly formed grave and hastened to Guo Qiao's home. Quickly go check. Your husband's grave is stirring. Could he be rising from the dead? Upon hearing this, Guo Qiao's mother grew anxious and hurriedly followed several villagers to the grave. Yet, by the time they arrived, all was silent once more. This left Guo Qiao's mother in despair as she knelt before the grave, weeping, "My dear, may you rest in peace. I shall raise our Qiao well." With the grave remaining still, they made their way back. It was not until the seventh day, the day of Guo Qingzhong's first week of mourning, that activity once again stirred within the grave. At this moment, Guo Qiao's mother resolved to excavate the grave. Yet, this arduous task was shunned by others, compelling her to wield a hoe and unearth the grave herself, surrounded by a circle of onlookers from the village. Upon revealing the coffin lid, she painstakingly removed several nails securing it, summoning all her strength to lift the lid. Once it was pried open, she collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixed upon the scene within the coffin, tears cascading uncontrollably to the earth below. The interior bore the marks of desperate scratching, and Guo Qingzhong's fingernails had been worn away, his eyes wide open in eternal torment. At that moment, Guo Qingzhong, possessing Shun Haiying's body, erupted into laughter after listening to Guo Qiao's words. Yet from his tightly shut eyes, 2 tears escaped. Regrettably, my spiritual prowess was insufficient at that time, preventing me from possessing her to convey that I held no blame against her. Had I done so, she would not have succumbed to despair, and you would have endured less suffering. Please, temper your weeping. Shun Haiying's body cannot withstand your outburst. What brings you here this time? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Guo Qingzhong swallowed his tears. My great-granddaughter possesses an affinity for military affairs. I have come to serve as the Steel King. Yi Baochai remarked. Although this young woman is in her 30s, she remains unmarried. While it is indeed possible to establish a lineage, I fear her future husband may hold disdain for it. I sighed softly. You are aware that your great-granddaughter is still unwed, are you not? While there are no stringent regulations mandating marriage for this undertaking, one must consider the implications for her future spouse, particularly if he harbors objections to such matters. I understood fully and reassured the young master, do not fret. I shall find her a suitable husband, one of fine character and with an established lineage, to unite our families in harmony, to worship independently, or to have one party govern while the other assists. Guo Qingzhong raised his head proudly, exuding confidence. Naturally, it is to worship independently. My descendants shall never be subservient to others. Longfeng Hall. The 3 characters floated in my mind. Longfeng Hall and Couples Hall are not the same, yet they share commonalities. The dragon symbolizes the male, while the phoenix represents the female. However, this does not imply they are reincarnated as dragons and phoenixes, but rather that they are a legally recognized couple in the eyes of the world. Each possesses their own martial forces. Each has its own hall master, solid and robust. And both halls are worshipped separately, allowing either side to divinate and inquire. In contrast, the couple's hall is different. Behind each member lies a fateful elder, each with their own martial forces, but upon exiting the hall, their forces unite under one governing entity, while the other serves in support. Essentially, Longfeng Hall is a variant of the couple's hall. However, true Longfeng halls are exceedingly rare. The 2 factions must be evenly matched, or else internal strife and various tribulations may arise. Through subsequent discussions, I consented to establish a hall for Shun Haiying. I sent the onlookers among the villagers away. The celestial being behind Shun Haiying possesses considerable abilities, yet she is plagued by 5 malevolent spirits. When I set up her hall, those shameless ghosts will likely cause disturbances. You must advise her to remain steadfast and register properly. I will dispel these troubles during the hall's establishment. What then is a threshold? According to the analysis of one's birth chart, the significance of each threshold varies, fluctuating with the tides of fortune. Common thresholds include the 5 ghosts entanglement, the 5 ghost night walk, the horse and cart threshold, the backhand calamity, and the 5 ghosts blocking wealth, among others. The breaking of these thresholds may occur before, during, or after the establishment of the altar, primarily depending on the habits of the altar master. Old Lu taught me to break the threshold during the establishment of the altar. Guo Qingzhong nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Aunt Yang, please make another trip to the paper shop. There's a piece of red cloth in the cabinet that I need you to bring back. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. I began the process of establishing the altar for her. Just as the celestial beings were descending to register, I sensed an unfamiliar aura of ghostly energy surrounding us. Taking a moment to glance back, I saw through the window 3 spirits held down by a ghostly general, unable to move, while Zhou Tie stood before them, using her long tongue to strike their faces. I should find time to discuss this with Zhou Tie. While her tongue is indeed quite lengthy, it ought not to be wielded as a weapon. At 2 in the morning, I rubbed my temples, feeling somewhat weary. The registration process had concluded, and the next step was to commence the horse and cart ceremony. In simple terms, this ceremony involves the celestial beings requesting their seals and badges from the Southern Star and Northern Dipper, signifying that the newly established disciple has completed the altar and requires recognition from both the celestial realm and the underworld. The purpose of this is to facilitate future divination and observations. A command flag and arrow can mobilize troops and generals, and also serve as a pass to travel freely in all directions, unconstrained by mountain gods, local deities, and the like. In layman's terms, it's like obtaining a license to start a company. Otherwise, it would be operating without a permit. I escorted Zhou Tie to the courtyard, where several more ghosts had gathered before Zhou Tie, their faces bearing injuries and their spirits drooping. Zhou Tie commenced her worship of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper constellations. As she concluded her prayers, a star in the heavens shimmered, and I turned to Zhou Tie, sensing that the command arrow, plaque, and flag had all been received. With all procedures completed, I strode towards Zhou Tie and, with a wave of my hand, confined the ghost before me to the rear camp. This checkpoint was now breached. The normal process for breaking through such barriers is intricate, but as a ghost hall, I need not adhere to so many regulations. Imprisoning them in the hall's rear camp and subduing them until they cease to harass Zhou Tie will suffice. Thereafter, as long as Zhou Tie maintains a righteous heart and mind, she will encounter no further checkpoints. Moreover, with guardians and celestial beings now by her side, she will be protected. Upon returning to the paper shop, I had intended to sleep until the following afternoon. However, my biological clock roused me at 8 o'clock. Due to the lack of rest, my head felt heavy and muddled throughout the morning, not clearing until the afternoon. I sat in the small room of the paper shop, practicing the art of crafting paper horses without prancing manes, paper figures without painted eyes. As I practiced, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the paper shop, peering inside with curiosity. Chapter 81. Malevolent bones and flesh. I sat amidst the paper scraps, raising my eyes to behold Yang Meichun and Zhou Tie standing at the doorway. Seldom does one visit without a purpose. Yang Meichun chuckled twice, pulling Zhou Tie along as she entered. She opened her garment and retrieved a red envelope from her inner pocket, handing it to me. You were in such a hurry yesterday when you presented it to Haiying Litong, and I didn't manage to give you any money. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, no need for that. It would suffice if Sister Shan comes by later to offer some tributes to my master. You could take the money back. Yang Meichun insisted, stuffing the envelope into my hands. That is not acceptable. We must keep matters separate. After several rounds of gentle pushing, I relented and stood up, placing the envelope atop the incense burner at the entrance. Turning back, I noticed they had not yet departed, and I raised an eyebrow. Aunt Yang, if you have something to say, just speak. There is no need for such formality between us. Annie mentioned you before, and yet you are so dedicated in assisting her and your sister Shun. I remained silent, merely observing her. She chuckled awkwardly and transitioned to the main topic. I have a sister who lives in the neighboring village, Baiyun Village. She has also established a shrine, but for some reason, she has been bedridden these past few days, barely able to rise from her bed. Even her basic needs are being attended to by my brother-in-law. I was wondering if you could pay her a visit. Inwardly, I contemplated the situation. This must be a consequence of an improperly established shrine. At that moment, I recalled Zhang Xiaozui's words. I just want to check. It's an empty shrine, devoid of any celestial beings, only filled with wandering spirits. An empty shrine, as the name suggests, is one that hosts only 1 or 2 celestial beings, yet their identities remain unknown, lacking any response or sensation. Typically, These shrines are established directly by the master, and if left unattended for too long, they tend to attract numerous lost souls. It was already quite late. Perhaps I should visit her tomorrow morning. After they left, I lay in bed and inadvertently caught sight of the calendar. It was now mid-August, and my birthday was just around the corner. Zhou Tie, standing beside me, cheerfully remarked, "Zhou Tai, happy birthday in advance." I teased her, "Isn't that a bit too early?" Without uttering a word, Zhou Tie departed. The following morning, I had meticulously packed my bag and awaited outside the paper-cutting shop. Yang Mei-chun hurriedly arrived, carrying 2 bags of seasonal fruits from her home. She extracted an apple from one of the bags and offered it to me, which I graciously accepted. Together, we took a ride to Baiyun village, where we arrived at the doorstep of her sister, Yang Jia. "Brother-in-law, I have arrived," Yang Mei-chun called out as we stepped into the courtyard, eliciting an impatient response from within the house. I glanced at Yang Mei-chun, who offered me an awkward smile. Zhou Tai can be rather blunt. If he says something unpleasant later, don't take it to heart, Zhou Tai. Upon entering the house, we found Yang Jia's husband, Dai Xing, sitting on the edge of the bed with an expression of irritation, while Yang Jia lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "How long has she been like this?" I inquired. "For quite some time now," he replied. "To put it bluntly, she seems as though she is dead." Dai Xing frowned at me and then turned to Yang Mei-chun, saying, "Sister, why do you insist on bringing these peculiar individuals to our home?" Yang Mei-chun remained silent, her countenance grave. Zhou Tie interjected, "The empty hall and the malevolent bones and flesh have directly caused 1 or 2 of Yang Jia's souls to depart." The term evil bones and evil flesh is a local dialect that translates to the notion that this person possesses a light destiny and an inherently attracting spirits. I too am considered to have evil bones. Otherwise, I would not be able to bear the weight of the spirit hall. Fortunately, over the years, I have been protected by many masters in the hall. Otherwise, she has remained in slumber due to her soul and spirit being separated from her body. "Open the door. I shall call her soul back." Yang Mei-chun responded affirmatively and moved to open the door. But Dai Xing stopped her. "What do you think you are doing? Why should you do as you please? What do you mean by a soul leaving the body? Given your age, how can you speak such nonsense? Are there even spirits in this world?" Hearing his words, I glanced at Yang Mei-chun, recalling her previous admonitions, and suppressed my rising anger. I spoke gently. "Just because you have not seen them does not mean they do not exist. Let's not mention anything else. Don't you have your own spirit hall at home? Can you trust her and not me?" Dai Xing scoffed. "The one who helped us establish our spirit hall is a master, a true expert. You are merely a child. What do you have to compare with her? If you wish to help her, go ahead. It matters not to me. Frankly, if she dies, I can simply replace her." Yang Mei-chun exclaimed, "Dai Xing, what are you saying?" I removed the cloth bag from my shoulder and placed it in Yang Mei-chun's embrace. Gripping the demon-slaying whip in my hand, I revealed only the rounded handle. I struck with a punch. Dai Xing stumbled back, clutching his face, bewildered, as though he did not expect me to suddenly resort to violence. "Well done," came Yang Mei-chun's voice of approval from behind. As Dai Xing prepared to retaliate, I swiftly denied him the opportunity to respond, landing a punch to his abdomen that forced a violent cough from him. Subsequently, I grasped the ghost whip, elegantly flicking it towards him. From within his body, a shadowy figure emerged, hastily attempting to flee. Suddenly, Zhou Tie appeared, her elongated tongue deftly ensnaring the specter and casting it before me. This malevolent spirit felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the woman I had expelled from the crowd while dealing with Shan Haiying's predicament. I resolved to confine this malevolent entity within the rear camp before turning my attention to the cornered Dai Xing. "Are you awake now?" I inquired. He looked bewildered, nodding in confusion. "Why did you hit me?" "Sister, why did he strike me?" Yang Mei-chun recounted what he had just said. Dai Xing, incredulous, exclaimed, "How could I possibly utter such words?" Observing the expressions on my and Yang Mei-chun's faces, he clutched his hair, consumed by self-reproach. "You were possessed by a malevolent spirit," I explained. "It sought to drive me away, using your voice to articulate such sentiments. Do not let it trouble you. Are you aware of who established the altar for Yang Jia?" Chapter 82. 1,000 miles to send the soul. Dai Xing responded, possessed by a malevolent spirit? No wonder I can hardly recall what transpired. Good grief, where did this malevolent spirit come from? His eyes darted around as he continued. The deity who established the altar for Xiaojia is our village's great god, Wei Qiuyu. Could this malevolent spirit possibly be connected to her? I have heard that some altar masters place individuals at their disciples' altars to inflict calamity upon them. Wei Qiuyu, do you remember, Zhou Tai, that the woman you drove away the day before yesterday, when you were at Haiying's place, was Wei Qiuyu? Yang Meichun gazed at me, her tone tinged with astonishment. Does this have something to do with Xiaojia? I nodded, then approached Dai Xing, who was warily covering his face as he looked at me. I rolled my eyes and retrieved a talisman from my bag, handing it to him. Keep this in your pocket. It will prevent external spirits from possessing you for the time being. Dai Xing hastily accepted the talisman and stowed it in his jacket pocket. Are there really external spirits? His voice was cautious, as if he feared detection by some unseen entity. I glanced towards the corner of the yard, where two phantoms lurked in the shadows, their eyes fixed on me with predatory intent. However, two powerful ghost generals from my family stood guard at the entrance, deterring them from intruding. I closed my eyes, allowing the spirit of Meng, Suehua, to envelop me. I pulled a piece of blank yellow paper and a vermilion brush from my bag. With elegant strokes, I inscribed numerous talismans upon it. Dai Xing leaned closer. Little master, why do your talismans look so different from Wei Qiuyu's? Hers are far more beautiful, adorned with lotuses, while yours appear crooked. While one cannot generalize, true masters of the craft seldom have the luxury of time to delicately illustrate lotuses on yellow paper. I replied coldly, pinching the talisman between my index and middle fingers. United with Meng, Suehua, we chanted in unison, wandering souls, where do you linger? From graves and forests. I summoned the mountain gods and land deities, the five generals, and the kitchen god of impermanence. Seek out lost souls, bind them to return, open the gates of heaven, open the gates of earth, deliver the souls from afar. Break. As I uttered the final word, I abruptly opened my eyes and hurled the talisman into the air. The talisman floated in the air, igniting into flames and transforming into ashes that fell upon Yangjia. With a slight movement of her fingers, Yangjia gradually opened her eyes, her voice frail. What has happened to me? Having spoken, she struggled to rise, but Dai Xing, who was closest, supported her against himself. Tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, little master. If it weren't for your assistance, I don't know when Xiaojia would have awakened. Dai Xing recounted the events that had just transpired, while Yang Meichun approached, grasping Yangjia's hand, her face awash with tears and snot. If it weren't for Zhou Tai, your spirit would still be wandering outside. Yangjia turned to me, sincerely expressing her gratitude. At that moment, I noticed two ethereal figures standing beside her, one dark and one yellow, the latter's hair dull and even lacking a tuft atop its head. It seemed these were the two spirits from Yangjia's family. I waved my hand and said, your family's altar has only two spirits. It should not be designated as a horse altar, but rather as a family protection altar. Currently, those two spirits are being tormented by external malevolent forces. I continued, if you have made up your mind, I shall transform this altar for you into a family protection altar. Yangjia's lips were pale, and she offered a wry smile. During this period, I have wandered outside, faintly recalling the hardships I endured. I cannot return home. To be honest, when I first established the altar, I did so with a mercenary mindset, hoping to earn money like Wei Qiuyu by divining fortunes. However, after this ordeal, I suddenly realized that I am not cut out for this. I no longer wish to delve into this profession. I lack the affinity for it. Now, I simply wish to live a good life. Upon hearing her words, I chuckled and remarked, those like you are quite fortunate, leading a simple life, traversing through existence with tranquility. As I spoke, I sensed the gaze of Meng Suehua upon me, her eyes reflecting a nuance I could not decipher. I assumed she was agitated and quickly reassured myself, Master Meng. Having you around is indeed a blessing. Isn't that a comforting thought? Shaking her head, Meng Suehua sighed softly and departed. I dismissed the incident from my mind, intending to confront the external spirits at Zhou Tai's entrance. Suddenly, Yangjia sprang to her feet, pushing aside Dai Xing. Her face contorted with rage as a shadow merged with her being. I had been careless. The door outside was guarded by spirits, yet there was no one to watch over the interior. Yang Jia had just awakened, her vitality diminished, and with her channels wide open. She was exceptionally vulnerable to possession by the external spirits. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, shouting, "Hold her down!" Dai Xing and I rushed forward simultaneously. We had to separate the external spirit from Yang Jia, lest I inadvertently harm her while attempting to subdue the spirit. Yang Jia was about to leap through the window, but Dai Xing, close at hand, grasped her leg while I stepped onto the bed, pinning Yang Jia down. Her strength was astonishing. She thrashed violently, even attempting to bite. Yet, Dai Xing managed to free one hand and swiftly stuffed a piece of clothing into her mouth. At that moment, I summoned dozens of spirit generals, two of whom stepped forward to extract the external spirit from Yang Jia, casting it onto the ground. There, a dark figure stood, accompanied by a dozen spectral forms, emanating a malevolent aura, pretending nothing good. Yang Jia fainted once more, this time not due to the loss of his soul, but from sheer exhaustion. I rose to my feet, surrounded by dozens of ghostly generals, and summoned the demon-repelling whip in my hand, directing it towards them. The ghostly generals, well trained, swiftly drew their curved blades. "State your names," I commanded. The leading specter remained silent, glaring at me with malevolence. A wave of unease washed over me. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Were you sent by Wei Qiuyu?" The specter spread its palms, and in an instant, its nails elongated exponentially, launching an assault on the nearest ghostly general. The general reacted swiftly, parrying with his blade. As the blade clashed against the nails, it produced a faint spark, akin to the collision of metal. Witnessing their obstinacy, I leaped down from the bed and swung the demon-repelling whip with fervor towards the specter. It deftly evaded, and the malevolent spirits behind it surged forward, intent on overwhelming me. However, my ghostly general mentor was no novice. Wielding his blade with unparalleled skill, he dispatched 3 of the fiends into oblivion in the blink of an eye. The remaining spirits, sensing the dire predicament, prepared to flee. I flicked the demon-repelling whip outward, and upon contact, their ethereal forms disintegrated as if tofu had met stone. Observing this, the other malevolent spirits, now akin to deflated balloons, trembled uncontrollably, easily captured by the ghostly generals. I approached, gripping the whip, and gazed down at them, enunciating each word. "Were you sent by Wei Qiuyu to seize Yang Jia's territory?" "Yes," the lead fiend replied, casting a fearful glance at my whip. "She instructed us to linger here, occasionally afflicting Yang Jia, compelling her to seek her assistance. At this moment, she must have realized that you were at Yang Jia's hall," another malevolent spirit whispered. Chapter 83. The Struggle Between Ghost Halls. After clarifying matters, the remaining malevolent spirits were escorted to the underworld, where they awaited judgment and punishment. I approached the entrance of Yang Jia's hall, gazing at the names of 500 celestial beings inscribed above, when darkness enveloped my vision. It was impossible to count how many malevolent spirits had perished beneath the lash of my ghost-slaying whip. I turned to Hu Xian and Huang Xian, who were seated beside me. "Do not wander about. I shall now incinerate this red list and establish a new yellow hall list for you." Upon seeing them nod in agreement, I grasped a corner of the red list and tore it forcefully, transforming it into the protection hall. At that moment, Yang Jili awakened, appearing to be in a significantly improved state of mind. Dai Xing retrieved a money box from the wardrobe, pulling out a stack of pristine banknotes and handing it to me. During this period, I feared that Xiaojia would never awaken again or that some unforeseen circumstance might arise. So I withdrew 10,000 yuan in advance and kept it at home. "Now, since you have resolved our issue, we no longer have use for this money. Consider it a token of gratitude for your efforts." I waved my hand dismissively. Such a sum is unnecessary. I uniformly charge 3,000 for my services. More than that is unwarranted. I shall not accept rewards without merit. Before departing, I inquired, "Where is Wei Qiuyu's home?" Dai Xing indicated a direction, and I followed his gesture. There, standing in front of a 2-story small building, was a woman Indeed, it was Wei Qiuyu. Our gazes met, and in that fleeting glance, I discerned her true nature. Her family also belonged to the realm of ghost halls. However, there are distinctions even among the ghost halls. In the realm of my family's ancestral hall, the spirits known as ghost immortals are predominantly engaged in diligent cultivation within the underworld. Among them is my second aunt, the lord of the eastern city of the netherworld, who surely cannot be considered a malevolent figure. However, the spirits residing in her hall have predominantly met untimely or vengeful deaths, lacking the ability to restrain their wicked thoughts, and have committed countless misdeeds, consequently tarnishing their moral standing. I observed her countenance darken as she turned and returned home. I understood, well, that such matters breed intense animosity. Severing one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. It appeared that a fierce confrontation was imminent that evening. Upon returning to the paper-making shop, I reclined on my bed to recuperate, paying little heed to Wei Qiuyu. Those malevolent spirits, once vanquished, would pose a threat to the earthly realm if left unchecked. In a military camp, I opened my eyes to find myself amidst my aunt's troops. The ghostly soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting instructions rather than engaging in drills. I traversed past them and entered my aunt's tent. Upon entering, I was greeted by a familiar old fox. The red fox I had previously acquired from Zhang Ging now bore an axe upon its shoulder. A scar adorned its face, lending a ruggedness to its once handsome features. "Red Fox, it has been quite a while. I scarcely recognized you," I remarked. Upon hearing my voice, the red fox turned and shot me a glare. "How disrespectful. I am now, at the very least, your master. And may I inquire your esteemed name?" "Master?" "Huid Wan," it replied. As we engaged in light conversation, my second aunt entered the tent. Upon noticing me, her tone was unexpectedly gentle. "Someone will soon intrude upon our gathering. Are you prepared?" I scratched my head nonchalantly. "Of course I am prepared. Besides, you are here to assist, are you not?" "I shall merely assist." Auntie gently smiled and said, "Little Tai, remember this. If one day you can no longer feel our presence or see us, do not fear or panic. You must take care of yourself and contemplate whether you wish to inherit the family business. If you choose to accept it this time, there will be no turning back. I will give you an address and a name. You must remember it. If you desire to reunite, seek him out. If not, live your life well, and we shall ensure you want for nothing." I gazed at Auntie, troubled by the sorrow reflected in her eyes, an inexplicable sense of unease stirring within me. "Auntie, what are you saying?" I began to realize that, during this time, they all seemed somewhat peculiar. First, Zhang Xiaotsue had wished me an early happy birthday. Then there was Mang Tsuowa's strange gaze, and now Auntie was uttering these odd words. Just as I was about to inquire further, I heard Auntie softly say, "It is time for you to awaken." Upon her words, I abruptly sprang from my bed, my eyes bloodshot and weary. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I stumbled toward the ghost hall and lit 3 incense sticks. "Is anyone there? Speak to me." 5 minutes passed, then 10, with no response whatsoever. I could not sense their presence either. I shut my eyes, attempting to project my soul into the dark hall, yet felt a transparent barrier separating me from it. "Zhang Xiaotsue? Xiaotsue, big black dog." I called repeatedly within the paper shop until my voice faltered, ultimately collapsing in front of the dark hall, succumbing to sleep. In my dreams, 2 armored warriors, bearing seals, approached to affix them to the entrance of my ancestral hall. Instinctively, I stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming no. One of the radiant warriors regarded me with a stern yet gentle expression, stating, "Zhou Tai, the sealing of the hall is warranted, yet it bears no relation to your affairs. You need not be concerned. Zhou Tai, ponder well whether you wish to accept this hall." Without heeding my protests, he affixed the seal to the door of the hall. When I awoke again, it was already the following afternoon. I sought to summon my demon-slaying whip, but felt no response. My hands were empty. At that moment, it felt as though I had plunged into an ice cellar, shivering uncontrollably, as their words echoed in my mind. Was the sealing of the hall not due to my misdeeds? What then was the reason? My great-aunt had urged me to carefully consider whether I wished to reclaim the hall, implying it could indeed be returned to me. Sitting on the ground, I cradled my head in my hands, feeling an emptiness within me. Until now, I had been reluctant to accept the hall, harboring a strong aversion to it. Yet in this unexpected moment of disconnection, I felt an overwhelming sadness. It seemed I had long regarded them as family. Just as I was lost in thought, the phone by my bedside rang. I crawled over to answer it, and on the line was young Mei Chun's excited voice. "Little Tai, that Wei Chuyu is unable to speak today. Is it the work of our old sage?" Chapter 84. 3 Do Nots. I vow to protect her from madness. Unable to speak? I recalled the last time I'd seen my great aunt. She had mentioned that someone would come to disturb the hall. Could it be Wei Chuyu? Did Xiao Chui and the others sustain any injuries? Was the barking of the large black dog still resounding? Yet, I found myself in a state of ignorance. I am uncertain, Aunt Yang. I shall terminate this call. Before she could finish her words, I hung up the phone. At that moment, an epiphany struck me. I could not sever ties with this haunted hall, even if I were forbidden from divining or investigating matters henceforth. Merely catching glimpses of their conversations would suffice. I rose to my feet, a flicker of fire igniting within me, warming my icy form anew. I must reclaim them. I swiftly packed my belongings, bringing along a few changes of clothes and ensuring I had my money securely stowed. I opened the door to the paper-making shop. Just as I was about to step outside, I beheld a massive python coiled at the entrance. I was unaware of how long it had been waiting outside, its body glistening with dew. This should be the true form of the python, Chui Hua, whom I had encountered before. "Master, wait for me. I shall retrieve you all." I offered a slight bow to the black python. It raised its serpent body, its head nearly the size of my own. Yet I felt no fear. This was my master, the true embodiment of Chui Hua. I stood still, gazing into its cold, serpentine eyes, which radiated a glimmer of humanity. It nodded at me before turning away without hesitation. As I watched it depart, my resolve only strengthened. I boarded the train, my heart racing, wishing for wheels of fire beneath my feet. 3 hours later, it was already 9 p.m. With my backpack in tow, I arrived in Dongning City, casually seeking a lodging for the night, intending to visit the address provided by my second aunt the following morning. A night passed. Upon awakening, I opened my eyes to find my face damp, oblivious to the dream I had just experienced. After tidying my belongings and checking out of the hotel, I boarded a vehicle headed towards a destination that resided in my heart. 2 hours later, at 9:30, I arrived at my location. Before me lay a secluded village, its sign emblazoned with the words "Happiness Village." To my right stretched fields of crops, where numerous individuals were engaged in agricultural tasks. And I even spotted a tractor bustling through the land. As I ventured along the narrow path, a sudden scream pierced the air. Startled, I turned to see a child had been caught beneath the tractor. Without a moment's hesitation, I rushed towards the scene. By the time I arrived, the child had already emerged from beneath the vehicle, brushing the dust from his sleeves. Relieved to see the child unharmed, my gaze shifted to the woman standing not far before him. Her expression was one of shock, and a circle of onlookers surrounded her, their eyes filled with concern. Why did they all fixate on her? If she were the child's mother, one would expect their attention to be directed first towards the child rather than her, especially since the child had been the one in peril. Yet, their gazes seemed to linger on the woman from the moment the child was ensnared. A wave of confusion washed over me. Xiao Guang, the woman called softly, her tone steady and untroubled. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the crowd. The child, named Xiao Guang, then ran into the woman's embrace. She exchanged a few words with a man beside her, the content of their conversation lost to my ears, before departing with Xiao Guang. I approached the nearest elderly man and inquired, "Sir, that child was just caught beneath the vehicle. Why have you all been gazing at his mother, instead of checking on the child first?" The old man glanced at me, his dark skin contrasting with his bright, gleaming smile as he replied, "You're not from this village, are you?" I shook my head and said, "No, I am not. But I have come in search of someone, though I am uncertain about whom to seek." The old man nodded knowingly and said, "Listen to my story, and you shall know whom to look for. The woman's name is Chun Xiulan, and the child, Xiao Guang, is indeed her son." The reason they were fixated on Chun Xiulan was due to their fear that she might lose her sanity. Chun Xiulan, in her 30s, is regarded as the most beautiful woman in Happiness Village. Over a decade ago, She had a suitor with whom she had been in a long-term relationship, but her family vehemently opposed it. They deemed him too impoverished and believed their daughter would suffer if she married him. Thus, they exerted every effort to thwart her desires and hoped she would wed another. However, the following day, Chun Xiaolan descended into madness, becoming completely unhinged and losing her ability to care for herself. Her father, convinced that she was merely feigning her condition, confined her in isolation out of anger. Weeks turned into months, yet Chun Xiaolan remained in her deranged state. Concerned, her parents admitted her to a psychiatric hospital, but there was no sign of improvement. In desperation, her father pondered that if a tangible ailment could not be diagnosed, perhaps a spiritual one could be. Thus, he sought the counsel of old Wang from Happiness Village. Although skeptical of such mystical matters, he was willing to try anything to save his daughter. Upon locating the venerable Wang, he consulted the divination and proclaimed, in due time, do not inquire about wealth or lineage, nor should one concern themselves with appearance. Simply acquiesce, and I shall ensure that she shall never again fall into madness. Chun Xiaolan's father was incensed, believing the old man was mocking him, and stormed away with his daughter in tow. However, to their astonishment, merely 3 days later, a matchmaker indeed arrived to propose. This left Chun Xiaolan's father in a state of perplexity, yet recalling Wang's words, he ultimately consented. Even until the eve of Chun Xiaolan's marriage, her father was plagued by the fear that she might be returned by her in-laws. Yet, to everyone's surprise, after the wedding, Chun Xiaolan suddenly exhibited normalcy. She became proficient in washing, cooking, and agricultural labor, seemingly capable of everything. Since her marriage, her in-laws' fortunes flourished, and she bore a son and a daughter. With the little boy, Xiaoguang, before me, I blinked, observing the elderly man before me, animatedly speaking, and instinctively remarked, "So you were concerned that Chun Xiaolan might succumb to madness again after such a traumatic experience?" The old man nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Did you not witness it? Chun Xiaolan is not only sane. Her speech and demeanor are entirely normal. Any reasonable parent would be terrified to see their child whisked away by a vehicle, and yet Chun Xiaolan, who once suffered from madness, emerged unscathed. My heart raced with astonishment as I realized the identity of the person I sought. I hastily inquired, "Who treated Chun Xiaolan?" "Old Wang. His residence is located at No. 306 in the village. Just follow this road straight ahead, and it seems he currently has visitors consulting the oracle." Chapter 85. The spirit of the willow immortal possesses the rice bowl. I began to run. 5 minutes later, I leaned on my knees, lifted my gaze, and beheld the door plate outside the square courtyard. Number 306. I stepped into the courtyard and called out, "Is anyone home?" The door of the bungalow was ajar, so I entered. My eyes were immediately drawn to a bronze statue of Guangong and a statue of the Bodhisattva, both placed upon a table. In front of these statues stood 2 corresponding incense bowls. I bowed respectfully to each statue, when suddenly I heard the sound of footsteps. Looking up, I saw an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, robust in stature with graying hair. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "I did not expect that the altar behind you would possess such fortune. Being sealed is in fact a good thing." With just a glance, he discerned not only the presence of the altar behind me, but also that it had been sealed. "You must be Master Wang," I said. He nodded slightly. "Do not call me Master Wang. That is too cumbersome. Simply address me as Old Wang. For certain reasons, I shall not reveal his true name. Henceforth, he will be referred to as Old Wang. Old Wang, please assist me in unsealing the altar, if you would." My voice carried a note of urgency and entreaty. To my surprise, Old Wang shook his head. "That is not possible. The time has not yet come. Please follow me inside." I followed Old Wang into the room, which was modest yet fully equipped. On the windowsill were several potted plants, along with a uniquely shaped wine vessel. The wine vessel possesses a peculiar shape, appearing to be crafted entirely from wood. I instinctively inquired, if left to bask in the sunlight on the windowsill, won't it crack? Uncle Wang chuckled softly. "Tomorrow, when I invite you to sample the wine within this vessel, you shall understand its profound intricacies. It is not to be spoken of lightly." A slender cord, seemingly thinner than my pinky finger, was tied to the ceiling, extending gracefully to the radiator by the window. Observing my bewilderment, Uncle Wong said nothing, merely wearing a faint smile that hinted at mystery. Why had Qin Xiulan ceased to be mad after marrying that man? Just moments ago, she witnessed her child being caught beneath a vehicle, yet remained composed. Lighting a dry cigarette, Uncle Wong puffed thoughtfully. It is because she owes her husband. In their past life, there existed a connection of cause and effect, and in this life, that connection remains, requiring a conscious return. Cause and effect. Can it truly be manipulated? Sensing my thoughts, he inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Zhou Tai. Would you be willing to address me as master and learn from me?" His question caught me off guard. I had come to settle matters, not to seek apprenticeship, and thus I politely declined. "Uncle Wong, I already have a master." He replied with a smile, "That is your foundational master. A mentor differs from teacher. Why do you wish to take me as a disciple?" I countered with a question of my own. Some matters are predetermined, and we must act in accordance with destiny. Do ponder it well. A visitor shall soon arrive. Before his words had fully settled, footsteps echoed from the outer room. The door curtain was lifted, revealing a visitor, whose gait was unsteady, eyes darkened, and skin covered in goosebumps, displaying a countenance marked by agitation. Based on previous encounters, it was evident that a spirit was present. Old Master Wong casually discarded the cigarette but from his hand onto the ground, directing his gaze towards the man who had entered. Since he had arrived, there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, the man trembled slightly, his voice taking on a sharp pitch. I have long heard of Master Wong's formidable abilities. Seeing him today, I must say it is indeed true. Old Master Wong ignored him, instead turning to me. "The kitchen is nearby. Please fetch a bowl and gather some rice. Then find a stick of incense from beneath the offering table." Obediently, I rose and quickly presented the rice and incense to Old Master Wong. He ignited the incense and placed it in the bowl of rice, setting it by the heated bed. "You have arrived. I offer you a bowl of rice and a stick of incense. Once you have partaken, please depart. Do not prolong his torment any further." The man inhaled deeply, drawing in the smoke from the burning incense, his expression one of satisfaction. After a moment, he opened his eyes, swept the rice and incense from the edge of the bed onto the floor, and scoffed. "Why should it be so? This family has been hunters for generations, stripping us of our skins and draining our lifeblood. How could it simply end like this? You have tormented him for nearly a decade. During this time, he has suffered from various ailments, squandering the wealth accumulated by his ancestors, and has even developed genuine illness. Is that considered simple? It is indeed true that his family has been hunters for generations. But what of him? His ancestors were tormented to death by you, and the ties between you have long been severed. Your current torment of him is merely an act of vengeance." Grandpa Wong's murky eyes sharpened with intensity. The man stepped back 2 paces and scoffed. As the saying goes, a son must repay his father's debts, even if the debts are settled. What harm is there in collecting a bit of interest now? Are you still stubbornly refusing to acknowledge your mistakes? Seeing Grandpa Wong's fury, Lucien's face displayed a flicker of fear as he attempted to flee through the door. Grandpa Wong reacted swiftly, shutting the door tight. Lucien then turned to escape through the window, but I swiftly moved to close those 2 windows as well. Lucien glared at me with a pair of cold, sinister eyes. "What do you know, you ignorant child?" He swung a hand towards me, sending me crashing to the ground. Grandpa Wong pulled a crumpled yellow paper from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, Lucien was thrown into a complete panic, commanding the man to climb up a thin rope no thicker than a pinky finger, hanging from the ceiling. The rope did not quiver or snap, and I stood there, dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. A man weighing 150 to 60 pounds climbed up to the ceiling along that thin rope. Just as Grandpa Wong pinched the yellow paper between his fingers, preparing to fling it at Lucien. Creak. The door to the room swung open, accompanied by the innocent voice of child. Chapter 86. The Battle of Magic unfolds. Lucien dives into the ice cave. Grandpa, a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, entered from outside. Lucien sprang into action, descending from the ceiling. At the same moment, I lunged forward, cradling the child in my arms. A sharp pain surged through my back, and I instinctively let out a muffled groan. Old Wang glared furiously, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" He seized a battered wooden basin from the edge of the bed and struck it forcefully with his palm, causing the man pressing down on my back to tremble. With another strike, the spirit of Lu let out a wail. I was wrong. "Please stop." As Old Wang delivered a third blow, accompanied by a piercing scream, the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground, and the spirit of Lu fell silent. I carefully placed the child I had been cradling onto the ground and glanced at the man now lying there, having returned to normal, then at the tattered basin in Old Wang's hands. "Is this your weapon, sir?" I inquired. Old Wang casually tossed the basin onto the bed and stepped forward to embrace the frightened little girl, soothing her gently until her tears ceased. Once she was calm, he turned to me and said, "It is a magical tool, akin to the hard whip you possess." Could he discern that I still held the ghostly whip? Did this imply that those from the ghost hall lingered nearby? I swallowed hard, still unable to comprehend. Was it truly possible that this worn basin with just 3 strikes had banished the troublesome spirit of Lu? Not merely banished, but obliterated, leaving him in utter disarray. As he spoke, Old Wang's gaze pierced through me, enveloping me in an invisible weight of pressure. I nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you not afraid? Do you not wish to inquire why I killed him? Then let it be so. Even if you have expelled that spirit, he may return when you're not watching. And did you not say that this man had no ties to Lu? His actions were merely an expression of wrath." Old Wang chuckled, gently placing the girl he had been holding onto the ground and giving her a light push on her back. "Go play," he said. Once the girl departed, he turned to me and asked, "Are you now willing to become my disciple? Do I need to kneel to pay my respects?" I inquired, sensing my hesitation. Old Wang burst into hearty laughter. "The wine in my flask is ready. This evening, let us share a drink, and that will suffice as your initiation." "Very well. I shall raise my glass to you, Master Wang. That was just the first lesson I imparted to you. In the realm of spirit mediums, one must indeed respect the laws of cause and effect, yet one must not allow these laws to shackle one's actions. At times, one must be decisive. If you do not act with resolve, those spirits and deities will not regard you seriously. It is the malevolent ghosts and wicked immortals who will take advantage of you, causing harm to your beloved friends and family." Old Wang's perspective diverged from that of Old Lu, who advocated a more persuasive approach to the laws of cause and effect. In contrast, Old Wang emphasized the necessity of decisiveness while still acknowledging these laws, even suggesting that they could be manipulated to awaken Chun Xiulan from her madness. Perhaps this encapsulates their respective paths. But what is my path? My style of working seems to have been continuously influenced by Old Lu, almost imitating him. Yet is this truly my own path? What is the Tao? The Tao represents the very essence of all things, akin to how fruit emerges from roots or how water has its source. Here, the Tao does not refer to Taoism, but rather to one's true heart. A fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in my mind, but it was too ephemeral for me to grasp, leaving me engulfed in a fog of confusion. Old Wang observed me, his expression one of mild satisfaction, and stroked his beard with a smile. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" I was awakened by this statement. Glancing at the slender rope suspended from the ceiling and pointing to the man still lost in slumber, I inquired, "How can the immortal Lu control him to traverse the rope as if it were solid ground, suspended in midair?" This delicate cord, seemingly no thicker than my pinky finger, remained perfectly still. Old Wang, sitting nearby, produced 2 pipes of dry tobacco, offering one to me while igniting the other for himself. "Do you understand what is meant by the manifestation of Tao in combat?" I tucked the pipe behind my ear. I recall Old Lu mentioning that the manifestation of Tao in combat is an ancient affair, seldom witnessed nowadays. Old Wang took a puff from his pipe. "Indeed, it is rarely seen in this day and age. Today, you are fortunate to witness such a spectacle." "Are you saying this is the immortal's manifestation of Tao in combat?" I gazed at the slender rope, astonished. Engaging in combat requires the mastery of vital points, and only those with considerable Taoist cultivation would dare to attempt such feats. "Yes, what is there to be surprised about? Wait until winter when the river freezes over. Then you shall see the immortal Lu dive into the ice cave. It will be truly fascinating." My eyes sparkled at his words as I settled beside Old Wong. What do you mean by the immortal Lu diving into the ice cave? Old Wong took a few more puffs until his pipe was empty, extinguishing the ember with his fingers before slowly explaining. One carves an ice cave in the frozen river, and the adept immortal binds the vital points, plunging into the icy depths, swimming a circle before resurfacing through the very cave where he entered. Please do not replicate the narrative. In the water, one may lose their sense of direction, with only a single ice cave on the entire river surface. The challenge and peril are immense. But what if one cannot resurface? Old Wong cast a knowing glance at me, a smile dancing on his lips. Fear not, for it shall not be impossible to ascend, as it is not a mere human undertaking, but rather the descent of the immortal Lu. Let's not even broach the difficulty of capturing a satisfactory disciple. Suffice it to say that they would never permit the destruction of their centuries or even millennia of cultivation in an instant. Do you comprehend the meaning of pulling the red strip to swallow the red date? When I shook my head, he let out a hearty laugh and continued. Have you ever seen an iron chain as thick as a bowl's rim? When heated to a crimson glow, an immortal can bind their vital points and casually touch it. Back and forth they go, with no harm befalling their hand, remaining unscathed, neither red nor swollen nor broken. That is the mark of a true immortal's prowess. He went on to explain the act of swallowing red dates, referring to charcoal. One blows away the ash to reveal the red core within, places it directly in the mouth, and ultimately expels the extinguished wood ash. This is what is meant by swallowing red dates. I listened in rapt attention, my throat tightening. It dawned on me that the immortals possessed such extraordinary skills. Their capabilities are numerous, able to influence life and death, even contending with impermanence itself. Yet, there are boundaries they cannot cross, for they are bound by the laws of their realm. While minor disturbances may be inconsequential, certain actions could disrupt the order of the mortal world, thus rendering them prohibited. As we engaged in our leisurely conversation, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. Old Wong rose, adjusting his attire. Take this basin and accompany me, he instructed, just as I grasped the battered basin. A wave of confusion washed over me. Where are we headed? Suddenly, an anxious voice called from outside. Old Wong. Come quickly and see. Zhou Tie appeared to have been possessed by the yellow weasel, creating quite a commotion at home. In Chapter 87, The Separation of Head and Body, the yellow immortal arrived at Zhou Tie's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, a shrill voice rang out. Now you understand my power, do you not? Following the sharp tone were desperate pleas. I understand. Huang Xian, your abilities are truly formidable. Please, come down. I will comply with your every demand. Great immortal, show some mercy and cease tormenting Daiyuan. Descend from his body. Let me make myself clear. It is impossible. I demand a little phoenix, a grass roll, and a sip of wine. You must enshrine me. I require you to. The little phoenix refers to roast chicken, the sip of wine to liquor, and the grass roll to cigarettes. Grandpa Wong stepped into the house, took the wooden basin from my hands, and coldly remarked, What more do you want? The yellow immortal turned to Grandpa Wong, and in an instant, his expression changed dramatically as he attempted to leap off the Kong with all his might. Grandpa Wong struck the basin, and with that single action, the yellow immortal let out a piercing scream, followed by a sound of gasping for breath. Zhou Tie gradually regained consciousness, rubbing his head that had struck the edge of the Kong, and in confusion, he asked, What has happened to me? Having lost all memory of the recent events, he listened to his family recount what had transpired. A look of terror spread across his face as he tumbled off the Kong, exclaiming, Grandpa Wong, it cannot return, can it? Grandpa Wong replied, Leave your home, head east, and you will pass several stacks of firewood. Stop at the third one and dig around. You will discover whether it can return. Zhou Tie felt perplexed but obediently exited his home. I felt an irresistible urge to explore. Old Wong said, You should go take a look too. And then he headed back to my place. After saying that, he hummed a little tune and departed. I hastened a few steps to catch up with Zhou Tie. We paused at the third pile of firewood. Before we even began to rummage through it, a faint metallic scent of blood reached my nostrils. Zhou Tie picked up a tree branch from the ground and began to sift through the woodpile. Suddenly, he let out a scream. sitting down and pointing at the pile with trembling fingers. Following the direction of his gaze, I beheld a weasel severed at the neck, its blood still fresh, and its eyes seemed to convey a sense of terror. I struck the broken basin lightly, pondering how this weasel met its fate. After escorting Zhou Tie home, I jogged back to Old Wang's house. The sky had already darkened. Old Wang was not in the inner room, but busily preparing our dinner in the kitchen. I walked directly to the broken basin, took it in my hands, and examined it closely. After a prolonged scrutiny, I concluded that it was merely a decrepit wooden basin, far less valuable than the wine jug on the windowsill. "What are you staring at?" Suddenly, Old Wang's voice startled me from behind, causing me to nearly drop the basin. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough to prevent it from crashing to the ground. Turning around, I saw Old Wang carrying 2 steaming plates of food. Upon noticing the basin in my hands, he merely said, "Wash your hands and come to eat." At the dining table, Old Wang poured a full cup of wine for me from the jug, then filled one for himself as well. The wine was crystal clear, its aroma wafting through the air. I clinked my glass with his, took a small sip, and instinctively exclaimed, "This is exquisite wine." Old Wang felt a sense of pride. Of course, this wine was obtained through considerable effort. Although it was indeed fine wine, it was merely a small cup. How could such a trivial amount warrant such exertion? "Is this wine expensive? You should taste it. Once you do, you'll understand." After a few rounds, my face began to flush. I lifted the battered basin behind me and inquired, "Old Wang, what makes this broken basin so formidable?" 3 taps, and the spirit of Lu has perished. A single tap, and the yellow spirit is severed in 2. Old Wang finished his drink and poured another for himself. Tossing a peanut into his mouth, "It is not the basin that is powerful, but rather the celestial being behind me." Old Wang began to elucidate. "This basin resembles what you refer to as a command, yet it is not the command you speak of." At this juncture, his murky eyes brightened. "This is my unique decree of execution. When I strike this basin, it serves as a signal to the celestial being behind me. Kill. This is the second lesson I impart to you. Ascertain the origins and consequences. If the celestial being bears genuine grievances, then counsel them. But if there is no grievance, and it is merely a matter of venting anger, then execution is warranted. Thus, one shall not be ensnared by karma. Correct?" Old Wang chuckled softly. "I previously advised you not to let karma bind you. Now, I pose a question. Suppose a yellow spirit has performed 10 good deeds, yet one malevolent act brings it to your attention. Would you kill or spare it? Naturally, one would not kill, for it has accomplished 10 good deeds. But what of that solitary malevolent act? Will you disregard it?" The words of Old Man Wang left me momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. I inquired once more, regarding the same Huang Xian, who had committed 10 misdeeds. "If you were to confront him for those 10 transgressions, yet upon your arrival, he performed a virtuous act before your very eyes, would you still choose to kill him?" Naturally, the answer would be yes. He has committed 10 heinous acts, yet that solitary good deed he performed is undeniably real. What right do you have to disregard it? As the effects of alcohol began to envelop me, my gaze grew hazy, teetering on the brink of slumber. At that moment, Old Man Wang remarked, "In this line of work, no matter how meticulous one may be, one inevitably bears the weight of karmic consequences. Hence, it is better to follow one's heart, for as long as one is free of guilt, that is sufficient." When I awoke, it was already midday the following day. I had anticipated a throbbing headache, yet instead, I felt remarkably refreshed. The peculiar wine jug still rested on the windowsill, and I sensed something amiss. Approaching it, I gave a shake. Chapter 88. Trouble at the Pig Farm Again. Last night, Old Man Wang and I each consumed 2 full cups of baijiu. Logically, the contents of the jug should have been nearly depleted, yet upon shaking it, it still appeared quite full. "Old Man Wang? Old Man Wang?" I called out several times, but he was not home. He had left some food on the Kong, suggesting he had stepped out. I ventured into the kitchen, found an empty bowl, and lifted the wine jug, tilting it downward. Soon, the bowl brimmed with liquor. Peering into the jug, it still seemed full. Could it be that the wine within was inexhaustible? Just as I was lost in thought, a hand snatched the jug away from me. Elder Wang gazed at the bowl of liquor with a pained expression, exclaiming, "You reckless child. Why do you squander things so carelessly?" "This wine vessel conceals a mystery," I replied. Without uttering a word, Elder Wang cradled the wine jar and departed. After our meal, I inquired, "Elder Wang, could you assist me in unraveling the seal of the altar?" He cast a sidelong glance at me, still somewhat irked by my handling of his wine jar, and coldly remarked, "I can, but you must consider carefully. If we unlock the altar this time, there will be no severing ties with them." "I have made up my mind," I asserted. Elder Wang replied, "Now is not the moment. I have noticed a long-tongued female spirit and a large black dog lingering beside you since your arrival. They seem eager to converse. How about this, tonight? You shall stay in another room, and I will summon her into your dreams, allowing you both to converse. Perhaps you will come to understand why the altar was sealed and when it might be unsealed." The long-tongued female spirit. Is it Zheng Xiaotsue and the big black dog? That night, I lay alone on the small bed, gradually drifting into slumber. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself still in the dimly lit room, but a familiar, ghostly figure appeared before me. "Xiaotsue, why has the altar been sealed?" I asked. "Zhou Tie, listen to me. This situation represents a transformation for our family's altar, even a revolutionary blessing." I struggled to grasp her words, perplexed by the notion of reform. How could a sealed altar possibly be a good thing? "It may not apply to others, but it certainly does to you," Zheng Xiaotsue responded, leaving me increasingly bewildered. Zheng Xiaotsue patiently elucidated to me. "Our family operates a ghost hall, and although all formalities are in order, it ultimately diverges from a conventional ghostly establishment. Your second aunt wishes to transform this hall into a new form. The higher authorities have consented. Although you have never committed malevolent acts and are resolutely benevolent, your temperament remains unstable, rendering you incapable of sustaining this hall, hence the necessity for you to venture forth and gain experience." "What new form?" Zheng Xiaotsue shook her head, indicating that she could not disclose further details. She gathered her long hair, which had been shielding her face, into a bun, and her long tongue vanished from sight. This was the first occasion I beheld her visage, a delicate and gentle countenance, the simplicity of her ponytail adding a touch of charm. "Zhou Tai, separations are fleeting. We shall reunite one day. Remain at Wang Dage's side with peace of mind. I have one more matter to discuss. Upon your awakening, you will be able to wield the ghost whip and the yin-yang eye once more. Zhou Tai, steady your heart. Maintain a calm disposition. For only then can you continue to lead our ghostly assembly forward." After imparting these words, she gazed at me and gently nudged my shoulder. In that instant, I felt myself plummeting before jolting awake from the bed. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and I squeezed my palm, the familiar sensation of the ghost whip returning to me. I scanned the room, but found no trace of Zheng Xiaotsue's spirit. Time is abundant. We shall surely meet again. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the small room was rapped upon, accompanied by Wang Dage's voice. "Zhou Tai, rise promptly. There's been another incident at the pig farm." I sprang from the bed and opened the door, witnessing an unprecedented look of urgency on Wang Dage's face. "What has happened? What do you mean another incident?" The elderly Mr. Wang scrutinized me, remarking, "Excellent. Both the mystical artifact and your heightened perception have returned. You'll be a much more effective asset from now on." With that brief assessment, he discerned the changes within me. I distinctly perceived a fleeting apparition about him, a swiftness in assessing matters I had never before witnessed. A cold sweat instantly beaded on my back. I quickly diverted the conversation. "What's amiss at the pig farm this time? What happened?" Mr. Wang hastened towards the exit. "Keep pace with me. You'll comprehend upon arrival." A mere 5 minutes elapsed before we arrived at a desolate expanse, an enclosure of earthen walls forming the pig farm. The pungent odor of swine waste assaulted my nostrils. I furrowed my brow. A throng of individuals came into view, engaged in animated discussion. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, I could vaguely discern that they were gathered around a figure, accompanied by the wails of a child, perhaps 7 or 8 years old. Mr. Wang cleared his throat gently, and the onlookers turned, spontaneously parting to create a path upon recognizing him. Yet at that moment, My eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the figure weeping on the ground in the distance. What could possibly be transpiring? Chapter 89. Your assistance is needed by us. Mother and child. The person before me was, astonishingly, a man in his 50s, but he was emitting the cries of a child, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. He was prostrate on the ground, striking his knees with his hands, much like a young boy throwing a tantrum. Mr. Wong cast a glance, his anxiety dissipating. He patted my shoulder, saying, "Attend to this." As he turned to leave, I instinctively grasped his arm, but I currently lack a consecrated space. As I uttered these words, I deliberately lowered my voice. To my surprise, Mr. Wong also spoke in a hushed tone. "Don't you possess a magical artifact? When in doubt, summon it forth." Without a hint of compassion, he turned and departed. It was broad daylight, and I could only vaguely discern a shadowy figure surrounding the man. The voice resembling that of a 6 or 7-year-old child emanated from this very specter. My gaze sharpened as I locked eyes with the apparition. I could visibly see the man's expression freeze upon his face as he wiped away tears with his sleeve and picked up a nearby woven bag, turning to leave. I followed closely behind, listening to his intermittent wails, punctuated by curses directed at the pig farm beside us. He rounded a corner into a deserted area. The man halted, turning to regard me with a steely glare. "What do you want by following me?" His voice had returned to its normal timbre, yet I could still detect a hint of boyishness within it. "Are you afraid of me?" I met his gaze unwaveringly. He remained silent, then bolted away. I called out after him, "I shall grant you but one chance. If you do not dismount from this man, I will not be so courteous." As I noticed the distance between us widening, I hesitated not and summoned the ghost exorcising whip. The familiar, chilling sensation surged back, and almost instinctively, I flicked my wrist, causing the whip to circle my side. Gripping the handle tightly, I raised my arms high. Suddenly, I exerted force, and the whip descended from above. An invisible force surged forth, stirring the winds around me, racing toward the man in the distance. Just as it was about to make contact, a female ghost clad in a crimson dress materialized behind the man, shielding him from an impending attack. However, her sacrifice was not without consequence, as she was instantly propelled backward. A young boy emerged from the man's body and hurried to assess the ghost's injuries. The man collapsed onto the ground, bewildered, gazing around him as he murmured subconsciously, "What has happened to me? What is going on?" I approached and offered him my support. "Wait, who are you?" The man stood, pushing me away with a wary expression, clutching a bag tightly against his chest while retreating step by step. Just as I was about to explain the recent events, I heard the boy beside the ghost cry out in fury, "I will kill him. If it weren't for him, my mother and I would not have perished." The boy was enveloped in a palpable aura of resentment, and observing his vengeful demeanor, I sensed that there was a deeper story entwined in this turmoil. Instinctively, I grasped the man's arm to prevent him from leaving. "Let go," he demanded, attempting to shake off my grip, yet to no avail. The boy bore a striking resemblance to him. It was apparent that he had not died recently, but rather many years ago. With this realization, I inquired, "Did you once have a son?" "He bears a strong likeness to you, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age." The man froze momentarily, yet remained silent, persistently trying to extricate himself from my hold. In the midst of our struggle, the woven bag he carried tumbled to the ground, spilling forth countless papers. I casually picked up a sheet, and to my astonishment, it was a missing person notice adorned with 2 photographs, one of the ghost and the other of the boy. The man snatched the missing person notice from my hands and carelessly stuffed it into a woven bag. I turned my gaze to the little boy, whose face was etched with sorrow and indignation as he clung tightly to the ghostly figure. Despite trembling with fear, he defiantly met my eyes. I took the man's arm and led him to stand before the boy. Just as I was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill envelop him. Yet there was nothing before him. The man instinctively shuddered. I could clearly see the ghost's vengeful face, mere inches from the man. I placed the ghost-repelling whip visible to spirits on the ground, intending to intimidate both the ghost and the boy. In a hushed tone, I remarked to the man, "Are you not searching for them? They are right in front of you, watching. Are they dead?" The man stammered, his voice quaking as his eyes darted around. At that moment, the ghost glared at him with palpable hatred. Seeing my lack of reaction, she suddenly possessed him. The man was struck by the ghostly energy, collapsing to the ground and convulsing slightly. "What do you wish to say to me?" I sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the ghost while toying with the whip. "I implore you, young master, to seek justice on our behalf. But first, tell me what transpired, and why you and this child met such a fate. What did this man do to you?" The ghost wiped away the tears that had trickled from her eyes with her sleeve, her tone laced with sorrow and longing. "Young master, you must be able to assist us. The spirit beside you possesses an evident mastery of the ethereal arts." I cast a sidelong glance and observed Zhou Tie crouching behind a nearby tree, peering in my direction. A pallid, yet comely face materialized before me, and upon sensing my gaze, she retracted behind the arboreal shield. "You proceed first," I asserted. "She will not intervene unless I am in a dire predicament." My pronouncement momentarily perplexed the female specter. Just as she was about to speak, I detected an eerie fluctuation of spectral energy emanating from the surroundings. I seized my ghostbane whip, rose to my feet, and surveyed the vicinity. A sinister, wraith-like figure emerged from the direction of the pig farm. I brandished the whip, pointing it at the apparition, and declared sternly, "Advance but a single step further, and you shall not escape the merciless wrath of my lash." The wraith's gaze was not directed at me, but rather at the female specter beside me. I sensed a tremor of fear in her presence. I advanced a couple of paces, interposing myself between the wraith and its object of interest. Its eyes were filled with avarice and desire. It cast a malevolent glance in my direction before reluctantly departing, drifting into the confines of the pig farm. Chapter 90. Carnage at the pig farm. Upon witnessing the wraith's departure, the female specter ceased her trembling. She composed herself and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. It transpired that the man was named Zhao Mingluan, the female specter was Pan Minglan, and the young boy was Zhao Song. Initially, Pan Minglan had a paramour from the county town who desired her to accompany him. However, owing to the premature demise of her mother, her father's leg injury sustained while tending sheep, and the tender age of her younger siblings, she was compelled to decline, acting against her innermost desires. She chose to marry into a reasonably respectable family within the village, reasoning that proximity and the dowry would enable her to assist her family whenever necessary. Although Zhao Mingluan was not particularly handsome and remained a single man in his 40s, he appeared to be honest and straightforward. The matchmaker merely mentioned that he occasionally enjoyed a bit of liquor after a long day's work. Pan Minglan paid little heed to this, finding it quite normal. After all, a drink could aid in restful sleep after laborious toil. However, it was only after marrying him that she discovered Zhao Mingluan's affinity for alcohol was far from casual. He was, in fact, a notorious drunkard. Each night, he would become thoroughly inebriated, often smashing the household dishes and bottles in his stupor. The wooden table had to be replaced 3 times due to his reckless behavior. Initially, Pan Minglan would gently advise him, as her sole desire was to lead a harmonious life with Zhao Mingluan. Yet, he would often bring up her past affections whenever he was intoxicated, hurling insults and resorting to violence. Unable to endure this any longer, Pan Minglan contemplated leaving him. She began to pack her belongings while he was out working, but just as she approached the door, waves of nausea washed over her, leading to retching. It was only after consulting the village's barefoot doctor that she discovered she was pregnant. Returning home, she gazed into the mirror at her bruised eyes and swollen face, feeling hopeless and questioning why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand, subjecting her to a tragic early life. As she retrieved a rope from under the bed, preparing to end her suffering, Zhao Mingluan unexpectedly returned. Having heard the news of her pregnancy from the doctor, he rushed home and, upon witnessing the scene, fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. Zhao Mingluan vowed never to raise his hand against her again, promising to abstain from alcohol and to work doubly hard to provide a happy home for both her and their child. He expressed that having a child in his old age was indeed a rare blessing and earnestly hoped for Pan Mingluan's forgiveness. As he spoke, he struck his own face in despair, causing it to swell significantly. Moved by his plight, Pan Minglan embraced Zhao Mingluan and resolved to protect their child, who was named Zhao Song. Initially, Zhao Mingluan kept his word. He refrained from drinking and dedicated himself to hard work, diligently procuring whatever Pan Minglan desired. However, after the birth of Zhao Song, circumstances regressed to their previous state. Pan Minglan felt despondent, yet found some solace in the fact that Zhao Mingluan treated Zhao Song with kindness. Unfortunately, this tranquility was shattered one fateful day. Pan Minglan's former lover returned from the county, and the very first thing he did was visit Pan Minglan's father. Coincidentally, at that moment, Pan Minglan was home caring for her younger siblings. What should have been an ordinary occurrence spiraled into rumor within the village, alleging that Zhao Song was not Zhao Mingluan's biological child, claiming he bore no resemblance to him, but rather to Pan Minglan's former lover. Such assertions were utterly baseless, fabricated when considering the timeline. Yet, Zhao Mingluan chose to believe these malicious tales. That very night, he severely assaulted both Pan Minglan and Zhao Song. The following morning, Pan Minglan resolved firmly to leave Zhao Mingluan's home with her child, having packed their belongings. If she remained, given Zhao Mingluan's temperament, it was likely that Zhao Song would not survive for long. Before departing, she cast a long gaze at her siblings and father. Although her father's leg had healed, he still walked with a slight limp, yet he was able to work again. Her younger siblings were growing up, and soon they would all reach adulthood. With a heavy heart, she departed from her hometown for the sake of Zhao Song, embarking on a long journey to Happiness Village. As they passed by the pig farm, the owner's wife noticed their weary appearance and, feeling a moment of compassion, decided to let Pan Minglan work at the farm. Initially, all seemed well. However, that fateful day arrived. While passing by, the pig farm owner caught sight of Pan Minglan shoveling pig manure, and his lust was ignited. He had seen Pan Minglan before, but back then her face was marred with bruises, and she bore the burden of a child, obscuring her true beauty. Now, however, her wounds had healed. That very day, he forcefully violated her. Tears streamed down Pan Minglan's face as she helplessly gazed outside, and at that moment, Zhao Song burst through the door, witnessing this horrific scene. Although Zhao Song did not comprehend the situation, he sensed his mother's sorrow and bravely approached the pig farm owner, pushing him away. The owner, caught up in his own pleasure, threw Zhao Song to the ground, assuming the pain would make him retreat. Yet, Zhao Song's head struck the corner of the table, rendering him motionless, still clutching the vibrant wildflowers he had gathered outside. Upon witnessing this, Pan Minglan lost her sanity, shoving the pig farm owner in a futile attempt to save her son, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. As the struggle ensued, the owner adjusted his trousers and, looking disdainfully at the lifeless Zhao Song, spat in contempt, muttering about his ill fate. He mistakenly believed Zhao Song was merely feigning unconsciousness. After he departed, Pan Minglan knelt beside her son, desperately assessing his injuries, only to discover the devastating truth. Zhao Song was dead. Her beloved child was gone. Pan Minglan, clutching the lifeless body of Zhao Song, stormed into the chamber of the pig farm owner and his wife, her attire disheveled. Upon witnessing this scene, the wife comprehended the gravity of her husband's actions and remarked, "Sister, I wasn't seeking you out, yet here you are. Put down the knife, and I shall overlook your infatuation with my husband." With tears of anguish, Pan Minglan retorted, "Infatuate your husband? I am merely clad in rubber boots, shoveling pig manure. How could I possibly entice him?" Enraged beyond reason, she laid Zhao Song's body on the ground and pursued the couple with the knife. As anguish cries echoed, blood splattered across the walls of the room, and the pig farm owner and his wife fell beneath the blade. However, Pan Minglan had lost all will to live. With her sole emotional anchor now extinguished, she felt no reason to continue her existence. From the wife's wardrobe, she retrieved a white dress, only to deem it too pure and pristine for someone like her. Drenching the long gown in blood, transformed it into a crimson garment, which she adorned. Pan Minglan felt a profound sense of guilt, believing she must have committed heinous sins in a past life. Otherwise, why would the heavens punish her so mercilessly? She carried Zhao Song to the desolate courtyard of the pig farm, lying beside him, and without hesitation, plunged the knife into her own chest. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a vengeful spirit, while her son Zhao Song, having died tragically, became a malevolent ghost as well. She had hoped to be reunited with her son. Drifting together in the afterlife would be a satisfactory conclusion. Yet, to her dismay, the pig farm owner and his wife, consumed by resentment, had also become spirits. Chapter 91. Slaying ghosts to avenge wrongs. Initially, Pan Minglan managed to suppress them. Once malevolent beings transform into malevolent spirits, their wicked thoughts persist. They begin to harm unsuspecting passersby, compelling them to offer gold ingots for their cultivation. Gradually, Pan Minglan and Zhao Song find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, today, Zhao Song has possessed Zhao Mingluan, intending to imitate their actions and torment travelers for gold ingots to enhance his own abilities. However, through a twist of fate, he discovers that he is now in the presence of his own father. The female ghost vehemently shakes her head, insisting no. It was only after realizing Zhao Mingluan's identity that Zhao Song chose to possess him. Throughout all these years, we have never harmed anyone. Noticing the ghost's unwavering expression and steady gaze, it seems she speaks the truth. The phantom I previously glimpsed must have belonged to that greedy pig farm owner. Yet, I recall a saying, even ghosts can deceive. Coupled with my current inability to discern reality from illusion, I turn to Zheng Xiaocui and inquire, is what she says true? A flicker of hesitation crosses Zheng Xiaocui's face before she slowly nods, affirming, it is true. With this confirmation, I rise and ask, do you have a way to shelter them for the time being? We cannot allow them to remain possessed by Zhao Mingluan indefinitely. It is rather inconvenient. Zheng Xiaocui nods and approaches, casually waving her hand, causing Pan Minglan and Zhao Song to vanish from my sight. Zhou Tai, what do you propose we do next? Eliminate the malevolent spirits and quell the resentment. I rise, feeling my ghost-catching whip tremble in response to my emotional turmoil. Consider this carefully. I can offer assistance, but only in moments of life and death. These two malevolent spirits are beyond your capacity to confront. Zheng Xiaocui expresses her concern, her face etched with worry. I disregarded her and called Old Wang, inquiring whether he was acquainted with the current head of the pig farm. Old Wang replied, yes, I know him. If you wish to enter, I can make a call for you. But be forewarned, this fellow is unlike anyone you've encountered before. I resolved firmly. This was my true intention, to punish evil and vanquish demons. 5 minutes later, the gates of the pig farm swung open. A man clad in a purple shirt and green trousers, disheveled and filthy, scanned his surroundings without uttering a word. I stepped inside. Despite the farm's poor location, devoid of sunlight, the oppressive malevolence in the air was chilling. At midnight, I found myself alone in the yard, with only Zheng Xiaocui lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, footsteps echoed around me. With a loud clang, the door to the pig pen swung open and shut, unleashing a cacophony of piercing squeals from the pigs, their cries rising and falling in a disturbing chorus. But those were no ordinary pig sounds. They were the wails of malevolent spirits. Anger surged within me, and I shouted, show yourselves. Before me, two figures materialized, one male and one female, both brimming with resentment and envy. You insolent little brat, you seek your own demise. Their malevolence was palpable as they yearned to drag me into the depths of hell and consume me alive. The two spirits lunged at me in unison, their hands transforming into razor-sharp claws through the power of their ghostly essence. I summoned my demon-slaying whip and, with a vigorous flick, released it into the air, tracing arcs as it advanced toward them. This attack, however, inflicted no substantial harm. They effortlessly evaded the whip's grasp. As they closed in, their claws grazed my face, prompting me to recall the whip back to my side. As I maneuvered to evade them, I forcefully swung the ghost-hunting whip, and a mournful wail escaped the male ghost as his soul was torn open. Though it quickly mended, it was evident to the naked eye that his essence had dimmed somewhat. The female ghost halted in her tracks, gazing warily at the whip in my hand, trembling and hesitating to advance. Cautiously, I took a step forward, prompting both ghosts to retreat in unison. I noticed the male ghost lurking behind the female, his eyes glinting with malevolence and greed as he opened his gaping maw to bite down upon her head. I observed the scene with a cold detachment as the male ghost devoured the female ghost, augmenting his own spectral form. Throughout this grim spectacle, her cries of anguish echoed incessantly, and she even attempted to beseech my aid. I let out a derisive laugh. You deserve it. Without waiting for the male ghost to fully absorb her resentment, I propelled myself towards him with a firm stomp. Startled, he emitted a strange sound, and, at that moment, a chilling wind swept through the pigsty, accompanied by eerie noises and the rise of a dense fog. Within the fog, whispers emerged, sharp and piercing, as numerous ghostly figures loomed about. These apparitions were likely the source of the oppressive aura that permeated the pigsty. Little brat, I mused, do you now comprehend why this place is so saturated with malevolent energy? It was once a mass grave decades ago. The male ghost grinned wickedly, exhilarated, as if anticipating my imminent demise to serve as his burial companion. I gripped the ghost-hunting whip tightly, refraining from recklessly advancing, instead remaining vigilant as I scanned my surroundings. Although I could not see the male ghost through the thick fog, I could sense his presence lurking nearby. In the next instant, a ghastly visage materialized before me, mere inches from my eyes. He sluggishly parted his lips, revealing an eerie, rigid grin. Without hesitation, I retreated a step to create distance, and lashed out with the ghost-slaying whip. With a sorrowful wail, the spectral figure dissipated into the air. Emerging from the dense fog, more and more apparitions surrounded me, some with severed hands and heads, others missing a leg, and some even hurling their skulls as weapons. Yet, my countenance remained unchanged, a smile still playing on my lips. The first specter I ever encountered was my own father, and since then, seeing ghosts had become commonplace, eventually leading to an encounter with a celestial ghost. Did they truly believe these paltry spirits could intimidate me? Malevolent spirits, vengeful spirits, wronged spirits. I once sought to assuage their resentment, to guide them into the underworld for reincarnation. But I was mistaken. Some evil spirits deserve annihilation, to prevent future calamities. With each strike of the ghost-slaying whip, countless wandering souls were obliterated, their spirits scattered. However, before long, I found myself in disarray. The earlier composure vanished. Observing this, the malevolent ghost sensed his opportunity. He assailed me from behind, seeking to deliver a fatal blow. Instantly, the panic on my face vanished, and I thrust the ghost-slaying whip into the malevolent ghost's heart. He stared down at the ethereal glow of the whip, his eyes filled with remorse. You deceived me? Did you truly believe these insignificant entities could restrain me? I scoffed with derision, pressing the ghost-slaying whip further into him. Today is your reckoning. You shall be utterly annihilated, forever erased from existence. With a fury